The door is suddenly pushed open by Zhao Yuzhu. Li's mother and Li Wenxi's mother and daughter try to rush forward to fight, but they see Zhao Yuzhu holding a kitchen knife aimed at them. This instantly shocks Li's mother and Li Wenxi's mother and daughter. Not only them but also Sister Ge and others outside, who are chatting happily, are stunned.
You.
What are you doing? Are you going to kill us? Li's mother reacts and grits her teeth. Zhao Yuzhu knew that if she didn't go all out, she would be completely finished. She held a kitchen knife and looked at kind-hearted Sister Yan, saying, "Sister-in-law, go call my cousin over. Bring Su Lüyun here. I want to confront her face to face." Last time Zhao Yuzhu had a miscarriage because of this, and it was Sister Yan who brought the news. This time, it was her again. When Su Lüyun heard the news, she was very happy inside. She didn't feel guilty at all because she had given Zhao Yuzhu chances, more than once. But Zhao Yuzhu just wanted her to be ruined. If that was her goal, Su Lüyun wouldn't hold back anymore. Everyone knows that being soft on enemies is cruel to oneself. Only fools do that. However, she kept her expression calm. When Sister Yan came to deliver the message, she looked worried and asked, "What? My cousin has a knife? Is she out of her mind?" Without waiting for Sister Yan to reply, she quickly told Chen Aihong, "Mom, watch Longdong for me. I'll be back soon." Then she went out with Sister Yan. Just as they reached the door, she pulled her back and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you know where Sun Something's house is? Go find him. This kind of thing can't happen without him. He needs to be here too." Sister Yan hesitated and asked, "Should we call him now? Might that make things worse? Just tell him not to cause trouble for my cousin. Say it's me. I'm the one he's close to," Su Lüyun said firmly.
Well.
Sister Yan was stunned and looked at Chen Aihong at the door. "Mom, we know the truth in our hearts. But right now, the most important thing is to calm my cousin's emotions," Su Lüyun said. Chen Aihong nodded. "Go ahead. I'm going to find him now," Sister Yan said. Sister Yan went to find Sun Congxing herself, while Su Lüyun came over. Chen Aihong looked worried and followed after, closing the door behind her. When Su Lüyun arrived at the alley building, everyone looked at her. Zhao Yuzhu held a kitchen knife and pointed it at her, saying through clenched teeth, "Cousin, you finally came." Her voice was full of anger. She never thought she would be betrayed by Su Lüyun, this fool, to such an extent. "Yuzhu, quick, put down the knife. Don't be reckless," Su Lüyun hurriedly said. "Cousin, tell everyone who is close to Sun Congxing. Is it you? I only did this to help you. Please tell the truth." Zhao Yuzhu, with tears in her eyes, looked at her with grievance. Su Lüyun looked very surprised, her expression more sad than Zhao Yuzhu's. "Cousin, I don't even know who that person with the surname Sun is. You still dare to say you don't know? It's obviously you," Zhao Yuzhu shouted angrily. Su Lüyun looked genuinely frightened, and others seemed startled too. She quickly said, "Cousin, don't be impulsive. Please stay calm. Yes, it's me. It's all me. Aunties, sisters-in-law, it's me who got involved with that Sun guy. The person you talked about earlier, that was me too. It's all me, all me." After saying this, she hurriedly looked at her cousin with worry. "Yuzhu, everything is me."
You.
"Put down the knife first. Don't hurt yourself." Seeing her admit it, Zhao Yuzhu finally looked at everyone. "Did you hear that?" She admitted it. She admitted that all this was her doing. But everyone's faces were filled with mockery for her and sympathy for Su Lüyun. Especially Sister Ge, who couldn't help but say to Su Lüyun, "Serves her right. If she hadn't interfered, she wouldn't have needed her cousin to be pushed out as the scapegoat." But everyone's eyes were sharp. Seeing Su Lüyun like this, instead of believing her, people looked at her with more respect. They thought she was trying to comfort her cousin, even at the cost of her own reputation. And it wasn't over yet. Su Lüyun asked everyone to persuade her cousin. She pulled Sister Song aside, who liked to gossip. "Sister Song, Sister Yan has already gone to Sun's house to find that man, but I don't know when she'll come back. You go outside and wait. If you see that Sun guy, be sure to tell him to never mention my cousin. Tell him to shift all the blame onto me." That's the only way to calm my cousin down. I've already told Sister Yan, but I think you're smarter than Sister Yan. You should go and say it again. Otherwise, there might be serious trouble. Sister Song, who never gossiped about others, was worried she might hold it in and tell someone, so Lüyun thought it was safer to add a few more words. Hearing this, Sister Song was pleased but also surprised. Why? Why are you saying this? My reputation isn't good to begin with, but my cousin has always had a good reputation. Everyone believes her, Lüyun said. Sister, you go quickly. Sister Song thought, oh my, what a touching sisterly bond. After a while of everyone persuading Zhao Yuzhu, she realized that although they all said they believed her, their words and expressions showed they didn't really trust her. She also realized what Lüyun had just done and angrily said to her, how dare you play tricks? Lüyun hurriedly replied, what tricks am I playing? Do I look like someone who plays tricks? Cousin, put down the knife quickly and don't hurt anyone. There are neighbors all around, and your mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law are here too. Don't threaten everyone's safety with the knife. Zhao Yuzhu trembled with anger and pointed the knife at Lüyun.
You.
Be careful, Junjun. Lüyun was immediately pulled back and turned to see her mother-in-law, Mrs. Chun Ihong, looking worried. This warmed her heart.
Mom, I've fine.
Lüyun reassured her, then looked at Zhao Yuzhu with a smirk. She knew Zhao Yuzhu was just pretending with a knife. Did she really have the courage or strength to truly hurt someone? That was impossible. But she appeared anxious and said, Cousin, I've already taken the blame for this. What more do you want from me? Mrs. Chun Ihong also frowned and looked at Zhao Yuzhu, Wenchuan's wife. You should put down the knife first. Yes, put down the knife, others agreed. Mother Li and Li Wenxi looked angry. Are you still not putting away the knife? Are you trying to make a scene here? But they didn't dare to step forward and grab it, fearing Zhao Yuzhu might lose her temper and really fight them. Zhao Yuzhu was furious and almost shouted, Lüyun, it's clearly you. It's you. Yes, it's me. It's me. I admit it. Don't get so worked up, Lüyun said with a big attitude of taking responsibility. But the more she acted this way, the more everyone mocked Zhao Yuzhu. At this moment, Sister Yan and Sister Song, along with their grandchildren, arrived from Xing. Why are they here so quickly? That's because Sun Congxing has to work the night shift today, so he didn't need to go during the day. When Sister Yan went to find him, Sun Congxing was at home, taking a nap. Unexpectedly, Sister Yan came directly to confront him and even said Zhao Yuzhu had drawn her knife. This shocked Sun Congxing greatly, and on the way here, Sister Yan also told him what Lüyun had said. This made Sun Congxing happy and ready to go all out, wanting to confirm his relationship with Lüyun. But then he met Sister Song, who was going to find someone at Sun's house. Sister Song looked him over and told him, Wenchuan's wife is now desperate, holding a knife and threatening to hurt someone. Changdong's wife is worried about someone getting hurt, so she asked me to come and tell you. Don't mention her cousin. Just say she's the one who's close to you. Sun Congxing kept nodding and said, I really have nothing to do with Zhao Yuzhu. The person I get along with is Lüyun. Sister-in-law Song sneered, You really do protect Wenchuan's wife. Truly a pair of unfaithful spouses. Sister-in-law Yan also sighed but said nothing, and they all went to the alleyway. As soon as Sun Congxing arrived, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Zhao Yuzhu looked like someone who had grabbed a floating piece of wood in a storm, her eyes shining brightly. Sun Congxing, just tell the truth. We have no relationship. The person who cares about you is my cousin, not me. It's not you at all. What could I have with you? Sun Congxing naturally denied, then looked at Lüyun. Lüyun, we've been together for so long. You should know what kind of person I am. You also know how I feel about you. Today, in front of so many people, I want to ask you to marry me. Will you marry me? Don't worry about those rumors. I will take responsibility for everything. He straightened his chest, looking brave and very manly. Listen, everyone. Zhao Yuzhu immediately shouted, They are the ones having an affair. Everyone's gaze turned to Sun Congxing and Lüyun. The crowd, unaware of the full story, was truly stunned by Sun Congxing's words. Lüyun also looked at Sun Congxing, facing everyone's gaze. Sun Congxing felt nervous and excited. It had only been a short time since they last saw each other, but he noticed that Lüyun had become even more beautiful and her temperament had improved. But Lüyun's eyes were full of disdain, even making her feel like vomiting. "I'm glad you came to propose, but I'm sorry, I don't like you. I hope our relationship ends here. From now on, everyone goes their own way."
What?
Sun Congxing, hoping for her reply, froze.
Lüyun,
"I've made myself very clear. I don't like you.
don't bother me anymore.
Let's just end it here," Lüyun said with disgust, coldly snorting. Sun Congxing was hurt by her look and hurriedly said, "No, you clearly like me." Lüyun didn't really want to admit it publicly. Hearing this, she looked like she couldn't stand it and pointed at him, scolding, "I like you? Look at yourself in the mirror. You're so thin, with a pointed face and yellowish skin. Even in high heels, I'm taller than you. Someone like you isn't even qualified to carry my shoes. I am a woman who has been through tough times. How could I look up to a dog like you? Saying I like someone like you? Am I blind, or is my mind full of nonsense? Don't you even look at yourself to see if you're worthy?" Sun Congxing was stunned by the scolding. Not only him, but everyone else looked confused too. Sometimes they said they liked her, sometimes they said they didn't. Lüyun's goal was to stir up trouble. She impatiently said, "Even if we used to date, that was in the past. Today, I called you here to prove my cousin's innocence. Now you can leave. Hurry up and get out of here. Go back to where you came from. Go away quickly." Chun Aihong also scolded coldly. Sun Congxing was still not willing to give up. Why wouldn't Lüyun like him? She had liked him so much before, enchanted by his talent and charm. Maybe she was afraid to admit their secret relationship in front of so many people. As a gentleman, Sun Congxing couldn't force her, but he still felt a bit disappointed because today was a good chance to make things clear. But when he faced Lüyun's strict, unyielding gaze, he could only hold back his words.
Well,
"I'll go now." Sun Congxing wasn't brave, so he quickly backed down. He thought he'd find another chance later. When he was about to leave, Lüyun stopped him. "Stop right there." Sun Congxing was happy, thinking she had changed her mind. But then he heard Lüyun say, "Before you leave, in front of everyone, tell them you have nothing to do with my cousin. Our matter doesn't involve her." Hearing this, Sun Congxing nodded repeatedly, quickly explaining to everyone, then left under Lüyun's satisfied gaze. Lüyun immediately looked at Zhao Yuzhu. "Yuzhu, you can put the knife down now, right?" Zhao Yuzhu hadn't fully reacted yet, still confused about what was really going on. Not only her, but everyone else was the same. They started talking among themselves. Some curious ones asked Lüyun, Changdong's wife, "So you and Sun Congxing are together? When did you start dating?" "None of your business." Lüyun shot a look at them, then turned to Li Mu and Li Wenxi. "Now that everything's clear, you can't keep attacking my cousin anymore." After saying that, she linked arms with her mother-in-law. "Mom, the matter's settled. Let's go."
all right.
Chun Aihong nodded. As they came out, they saw Li Wenchuan hurriedly riding his bike back, looking anxious. Just when the commotion started, someone quickly went to the construction site to inform Li Wenchuan, which is why he was able to come back. "Wenchuan, you're back. The matter has already been handled, so don't blame Yuzhu. Remember to comfort her. She's still resting after her confinement," Lüyun said as she saw him. Li Wenchuan frowned and wanted to say, "Don't come here stirring up trouble when there's nothing wrong." But Lüyun didn't listen and simply took her mother-in-law's arm and left. Li Wenchuan sighed in frustration and pedaled his bike inside alone. In the courtyard of the apartment building, everyone was still there, talking about Lüyun's actions. No one expected it was really her. Some people directly criticized her. "I always knew she wasn't a good person. She walks around like that, but she twists like a fairy, trying to someone. She's definitely not someone who behaves herself."
Exactly.
Zhou Changdong wasn't back then, but she always dressed up fancy, trying to attract some man. Now Zhou Changdong is in a coma. How can she stay loyal? She's just a flirt. Did any of you say she was good before? For a moment, everyone started criticizing Su Lüyun. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yuzhu's face finally lit up with a bright smile. Li Wenchuan entered and saw this scene. Zhao Yuzhu immediately looked at him with a sad face. Wenchuan, you finally came back. If you don't come back soon, my mom and little sister will really drive me crazy.
She started to sob.
Li Wenchuan looked at his mother with a serious face. Mom, why are you here again? Li's mother was a bit breathless. Why am I here? I heard what was happening outside, so I came to stand up for you. Li Wenxi didn't dare say anything, but Zhao Yuzhu didn't want to let it go. She wiped her tears and said, Stand up for what? Wenchuan trusts me because he knows I wouldn't do anything wrong. Today, my cousin even admitted it in front of everyone. Mom, do you now see that I am innocent? Li's mother refused to admit defeat. Who knows if your cousin did that to help you and took the blame for you? Sister Yen sighed, but said nothing. Sister Song, however, looked eager and almost couldn't hold back. She thought about how Zhao Yuzhu had just cut herself, so she held back from speaking. But once the chaos was over and everyone went back to their own business, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Listening to Sister Hua and the others, their words were full of mockery and disdain towards Su Lüyun. It was understandable that Su Lüyun was accused of stealing someone. After all, Zhou Changdong was not at home before, and now he was in a coma at home. So, her being accused of theft made sense. Sister Song, hearing this, suppressed her excitement and said, You really are so foolish. Can't you see what's really going on? What happened? Sister Hua and the others asked confused. Sister Song said, Changdong's wife is deliberately taking the blame. Without hesitation, she recounted what Su Lüyun told her about Sun Congxing. Everyone present was stunned.
What?
Did she tell you to find Sun Congxing and say that? Yes. Sister Yen also knows. If you don't believe it, you can ask her. Sister Song replied. This sudden revelation left everyone puzzled. But why would she do that?
Why?
Go, who had been silent, sneered. Didn't you see Zhao Yuzhu almost lose her temper just now trying to force her cousin to take the blame? If she really went all out, someone might get hurt. Go didn't doubt Su Lüyun at all, even after she admitted everything. She had seen Zhao Yuzhu pulling and tugging with Sun Congxing, and they had financial dealings. Last night, if Su Lüyun hadn't run out in the middle of washing her hair to warn others, they could have caught Zhao Yuzhu and Sun Congxing red-handed. All the evidence pointed to Zhao Yuzhu, and Su Lüyun had nothing to do with it. Sister Song nodded. Yes, Changdong's wife is afraid someone might get hurt. She took all the blame herself and told me to warn Sun Congxing not to provoke her cousin anymore, or someone might die. If something happened in the apartment building, who would still want to live there? That makes sense now. Everyone understood. Then, their tone quickly changed. I thought it was strange earlier. I noticed Changdong's wife looked at Sun with disgust and hatred. Yes, she belittled Sun, calling him a scrawny, yellow-faced man. She said he couldn't compare to her in high heels. She even said Zhou Changdong is a wolf and he is a dog. She looks down on a woman who follows a wolf. Exactly. I was wondering how they could still get along after all that. It turns out she was just covering for her cousin. Soon, through Sister Song's explanation, everyone understood the true story. Naturally, this news spread to Li's mother and Li Xiyuan's mother and daughter. Without hesitation, they rushed over to hit Zhao Yuzhu. At this time, Li Wenchuan had already gone back to the construction site, so no one was there to protect Zhao Yuzhu. Unprepared, Zhao Yuzhu was pushed to the ground and beaten by the mother and daughter. Mom, what are you doing? Zhao Yuzhu said angrily and shyly. You shameless troublemaker. How dare you ask us what we're doing? We almost fell for your tricks. I knew it all along. Li's mother was furious. Li Sisi also pinched hard, like a strict maid pinching a princess, and said, Mom, how can a woman like her enter our house? We've lost face. Let her divorce my third brother. Divorce? This marriage must end. Li's mother said angrily. After the mother and daughter vented their anger and left, Zhao Yuzhu was like a defeated dog. She didn't know the full story and was still smiling at Sister Go at the door. Zhao Yuzhu was stunned. When she found out she had been tricked again by Lüyun, she was filled with grief and rage. After being beaten so that her cheeks swelled, she looked like a defeated hen, crying and planning to go confront Lüyun. But Sister Yan stopped her and sighed, Yuzhu, don't go to your cousin. She has already done everything she can for you. Hearing this, Zhao Yuzhu almost fainted from anger, but was quickly pinched to wake her up, then helped inside to rest. Once lying down, she calmed down and started thinking about how to turn things around. She never expected that Lüyun would have such scheming tactics, thinking of and blocking all her escape routes. She was unfairly blamed for everything. But what was Lüyun trying to do? How much did she hate her to plan so carefully? She hadn't thought much about all this before, but now, as she recalled everything, a look of shock and anger appeared on her face. She finally understood how suspicious Lüyun really was. At home, Lüyun knew Zhao Yuzhu would react. But what did it matter? From now on, she would be completely cleared of everything. As for her cousin, Lüyun never planned to have any more dealings with her. Everyone could go their own way. She just wanted to focus on living happily with Zhou Changdong. Now, she was in a good mood, making dumplings in the kitchen. Chun Aihong also helped her pack and told her, Junjun, you must stay away from your cousin. People are not always what they seem. Who would have thought that Zhao Yuzhu could do such things and even threaten her sister with a knife to make her take the blame? Lüyun agreed and said, Mom, don't worry. Today is the last time I help my cousin. From now on, we will go our separate ways. Chun Aihong nodded and said, that's the right attitude. It's not that she didn't want her daughter-in-law to visit relatives, but some relatives are better not to see. Mom, you go ahead and pack. I'm going to check if Changdong needs to use the bathroom. I fed him a big bowl of zhuke soup this morning, Lüyun remembered and said. All right, go ahead, Chun Aihong nodded. Lüyun washed her hands, took the cornered pot, and went inside. Then she was stunned. Am I dreaming? Or am I just wishing for Changdong to get better so badly that I'm hallucinating? Lüyun looked at Zhou Changdong, whispering as if she couldn't believe it. She was very surprised because it hadn't been long, yet how could Zhou Changdong's eyes be open? According to the original plan, it should take at least 2 months. But it hasn't even been a month since he came back. Sure enough, her stimulating methods must have been very effective. She thought this, but her face showed no signs of surprise. She looked as if she was questioning whether she was hallucinating and even pinched herself. She pinched herself hard, and with a delicate ouch, she exclaimed, It hurts. I'm not dreaming. I'm really awake? Tears welled up in her eyes, falling like pearls. Zhou Changdong, who had just opened his eyes 5 minutes ago, had been watching her closely ever since she entered. He knew she was his wife. A beautiful girl in a lace-edged dress, just like the ideal woman he imagined. But his wife seemed to find it hard to believe he was awake and thought she was hallucinating, so she pinched herself and hurt herself. Soon after, tears started to fall from her eyes. He wanted to tell her, Don't cry, I am awake now. I will get better soon. But he couldn't speak yet. He opened his mouth but could only communicate with his eyes to comfort her. Lüyun not only shed tears steadily but also collapsed onto him, punching his chest with her little fists while crying and scolding him, You bad guy, you naughty fellow, you know how to wake up now, huh? Boo-hoo. Zhou Changdong knew his wife was very upset. He wanted to hold her in his arms and comfort her, but he could only move his fingers and couldn't lift his entire arm. In the kitchen, Chun Aihong was also stunned. Hearing her daughter-in-law's crying, she hurriedly came to see what was wrong. Because Lüyun blocked her view, she didn't see her son open his eyes. She quickly asked, Junjun, what's wrong? Mom, look at Changdong. Lüyun heard her mother-in-law's voice and quickly moved aside. Chun Aihong saw her son had already opened his eyes. She was so excited she couldn't hide it. Changdong, you woke up? Mom, am I dreaming? This can't be a dream, right? Chun I-hong was afraid she was dreaming and pinched herself quickly. She knew it wasn't a dream. Her son really woke up. Chun I-hong's eyes immediately turned red. Zhou Changdong saw his own mother pinching himself and also had tears in his eyes. His wife was wiping tears beside him, but he couldn't make any sound. You're just recovering. Don't say anything. Just rest well, Lüyun quickly said. Chun I-hong also said, yes, no need to say anything. We all know. It's a good thing that you've woken up. After saying that, she hurriedly told her daughter-in-law, Junjun, watch Changdong. Mom will go find Qin Lao and bring him here.
Okay, shuluhun narid.
Chun I-hong quickly washed her hands and went out to find Qin Lao. Lüyun wiped her tears and looked at Zhou Changdong as if he were a treasure, examining him from left to right. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Why was his wife so beautiful? Fair and clear face, bright big eyes, and fragrant long hair. She looked so lovely. After checking him, Lüyun looked at him with tenderness, affection, and a smile in her eyes. She glared at him. What are you looking at? No looking. Then she got up and went to the kitchen to make dumplings. Of course, that was impossible. She carried the dough and ingredients into the house to make dumplings, humming as she worked, I tell you, today's dumplings are only for me and Mom. Not for you. You can't have any. Zhou Changdong watched her with a smile, knowing his wife was acting stubborn and was upset with him. He was gone for 3 years, and after 3 years, he was carried back in this condition. But no matter what, it couldn't change the fact that his wife still had him in her heart. No one knew better than he did his importance in his wife's heart. Lüyun looked at him and met his eyes, as if she just remembered something. Do you need to go to the bathroom? If yes, blink twice. If no, blink once. She noticed she couldn't see his feelings now. Had he woken up? Lüyun wasn't sure, but it didn't matter since she had already won him over. Seeing his gaze fixed on her, she thought if she used a cloth, she could squeeze out a lot of honey. Zhou Changdong really needed to go, so he blinked twice. Before she started making dumplings, Lüyun came over to help him with this. Although he was unconscious earlier, knowing he was now awake didn't matter. Now that he was alert, Lüyun helped him by carefully helping him out. Her pretty face was red like the sunset glow in the evening. Zhou Changdong naturally noticed his wife's reaction. His eyes carried a smile. His wife was shy. During his coma, Lüyun had been very bold and passionate, but now she couldn't behave the same way. She had to pretend, be shy when needed. So, she didn't dare to be playful. She just honestly handled everything for him. Once she finished, she quickly put everything back. You should rest now, Lüyun said, blushing so much she didn't dare look at him. She shyly took the jar and went out to pour water. After a while, she washed her hands and came back to make dumplings, but this time she really didn't look at Zhou Changdong. However, Zhou Changdong kept watching his wife. It shouldn't have been like this. His memory was good, but his previous impressions were really blurry now. Today, his wife looked exactly like he imagined her to be. He couldn't quite explain it, but basically, his wife looked perfect in every way. Even if she didn't look directly at him, he felt her gaze. She looked shy but still asked, Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? If yes, blink twice. Zhou Changdong wanted to drink but decided not to. He still couldn't move freely and didn't want to drink too much water, so his wife could take care of him. Lüyun only saw him blink once, but still poured water and carefully helped him drink it. I am your wife. Don't worry about bothering me. Taking care of you is what I should do, and I don't mind at all, Lüyun said softly with a gentle tone. She secretly gave herself a thumbs up. Her little wife persona was quite well established. Of course, it was flawless, and it immediately warmed Zhou Changdong's heart. He looked at his wife with such affection that it was almost too much to handle. Lüyun didn't dare to meet his gaze because his look was so intense and warm that it made her legs feel weak. When Chun I-hong brought Qin Lao over, Lüyun had already finished making the dumplings. Of course, during the dumpling-making process, she naturally asked Zhou Changdong how he was feeling. She said she wouldn't let him look at her, but she would ask if he was thirsty or hungry. She also brought warm water to wipe his face. While wiping his face, she treated him like a treasure, blushing shyly and avoiding his gaze. Even when she looked at him and their eyes met, she would quickly turn away, feeling like she was burned. After a few such glances, she realized he kept looking at her. She would then act coquettishly, asking what he was looking at and if there was something interesting to see. She said she didn't want to look, but her actions showed she was happy and excited to see him awake. Her shy, girlish attitude was perfectly played by this charming little wife. How could Zhou Changdong possibly escape from such a lovely wife? He couldn't escape at all and was completely immersed in her charm. Because Zhou Changdong was also in a very good mood, really very good. Although he couldn't move much now, at most, he could wiggle his fingers and toes, and his head could turn slowly, his limbs and body still couldn't move. But he saw hope for recovery and getting better again. So, how could his mood be anything but happy? Especially with such a caring little wife by his side, taking care of him in every way. Zhou Changdong's mood was completely bright, without a trace of gloom. In fact, his recovery was happening very quickly, so fast that even Qin Lao was somewhat surprised. When Qin Lao saw that he had truly opened his eyes, he was very amazed. After that, he gave Zhou Changdong a detailed check. He asked Zhou Changdong to try moving a little, and Zhou did so. The only parts that moved were his fingers, toes, and his head. The rest of his body couldn't move at all. He couldn't move, but still felt sensations. Old Qin pressed on the acupuncture points on his body and asked Zhou Changdong if he could feel anything. Zhou Changdong could indeed feel something. After examining him through observation, listening, palpation, and questioning, Old Qin's face relaxed. Chun Aihong hurriedly asked, "Old master, how is Changdong?" Lüyun also listened nervously. Changdong's physical health is very strong. Because of his good health, he's recovering so quickly, Old Qin said with a smile. Chun Aihong and Lüyun both looked happy. When will he be able to speak? When can he move his hands and feet? Chun Aihong asked again. With his strong body, it won't be long. Don't worry, Old Qin said while giving Zhou Changdong acupuncture and smiling. Keep massaging him to improve his blood flow. I'll prepare a medicine prescription for him to take when I return. Good. Chun Aihong nodded in agreement. Old Qin continued to give Zhou Changdong acupuncture and also talked about his recovery progress. Don't rush. Now that he's starting to recover, take it slow. Be patient and don't hurry. Yes, old master, rest assured. We understand, Lüyun nodded and added, but, old master, please don't tell anyone about Changdong's recovery yet. Once he's fully better, everyone will see. It's better than people coming to visit now and disturbing his rest. Chun Aihong agreed, saying, yes, old master, keep it a secret for now. Old Qin nodded, all right, I understand. Then he smiled and said to Zhou Changdong, you've married a good wife. Exactly. I tell you, once you're better, if you dare to treat Yun badly, your dad and I won't agree. Chun Aihong also said. All past issues aside, after their son returned, Chun Aihong and Zhou Changdong were truly happy with Lüyun as their daughter-in-law, because they could see that she genuinely stayed to take care of their son. They also came to help, mainly giving their son massages. They didn't interfere with other matters. Their daughter-in-law didn't allow them to. She took everything on herself, saying her husband was her man, and she was doing what she should. Just asking such a daughter-in-law, no matter her past mistakes, could be forgiven easily. Besides, she hadn't done anything wrong before. The daughter-in-law could enjoy good days, but she could also endure tough times. This was the one point that made her and Zhou Changdong firmly believe in her. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife with gentle eyes. It was clear he loved her deeply. Even though he was now in a coma, she never left his side. He wanted to spend his whole life caring for her, so he would treat her well. Lüyun glanced at him and quickly looked away, as if she had been burned. She felt a little guilty for tricking him, but not much. After all, she had been working hard these days. As the saying goes, honesty is important, but being too honest can be a problem. That's all I'll say. How much you understand is up to you. Old Qin finished his acupuncture and went back home. Chun Aihong followed to buy some medicine. Since it was lunchtime, the mother and daughter-in-law decided to make dumplings to eat. Before his mother brought back the medicine, Zhou Changdong had already been fed delicious fish head tofu soup by his wife. Now, he watched her and his mother eat dumplings and also wanted to eat. Seeing his expression, Lüyun smiled and whispered to Chun Aihong, "Mom, look at Changdong, he's craving." Chun Aihong turned to look and saw her son watching them eat. She also smiled, craving, huh? Well, you can eat now. When your mouth can move again, then you can eat. Lüyun also smiled at Zhou Changdong. Oh, I suddenly want to eat pig's feet. Maybe we can go see if they have any tomorrow. I'll braise some. Surely it will taste very good. Chun Aihong laughed happily. Zhou Changdong was both amused and helpless. He knew his wife was deliberately teasing him. She was playful, but she had always been like that. Very mischievous. Recently, she had been taking advantage of him, getting close and teasing him. At first, it was just to get more physical contact and strengthen their bond. Now that he was awake, Lüyun definitely wouldn't do those things anymore. Not only that, when they napped together, she kept her distance as if she was avoiding him, like the story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai sharing a water barrier. She no longer cuddled next to him like before when he was unconscious. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife. After she blushed and playfully scolded him, she turned away, but he could see the smile in her eyes. He knew she was feeling shy, but what he really wanted to say was, "Honey, you can do whatever you want. I'm your man, so don't feel shy." Chun Aihong's mouth was really tight. Since Lüyun didn't speak first, she said that Zhou Changdong and He Yuling's eldest son and daughter-in-law didn't tell them anything. She was afraid she couldn't keep her mouth shut and might say something she shouldn't, and then her younger son might not stay quiet and calm anymore. Now, everything depends on her younger son's recovery. Everything else comes second. Don't forget, they are still thinking about the 3,000 yuan their younger son has. Although Chun Aihong didn't want to think about family conflicts, there was no room for discussion. No one was to say anything. In the evening, when Zhou Changdong returned, Chun Aihong remained calm and silent. Only after dinner did she pull Zhou Changdong to visit the third son. When He Yuling saw her parents-in-law leave, she started talking about the chaos at the apartment building today. Zhou Changdong suddenly stood up and asked, "What? Really the third family's trouble?" He Yuling wanted to believe it and continued, "We thought so at first, but later Sister Song said it was all instructed by Lüyun, who told them to tell Sun Congxing to blame everything on her. If only Sister Song was not very trustworthy, but Sister Yan has a good reputation." Since she said it, there was nothing more to say. Now everyone outside is saying that cousin Lüyun is really innocent. She was even willing to take the blame for her cousin. But He Yuling didn't believe it. Lüyun was not that kind of good person. She knew exactly what kind of person Lüyun was. Could she really be so selfless? She was just dreaming. So, compared to Zhao Yuzhu, who almost got caught at the scene, He Yuling actually doubted her sister-in-law more. But only she doubted her. Others praised her. Her reputation was terrible before, but now it had completely turned around. Even in such matters, no one suspected her. Wasn't that infuriating? Zhou Changdong rolled his eyes at her and said, "Just talk about the matter." "Why are you gasping?" He thought she was talking about the third family. He stood up and said, "All right, stop talking about things that aren't real. I'm exhausted from work today. I'm going to rest." He Yuling then said, "I have something to tell you. My younger brother is getting married. How much money do you think I should give? I plan to give more. My sister-in-law's family is very well off." Zhou Changdong's face immediately darkened. He didn't want to talk about her family affairs. His older brother was paying for his wedding, and now his younger brother's wedding also needed money. It never ends. He couldn't help but say, We also need to think about Yongshun. Houses are so scarce now, we should save money to buy him one first. It will be easier for him to get married in the future. Are you worried about Yongshun not having a place to live when he gets married? He Yuling smiled. Besides the old house, there are still rooms, and that house over there. She nodded toward the third brother's house. He will be Yongshuan's in the future. And with that 3,000 yuan, Yongshun won't have to worry about anything later. Zhou Changdong felt a bit more at ease after hearing this, but he still didn't want to take too much. We should follow what your eldest brother gives, or even if he doesn't mind, his wife might have opinions. Zhou Changdong only widened his eyes in shock when he saw his son staring at him with open eyes. The happiness came so suddenly that he almost couldn't believe it was real. Ahong, am I dreaming? He asked nervously. Then pinch yourself and see if you're dreaming, Chun Aihong said with a smile. Sure enough, Zhou Changdong pinched himself, and it proved to be real. His third brother really woke up. He was so happy he couldn't contain himself. Yes, yes. Third brother, how do you feel now? Is it uncomfortable anywhere? Zhou Changdong gave him a look that said not to worry. He was in good condition now. But seeing how much older his father looked, he felt a bit guilty. He was being carried back in a way that made his parents and wife worry the most. Seeing that he was fine, Zhou Changdong was happy too, and then he remembered. Does old Qin know?
Don't worry, Dad.
Old Qin has already come to see him personally and has given him a prescription. Just take the medicine properly. Everything else is the same. We just need to wait patiently for Changdong to recover, Su Lüyun said with a smile. Good. Zhou Changdong replied happily. After such excitement, he came over to massage his son to help circulate his blood and energy, and he also asked when his son woke up today. He came every day, but there was no sign yesterday. Without needing Su Lüyun to explain, Chen Aihong told him herself. Of course, Chen Aihong also warned, Changdong isn't fully recovered yet. Don't tell anyone, including the older brothers.
Just keep it to ourselves.
When he's able to get out of bed, everyone will naturally see him. Zhou Changdong was not the type to care about face or suffer in silence. He agreed. That's the way it should be. Even Zhou Changping, his own son, didn't say anything. Why tell him? He was just thinking about taking his third brother's inheritance. And since his third brother had been back for several days, he had only come over a few times. If he had come over a few more times, he wouldn't have been so unaware. So there's nothing more to say. After all, Zhou Changdong also has brothers, and he has seen brothers fight more fiercely than enemies. Brotherhood can't be forced. When enough time had passed, Zhou Changdong and Chen Aihong finally went back. Because the truth about the small broken house was now clear, Chen Aihong didn't need to stay anymore. Su Lüyun saw her parents off, then closed the door and went back inside. Can I help you wash up? Su Lüyun looked at him. Zhou Changdong knew his wife loved cleanliness. Every morning and evening, she helped him brush his teeth twice. He blinked to show he agreed. Su Lüyun poured warm water, squeezed toothpaste, and helped him brush his teeth. She gently held him in her soft, smooth arms, carefully brushing his teeth, then wiped his face. After cleaning him, she habitually leaned in to give him 2 kisses. You're so good. Then she looked into his eyes, pretending to be surprised that he was awake. When he was unconscious before, she hadn't reacted like this. Her face turned red, and she didn't dare look at him. It's getting late. You should sleep now, she said shyly, quickly picking up the basin and leaving to wash up. Zhou Changdong's eyes were full of tenderness and a smile. He knew she was used to kissing him and hadn't realized he was awake. After washing up, Su Lüyun came in, no longer looking awkward. You've been awake all day. Go to sleep, she said calmly. Zhou Changdong had slept for so many days, and now he was full of energy, but he was worried his wife might be tired, so he blinked. Su Lüyun turned on the light and fumbled onto the bed. Their big bed was very spacious. Su Lüyun kept her distance, afraid to get too close. Zhou Changdong slowly turned to look at his wife. She used to sleep holding him, but now they seemed distant, so far away from him. But her distance only lasted until midnight. After she fell asleep, she slowly moved closer to the warmer source, until she unconsciously hugged Zhou Changdong. He wasn't sleeping because he had been lying for so long and had no real sleepiness. He decided to exercise his self-control. But when his soft, fragrant wife leaned over, his exercise stopped. He turned to look at her, his eyes full of tenderness. No matter how far Lüyun was from Zhou Changdong before sleep, she still woke up from his embrace the next day. The green tea-eyed person hadn't even opened their eyes yet, but they already understood they had been hugged again. They enjoyed this morning, acting as if they weren't fully awake, hugging and gently touching him. Where did they touch? Naturally, it was where they pressed against his thigh due to their hugging position, and they muttered, "You're so energetic every morning." Zhou Changdong woke up when his wife moved, feeling her small hand playing with him. His eyes were gentle, but his gaze was deep. Lüyun looked still half asleep, as if her soul hadn't returned, and she played with him with her eyes closed. Only after a while did she seem to come back to herself, stiffening her hand. She carefully released her grip and then slowly lowered her leg from his lap. At the same time, she secretly looked at him, wondering if he had woken up. Knowing that his wife only dared to act when he was asleep, she was shy when he was awake. So Zhou Changdong closed his eyes early on. Seeing that he hadn't fully woken up, his little wife quietly sighed in relief. After she got out of bed slowly, she quickly ran out. Only then did Zhou Changdong open his eyes, catching her guilty-looking back. A faint smile appeared on his lips. But he didn't know that skilled hunters often appeared in the form of prey. Lüyun was in a good mood outside, washing dishes and boiling water, then brushing her teeth and washing her face. After tidying up herself, she came in to help Zhou Changdong with his. At this moment, Zhou Changdong looked like he had just woken up, so he needed to cooperate with his wife. "Are you awake?" Lüyun asked with a playful tone. Zhou Changdong replied softly. Lüyun was stunned, surprised, and said happily, "You can talk now?"
Still. Not. Very. Smooth.
He answered in a broken but clear way, showing his intention. Lüyun was very happy. "Don't rush, take your time. Old Qin said your body is stronger, so you'll recover quickly. There's no need to hurry. Should I brush your teeth first?" "Okay." Zhou Changdong nodded, then added, "Thanks. Want to say thank you?" Lüyun looked at him. "Are you sure you want to be polite and say that?" Zhou Changdong's eyes were gentle, so he closed his mouth and let his wife help him brush his teeth. Today, he really recovered a lot, cooperating well with brushing, which made things easier for Lüyun. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, she fed him half a glass of water before carrying the water outside. Zhou Changdong watched his wife's back and wanted to say, "Honey, you forgot to kiss me twice." Every time his wife wiped his face, she would also give him a quick kiss. Lüyun came in holding a jar and started helping him with his morning routine, her face blushing all the while. "Rest first, I'll go buy some vegetables," she said before leaving, glancing at him. Zhou Changdong nodded, but he was also a bit amused. When he was unconscious, she would playfully tease him, but now that he's awake, she has no courage at all. But it's understandable, they weren't even officially married yet. Now that he's awake and she's so close in front of him, she naturally feels shy. When Zhou Changdong heard the door opening and closing outside, he started exercising. He thought, "I must work hard to get better soon," so his wife wouldn't have to take care of him all the time. Lüyun knew that Zhou Changdong would recover fully soon. In a good mood, she went to the market to buy vegetables. She looked at the sky that morning, dark and cloudy, with low air pressure and high humidity, feeling like it might rain. "Big sister-in-law is also here to buy vegetables," she said happily when she met Hiyuling. Hiyuling glanced at her and casually replied, "Yes, what are you here to buy, little sister?" "Some good things to help Changdong recover," Lüyun said as she moved toward the fish stall. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather has been getting cooler day by day. It seems the temperature is dropping, and now loaches are rare, so she bought carp to make fish soup for Zhou Changdong. Not only did she buy carp, but she also bought a big grass carp. Turning to Hiyuling, who is also buying fish, she said. Big sister-in-law, Mom will eat at my place at noon and for dinner. You don't need to cook for the parents. Lüyun smiled and replied, all right then. She knew Lüyun was trying to please her in-laws, but she secretly mocked her because Lüyun's goal was impossible to achieve. That 3,000 yuan, there's no way she would give it to her, no matter what. But she didn't show any of this on her face. Lüyun didn't care what she was thinking. After buying the carp and grass carp, she also bought tofu, fruits, and vegetables. After shopping, she headed home. Along the way, she greeted neighbors cheerfully, and everyone was happy to chat with her. It's true, being a good person is hard, but a bad person can turn over a new leaf and become virtuous in an instant. Her bad reputation was mainly due to her unwavering support for Zhou Changdong and her generous protection of her cousin Zhao Yuzhu. Just these two things alone changed her reputation after 3 years of marriage. Recently, Zhao Yuzhu, who had become a well-known model daughter-in-law over the past 3 years, now faced complete ruin. But these are just external matters. Lüyun was not affected by them. When she returned home, she started boiling rice soup to mix with zhuke soup for Zhou Changdong. When Zhou Changxing and Chun Aihong came over, Lüyun was already feeding Zhou Changdong.
Dad. Mom.
Zhou Changdong called out to them.
Good job.
Seeing their son call them both, Zhou Changxing and Chun Aihong felt very happy. Lüyun smiled as she continued feeding Zhou Changdong zhuke soup. His mouth was working well, and he drank smoothly. In her eyes, she looked gentle like water. When you get better, I'll go to the black market to find Xiao Tong and order pig's feet for you to make braised pig's feet. Seeing his wife's look, Zhou Changdong's heart was filled with warmth. Watching the young couple like this, Zhou Changxing and Chun Aihong smiled happily. All right, you go to work now, Chun Aihong said with a smile. Actually, they didn't need to be there. Their daughter-in-law loved her son so much, she spoiled him completely. Zhou Changxing laughed and said, Third son, Dad will go to work first. Lüyun quickly said, Dad, I told the eldest sister-in-law that you all are coming here to eat today. We'll keep Zhou Changdong company. Zhou Changxing also heard from the eldest family member and said, Okay, I'll come over after work in the evening. They usually didn't go home for lunch, eating at the workplace and resting. He went to work first, and Chun Aihong stayed behind to help take care of their son. There was nothing special needed, just massaging and helping him with blood flow. She couldn't just leave all these tasks to her daughter-in-law. Thanks to her parents-in-law's help, Lüyun felt much more at ease. At noon, Chun Aihong stayed to eat with them and didn't need to go back afterward. She could just rest in the next room. Lüyun and Zhou Changdong took a nap together, ignoring Zhou Changdong's inviting look, and kept their distance. When they woke up, she helped him with personal matters. After that, there was nothing else to do, so she started learning performance arts with her mother-in-law. Once she finished learning, Chun Aihong went to chat with Aunt Qian. She then came in and talked to Zhou Changdong about her desire to go to the drama theater. Once you're better, I won't need to take care of you. I'll ask my mom to introduce me to the drama theater, see if I can become an actress there. Recently, Zhou Changdong noticed that his wife enjoys acting in plays, so he simply replied, When Lüyun heard his agreement, she hummed and said, Your doesn't matter. I want to go too. I've been letting you support me for 3 years, and only recently have I realized I can't be supported forever. I need to have my own career. Zhou Changdong wanted to say, My wife, I should support you.
You don't need to worry about that.
But he couldn't speak easily at the moment. I know you want to say you'll support me, and I also know you're capable. I've always known that. But I can't just rely on you like a vine clinging to a tree. I need to find my own value in life. Plus, staying busy is good. If I stay at home all the time, my perspective will be limited, and we won't have much to talk about later. Maybe then you'll start to dislike me for being an old, tired woman. Lüyun looked at him. Zhou Changdong quickly shook his head and said firmly, No, I won't. How could he dislike his wife? That's impossible. She's the woman he's going to spend his life with. You just say sweet words to comfort me. Lüyun felt his sincerity, but soon became a bit upset. She started to hold him accountable. You left home for 3 years and didn't send me a single letter. Tell me, did you ever think of me while you were away? Zhou Changdong couldn't answer right away. Honestly, because of a secret and important mission last time, he was completely focused on his work. He truly forgot about having a wife during those 3 years. He only remembered when he was sent back. But it's understandable. After all, they met through an arranged marriage. There wasn't much genuine feeling at first. Most couples are like that. They marry after a good impression, and their feelings develop slowly afterward. But now, everything is different. Zhou Changdong clearly knows how he feels about his wife. It's not just a husband's duty anymore. She's become an inseparable part of his life. He wants to hold her gently, cherish her, and take care of her. He used to not understand this, but now he does. His feelings for his wife are love. Just looking at her makes him feel happy, and everything around him seems wonderful. But Lüyun wanted to argue with him. Tears suddenly came, falling down quickly. Zhou Changdong was stunned and worried. He wanted to ask something, but his wife started scolding him, saying, "You heartless man, I think about you day and night at home, but when you go out, you forget I am here too. Do you have no heart? Do you know how I've been living these past 3 years? I was just hoping you would come back soon to take me with you to join the army, but I never thought you didn't care about me at all, even forgetting I exist. If that's the case, then when you're ready, we'll part ways. I'll give you your freedom." It's true that the gentle, caring wife persona was there, but she couldn't be too soft or fragile. She had to be firm sometimes. Even small, pretend conflicts like rumors or misunderstandings needed to be addressed. Everyone understands that these little acts of pretend drama are just small ways for a couple to have fun. Zhou Changdong really got anxious. "No, we won't part." He saw tears falling from his wife's eyes like broken pearls. Her fragile, broken look really made his heart ache. He wanted to explain himself, but he couldn't defend himself because he truly had forgotten about his wife. He even couldn't remember what she looked like. It was only after waking up this time that he saw her clearly again. Of course, this time he had her image deeply imprinted in his mind. But his wife was angry. Lüyun ignored him and got up to leave. Until dinner, when her father-in-law Zhou Changdong came to eat, she didn't pay any attention to Zhou Changdong. But she still fed him his dinner, even if she ignored him. She just didn't speak, starting a cold war with him. "What's wrong? Did you argue with Junjun?" After dinner, Chun Aihong asked her son privately while his wife went to clean the kitchen. Zhou Changdong also looked at the third son. They had all been through similar things and could tell that their daughter-in-law's mood was not right. I was wrong," Zhou Changdong said, feeling guilty. His wife had waited for him at home for 3 years, hoping for him, but he hadn't thought much about her. Of course, it was his fault. "Your actions made Junjun upset. You should be more gentle with her. She waited for you at home for 3 years. Even when she was carried back, she didn't give up on you. She's several years younger than you. Can't you be a little more considerate?" Chun Aihong said impatiently. Zhou Changdong nodded, indicating he understood. He was still not very comfortable now, so he couldn't do much to comfort his wife. "Dad, Mom, it's raining. You should go back first. The rain will get heavier later." Lüyun came out of the kitchen and saw the light rain. She quickly said, "Okay." Chun Aihong responded and came out with Zhou Changdong, telling him to wait outside for her. She then told her daughter-in-law, "Mom said that Changdong made a mistake. It's his fault. Junjun, don't argue with him. When he's better, have him sincerely apologize to you." "Mom, don't worry. We just had a small argument. It's not a big deal." Chun Aihong nodded, close the windows and doors tightly, and keep warm at night. "I think this rain won't stop soon."
Okay.
After seeing her parents-in-law off, Lüyun immediately closed all the windows and doors. She also took Yuanbao into the small room to stay. Not long after, the rain outside started pattering down. Lüyun took another quilt from the wardrobe. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife, and she asked if he needed to use the restroom. Yes, Zhou Changdong nodded. Lüyun brought a jar to help him with that, then covered him with the quilt, and went to sleep herself, ignoring Zhou Changdong's hopeful gaze. Before sleeping, She couldn't help but think to herself, he really is a troublemaker. But the next day, Lüyun decided not to be upset anymore. Since Zhou Changdong still hadn't fully recovered and was disabled, it was a bit much to use cold treatment on him now. So, she paused her actions. She told herself to be patient and not bother him anymore. Today, Zhou Changdong looked much better than yesterday. Junjun, he called her. Lüyun looked at him. Calling me Junjun sounds pretty smooth. Today, Zhou Changdong spoke more fluently. Junjun, I was wrong. It's my fault. She didn't want him to keep talking, so she interrupted, stop talking. Just rest and take care of your health. She had already decided that once he was almost recovered and able to get out of bed, she would go back to her parents' house. There was no way she would let him apologize now. If he apologized now, what would happen later? He had been away from home for 3 years and even forgotten that he was married. Although Lüyun was satisfied because he had no real impression of her as a paper person, he truly liked himself. She now felt like a paper person herself. She was just a paper person, and she was her. How could his behavior be forgiven? He needed to remember it in his heart and mind. He still had a wife. So, she didn't want to listen now and decided to wait and talk about it later. Zhou Changdong thought his wife had forgiven him. His face showed happiness. Junjun, I will treat you well from now on. His voice was still a bit hoarse, but he could speak and communicate normally now. Lüyun didn't say much. As usual, she tidied up for him gently and fed him warm water. Then she said, since the rain has stopped, I'll go buy some groceries. You stay at home and wait for me. Okay. The roads are slippery in the rain. Take your time, wife. I know. Lüyun nodded. Last night, it rained all night, and today the weather feels colder. She put on a padded jacket, and since cloth shoes and flat shoes aren't suitable for rainy days, she changed into a pair of old-fashioned plastic shoes. Holding a basket, she hurried to buy today's vegetables. Although the rain has stopped now, the weather still looks like it might rain again, so she bought extra greens, carrots, cucumbers, tomatoes, tofu, and 2 more fish. She also bought river shrimp. Not only to make soup for Zhou Changdong to drink, but now that he can speak clearly, she also needs to start feeding him proper meals. He's a big man, and he can't just fill his stomach with soup. He needs to eat real food. After shopping, Lüyun quickly headed back home. As soon as she entered, the rain started pouring again. Zhou Changdong quickly asked, Wife, did you get caught in the rain? No. Lüyun washed the mud off her feet and came inside. She looked at him and said, Stay well, I'll make breakfast for you. Seeing that his wife wasn't caught in the rain, Zhou Changdong felt relieved. Today, Lüyun didn't make rice porridge again. Instead, she cooked egg, shrimp, vegetable, and carrot congee. When the congee was almost ready, she added shredded vegetables and carrots to cook together. When it was about 70 to 80% done, she cracked 3 eggs into the pot and stirred. The final step was to add peeled river shrimp. Before adding salt, she scooped out some for Yuan Bao. The little guy was very smart, knowing that it was hot and waiting nearby, wagging his little tail happily. She let the congee sit, then went next door to practice Bajuanjin to exercise her body. Lately, she had been dieting, but she also needed to exercise to stay healthy. When she finished her workout and the congee in the pot was warm, she didn't want to eat immediately. Instead, she came to feed Zhou Changdong first. He looked hesitant about breakfast and said, Wife, I'll just drink rice soup. Lüyun disagreed. Rice and fish soup are only for when you can't eat normally. That's a last resort. Now that you're awake, you can eat on your own. Of course, you need to eat proper meals and porridge. Don't worry, the portion isn't much. We'll take it slow and get used to it. I won't make you uncomfortable. Once your stomach recovers, I'll go and buy pig's trotters for you to eat. Zhou Changdong still wants to drink soup. Seeing this, Lüyun understood his meaning immediately and said, Look, you said you knew you were wrong. Do you really see me as your wife? Zhou Changdong was surprised. Of course. Then why are you still so distant with me? Lüyun looked at him with dissatisfaction. A married couple should be very close. If I have children in the future and can't move and you need to take care of me, would you also dislike me?
How could that be?
Zhou Changdong hurriedly said, That's impossible. I would never dislike my wife. Only then did Lüyun stop feeling upset. You won't dislike me, and I won't dislike you. I wish I could take this hardship for you. Let me lie down to keep you safe. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Zhou Changdong was deeply touched.
Wife.
I'm willing to suffer for you. This small matter isn't worth mentioning, Lüyun said, then glared at him. Open your mouth. Zhou Changdong obediently opened his mouth to eat. His wife glared at him but also gently fed him, asking if it was too hot, too salty, or not tasty. Of course not. When he was outside completing tasks, he usually ate dry rations. Compared to dry food, this egg and shrimp porridge was much tastier. Lüyun didn't dare to feed him too much, giving him about 2 bowls. That's enough. Let your stomach get used to it.
Okay.
Zhou Changdong looked at his wife and listened to her. Lüyun then went out to finish her breakfast. It looked like a mixed dish, but it was actually quite tasty. For her, who had been on a diet, it was delicious. After finishing and tidying up, she came in to give Zhou Changdong a massage. He wanted to say, Wife, when my parents come, they can massage me. You can rest. Outside, the rain was still falling, getting heavier. Lüyun knew her mother-in-law would come later. But whether she came or not didn't matter. She said, I haven't done anything, so why should I rest? She started massaging him. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife, at her eyes, her nose, and her lips.
Why are you looking at me?
Wife, you are so beautiful, Zhou Changdong honestly said. My wife, why are you so pretty?
What's so pretty about me?
Lüyun brushed her falling hair behind her ear, a move that was simply irresistible to straight men. Zhou Changdong's eyes widened in amazement. Lüyun acted innocent, pressing her hand against his thigh. The more she pressed, the more it stirred, causing Zhou Changdong to stand up. What are you doing? Green Tea looked surprised when he got excited, and her face turned red as she spoke softly and shyly. Unable to resist her teasing, Zhou Changdong felt a brief moment of awkwardness, but he thought, She's my wife. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm not paying attention to you, Lüyun said lightly, giving him a small tap before running away. Zhou Changdong watched her back as she left, his mind filled with her shy, blushing face. He looked up at the ceiling of their mosquito net and sighed. When will I get better? He missed his wife. The autumn rain fell steadily for several days. During this time, Chen Aihong and Zhou Changdong visited every day. However, Chen Aihong wanted to give the young couple some private time, especially since they hadn't even had their wedding night yet. Although they had been married for 3 years, the two of them were still not very familiar with each other. After their son was brought home, his wife stayed by his side through thick and thin, showing true friendship in difficult times. Chen Aihong was very pleased with Lüyun. She secretly told her son to treat his wife well and to nurture their relationship. So, Chen Aihong chose the right times to visit. After giving her son a massage and helping him with his recovery, she would leave them alone. She wanted to give the couple their private space. Although her parents visited less often, Zhou Changdong's life was never dull or boring. Every day, he worked his rehabilitation exercises. And don't forget, he also had a lively wife who was like a mischievous fox, always busy and teasing him. Lüyun chatted with him daily, and when she had free time, she would flirt with him openly and secretly. With such a wife, how could Zhou Changdong's life be boring? Every day felt like living in honey, and his mood was always happy. But as the saying goes, after a rainy autumn day, the weather turns cold. After this rain, the weather that was once warm became truly chilly. One evening, second brother Lüyun came to visit and brought her some clothes. A few days ago, her mother came and took back her sweaters to alter them. Now they were finished, and since it was getting cold, Lüyun asked her second brother to deliver them today. Lüyun smiled as she welcomed her second brother inside. Second brother, you're just in time. I was about to give you a surprise to take back to Mom and Dad. Seeing how lively and energetic my younger sister looked, I wondered if her husband had woken up. I couldn't quite believe it, but I hoped it was true. When my sister brought me in to see, sure enough, her husband, Zhou Changdong, was awake. "Changdong, you're awake?" I exclaimed happily. Although our family wanted to bring my sister home after the incident, it was out of necessity. Later, she insisted on staying, and we didn't force her to leave. Deep down, we all hoped her husband, Zhou Changdong, would get better. Seeing my second brother-in-law, Zhou Changdong, he smiled and said, "Second brother, long time no see." Recently, Zhou Changdong's speech had become completely smooth. I was really happy. "When did this happen? You didn't even tell us you were back." If Mom and Dad knew, they'd be very happy. Changdong woke up before the rain started. "It's been raining these days, so it wasn't convenient to go back. I knew you were bringing clothes, so I stayed at home waiting for you," Lüyun said happily as she poured her second brother a glass of malted milk. "I'll tell Mom and Dad later. They probably won't be able to sit still and will come over," I said with a smile, then noticed the drink was malted milk. "Why did you make me this?"
Give Changdong a drink.
"You only need to pour me a glass of water." "Second brother, just drink this." "I drink it every day," Zhou Changdong said. "It's just a glass of malted milk, second brother." "Don't worry about it," Lüyun replied. "But you should tell Mom and Dad not to rush. It just rained, the roads are still bad, and it's dark now. We're here, and we won't run away. If they want to come, they can come tomorrow. It's a good chance for everyone to have a meal together." "I'll tell Mom and Dad," I said with a smile. Lüyun added, "Besides Mom and Dad, you can also tell your older brother and sister-in-law. They are usually quiet, but don't tell the sister-in-law. She talks a lot. If she finds out, neighbors and friends will hear too. When that happens, everyone will come to visit. I know they mean well, but Zhou Changdong needs peace to recover."
No one else knows about this.
Except for her in-laws and Zhou Chang'an and Lin Feng. They truly care. Wasn't it raining this Sunday? But they still came back specially, and even brought 2 cans of milk powder and a can of malted milk to see Zhou Changdong. So, even though they are away at university and not living at home, they knew about Zhou Changdong waking up earlier than Zhou Changping. Zhou Changping still doesn't know because he hasn't come over. "Okay, I got it." Lüyun knew that her brother-in-law needed rest now. She nodded in agreement and asked about Zhou Changdong's recovery. Of course, Zhou wanted his second uncle to see how well he was doing so he could share the good news with his parents. He asked his wife to lift the blanket. Although it was cold, since he was lying in bed, she only changed his long-sleeved shirt. He still wore his big shorts. He moved his hands and all 5 fingers could move freely, though his arms were still a bit stiff and could only move slightly. He could also move his legs, but only a little. It was clear he was improving, and with time, he would recover fully. Lüyun praised him, saying, "You're recovering very well." Jin smiled and covered Zhou Changdong with a blanket. "Of course, second brother. You don't know how strong his body is." Old Master Qin, who does acupuncture and pulse diagnosis, said his pulse is as strong as a bull. Zhou's eyes were gentle, and he smiled. Lüyun was very happy, thinking how wonderful it was that her brother-in-law was getting better. She didn't stay long and hurried home to share the good news. She didn't need to avoid Aunt Ho Tsue because she wasn't home. She and Lushan took the children next door to watch TV. Recently, the neighbor bought a new TV, which was very popular in the neighborhood. After work, everyone gathered there, forming many layers of people. Naturally, Ho Tsue, Lushan, and the children were there too. However, second sister-in-law Zhu Meishua didn't go. When Lüyun got home, she told her parents and Zhu Meishua that her brother-in-law had woken up. "Really? Changdong woke up?" Wang Guifan and Su Zhenguo were both very happy. "You can't joke about such a serious matter," Zhu Meishua quickly said. "I'm not joking about such an important thing. I saw it with my own eyes," Lüyun said happily, explaining Zhou Changdong's recovery to her parents. Both Wang Guifan and Su Zhenguo were very pleased. Wang Guifan couldn't wait and said, "Why don't we go see him now?" Hearing this, Su Zhenguo wanted to get his bike. Su Lulin hurriedly said, "Mom and Dad, don't rush. My sister said to wait until tomorrow to visit together for a meal. It's late now, and the road is difficult after the rain." "Yes, it's already so late. Mom and Dad, don't worry. We'll go tomorrow," Zhu Meishue also advised. Su Zhenhua said to his wife, "Buy some groceries tomorrow and bring them over. I'll come after work in the evening, and we can have dinner together at Junjun's place." "Okay." Wang Guifin happily agreed. The recovery of Zhou Changdong, the son-in-law, made the Su family very happy. Meanwhile, at home, Su Lüyun talked openly with Zhou Changdong. "When you were carried back, everyone thought you wouldn't wake up again. My parents were worried I might be delayed, so they wanted to take me back." He knew about this at the time, but he still wanted to hear her say it in front of him. Zhou Changdong was afraid she might feel shy, especially since she had done many mischievous things while he was unconscious. So he didn't mention that he was conscious at the time, only said, "Wife, you don't need to tell me these things. Any person in your place would make the same choice. Unless a daughter was sold by her family and no longer connected to her family, then her family wouldn't come to take her away. When his in-laws married off their daughter, they only asked for 50 yuan in bride price. They brought that 50 yuan back without keeping any for themselves. They also gave many dowry items like new beds, basins, hot water bottles, and other things. He originally wanted to buy a bicycle, but in the end, he didn't because his mother-in-law said he would be leaving soon to serve in the army, so buying those things was unnecessary. The Su family truly intended to marry into this family. But when he became a vegetable and was carried back, it wasn't what they wanted to see. Reluctantly, he wanted to take his daughter back, not wanting to let her stay and be delayed for life. He wondered what he had to blame. If he couldn't wake up, he was willing to let his wife leave and live her own life. Su Lüyun felt this was his true heart, and her expression softened. She gently massaged him and said softly, "My parents love me very much and don't want me to suffer any hardship. Everything they do is for me. If you really want to blame someone, blame me, not them." Zhou Changdong moved his hand. Su Lüyun looked at him and, seeing his inviting eyes, hesitated for a moment before placing her hand in his palm. His large hand held her soft, white hand. He said seriously, "Wife, don't think too much. I'm just happy that my parents love you." He has seen many families that favor boys over girls, and girls like his wife who are spoiled by their parents are rare. His father-in-law and mother-in-law love his wife and don't want her to suffer any hardship.
He is only happy about that.
Su Lüyun knows he doesn't mind, so she gives him a playful look. "It's late, go to sleep," she says, trying to pull her hand away. But Zhou Changdong holds her hand tightly. Su Lüyun's face flushes slightly as she looks at him.
"What?
What are you doing?" Zhou Changdong gently strokes her hand with his thumb. "Wife, just kiss me once," he pleads. They haven't kissed in days. Su Lüyun's face turns red. "Dream on." Zhou Changdong looks sad. "Wife, just one kiss, is that too much?"
He sighs softly.
Su Lüyun doesn't fall for it. She glares at him and says, "Let go of my hand. I'm going to turn on the light." "All right." Zhou Changdong releases her. They had just finished washing up and she helped him take off his handcuffs, so she turns on the light and goes to sleep. But now that Zhou Changdong can speak, sleeping peacefully is impossible. "Wife, I want to hold your hand while I sleep," he says. Su Lüyun ignores him and sleeps in her own blanket. They are now sleeping in separate beds, because she is preparing for future pretendings and to keep her distance. Before sleeping, Su Lüyun refuses all his invitations. Just go to sleep, she thinks. Zhou Changdong can't sleep peacefully either. "Wife, sharing a blanket isn't good. Isn't it better for young couples to sleep together?" Now that they are sleeping separately, in the morning she no longer hugs him. Before, when they shared a bed, she would fall asleep and then hold him. He really enjoyed those mornings. Su Lüyun asks, "Are you going to sleep or not?" Zhou Changdong dares not speak, afraid of upsetting her. So he gives up for now. But once he's better, he promises he won't sleep separately from her. Seeing him silent, Su Lüyun snorts softly, thinking, "I can't control you anymore?" He forgot about having a wife at home during the 3 years he was away. Her experience as a paper doll is a warning. She must make him remember it deep in his heart. So now, she keeps her distance. The next morning, Lüyun gets up early. She tidies herself and Zhou Changdong, then goes out to buy groceries because she knows her parents will come over today. Of course, she plans to stay for a meal before they leave. Meat is hard to buy, so she buys a few fish, some fruits and vegetables. There are still plenty of eggs at home, so the meal won't be bad. After shopping, on her way home, she sees Xiao Yuzhu. Zhao Yuzhu has been staying at home these days and only went out today to buy groceries, because Lüyun was already getting impatient. It is said that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. What kind of man goes out every day to buy groceries? He told her to keep her own conscience clear and not to pay attention to the rumors outside because he believed she hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she care about others' gossip? His comfort made Zhao Yuzhu feel much better, so today she didn't care about others' looks and went out to buy groceries. She ended up meeting Lüyun. Lüyun smiled and said, "Cousin, you're out shopping for groceries." Zhao Yuzhu's temper was still not fully under control, and seeing her cousin, who she believed was blaming her unfairly, her face darkened. She couldn't believe she still had the nerve to greet her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Cousin, you've caused me so much trouble." She had been thinking about it all these days and felt that Lüyun probably didn't mean to set her up. They grew up together, and she knew exactly what kind of person Lüyun was. She thought Lüyun wasn't that clever. Lüyun saw her expression and smiled. "Cousin, it's no big deal. You're overreacting." Zhao Yuzhu was almost furious. "What do you mean, no big deal? My reputation is ruined now. People suspect I really have something to do with Sun Congxing. You've caused all this, and now you still have the nerve to say I'm overreacting?" She shouted angrily. Lüyun sneered and looked at her. "Isn't this what you brought on yourself?" Her words made Zhao Yuzhu feel a shock inside. She thought Lüyun had finally woken up, but then she heard Lüyun mutter softly, "Who asked you to be so shameless, secretly seducing Sun Congxing behind my back? If Sister Ge hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you two were involved. You're so shameless doing things like this. If I hadn't told you to run, I'd be doing my best." After she finished, she snorted coldly. "I'm telling you, from now on, we're no longer sisters. We go our separate ways." Without looking back, she left. Zhao Yuzhu was stunned by Lüyun's scolding. After reacting, she looked at her with a face full of mockery and disdain. She still overestimated Lüyun. She had just momentarily thought she was finally waking up. Turns out her mind is just a mess, no clarity at all. She really couldn't understand how there could be such a stupid person in the world. Sister Ji's big mouth believed everything she said. Could she even look up to someone like Sun Congxing? He's not even worthy of tying her Wenchuan's shoes. But this fool actually believed it, which is both stupid and frustrating. No, she must find a time to go and clarify things with Lüyun. She is definitely going to make her return the false blame she's been given. Lüyun knows Zhao Yuzhu very well. After taking the blame for her, she must feel very upset inside. But if she can just swallow her pride, that's fine. After all, it's her own fault. However, from Zhao Yuzhu's expression just now, it's clear she doesn't want to let it go so easily. So she decided to play along, intentionally twisting Zhao Yuzhu's thoughts, making her blame herself for believing Sister Ji's story about their supposed affair. Since she grew up with Zhao Yuzhu and knows her well, she understands her strength. Zhao Yuzhu wouldn't want to admit she's been played by someone she looked down on for so long. She will definitely seek revenge. Since Zhao Yuzhu is so eager to find trouble, Lüyun sees no reason not to give her what she wants. Eating, sleeping, and teasing her little cousin can be quite fun. In a good mood, she started making breakfast when she got home. She fried 3 eggs, stir-fried some cabbage, and cooked a fish. With fish, vegetables, and eggs, breakfast would definitely be delicious. When Chun Aihong arrived, Lüyun was feeding Zhou Changdong breakfast. "Jun, go eat." "I'll feed Changdong," Chun Aihong said.
Lüyun nadith. Okay, thanks, Mom.
Chun I-hong smiled, no trouble at all. Su Lüyun went to the kitchen to eat, while Chun I-hong fed her son. Looking at the fish, eggs, and vegetables, it was a very hearty meal. Junjun is a caring person, Chun I-hong said happily to her son. It had only been a short while, but her son looked much healthier after being fed. Zhou Changdong knew his wife loved him. Just now, she told him they would go to buy pig's trotters soon so she could make braised pig's trotters for him. His heart was filled with happiness. After breakfast, he asked, Mom, is the passbook with you? Yes, Chun I-hong nodded. Next time you come over, we'll bring it back to you. Since her son was awake, the passbook naturally belonged to the couple. She added, the money you gave Junjun before you left home, she spent most of it on this house. It was bought for 1,700 then, but now it's worth 2,300, and people are fighting to buy it. The house her daughter-in-law bought 3 years ago has increased in value by 600 yuan in such a short time. Zhou Changdong understood his mother's meaning. She was worried he might think his wife was spending money recklessly. I originally left money for my wife to spend. Zhou Changdong didn't mind those things and said, plus, this house was bought very well. Chun I-hong was also very happy with the house. She said, many people wanted to buy it at the time, but they all tried to lower the price. Only Junjun came to see it and immediately decided to buy it without hesitation. She was very straightforward. Because of this house, some neighbors talked behind her back, saying she couldn't manage her money and was a spendthrift. The gossip even reached her, saying she shouldn't criticize her daughter-in-law and wonder how she could let her waste money. But Chun I-hong never said much about it. Zhou Changdong looked upset. My wife didn't spend their money. Let them mind their own business and not worry about us. He knew well how much his wife had suffered from rumors while staying at home these past 3 years. It's no wonder she scolded him for being unkind. She was criticized by others, and as a husband, he couldn't protect her. In fact, he didn't even think about her outside the house. Thinking of this, Zhou Changdong felt very guilty. At that moment, Su Lüyun came in. She was wondering why Zhou Changdong looked so guilty when she heard her mother-in-law say, Junjun, do you want to go back to your mother's house? Now that Changdong is awake, people might not say much, but the Su family needs to hear the good news. It had been raining all these days, so she hadn't mentioned it. Now that the weather cleared up, she planned to visit the Su family. Su Lüyun smiled and said, I was planning to go back too. My second brother came yesterday evening to bring me clothes, and he already reported the good news. My parents will probably come today. I also bought some extra food to treat them to a meal. That's right, Chun I-hong nodded in agreement. When their son was brought back, the Su family also planned to bring their daughter home, and Chun I-hong saw nothing wrong with that. It was a normal and honest thing to do. They even promised to return the money spent on their daughter over the past 3 years, not taking any advantage. Such in-laws are truly good. Most importantly, the Su family had raised a good daughter-in-law for the Zhou family. Just because Su Lüyun was so devoted to her son, it didn't just make the Zhou family grateful, they also couldn't hold any resentment against the Su family. Chun I-hong looked at her son and said, your father-in-law and mother-in-law are very worried about you. When they come, you must be polite. Zhou Changdong nodded seriously. I know. I also treat my parents-in-law like my own parents. In the future, we will share the responsibility of caring for them. Well said. A son-in-law is like a second son. After all, Chun I-hong nodded happily. Su Lüyun also glanced at Zhou Changdong with a smile in her eyes. Honestly, this man is quite considerate. Wang Guifan arrived around 10 o'clock, carrying a basket filled with eggs and a piece of pork. Chun I-hong specifically stayed to wait for her. Mother-in-law, why did you bring so many eggs? And such a big piece of meat. Save it for the grandchildren to eat. We have some here, and Jinyun and I will buy more. There's some at home too. Wang Guifan smiled. She handed the basket and pork to her daughter to put away, then said to Chun I-hong, mother-in-law, how is Changdong? I was so happy last night I couldn't sleep, afraid it was all just a dream. It's not a dream. Rest assured, mother-in-law, Chen Aihong smiled and took her in to see her son.
Mom.
Zhou Changdong, sitting up at the head of the bed, saw his mother-in-law come in and called out with a smile.
Ah.
Wang Guifan saw her son-in-law was truly awake, and her face lit up with joy. She quickly approached, examining him from top to bottom, then said happily, Good, you're awake now. Knowing that Su Lüyun and Wang Guifan probably had things to talk about, Chen Aihong didn't stay long. After a brief chat to show her kindness, she left the space to them with a smile. Su Lüyun also invited her mother-in-law to come for dinner in the evening, along with her father-in-law. But Chen Aihong said no, they could eat at the old house instead. Once her son was fully recovered and able to walk around freely, they would host a proper dinner and invite relatives to gather.
Su Lüyun happily agreed.
After her mother-in-law left, Su Lüyun helped Zhou Changdong lie back down because he couldn't sit up for too long yet. He could sit up for a little while, but mostly needed to lie down and rest. Letting him stay alone, Su Lüyun called her mother over to the next room for a quiet chat.
Mom, look.
Do you think my dream was right?
Su Lüyun whispered.
Wang Guifan rolled her eyes at her. All right, this time, I'll believe you. She was genuinely surprised. She didn't expect her son-in-law to really wake up. There was nothing more joyful for her. Su Lüyun smiled, but it was just a small matter, especially since it involved a dream she had made up, so she didn't say much. She then turned to talk about the incident a few days ago, when she tricked Xiao Yuzhu. Wang Guifan was stunned to hear this. She thought there was no follow-up, that it was over and done, but she didn't expect there to be so many details. I also thought it was finished, but she refused to settle down. So, of course, I had to make her hurt herself by her own actions, Su Lüyun said mockingly. Wang Guifan was truly surprised. Her daughter had really grown up after opening her eyes. Look at that move, so well done. She added, after taking the blame. She didn't even come back to complain to us.
Complain?
Where does she get the nerve and courage to go back and complain? It's her fault to start with.
Su Lüyun sneered.
Zhao Yuzhu did want to go back and complain, but could she dare? Su Jinghua and Wang Guifan weren't as cowardly as Aunt Xiao Daji and Aunt Wang Guixiang. Her parents protected her fiercely. With insufficient confidence and no way to argue clearly, Zhao Yuzhu could only swallow her pain. Otherwise, she might end up causing a big mess. After all, Su Jinghua and Wang Guifan weren't as easy to fool as her cousin. This wicked girl, how did she grow up like this? Wang Guifan couldn't help but mutter softly. She truly cared about her niece, but she didn't expect her to turn out like this. She had some tricks, all used on her own family. Did doing this have any benefit for her? It was clearly harming others and not herself. I don't want to bother with how disgusting she is. Anyway, Mom, remember to warn Dad and my brother and sister-in-law. Just keep it in mind, Su Lüyun said. Wang Guifan nodded, already losing hope for her niece. But she didn't care about her niece anymore and just focused on her daughter. And you? Have you completely cut ties with that person? She asked in a low voice. Isn't that obvious?
Su Lüyun replied.
Longdong is awake now, and he's so handsome. How could I still care about anyone else? Don't worry, Mom. Wang Guifan finally felt relieved. She rolled her eyes at her. After opening her eyes, her daughter was now full of words. She could say anything. But her daughter's gaze had improved. She no longer looked blank like before. With a son-in-law like him, Wang Guifan was genuinely satisfied from the bottom of her heart. When she first liked him, she and old Su both saw Longdong at first glance. You must treat Changdong better, understand? He now depends on you for everything. As his wife, you need to be caring and patient. Don't get angry with him. If you take good care of him during this time, he will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Wang Guifan said. Su Lüyun replied, Do I still need you to remind me, Mom? I really cherish him now. I hug and kiss him every day. I wouldn't dare get angry with him. They couldn't physically kiss anymore, but she liked to joke around in front of her mom to make her feel at ease. Shameless, Wang Guifan said, smiling at her daughter's willingness to get along well with her son-in-law. Shameless? I didn't say it in front of him, and I'm even planning to settle accounts with him. Lüyun explained her feelings of unfairness. Wang Guifin looked puzzled. Settle accounts? What do you mean? You don't know how unreasonable he is. I waited for him at home for 3 years. During all that time, he never thought of me. Completely forgot we had a daughter-in-law. How can I just give up on him easily? Wang Guifin wasn't unsympathetic, but she didn't really care about this. She said, you two had limited time to get to know each other before marriage. You only knew each other for a few days. Of course, there wasn't much feeling. He went on dangerous missions, so he had to focus fully on his work. It's normal he didn't think of you all the time. Plus, he gave you his bank book to spend freely. What more do you want? All those feelings about love and longing are just illusions. But her son-in-law was willing to give money to her daughter. That sincerity was real. That was enough. Yes, that's right. Wang Guifin was always so straightforward. If he was willing to give money, that was the best proof he wanted to have a good life with her daughter. Lüyun sighed. Mom, you make a good point, but am I really going to cause trouble? I think you shouldn't cause trouble. Living a steady life is better than anything, Wang Guifin advised.
Lüyun hummed.
I will live steadily with him, but Mom, don't interfere this time. I have to cause some trouble with him, or he won't truly trust me. Wang Guifin paused. You think you've learned your lesson, but you still have that stubborn streak. Fine, I'll handle this myself. You don't need to worry, Lüyun said. What if you cause trouble and ruin your relationship? Where will you cry then? It's not like that. Every monkey has its own way. Mom, you might not believe it, but Changdong really likes me. If I cause a little trouble, he'll enjoy it, she said with a smile. As the saying goes, big trouble harms the body, but small trouble makes life interesting. That's the secret to keeping love fresh. Wang Guifin was speechless. She thought, where did she learn such charming tricks? Since it wasn't a big deal, she didn't bother to worry about it. At noon, Lüyun directly made and ate dumplings. Her mother brought about 3 jin of pork, leaving 2 jin for her father to eat tonight, so she cut out 1 jin to chop. She made 1 pork and cabbage dumpling and another with carrot and pork filling. She brought the dumplings inside to cook, and Wang Guifin also helped, watching her daughter entertain her son-in-law while they made dumplings. While making dumplings, Lüyun looked at Zhou Changdong and said softly, My mom told me you like pork and chive dumplings, but I didn't buy chives today. I'll make them for you tomorrow, okay? Her tone was gentle. Zhou Changdong had no objection. Wife, you don't have to make chive dumplings specifically. I like all kinds. Lüyun looked at him affectionately. I just want to make your favorite. Wang Guifin felt goosebumps coming up. But she couldn't stop Zhou Changdong from loving to hear such words. He couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. In the afternoon, Old Qin came again to give Zhou Changdong acupuncture. Now, acupuncture no longer involved sticking needles in the head. Instead, they targeted specific points on his body to help unblock energy and blood flow, speeding up recovery. Wang Guifin asked her son-in-law about his recovery. Old Qin was very confident now and smiled. In less than half a month, he should be able to get out of bed. Wang Guifin was happy to hear this. It's really thanks to you, Old Qin. Once Changdong is better, I'll definitely thank you properly. It's not all my credit, Old Qin said with a smile. He was treated at the military hospital for several months before. After he came back, he recovered so quickly, most likely, they played a big part. Old Qin didn't claim all the credit because he had only treated him for less than a month, yet Zhou Changdong recovered so well. He also asked Lüyun, who told him Zhou Changdong had been treated at the military hospital for several months. This was said by comrades who brought Zhou Changdong back. He was sent home only when there was no other way. And after he was brought back, he started to get better. So his acupuncture had some effect, but mainly because he had already been treated outside and was in the final stage. Old Qin just helped fill in the gaps, which led to his recovery. Wang Guifin said, That's because you're a skilled doctor. I see Changdong is recovering especially well. Old Qin smiled. He is recovering very well because his body is very strong. This was also a subtle way of telling Wang Guifan that Zhou Changdong wouldn't have any lasting effects from his coma. After the acupuncture, old Qin left. Su Lüyun also started preparing dinner. She had expected her parents to come over today, so she bought their favorite ingredients in the morning. First, she made sour cucumber salad, then braised 2.5 pounds of pork belly. After the braised pork was ready, she made fragrant fried eggs, followed by a dish called di sen xian, 3 fresh vegetables. She prepared the di sen xian to look, smell, and taste delicious. While making the fried eggs, Wang Guifan was amazed at her daughter's cooking skills. Seeing how fragrant the di sen xian was, she was even more surprised. But honestly, this was quite extravagant. With so many dishes, how much oil do you use at home? Wang Guifan asked after tasting. The food was really good, but she still wondered. Just these 3 dishes used a lot of oil, she thought. Su Lüyun fully understood her mother's feelings. They had always been frugal with money, and since she didn't eat with her mother every day, she couldn't always listen to her advice. She accepted her mother's concerns with a sweet smile, saying, "I usually don't cook like this, but when my parents come over for the first time after my marriage, I have to borrow some good ingredients to treat them, even if I have to borrow from others." Wang Guifan's eyes lit up with a smile. "You really know how to please people." "I'm not trying to please anyone," Su Lüyun said sincerely, while cleaning the pot. She then started making the last dish, spicy chopped pepper fish. Halfway through cooking the fish, her father arrived. Su Zhangwa smelled the aroma as soon as he entered and said with a smile, "Did you know I was coming for dinner, so you specially made spicy chopped pepper fish?" "Of course, Dad. You must try it later and see if my cooking has improved," Su Lüyun said with a smile. "Yes, it's been many years since I tasted my daughter's cooking," he replied. After chatting with his daughter for a while, he went to see his son-in-law, Zhou Changdong, who was sitting on the bed with Su Lüyun supporting him.
Dad.
Zhou Changdong greeted happily when he saw Su Zhengguo come in. Good. Su Zhengguo was glad to see his son-in-law awake. Like Wang Guifan, he was very happy and asked concernedly, "Are you feeling any discomfort?" "I'm fine. Just need some time before I can get out of bed," Zhou Changdong replied.
Su Zhengguo nodded repeatedly.
"That's good." He then said to his son-in-law, "If you need anything, just ask Lüyun. You're a married couple, one family, so don't be shy." He was worried that the young couple, who hadn't yet had their wedding night, might feel awkward. But now, with his son-in-law in this condition, he was more concerned. He definitely wanted to talk with his son-in-law, and as for his daughter, her mother had surely told her everything. "Dad, don't worry. I understand everything," Zhou Changdong said gently. Apart from not allowing him to get too close, the daughter-in-law was very caring in every other way. While they were talking, Su Lüyun had already prepared the spicy fish stew. She brought the dishes over and said, "Mom and Dad, wash your hands. It's time to eat." "Okay." When Su Zhengguo saw the dishes on the table, he was amazed. "So many dishes?" "Of course. It's the first time my parents are coming over to my sister's house to eat. Do you think I would serve just a few pickled vegetables?" Su Lüyun said with a smile. She added, "But you can't drink alcohol now, Dad. When Changdong gets better later, he can have a good drink with you. He's still resting now, so we'll wait a bit." Su Zhengguo smiled and said, "No drinks today. I need to drive Mom home later."
Su Lüyun nodded.
She fed Zhou Changdong while chatting with her parents, making sure they ate more. But the elders hadn't started eating yet, waiting for their daughter to feed her husband first, then they would eat together. Zhou Changdong wanted his wife to hurry and eat with his parents, so he only ate 1 bowl and signaled that was enough. Su Lüyun didn't insist and sat with her parents to eat first. She finished quickly because she was trying to lose weight, so she ate only a little, just enough to keep her body healthy. "Why are you only eating this much?" Su Zhengguo asked. "I'm dieting," Su Lüyun said with a smile. "I was a bit overweight before, and I finally managed to lose some." "Where were you fat?" Su Zhengguo asked his wife. "Guifan, do you think Yunyan is fat?" "No, she's not fat. She's a bit thin," Wang Guifan replied. "Sweetheart, don't lose more weight. Eat more," Zhou Changdong also said. His wife wasn't fat at all. Su Lüyun gave him a playful glare. Hurry up and eat. Don't cause trouble. Zhou Changdong looked into her annoyed eyes with a smile and opened his mouth to eat. While feeding him, Su Lüyun chatted with her parents, asking if her cooking had improved. It's improved a lot, especially delicious.
Sucen wopras generously. Su Lüyun smile.
Then Dad, eat more. We don't keep leftovers. After everyone finished eating, except for half of the braised pork belly left for tomorrow's meal for her husband and herself, Su Zhangguo finished all the rest of the spicy fish stew. He felt especially satisfied after this meal. On the way back with Wang Guifan, he couldn't help but praise. Junjun's skills are now better than before. Sitting in the back, Wang Guifan laughed and scolded. Now she's somewhat decent. She finally seemed sensible. Su Zhangguo also thought the same. The couple was in a good mood because of their son-in-law waking up, and they happily went home. Su Lüyun sent her parents out and then turned back to tell Zhou Changdong, "My parents are very happy." Both of them showed their happiness openly. Zhou Changdong smiled and said, "My parents really value me." He knew his father-in-law and mother-in-law were very pleased with him. They were all happy when they saw him wake up. Su Lüyun looked at him with a smile, wanting to say something, but then there was a knocking at the door. She thought her parents had dropped something. When she came out, she heard Xiao Yuzhu calling her sister. Su Lüyun raised an eyebrow and opened the door. Zhao Yuzhu said, "Sister, I heard from the neighbors that auntie and uncle came. I just finished my work and came over. Are they still here?" This was obvious nonsense. It was clear she already knew her parents were here, but she didn't dare come. What if she said something they overheard? She wouldn't have a good outcome. So she probably waited until the right time, knowing they had left, then came over. Su Lüyun saw through her, but didn't say anything. She closed the door and didn't let her in, just talking in the yard. Yes, they've gone back. Zhao Yuzhu also didn't want to go inside. Why did Annie and Uncle come? Did they want to take you back? She didn't even consider that Zhou Changdong might have improved, so they came to visit. He was in a coma, and it was unlikely he would get better. They were probably planning something, maybe to stop paying living expenses for 3 years and leave quickly. After all, Su Lüyun had been there for almost a month. She guessed that the patience of Su's family was running out. Did Su Lüyun understand what she was thinking? "You're wrong. My parents just missed me, so they came for a meal. After eating, they'll go back." Zhao Yuzhu sneered inwardly. Her aunt and uncle loved this girl dearly and wouldn't want her to stay forever. They definitely wanted to take her back. Thinking this, she felt a bit jealous. She had been beaten and forced to have a miscarriage by her cruel mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Her parents hadn't stood up for her and even blamed her. If it had been her aunt and uncle, they probably would have come to cause trouble for her in-laws. They are all the same as daughters, but the differences are so big. Zhao Yuzhu felt very unfair and started to frown as she counted her grievances. "Cousin, how can you blame me for that? I clearly want to help you arrange for Sun Congxing, but it ended up being about me and Sun Congxing?" Su Lüyun was not worried at all that her words might be overheard by Zhou Changdong inside the house because she had already told Zhou Changdong that Zhao Yuzhu was willing to do anything to match her with someone named Sun. Even though she had refused, Zhao Yuzhu still wanted to push her into this trouble. Isn't that true? Sister-in-law Gus saw it with her own eyes. "I didn't believe you could do such a shameful thing," but sister-in-law Gus swore by the heavens that if she lied, she would be struck by lightning. Even with her big mouth, she wouldn't use such a cruel vow to harm you, Su Lüyun said loudly, making sure Zhou Changdong inside could hear. Zhao Yuzhu was furious, but quickly explained, "Cousin, it's just a misunderstanding. Sun Congxing had no money, so he borrowed some from me." Who would have thought sister-in-law Gus saw this and misunderstood? "Are you close with Sun Congxing? Did he come to borrow money from you?" Su Lüyun looked more upset. "If I wanted to borrow money, I would, but you say you didn't?" Zhao Yuzhu choked, but she also sensed some jealousy from her and said, "Not really close. I just did it because of you, cousin. And he only borrowed 1 yuan from me." "Forget it. What do you mean, because of me? If you want to borrow from him, just do it. Don't push me into it." And a grown man borrowing just 1 yuan from you? He must be crazy poor. Lüyun immediately looked disgusted. Zhao Yuzhu was speechless. In her hurry to explain, she accidentally revealed that Sun Congxing was extremely poor. Seeing her silent, Lüyun snorted coldly, "Cousin, if you're single, I would happily wish you well. But now you're married. You need to think about your husband and children. Don't do something impulsive that could end in a broken family." "No, cousin, I and Sun Congxing are not like that at all." Zhao Yuzhu was very angry. "It was clearly you, Yuzhu." Before she finished, Li Wenchuan's voice came from outside. "See, Wenchuan doesn't trust you either. He's worried you might go meet Sun Congxing again, so he came to find you," Lüyun said, then opened the door. Sure enough, Li Wenchuan was standing at the door. Lüyun immediately said, "Wenchuan, you came to find Yuzhu? Don't worry, Jade Pearl is right here with me. She hasn't gone anywhere." After saying that, she pushed Jade Pearl. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry back home." Jade Pearl was very angry. She shot her a glare and then left. Li Wenchuan looked at Lüyun and said, "You guys take your time." After that, she closed the door. Li Wenchuan and Jade Pearl went home, and they also went next door to pick up their son. "Didn't you say you wanted me to come and see a good show?" Li Wenchuan asked Jade Pearl after they closed the door. Yes, they left their son at Sister Yan's house and went out together. Only Jade Pearl went inside with Lüyun, and she told him to listen outside. She planned to listen to Lüyun's words and find out the truth. Li Wenchuan indeed listened at the door. They spoke loudly enough that he could hear everything clearly. In the end, Lüyun's answers were perfect, as if from the beginning to the end, Jade Pearl and Sun Congxing had nothing to do with each other, and she was innocent. Jade Pearl's face tightened. "Wenchuan, my cousin just listened to that big-mouth gossip from Guyuxia. Don't believe her." Li Wenchuan didn't doubt that she might be trying to deceive him. Not only because he was very confident in himself, but also because the person spreading rumors was Sun Congxing. Compared to Sun Congxing, he felt much more confident. In every way, Sun Congxing was no match for him. Li Wenchuan was smart enough to know that. He said, "I think your cousin isn't stupid. Tonight, listening to her talk, she's very clever. Don't be naive. In the end, she might fool you like a fool." Jade Pearl was stunned and immediately became jealous. "What do you mean? You're giving her too much credit." She could say anything else, but she absolutely couldn't admit she was less clever than her cousin Lüyun. And especially because the person talking was Li Wenchuan. Li Wenchuan frowned and said, "Isn't this enough to prove she's smart? If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't do such things. If you were with another man, do you think she'd let you get close? It's because she listened to Guyuxia's words." Jade Pearl would never admit she was less clever than that fool Lüyun. "I grew up with her. Do I not know her abilities?" Li Wenchuan didn't want to bother with her. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Jade Pearl felt even angrier inside. Does he think she's not as good as her cousin? After all, when they first matched, he was interested in Lüyun, that flirtatious girl. It was because the Su family liked Zhou Changdong, so he could only marry her. Zhao Yuzhu clenched her teeth inside, blaming everything on Lüyun. Sooner or later, she would expose the false facade of Lüyun. She also wanted Li Wenchuan to know that marrying her was his smartest choice. Lüyun didn't know that Li Wenchuan was still outside tonight, listening to her and her sister's conversation. Right now, she was complaining to Zhou Changdong about her cousin Zhao Yuzhu's twisted mindset. "I just can't understand what she's trying to do. She willingly fell into disgrace and secretly got close to that surnamed son for money, and now she wants me to marry him? What is she up to? Does she even want to use me as a cover for their affair?" As she scolded, she suddenly seemed to realize something, her eyes widening as if she had uncovered the truth. "Changdong, do you think my cousin means this? She wants to push me to be with that Sun guy, but really she's just using me as a cover?" Zhou Changdong, who had been silent during her fainting, responded seriously, "Wife, you might be right." He also believed that Zhao Yuzhu probably came to him to use his wife as a shield. Lüyun looked furious. How can she do this? I have nothing but good to her, bringing her gifts, standing up for her when her in-laws mistreated her. And now she wants to treat me like this? She couldn't accept being betrayed by her cousin. Zhou Changdong hated to see his wife suffer, but once faced with this, he knew he couldn't back down. He had to make her accept that her cousin was not a good person, so that she could stay alert and avoid being tricked in the future.
But why?
I've seen that Sun guy. He looks like a refugee, with a sharp face, not at all better than Wenchuan. And my cousin herself said she's so poor she has to borrow even $1 from him. I don't understand why she's so devoted to Sun, even willing to betray me. What did I do to deserve this? Why does she want to treat me like this? Zhou Changdong didn't understand or want to understand why Xiao Yuzhu went to find Sun Congxing, as it had nothing to do with him. But he knew why Xiao Yuzhu wanted to betray his wife. He analyzed precisely. Wife, she must be jealous of you, and can't stand to see you do well. Even while unconscious, he had overheard his wife vomiting black water, so he could analyze that Zhao Yuzhu had been jealous of her since they were young. How could this happen? Lüyun still looked unwilling to believe. I only have 2 older brothers, no sisters, so I've always treated her like a younger sister. I never thought she would be jealous of me or dislike seeing me do well. She looked very upset. Zhou Changdong also felt sorry, but he said, some things you just have to figure out on your own and get used to. External help can only do so much. That's ridiculous. Lüyun quickly adjusted her mood. She said firmly, I think I've been good enough as her cousin. I never expected her to have such dark feelings. Since that's the case, I won't be nice to her anymore. From now on, she's just an ordinary relative to me. She shouldn't expect to take advantage of me again. She warned Zhou Changdong. Remember, she's the best at pretending to be pitiful and weak. I was tricked by her that way before. Don't let her fool you, understand? Zhou Changdong nodded. Don't worry, wife. I understand. Lüyun finally calmed her anger. That's good. Let's forget about this depressing topic. I'll help you wash up. She brought warm water and helped him brush his teeth, making sure his toothbrush was clean. While wiping his face carefully, she also applied some snow cream to his skin. Wife, I don't need to put on that, he said. Why not? It's cold now, so you should put on some moisturizer to prevent frostbite, she replied while applying the snow cream. Don't think that because you're a man, you should be rough. Men also need to protect their faces. Zhou Changdong obediently let her apply the cream, but kept his eyes on her. When Lüyun looked into his clear, sharp eyes, she saw that they were very bright and intense. But when he looked at her, his eyes were full of tenderness and love. Having seen many big scenes, Lüyun didn't feel much inside, but she still blushed and looked shy at times. Why do you keep staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face or something? Because my wife is beautiful, Zhou Changdong smiled. Have you said that to other girls? Lüyun snorted softly. He immediately assured her, that's not true. You're the only one. I don't believe you. After she finished helping him, Lüyun sat aside and looked at him. You were only a kid 3 years ago, and now you're a company commander? I bet there aren't many in the military who are as impressive as you. Zhou Changdong looked proud. I usually rank in the top 3 in my assessments. He competed with 2 other comrades for the top 3 spots, and they took turns being first. Although he is not the best, he is indeed one of the brightest new stars. Yes, you have good looks and talent, Lüyun questioned. Are there no female soldiers in the arts troupe or daughters of leaders who like you? 1 or 2 might not be enough, but don't they see your potential? Generally, young, talented officers like him are introduced to their superiors' relatives or friends' children. Everyone in the system understands the unwritten rules. Zhou Changdong cleared his throat. Do you want to be honest and tell the truth? Lüyun looked at him with narrowed eyes. Zhou Changdong was indeed honest and said, my master's niece was introduced to me. We dated for over half a month, but I don't know how to date or make people like me. When I returned from a mission, she was already with someone else. Not knowing how to date. Not knowing how to make people like him? Lüyun didn't think so. After spending time with him, she realized he was quite good at socializing. So his words could be understood as, he wasn't interested in his master's niece. Lüyun smiled to herself and asked, "Did she break up without telling you?" And then moved on seamlessly? Yes. Zhou Changdong understood her meaning and nodded. "Are you upset?" Zhou Changdong shook his head honestly. "Not at all. I actually feel relieved. He really had no feelings for that girl, but she was his master's niece. His master and mistress treated him well, and he often went over for meals. Plus, he was attracted to her looks, which is why his master wanted to introduce her to him. Refusing her face-to-face would seem rude, and since he was single at the time, he considered it carefully. But after dating her, he realized they weren't a good match. She probably thought so too, which is why she got involved with someone else when he was away on a mission. Knowing this, he truly felt a huge relief. But his master and mistress felt embarrassed and apologized to him, still wanting to introduce him to others. At that time, a photo from his family was sent over, and he thought she looked good, so he used that as an excuse to ask his master to come home, see her, and get married. Lüyun felt reassured and just looked at him casually, saying, "Besides you, I haven't been with anyone else." Zhou Changdong looked at her with gentle affection. "My wife, I only have you." That doesn't even count as dating, since they only ate at the cafeteria. Lüyun didn't know this detail, but if she had, she would probably have said, "So stingy. No wonder she doesn't run away." He is stingy with others, but when it comes to his wife, Zhou Changdong gives his whole heart without holding back. The next day, Mrs. Chun Aihong brought over the passbook, and Zhou Changdong handed it directly to Lüyun. When she received the passbook, she was stunned. She looked at the man who was about to hand over the family's financial power and honestly said, "Maybe you should keep it yourself. The money you gave me back then, I've spent almost all of it." "Money is meant to be spent," Zhou Changdong said. "The family's money should be managed by you." Other men might not understand, but his idea is clear. The husband's earnings should be handed over to the wife to take care of. Seeing his natural attitude that the wife should manage the money, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. So, a good man doesn't spend freely. Usually, after a relationship or two, they get married. A sensible woman will immediately hold on to him tightly. It's not because she's so great that he treats her this way, but because he himself is very good. Men like him, no matter who they marry, will treat her wholeheartedly without any second thoughts. Here's an extra reminder. When a man is willing to give his wife full control of the family finances, it means he trusts her completely. Don't think this is just a given. Outside, many full-time wives live with their palms open, expecting to be taken care of. In a marriage, it's important to recognize your partner's strengths and give them affirmation. Unless you don't want to have a good life, then you might see all their kindness as just expected and nitpick their flaws. But Lüyun isn't like that. The more she interacts with this man, the more satisfied and fond she becomes. He really has a strong personal charm, an attractive man who makes people feel drawn to him. The husband sense is very strong. But the relationship between them still isn't quite ready, so she returned the passbook, saying, "You should keep the passbook yourself." Zhou Changdong was a bit surprised.
Wife.
He didn't quite understand. He felt she was happy, so why did she refuse? Lüyun spoke honestly. "I spend money very extravagantly. The money you left me before, besides the house you can see, I've spent almost all of it. Although the clothes and shoes were bought by digital characters, they are essentially hers now. You shouldn't enjoy the things bought by someone else and then act as if you've taken everything for yourself. That would be unfair." Also, Lüyun needs to be honest. She spends a lot of money and indeed can't handle living a frugal, stingy life. "These are for you to use," Zhou Changdong said without hesitation. Lüyun was naturally satisfied, but to be fair, his obsession with love isn't right. According to normal standards, a woman like her who can't manage household finances shouldn't have control over the family money. Because if she can't control her spending, she might waste all the family savings. But for a family, savings are necessary. Without savings, how can they seize sudden opportunities? Without savings, how can they handle unexpected problems? When opportunities or problems come, do they just borrow money? Borrowing money from others takes a lot of courage. It's not like she's shameless enough to ask for money like a beggar. Money is what gives everyone and every family the confidence to face anything calmly, without exception. So, savings are a must. 3 years ago, how much money did she have? Besides buying a house, her remaining savings, including her dowry, were about 1,500 yuan. But in just 3 years, she spent it all. If she earned her own money and was single, able to support herself without worries, she could spend as she pleased. But first, she doesn't earn her own money, and second, she's already married. With these two conditions, she should have been more prepared. Putting money in the hands of someone like her, who can't control her spending or save money to manage the family finances? That's why he's called love blind. But Lüyun wouldn't let him lose. She wants a good life, but she won't be reckless. She will plan carefully. A good life requires earning money and saving money. But Lüyun didn't say this. She directly flattered. My sister-in-law said, I only stayed because of your money. If you give me the passbook now, who knows what she might say? Zhou Changdong said, you don't need to worry about her. The family's money should be in your hands. Who does she think she is, coming to interfere in our family affairs? He knows everything that happened while he was unconscious. His older brother and sister-in-law are already thinking about his property. They even teamed up to bully his wife. They pushed her so hard she had to come to him, crying and complaining while he's still unconscious. Thinking about it now, Zhou Changdong is furious. His older brother and sister-in-law are too unreasonable. My older brother and sister-in-law are also doing this for your good. After all, I am not very good at managing daily life. The room was filled with a strong tea aroma. Who says you, my wife, can't manage daily life? The house you bought is very smart. I heard from Mom that its value has increased by several 100,000. Zhou Changdong looked at her. Lüyun smiled slightly. Buying the house was simply because she had a large sum of money available. She wasn't short of money, so while others tried to bargain, she confidently bought it with a wave of her hand. As for the house price increase, that was purely luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. It didn't mean she or her husband had extraordinary insight or investment skills. Don't worry about what outsiders think, wife. The money in our family belongs to you. Spend it however you like. Zhou Changdong said seriously. Lüyun couldn't hide her smile inside. She had heard that men like Zhou Changdong tend to be good for their wives. Because loving a wife is like caring for a flower, men who love their wives wholeheartedly will take good care of them. Of course, this depends on whether the wife is lucky enough to handle such love. Some women become spoiled and arrogant because of it, and eventually, they ruin a good marriage and regret it later. Those women are simply unlucky and can't handle such love. Lüyun, having navigated the entertainment industry and seen many strange and difficult people, was already seasoned. She could handle such blessings. If he was a bright pearl, she was the one with the keen eye to recognize it. She knew how good such a man was and would cherish him and treat him well. Lüyun wanted to say something, but just then, there was a knock on the door and someone calling out. It's Wang Shi. He came last time. Lüyun said when she heard the voice. Let him in, Zhou Changdong responded, stopping his words to his wife and turning to the door. Lüyun also had a good impression of Wang Shi. He was a grateful person and would be Zhou Changdong's right-hand man in the future. She first put her bank book in the cabinet, then went to open the door. But it wasn't just Wang Shi who arrived. Another tall man was with him. Hello, sister-in-law. This is Director Qin. He and Brother Dong are comrades. He was on a business trip out of town a few days ago and only returned yesterday. When he heard about Brother Dong, he came with me to visit him, Wang Shi explained as he saw Lüyun. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Qin Datua. I came to see Changdong, Qin Datua said, handing over a full-looking red envelope. Sister-in-law, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Lüyun was suddenly enlightened when she heard the name Qin Datua. If Wang Shi is Zhou Changdong's close aide, then Qin Datua is his strongest partner in his career. Seeing the big red envelope he handed over, Lüyun smiled.
Thank you.
We appreciate your kindness, Qin Director, but there's no need for the envelope. Wang Shi took one last time and we didn't ask for it. Wang Shi's is fine to refuse. His family is not well off. But I am different. Sister-in-law, please accept this money. Don't be shy with me, Qin Datua said. Lüyun smiled and said, let's not talk about the envelope now. You two go inside first. Changdong is in the room. While speaking, she led Qin Datua and Wang Shi inside. Both of their faces looked a bit sad and heavy. Because whether it was Qin Datua or Wang Shi, they were very close friends with Zhou Changdong. Zhou Changdong became a vegetable, which was a big to them. Wang Shi had been gloomy ever since he visited last time. Yesterday, Qin Datua returned from out of town. When he heard that Zhou Changdong was in a coma, he didn't sleep much all night. Today, he prepared a big red envelope and brought Wang Shi to visit him. But when they saw Zhou Changdong sitting up in bed and awake, both were stunned, then quickly became very happy. Qin Datua patted Wang Shi's head. Didn't you say Changdong was no good? Are you joking with me? Wang Shi didn't bother to explain. He hurried over happily. Brother Dong, you're awake? Are you feeling better? Yes, Zhou Changdong nodded with a smile. He looked at Qin Datua and said with a smile, Old Qin, don't scare Shizi. When he came last time, I wasn't awake yet. It was just these past few days. Seeing his brother awake, Qin Datua's gloom from his chest disappeared, and he laughed cheerfully.
How do you feel now?
Still uncomfortable? Did you call the doctor for a checkup? Old Master Qin comes every day to give me acupuncture. Besides some stiffness, everything else is fine, Zhou Changdong said today he could lift his arm. It won't be long before I can get out of bed, he added. While they were talking, Lüyun brought a stool and poured some water. Thank you, sister-in-law, Qin Datua and Wang Shi both said. Lüyun politely declined and explained with a smile, we haven't told anyone outside that Changdong is awake. We wanted to visit, but we didn't want to disturb his rest. We thought we'd wait until he's fully recovered before sharing the news. That's only right, Qin Datua and Wang Shi agreed. Lüyun then said to Zhou Changdong, Wang Shi came last time with a big red envelope, and this time Director Qin is also here. They both want to give you red envelopes. Zhou Changdong smiled and looked at Qin Datua and Wang Shi, saying, These are my good brothers. Sometimes, brothers like these are even more important than real siblings. All these brothers want to give him money, but his older brother is still worried about his own savings. Lüyun smiled and let them chat among themselves. She went to the kitchen to scoop flour and roll noodles. There was no big feast because they didn't know if they would come, but they would definitely serve a bowl of noodles. It's a small gesture of kindness. Qin Datua saw that his brother was in good health and then started talking about serious matters. Do you have any plans for the future? Will you go back once you're better? No, I won't go back. Zhou Changdong clearly had already thought about this. He had been a soldier for many years and had achieved many great things. He's earned the trust of the party. Now, he wants to return to his family, retire, and spend time with his wife, giving her a peaceful life. Later, he would go to get his retirement papers. With his rank, he could get a good job to support his family. But when Qin Datua heard he wouldn't go back, his eyes lit up immediately. If you're not going back, come work with me at the coal yard. He didn't hesitate to extend an olive branch to Zhou Changdong. Zhou Changdong was surprised. Go to the coal yard and work with you? He hadn't thought about working there. Shizi, go outside and wait for a bit. I want to talk to Brother Dong, Qin Datua said, turning to Wang Shi. Wang Shi nodded and went outside to the yard. Why did you come out, Wang Shi? Lüyun, who was making the dough rise, came out and saw Wang Shi playing with Yuan Bao, smiling. Director Qin and Brother Dong are talking. Wang Shi scratched his head, feeling a little shy. Sister-in-law, just call me Shizi. Calling him Wang Shi felt too formal. Lüyun gave Wang Shi 2 cucumbers. I just bought these this morning. They're very fresh. Thanks, sister-in-law. Wang Shi smiled and took them without hesitation. He ate a cucumber happily. Sister-in-law, Brother Dong has woken up. That's great. He was genuinely happy that his brother had woken up, because Brother Dong had always been very kind to him, taking care of him since he was young. When he grew up and could only find temporary work, which was hard and unstable, Brother Dong helped him get a job at the coal yard through connections. Thanks to Brother Dong's help, he was able to work under Qin Datua. It was a bit busy, but he was happy working over there and no one dared to bully him because everyone knew he had connections. Lüyun smiled and asked, "What are Changdong and Director Qin talking about inside?" Brother Dong said, "He's not going back to the army," Wangxi said, his eyes shining brighter. Director Qin was very happy when he heard. "I think he wants to bring Brother Dong to work at the coal yard." Lüyun was a little surprised. She didn't expect the story of Zhou Changdong's career to start so soon. But then again, it makes sense because the original story didn't specify exactly when Zhou Changdong got better. It just said it was 2 or 3 months after he went home, but maybe he woke up just like this. She turned to see Wangxi's eyes sparkling and asked, "If Changdong goes to work at the coal yard, you'll be happy, right?" "Sister-in-law, I want to work with Brother Dong," Wangxi said, not looking like the neighbor everyone said he was. He was a bit bolder now. "Brother Dong is very capable and kind. If I can work with him, he won't treat me badly." This little brother worships his older brother blindly. But Lüyun couldn't help but praise Wangxi's good judgment. Isn't this just about changing one's fate by following the big brother? Inside, Qin Datua was talking nonstop with Zhou Changdong about the policy changes over the past few years. Zhou Changdong had indeed gained some insight. He had been out doing missions these years and didn't realize how much society had changed. Not to mention, allowing and encouraging individual businesses was something that was unthinkable before. There were also various contracting systems. You're also lucky. The new contracting system at our coal yard just started this month. I wanted to find someone to partner with, but I haven't found the right person yet. If you can come, I won't have to bother looking elsewhere. Who can compete with us if we team up?" Qin Datua said happily. Zhou Changdong hesitated a little. "I don't know much about coal." It wasn't that he didn't trust Qin Datua. He knew Qin's character and ability well, so he didn't have to worry about that. But the industry was like a different world. If they teamed up and he couldn't help much or do his part, that wouldn't be good. "That's no problem. I understand it, and with me here, you'll learn the ins and outs quickly. It's not difficult at all. It's a piece of cake for you." Qin Datua knew his brother's abilities well and didn't want to miss out on such a rare partner. Zhou Changdong said, "My original plan was to join a unit." Qin Datua disagreed, saying, "With your rank and skills, even if you retire and get assigned to a different unit, it won't be a bad position. But how much can you really earn in a good job? 50 or 60 yuan a month, that's considered very good. But I think it's probably less, maybe 40 or 50 at most. I guarantee it won't be more than 50. If you come work with me, we could earn more than that in a single day." Zhou Changdong laughed. "You just can't stop bragging, huh?" "How am I bragging?" Qin Datua looked outside the door and whispered, "I told you before, Zhou, the profit in the coal business is huge, almost 50-50. Not only is the profit big, but there's also high demand outside. If you work with me, we can split the profits 5-1. I promise you'll make a lot of money." I wouldn't agree to split with others like that. He has brothers, 5 of them, but he never asked them to join his business. Because no relationship is better than the one he has with Zhou Changdong. Zhou isn't his real brother, but he's closer than a brother. They've been through life and death situations together, truly risking their lives. Once, he was ambushed during a mission, and Zhou arrived just in time to rescue him. Another time, he was badly injured, and he wanted Zhou to retreat and leave him behind, but Zhou refused and carried him out of the danger himself. He's also helped rescue Zhou before. Their friendship is deep and unbreakable. Later, during a mission, his hand was injured, and he lost some agility. He also didn't want to stay in the army anymore, so he retired. Since leaving the army, they've lost contact for 3 years, but their bond remains strong. Now, Qin wants a partner, and his first choice is still Zhou. Legal and compliant? Zhou believed him but looked at him carefully. Qin sighed. What do you mean by that? Are we that kind of people? We go through proper channels, with all the documents in order. Enough talk, just give me a clear answer. Are you coming or not? Yes, Zhou replied without hesitation. Qin wouldn't fool him on something like this. He wants his wife to live a good life, and that means working hard to earn money. If there are no connections, you can find a stable job after leaving the military. But my brother here has connections, and since we've talked about it, he definitely wants to give it a try. Zhou Changdong is not naturally a calm person. He actually likes to stir things up. Qin Dadawa laughed happily. All right, then it's settled. Since he decided to go for it, Zhou Changdong naturally wanted to ask how to handle the deal. Qin Dadawa then started explaining the coal business to his brother. By the time they finished talking, it was almost 11 o'clock. Qin Dadawa was about to leave with Wang Shi, but Su Lüyun insisted on staying. She brought in 2 large bowls of noodles, telling them to eat first before leaving. The noodle soup was freshened with dried shrimp, with 3 eggs in each bowl, topped with some green onions and vegetables. Next to them was a small bowl of homemade chili sauce, specially sent over by Auntie Qian. It made the noodles taste even better. Qin Dadawa smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you don't need to be so polite. We can just go out to eat somewhere. Wang Shi just smiled. He had just said the same thing, not wanting to trouble his sister-in-law. But Su Lüyun refused. She said, There's no need to go out. We have everything at home. I just didn't know you were coming today, so you had to eat noodles first. Next time, when Changdong is ready, I'll ask him to buy some good ingredients and invite you all over for a meal. Both of them happily agreed and sat down to eat without further politeness. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife with a smile in his eyes. Honey, you should also eat. Su Lüyun smiled and said, When you were talking just now, I already ate in the kitchen. Your noodles are ready, so you and Qin Dadawa can eat together. Otherwise, they might get cold. Zhou Changdong nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, don't call me Qin Dadawa. It feels too formal. Just call me Dadawa, or else call me Lao Qin like old Zhou, Qin Dadawa said. All right, I'll call you Lao Qin, Su Lüyun replied with a smile. She came over to feed Zhou Changdong some noodles because he still couldn't hold the bowl himself. While feeding him, she asked if they had enough noodles or if they wanted more. No need. This amount is enough, Qin Dadawa said with a smile. He even gave Zhou Changdong a thumbs up, and Zhou Changdong looked proud, knowing Qin Dadawa's meaning. He thought his wife married well. After finishing, they left first. Su Lüyun saw them out, then closed the door and went back inside to continue feeding Zhou Changdong. Zhou Changdong ate noodles without even asking Su Lüyun. He told her himself that he wanted to leave the army and work with Qin Dadawa in the coal business. Leaving the army is pretty good. It saves you from me worrying at home when you're on duty. Su Lüyun understood his plan. As for the coal business, I don't know much about it, but I support whatever you want to do. How much emotional support does that give? Of course, Zhou Changdong felt very warm inside. After a moment, he hesitated and said, Old Qin told me we might need to buy a truck later. He just said he would give money to his wife to spend freely, and now he needed it. But he must tell his wife because buying a truck costs a lot of money. He might have to use all 3,000 yuan from his bank account. That's not enough, so they also need to get a bank loan. Old Qin is already working on gathering the money, and they will borrow the rest when needed. Thinking about the 3,000 yuan in your bank book? Su Lüyun looked at him and smiled. That money is yours. If you need it for the business, just use it. Why look guilty? You're not using it for partying or gambling. I won't stop you. Just go ahead and try. Even if it doesn't work out, it's okay. We are healthy and strong. Can we still go hungry? Wife. Zhou Changdong felt so touched. He was overwhelmed with emotion. The 3,000 yuan couldn't be used to buy the truck anymore, but Zhou Changdong was worried that his wife might not have enough money. Today, Ms. Chen Aihong went to her parents' house to visit her siblings, including Uncle Zhou. Because her son was doing very well now, Chen Aihong was genuinely happy and wanted to tell them personally. She couldn't wait until everything was perfect. That would be rude. These are close family members. She also told them not to visit for now to avoid drawing attention, since her son still needed rest. Once he was fully recovered, they would hold a feast and invite everyone to gather. Zhou Changdong first chatted with his mother about family matters, then told her about partnering with his comrade Qin Datua. Chen Aihong knew Qin Datua well. She had no objection to the partnership, but she was a bit surprised. Once everything is settled, won't you go back to the army? Her son loved the army very much. She thought he might go back with his wife once he recovered. No, I won't go back, Zhou Changdong said. When the time comes, I'll just call my master to report my safety, then go work with Datua.
All right.
Chen Aihong was very happy to hear this. Serving in the army is so dangerous, and her youngest son's experience was truly life-threatening. It's good that he's stepping back now. That evening, she talked with Zhou Changdong about it. Zhou Changdong didn't interfere with his son's decision, and he also thought stepping back was a good idea. The money earned in the army is hard-earned. With his son's ability, even if he leaves the army, he can still support the family. It's not that Zhou Changdong was bragging, but among his 3 sons, only the eldest is traditional and unlikely to achieve much. The second and third sons are capable and confident. Even without weapons, they can still make a way for themselves. The next day, Chen Aihong gave Su Lüyun 200 yuan, telling her to use it as she saw fit, without being too frugal. Su Lüyun was surprised and asked, "Mom, why are you suddenly giving me money?" Changdong told me he plans to go into the coal business with Datua. The 3,000 yuan is for buying a car. You still need to manage the household, so take this 200 yuan first. If it runs out later, just tell me, Chen Aihong said kindly. Su Lüyun was used to being independent. She felt a bit embarrassed to take her parents' money, but right now, she really needed it. She still had some money left from the 60 yuan Zhao Yuzhu had returned to her on behalf of Sun Congxing, but most of her other money was spent. She had no income source at the moment. Before Zhou Changdong fully recovered, she could still go to the street office to get 30 yuan. But that would soon be over, and she wouldn't be a burden to the state anymore. The 60 yuan wasn't enough. So she accepted her mother-in-law's 200 yuan and said, "This money is borrowed from us, and I will pay it back later." "No need to pay back," Chen Aihong said generously. Su Lüyun shook her head. "That's not right. I'll remember." She didn't want to rely on her parents' money. Seeing her like this, Chen Aihong knew she truly understood, and she privately discussed it with Zhou Changdong. As a son, he naturally felt entitled. When his mother returned home, he said, "Mom said the money doesn't need to be paid back. Your parents raised you, so that's enough. Now that you're married and starting a family, do they still need to keep supporting you? Isn't that embarrassing?" Su Lüyun said with a smile. "If you're embarrassed, then hurry up and have children with me. My parents are already looking forward to us having kids." Zhou Changdong looked at his sweet and pretty wife, feeling excited. This clever girl, Green Tea, somehow managed to make him blush when he said that. "I'm done talking now," she said, blushing. She gave him a pretentious and deliberate glare before leaving the room. Where was she going? Of course, to the black market to order pig's trotters. She had promised Zhou Changdong she would make him braised pig's trotters. Although she was planning to draw a big picture, she also needed to take some real action. Just talking without doing anything wouldn't be trustworthy. Plus, his health was at a critical recovery stage, so he needed to eat more good food to help him get better. Today, she ordered the pig's trotters, and the next morning, Su Lüyun went to pick them up. By noon, she had prepared the braised pig's trotters for Zhou Changdong. Su Lüyun didn't lie to Zhou Changdong. Her braised pig's trotters were absolutely delicious. The aroma was so strong it could be smelled from 10 miles away. Neighbors wondered who was cooking such tasty food. They followed the smell and found out it was coming from Su Lüyun's house. This made many people feel a bit jealous. Before, people praised Su Lüyun for being caring and loyal, even though she wasn't good at managing daily life. Zhou Changdong stayed with her, even after all that. Some even made up touching stories to make her seem even more devoted. But over time, people got used to it, and then they started to find fault. They thought she stayed out of kindness, but her way of living was too extravagant. Although she only received 30 yuan a month, she spent it all on herself. Some gossipers even said, Zhou Changdong is unconscious, just getting some soup and water to keep him alive. That's only a few coins. She wants to stay just so she can spend all that money on herself. Many people agreed with this. 30 yuan was a lot to some. For example, Lüyun used to give Xiao Yuzhu 25 yuan a month for household expenses before they argued. After the argument, he increased it to 30. Even so, Zhao Yuzhu was very happy about it. But she still had to take care of the whole family. When Lüyun went to the street office to get the 30 yuan, she could almost spend it all on herself. This made some penny pinchers feel jealous. These rumors reached Zhao Yuzhu's ears. She heard that Lüyun's reputation was getting worse, and she was very pleased.
See?
She didn't even need to do much. Lüyun was already disliked by others. The news also reached Lüyun. Lüyun paid close attention to this matter because she believed Lüyun was spending her money now. That night, Lüyun kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Zhou Changdong was getting annoyed. Are you going to sleep or not? Lüyun finally couldn't hold back and softly told him about the rumors outside about Lüyun. Zhou Changdong stayed rational. That can't be true. Do you think the Su family is poor? Their dowry was several times yours. The Su family's conditions are quite good, with no room for complaint. Lüyun hesitated. What do you mean? Are you trying to criticize me? Zhou Changdong rolled his eyes. I'm just telling you that the third sister is very proud. Would she stay just for 30 yuan? If it was for the 3,000 yuan from mom, maybe. But 30? Does she even care about that? Lüyun had nothing to say because she still remembered how high and mighty Lüyun seemed before. 30 yuan? That's not enough to buy 2 dresses. But she also felt upset. Why isn't she leaving yet? If it were her, she could save at least 25 yuan out of 30 each month. 5 yuan could go to her little brother Zhou Changdong, and the rest she would keep for herself. But since Lüyun isn't leaving, she doesn't get that 30 yuan. It all goes to Lüyun's mouth and bragging. How can she not feel bad? Zhou Changdong said, she really cares about the third brother. I heard from Dad that she takes good care of him. He didn't go himself, but he heard from his parents that she's surprisingly caring. Lüyun looked at him with a look of disdain and mockery. No matter how well Lüyun does, she doesn't believe Lüyun would stay willingly just to take care of Zhou Changdong. There's no real feeling between them. How could she stay willingly? It's definitely because of the 3,000 yuan. And the house. That house is now worth over 2,000. Lüyun thought about it and decided she would talk to Lüyun tomorrow. She wanted to make Lüyun give up. All these things belong to the Zhou family, not her. Lüyun really doesn't know about the rumors outside. That day, she was eating braised pig's trotters, and Zhou Changdong had it all over his mouth. This man's look at her probably could squeeze out a few pounds of honey. That night, he insisted she come into his bed and sleep together. Though he's honest, he held her hand tightly all night, never letting go. The next morning, Lüyun woke up in his arms. As time went on, the weather got colder, and sleeping in the same bed with a man felt really special, very comfortable. However, Lüyun's good mood only lasted until Lüyun arrived. When she saw Lüyun coming, she knew this person wasn't going to say anything nice. So she didn't invite Lüyun inside, only saying, Changdong is still sleeping. I won't disturb him. Lüyun didn't fully understand this, and she tugged at the corner of her mouth. Then I'll just talk to you, sister-in-law. After all, she came to see Lüyun and didn't plan to go inside. Lüyun continued her usual chatting routine, sighing as she spoke about the people outside. They really are so talkative. What's wrong with you making some good food? Who doesn't make tasty dishes? Yet they talk about you like that. It sounded like she was on Lüyun's side. Lüyun could see right through her, but she still pretended to be polite. Really? I made some braised pig's trotters. They smelled it and said such things about me? Lüyun nodded. Exactly. They said you only did it to get extra money for Changdong and are being stubborn about leaving. I didn't hear myself, but if I had, I'd have spat in their faces. Who talks like that? Su Lüyun shot her a look. If you hadn't come to tell me, I wouldn't even know. Thank you. He Yuling looked a bit strange. Why do you sound so sarcastic? But she wasn't there to comfort Su Lüyun. She came to chase her away today. She quickly advised, they just like to gossip about others. Sister-in-law, just listen and don't argue with them. Otherwise, they might really make you angry. But honestly, it's not surprising they say these things. Since you have no children, people will always suspect you have hidden motives. Especially after what your cousin did last time. Many still think it was you. Your cousin took the blame, which proves the saying, widows face many troubles. Su Lüyun's face immediately darkened. You're the widow. Your whole family is widowed. He Yuling was hit with her words and quickly said, I didn't mean it like that. I was just making an analogy. I want to say that in life, you have to think about yourself more. You're still young. You can't spend your whole life here. Your sister-in-law cares about you like a real sister, so I'm telling you this from the heart. After a moment, Su Lüyun asked coldly, so, you're here to chase me away, right? She directly told Zhou Changdong inside what she said, no longer pretending. He Yuling quickly denied. No, that's not it. Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand me. I only mean well. Put your good intentions away. I don't need you to be kind to me. Su Lüyun snorted coldly and directly tore off her mask. I know exactly what you're thinking. This house was bought by me, using Long Dong's hard-earned money. You still want to come and target my family? I tell you, get that idea out of your mind and forget about it. How can you talk like that? I didn't mean anything like that. He Yuling was furious. Stop pretending. Your little thoughts are written all over your face. Su Lüyun said, without mercy.
You.
Su Lüyun grew impatient and said, all right, stop bothering me here. Hurry back home. In the future, don't come to my house unless it's important.
I don't welcome you.
I have nothing to talk about with this sister-in-law. He Yuling's face darkened. I came with good intentions to advise you, but you reacted like this. You're ungrateful and don't recognize a kind person when you see one. After saying that, she turned and left. Su Lüyun didn't bother to reply to her. She closed the door and started to cry softly, then went inside to find Zhou Changdong. Zhou Changdong had just wanted to speak, but his wife had warned him not to let outsiders know he had woken up, because they wanted to see what kind of trouble might come out.
So he held back.
When he saw his wife almost crying tears of anger, he quickly said, Honey, don't get so upset. I'm angry because she's so shameless. I bought pig's feet for you to eat, and she thinks I'm spending her money? Look at her, probably couldn't sleep all night last night, and today she's in such a rush to come over. She's just trying to drive me away by gossiping with the neighbors. Well, if she succeeds in kicking me out, then this home, your money, and the 30 yuan monthly allowance will all belong to her. Su Lüyun revealed everything about He Ling. Zhou Changdong had already lost his warmth for his older brother and sister-in-law. He comforted his wife, saying, She's just dreaming. From now on, if you give birth to 10 or 8 sons for me, she won't dare to think about any of that. Su Lüyun was stunned and glared at him. 10 or 8. You dare to say that? Do you think I'm a pig? If you want children, you can have them yourself. Today, Zhou Changdong's arm was much freer to move. He reached out to his wife. Su Lüyun scolded him lightly, but handed her hand over. As Zhou Changdong pulled her, she ended up in his arms. Su Lüyun was pulled into Zhou Changdong's broad chest. She thought, This man is really good. What are you doing? She asked, her face slightly red. She looked up at him, trying to get up. Zhou Changdong held her gently, preventing her from moving, and kissed her on the forehead. He said, Wife, you don't need to listen to what she says. I'm already awake now. Her thoughts are all false. I only remember your words today. Otherwise, when I speak, she'll realize her illusions are empty. Only because you woke up, or she wouldn't even know how to bully me. Su Lüyun pressed her face against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, while whispering to Diao Chan like a secret advisor, She also mocks me for having no children. She only has that one little seedling. Is that so impressive? As if anyone can't have children. That's right. I'll get better soon. When I do, you can have as many children as you want. Zhou Changdong gently touched her pretty, white, and delicate face and spoke softly. Go away. Who wants to have children with you? Lüyun pushed his hand away, blushing shyly. Zhou Changdong had been longing for his wife for a long time but was afraid to make a move, worried about scaring her. Even last night, when he was sleeping beside her, he only kissed her on the forehead. But now, he couldn't hold back her delicate charm anymore. He cupped her face and kissed her lips passionately. As soon as they kissed, Lüyun realized Zhou Changdong had no experience at all. He was worse than her in this. Because of acting, she had some experience in this area. There are kissing scenes in movies after all. But those were just for work, for art, completely different from this intimate kiss. Still, Lüyun pretended to be innocent, acting as if she didn't understand at all, letting him take the lead. But she couldn't keep up the act for long because he started biting her. How can a kiss be so intense? So, she had to guide him a little, opening her mouth slightly as if out of control, and secretly doing something indescribable. Then Zhou Changdong seemed to discover a new world. Holding his wife in his arms, he eagerly sought what he desired, sweetness. Men seemed to have a natural talent for this. Although their first kiss was just a gentle nibble, in a short time, he grasped the technique. His kiss was like him, calm and gentle on the surface, but actually powerful and restrained inside. They didn't know how much time had passed. When it ended, Lüyun's face was flushed with embarrassment, like a fish out of water. Wife, how did you forget to breathe? Zhou Changdong's face was full of tenderness as he gently stroked her rosy cheeks with his rough hands, looking at her with deep affection. Her scent was even sweeter than he imagined, sweeter than honey. I don't know. How did this happen? It feels like I'm floating in the sky. Green tea looks innocent and confused, her cheeks flushed. The words she speaks could set Zhou Changdong on fire. This is his first time seeing his wife like this. As a strong man, he can't handle her delicate appearance. He leans in again, continuing their close contact. This time, Green Tea realizes she needs to breathe. After they reluctantly part, she looks at her husband with soft, flirtatious eyes. Changdong, no, don't. Her voice is sweet and soft, both hesitant and inviting. Is this a moment of flirtation? Sweetheart, I miss you, Zhou Changdong says affectionately and seductively, kissing her a few times. His eyes are hot and intense, showing clearly that he wants her. He misses her very much, more than ever. When Lüyun looks into his aggressive eyes, her body weakens, and she feels too shy to lift her face. She presses her face into his chest. Don't do anything reckless. I'm not fully recovered yet.
Darling, maybe.
Zhou Changdong whispers a few words into her ear. Lüyun's face turns bright red. She punches his chest lightly. You bad guy, you got lucky. After saying that, she quickly gets out of his arms, running away like a startled little rabbit. Zhou Changdong feels both amused and helpless. He wants his wife to come closer, but he can't take control yet. If she makes the move herself, maybe he can. But she's shy and doesn't want to go that far. He can only give up for now, calming his restless feelings and trying to focus on healing. He wants to get better quickly, so he can be with his wife. Lüyun touches her face outside, feeling quite hot. Kissing during acting is one thing, but truly kissing a man with genuine feelings is completely different. The former feels like kissing 2 slices of pork belly, boring and dull. But kissing Zhou Changdong makes her soul float away. Maybe it's the hormones acting up. She truly feels he radiates a fresh, clear, and invigorating scent. Like she said when teasing him, he's very sweet. Today was a big step forward. After he woke up, he was very patient. She saw him staring at her lips many times, but he hesitated to make a move. Today, for some reason, he suddenly kissed her. Since he did, there's nothing wrong with it. In their relationship, especially since they married first and fell in love later, things like this are necessary. It was as if Zhou Changdong had been released from a spell. Before, at night, he would just hold her hand, hug her, and kiss her forehead. But after today, he was no longer satisfied with just that. That night, after lying down, he came closer. His hands were free to move, so he stubbornly shifted his body to get closer to her. "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing?" In the dark, the green tea girl's voice was sweet and fragrant. "Darling, I miss you," Zhou Changdong said as he pulled her into his arms. You're not finished yet." Lüyun pushed him gently. "Just a kiss is enough," he said, and with his sharp eyesight, he kissed her precisely. But did she really think it was just a kiss? That was too naive. After a brief kiss, his rough, calloused hand started to move. First, it lingered on her slim waist, then slipped inside, slowly moving upward. First from behind, then from the front. Lüyun made soft protests, but they sounded more like invitations. So, unsurprisingly, she was completely taken in by Zhou Changdong. Although she had no experience in this, Zhou Changdong followed his instincts. When she was almost completely lost, holding his head and letting him do as he pleased, a tingling current shot through her mind, making Lüyun feel a strong urge. Should she listen to his training method? A good night's sleep. When she woke up the next morning, Lüyun was wrapped in Zhou Changdong's arms. "Good morning, darling." Zhou Changdong looked down and saw she was awake, his eyes full of tenderness. "Morning," Lüyun replied charmingly and lazily. But after responding, she seemed to realize something and looked surprised. She slowly hid her face in the quilt, only revealing her bright, beautiful eyes. Zhou Changdong smiled. "Darling, what are you doing?" The green tea girl looked like a startled little deer, covering her head. You're being a rogue." Last night, during all the fun, she didn't object and even cuddled him, but now she was calling him a rogue. How shameless. Today, Zhou Changdong was even more agile. He pulled her out of the quilt with a smile in his eyes, saying, "What rogue? You still dare to say you actually. Green Tea looked into his loving eyes, blushing with embarrassment, appearing flustered and unable to speak clearly. Although they didn't go all the way last night, everything else was under control. Zhou Changdong smiled. "The leader once said that dating without the intention of marriage is just playing around, but we are already married, so how can it be called playing around?" You're just playing around." Green Tea retreated into the bed, only revealing her big, watery eyes to accuse him. How could Zhou Changdong resist this charming wife's teasing? He cupped her face, leaning in to kiss her. Green June was startled and quickly covered her mouth, saying, "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." "It's okay." "No way." Green June was not joking with him. She hurriedly pushed him away and got out of bed. Everyone is human. Even if their bodies are healthy, who wakes up without some breath odor? Wouldn't that ruin the image? At this moment, she wouldn't kiss him. She just couldn't do that. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife. Did she dislike him? He huffed a little, feeling it was fine. Green June ignored his actions and started putting on her coat. Seeing him still staring at her while she dressed, she shot him a glare, and he responded with a gentle, tender look. Suddenly, he spoke, "Wife, help me up. I think I can get out of bed now." This sentence caught Green June's attention. She looked at him in surprise. "So soon? Don't push yourself too hard.
Just try helping me."
Zhou Changdong lifted the quilt. He moved his legs, and today he felt different, like he had thawed overnight. Seeing his legs move normally, Green June was overjoyed.
"First, get dressed."
She brought him his padded jacket to put on and wanted to help him with his pants, but he was only wearing big shorts. However, Zhou Changdong shook his head, indicating he didn't need to wear long pants. Green June didn't insist and helped him get out of bed. "Don't push yourself. If your head presses down on me like that, I can't take it," she warned. He's 1.85 meters tall, and recently, she had been nourishing him with good food and water, so he probably weighs around 160 or 170 pounds. If he pressed down on her, they'd be close enough to touch the ground together. It was just a normal comment, but Zhou Changdong suddenly thought about last night when he playfully pressed on his wife. "Wife, I won't press on you." "Don't worry," Zhou Changdong said with a low laugh. Lüyun was momentarily stunned, then reacted quickly and pretended to be angry, saying, "If you keep acting like this without any sense, I won't take care of you anymore." Zhou Changdong looked serious and said, "Wife, don't worry, I won't fall." Lüyun helped him get out of bed, and Zhou Changdong was able to walk away. Although he still moved stiffly, he could really walk now. With Lüyun supporting him, he took more than 10 steps, feeling no fatigue and still able to continue. But Lüyun wouldn't let him go further and helped him back onto the bed, unable to hide her surprise, saying, "Why are you suddenly feeling so much better so quickly?" "I don't know either." Zhou Changdong looked at his wife. "After what happened last night, I feel much better today." Green Tea's face immediately turned bright red.
You.
"Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Changdong looked innocent and serious. "I'm not lying to you, wife. After what happened last night, I felt very relaxed and in control of my body. If you had come closer last night, I might have been able to walk briskly today." Green Tea thought to herself, "I don't believe you at all, you naughty rascal." But her face was still flushed. "You. Just stop talking and lie down now." After saying that, she ignored him and went out to handle her personal matters. Later, she came back with toiletries to help him. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Zhou Changdong asked her to support him as he went to the bathroom.
Lüyun hesitated.
"Can we really go outside?" "Yes, just support me a little." Zhou Changdong nodded. Lüyun helped him put on his pants, still a bit doubtful, and supported him outside. For the first time, Zhou Changdong saw his yard and the bright sky, and everything looked even brighter. He took a deep breath of the fresh, cool morning air and a smile appeared on his face. "That's the bathroom over there." Lüyun pointed to the corner on the west side where the bathroom was built. The bathroom at home was really well made and very convenient. Lüyun supported Zhou Changdong over, but he still needed her help. How did she help? This mischievous guy wanted her to help him take off his pants and even take something out. Lüyun blushed and glared at him. "Your hands are fine now. Do it yourself." "All right." Zhou Changdong saw his wife so shy, so he had to do it himself. Lüyun couldn't bear to watch, but Zhou Changdong noticed her reaction, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Why is my little wife so shy?" Before he woke up, she had directly picked up his things to look at them, curious and saying, "Why does it look like that? It's so ugly and cute." It made him so annoyed, he was about to his top. Currently, Zhou Changdong no longer dares to tease her intentionally. He is so close now that he will soon be able to enjoy intimacy with his wife. After they are together, she won't feel shy around him anymore. Handling the small issues is also about resolving the big ones. At home, they have a squat toilet. Lüyun was worried he might not be able to manage, but Zhou Changdong can do it himself. After he finishes, she will help him back to the room. However, Zhou Changdong still enjoys the fresh, cool outdoor air. "Wife, I want to look at the yard," he said. Lüyun understood and helped him look around their yard. "These are roses, and these few are monthly roses. We planted them this year. If they survive next year, they will grow very well," she explained about the flowers in the yard. Zhou Changdong nodded. "This yard is very nice." He liked it immediately. "Of course. I was very happy when I first saw it, so I didn't care about the extra 50 or so. I just bought it," Lüyun said proudly, taking the chance to boost herself. Zhou Changdong looked at her with admiration and leaned in to kiss her. This made Green Tea's face blush shyly. She scolded him softly. "All right, go back quickly." Zhou Changdong nodded and was helped back to bed. Lüyun said to him, "Today is Sunday. I think second brother and sister-in-law will come to visit you. I'll go buy some more vegetables." "Thanks for your trouble, wife," Zhou Changdong said gently. Lüyun went out to buy vegetables. Meat was hard to find, but she bought plenty of fish, vegetables, and tofu, including enough for Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong. Honestly, Lüyun was quite willing to keep in touch with Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong. Not only because Zhou Chang'an would later become the governor brother of Zhou Changdong, a big boss, but also because Zhou Chang'an genuinely trusted Zhou Changdong, his younger brother. Every Sunday he would come to visit. Even last time, despite the rain and difficult roads, he still brought Lin Fong and gifts. Unlike Zhou Changdong, that sneaky couple lived nearby, yet they still didn't know Zhou Changdong was awake. Of course, visiting was just a matter of courtesy, and not visiting was understandable. But what was shameful was that they were secretly hoping to get something from her family's property. Don't think only Healing came to say it. Zhou Changping was also guilty. As a married couple, if the wife dares to say such things, it means she has her husband's implicit approval. Men usually don't speak out, so women step forward, but husbands and wives share interests. Therefore, Zhou Changping is also on Su Lüyun's blacklist. Of course, under her subtle influence, Zhou Changdong was the same way. He had no good impression of his older brother and sister-in-law. What Su Lüyun didn't know was that after she bought vegetables and carried her basket home, Healing was watching her from the other side. Healing clenched her teeth in frustration. She had good intentions for Su Lüyun, advising her to take advantage of her youth to remarry. But it backfired, and she was very annoyed. Since she refused to accept the toast, she would accept the penalty drink. Does she really want to stay and not leave? No way. She had plenty of ways to make her leave. As Healing's eyes flickered, she already had a perfect plan in her mind. Su Lüyun had no idea that Healing was already planning to deal with her. After buying vegetables and returning home, she cooked porridge and stir-fried dishes, solving breakfast with Zhou Changdong. With nothing else to do, Su Lüyun started making salted eggs. While she was salting the eggs, Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong arrived. Last time, they brought milk powder and malt extract. This time, they brought a live chicken. Second brother and sister-in-law, you came just in time. Don't always bring things. There's no need for that, Su Lüyun said when she saw them at the door. It was just a coincidence. We brought this to help Changdong strengthen his health. Don't worry, little sister-in-law, Zhou Chang'an smiled. Lin Fong nodded in agreement. After letting the couple in, Su Lüyun closed the door. Zhou Chang'an put down the chicken and went to wash his hands. How is Changdong now? Before he could finish, Zhou Changdong came out of the house himself. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Both Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong looked surprised and happy. Su Lüyun quickly went over to support Zhou Changdong. How did you come out by yourself? What if you fell?
I'm fine.
Just a few steps, no problem, Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Zhou Chang'an also came over, helping him. Little sister-in-law, I'll take care of him. Su Lüyun nodded and handed him over. Be careful, second brother.
He's quite heavy.
No big deal, Zhou Chang'an said with a smile. He helped Zhou Changdong happily. Third brother, when will you be able to walk again? Today, Zhou Changdong replied. Lin Fong was also happy for him. Did you invite Grandpa Qin to come and see him? I think it's fine. He's just been lying down too long and isn't very flexible. No need to specifically ask him. Let's wait until the old doctor comes in the afternoon to do acupuncture and check him, Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Zhou Chang'an was truly pleased. Good. That's great. Su Lüyun said to Zhou Changdong, see, second brother and sister-in-law came and even brought a chicken for you. Zhou Changdong smiled and said, second brother and sister-in-law, you're too generous. Say that, Zhou Chang'an laughed and told Su Lüyun, last time, your pickled fish was so delicious. I thought about it for a whole week after I went back. Lin Fong looked at him with amusement. It wasn't just him thinking about it for a week. She had been thinking about it for a week too. Last week, when they came over, the pickled fish Su Lüyun served was truly excellent, really tasty. Su Lüyun pointed to the fish in the basin. Last time you said you liked it, so I guess you'd come again today, so I bought more. Look, they're all fresh. Then we won't be polite, sister-in-law, Zhou Chang'an said with a smile. No need to be polite. Just eat as much as you want. Help yourself. Su Lüyun said generously. After chatting for a while, he helped Zhou Changdong back to the house to talk, while Lin Fong didn't go inside. She watched Su Lüyun pickling eggs in the yard. She was a bit curious. Do you need yellow mud for pickling eggs? Su Lüyun explained, you can use yellow mud or ash from the stove, but I use salt water to pickle them. The method is different, but the result is the same. She had learned this method specially through training, and her pickled eggs turned out very oily. Lin Fong, who wasn't good at cooking, was surprised. I see. When they're ready, you can take some over. They go great with porridge for breakfast, very tasty. In the past, Lin Fong probably wouldn't have wanted them, but recently, after spending time with her sister-in-law, she felt she had to look at her in a new light. Whether in speech or manners, she seemed to have completely transformed. So, seeing her want to give some, Lin Fong didn't refuse. She smiled and said, I've never tried salted eggs pickled in salt water. I'd like to taste them sometime. Feel free to try, Lüyun said cheerfully. While the two sisters-in-law chatted outside, inside, Zhou Chang'an and Zhou Changdong were also talking. Chang'an checked on his brother and was very happy to see Zhou Changdong had recovered so well. After feeling happy, he asked about his future plans, whether he would return to the army or retire. Zhou Changdong didn't hide anything. I originally planned to transfer and retire, but a few days ago, De Tua came to see me. He told him about his plan to go into a coal mine contracting business with Qin Dadawa. Chang'an not only didn't think it was a bad idea, but also supported him. He agreed, being a small business owner is the trend now. If you get this opportunity, you should seize it. Maybe you'll ride the wave to success. If you don't go to the coal yard to handle contracting work, you'll need to have your own vehicle, right? De Tua has already gone to raise money, and I have 3,000 here, said Zhou Changdong with a nod. Zhou Chang'an heard this and said, I have 2,000 here. You can use it first. Zhou Changdong was surprised. Where did you get so much money? 2,000 isn't a small amount. His second brother went to the countryside years ago but had no income, so he would occasionally send packages and some money to support him. Now he's in college and has no way to earn money. After I got into college, I found out the publisher started publishing again, and they published a book. That's the publishing fee I received, Zhou Chang'an said. The total publishing fee was 2,400 yuan. He kept 400 for himself, and the remaining 2,000 was just sitting there. If needed, the third brother could use it first. Zhou Changdong was surprised and didn't refuse. All right, I'll borrow it from you first. Their brotherly relationship is clear. Now that Zhou Changdong is partnering with Qin Dadawa, they really need money. A truck costs several 10,000 yuan. So they want to gather as much money as possible. After discussing this, Zhou Chang'an helped him walk around. Zhou Changdong was recovering well, though still a bit stiff, but he believed he would heal in a few days. After the walk, they came out to kill a chicken. This chicken was used by Lüyun to stew potatoes, and half was kept for tonight's chicken soup to eat with noodles. So, this lunch was definitely very rich. Potato stewed chicken, pickled fish, tomato and egg flour soup. The pickled fish alone was very appetizing because Lüyun's version was even better than what you get outside. Last time, Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong ate it and couldn't forget it. No doubt about it. But the potato stew chicken was also very fragrant because it was made from authentic farm chicken, not the kind of feed chickens that never leave the cage. Finally, a bowl of tomato and egg flour soup, and the stomach was full. Little sister-in-law, your cooking skills are truly unmatched. I think even top chefs outside can't compare to you, Zhou Chang'an exclaimed in amazement after finishing. Lüyun smiled and said, if you like it, come over more often to eat. I'm just worried you'll get tired of it after a few times. It won't happen. How could it get boring when it's so delicious? Zhou Chang'an laughed. After eating, Zhou Changdong told his second brother to wash the dishes, and Lüyun rolled her eyes at him with a good-natured smile. Zhou Chang'an laughed. All right, I'll do it. No need, Lüyun quickly said. Lin Fong, also satisfied, smiled and said, let him wash. He will. You can't just come to eat for free. You have to work a little. Zhou Chang'an delegated the task of tidying up the dishes and kitchen to others, asking them to chat for a while. Once they finished, they would all gather together. Zhou Chang'an praised, your yard is really nice. We made a good choice when we bought it. Yes, I think so too. Looking back, I feel I had good judgment, Lüyun said with a smile. Exactly, Lin Fong nodded. After chatting about the house for a while, Zhou Changdong became curious and asked, "By the way, why didn't Mom and Dad come over today? They came directly here today and didn't go to the old house." Yongwen got married, so Mom and Dad went back to attend the wedding banquet, Zhou Changdong explained. Yongwen is the eldest grandson of the eldest uncle's family, the son of the older cousin Zhou Changtai, who had come to visit Zhou Changdong before. Zhou Changdong was surprised.
What?
Yongwen got married?
How old is he?
Is the girl of age? Lüyun smiled and said, "Mom said the girl is a year older than him." When the mother-in-law mentioned this, Zhou Changdong and Zhou Changdong were both surprised. How young was this nephew to get married? They worried the girl might be even younger. Then Chun I-hong explained that the girl was a year older than Yongwen, the nephew. From Lüyun's perspective, that was just about the age to start university. Even though early marriage and childbirth are common nowadays, getting married at this age was still a bit early. But that was their own matter. Outsiders only needed to send their blessings. "This kid is really something," Zhou Changdong said with a mix of amusement and disbelief. After chatting for a while, Zhou Changdong and Lin Fong left for school. They saw them off at the door, and Lüyun closed the door and went to the kitchen. When she returned, she said to Zhou Changdong, "You too. It's just a guest coming in, yet you still ask second brother to clean the kitchen and wash the dishes." Zhou Changdong replied, "What's the big deal? If he was feeling well, he would wash himself, but he wasn't able to right now, so he had to ask second brother to do it. He couldn't expect his wife to work hard cooking for the family and then also do the washing and scrubbing. That would be too tiring for her." Lüyun understood his kindness and playfully scolded him. "You've been up all morning. Go rest for a while." Together, Zhou Changdong said. Lüyun didn't want to sleep with him. She went out, put the remaining half chicken on the coal stove to stew, planning to have chicken noodle soup tonight. After finishing, she went back to her room and saw Zhou Changdong already asleep. She felt relieved and quietly went to sleep in her own bed. Once her breathing slowed and became steady, Zhou Changdong opened his eyes and looked at his little wife with a smile. He wondered why she was so cautious around him, like guarding a thief. But to avoid disturbing her nap, he closed his eyes again to rest. Today, the weather has cooled down, and the bed at noon was very warm and comfortable. They didn't wake up until after 3 in the afternoon. After waking up, Lüyun found that Zhou Changdong had already slipped into her bed without her knowing. Feeling lazy all over, Lüyun looked at him. When she met his green eyes, she hadn't even spoken yet, but he kissed her. But for lunch, they had pickled fish. That's fish. Doesn't her image matter anymore? However, Zhou Changdong didn't care about that at all and didn't think it was a big deal. At first, Lüyun protested softly, but her protests were swallowed by this eager man. Although he only learned how to kiss last night, after just one night of practice, his skills had become excellent. So much so that Lüyun couldn't resist anymore. She just held onto his neck, letting him take what he wanted. Soon, she was like a dried-up fish, with her red lips gasping for air. "During the day, what are you trying to do?" Lüyun snapped back to her senses, blushing as she looked at him. "Honey, I missed you." Zhou Changdong leaned down and kissed her bright red lips, his voice hoarse. Lüyun looked into his eyes and clearly felt what he wanted. He wanted to kiss her. "No, you can't. You're not fully recovered yet. Don't hurt yourself," she said nervously. He wanted to go ahead with this in his injured state. How much strength could he really use? She didn't want to lose this moment, especially since it was her first time. She didn't want it to end quickly and become a regret for her whole life. "It's okay." Zhou Changdong kissed her again and pressed against her.
Can you feel it?
"Don't do this. I'm not ready." Lüyun's body softened, but she quickly pushed him away with her hands. But her strength was too little compared to him. Zhou Changdong didn't argue and took her hands away, leaning down to kiss her again. He wasn't polite at all. Why should he be polite to his wife? He was about to burst with excitement. He didn't want to hold back anymore. He wanted to finish this with his wife. Jun opened the door. Just then, there was a knock on the door, along with his mother, Chun I-hong's voice. She had just returned from her nephew's wedding banquet. Quick, let me go. My parents are here. Lüyun was overjoyed. The arrival of her in-laws was like a divine intervention, so timely. Zhou Changdong felt very disappointed inside and even tried to struggle, saying, "Don't worry about mom and dad. No one is opening the door. They'll leave on their own." But Lüyun wouldn't agree. "Hurry up and get up." Lüyun nudged him twice. Seeing his wife about to get angry, Zhou Changdong had no choice but to kiss her goodbye lovingly before reluctantly getting off her. Lüyun tidied her hair and clothes, then looked in the mirror to check for any marks. But in the mirror, her charming face looked as beautiful as a peach blossom. Anyone who saw her would know she was up to something sneaky. Lüyun shot Zhou Changdong a stern look. He smiled and said, "Wife, maybe you should go to the door and tell mom and dad to go back first." "You're really saying that?" Lüyun replied with a bit of annoyance. She didn't trust this plan, quickly tidied herself up, and went outside. She first told her in-laws outside the door, "Mom, wait a moment, I'll be right there." Then she washed her face with cold water, dried it with a towel, and opened the door to her in-laws. Chun Aihong and Zhou Changdong saw their daughter-in-law arrive a bit late, holding a damp towel, and smiled, saying, "Did you just wake up from a nap? Were we too noisy?" Lüyun pretended not to hear and felt relieved inside. She smiled and said, "No, I was already awake." Her in-laws came in, and Yuan Bao ran around nearby. The little guy's belly was round and full from eating. "Yuan Bao, watch the door," her in-laws said as they arrived. Woof woof, Yuan Bao barked at his owner and sat guard at the door. Lüyun hung the towel back, poured some water, and then entered the house. "Mom, is it lively over at Uncle's today?"
she asked.
"Yes, very lively," Chun Aihong smiled. "Relatives have all come, and there are 15 tables set up." 15 tables was quite a big event. "Yeoman will become a dad in 8 months, Zhou Changdong added, glancing at his son. His great-nephew was about to be a father, but his own son had been married for 3 years and still hadn't had a honeymoon.
"What?"
Zhou Changdong, lying on the bed with a blanket over his head to hide his surprise, asked, "Yeoman's wife is pregnant?" "Yes," Chun Aihong replied with a smile, taking the water. "We didn't plan to get married so soon, but she's pregnant." Hearing this, Zhou Changdong felt a bit envious. His nephew was about to become a father, but he himself hadn't even lost his virginity yet, and he looked at his wife. Lüyun felt a warm sensation on her face and said to her parents-in-law, "Dad and Mom, you're having dinner here. Second brother and second sister-in-law brought a chicken today. We ate half at noon, and the other half is simmered now. We can have chicken noodle soup." "No need, just eat by yourselves. Your dad and I will go back to eat," Chun Aihong said with a smile. "Eat together with Changdong. He has a surprise for you," Lüyun said with a smile, glancing at Zhou Changdong before going to busy herself. "What surprise?" Chun Aihong asked her son. Zhou Changdong already felt his body calming down. He lifted the blanket and said, "Dad, help me up. I want to get out of bed and walk around." As soon as he said that, Zhou Changdong and Chun Aihong looked at him with surprise, their eyes wide. They looked at his leg. "Can you get out of bed?" "Yes." Zhou Changdong smiled and stood up. Zhou Changdong hurried over to help him, then supported his son as they walked inside the house. "Yesterday, you couldn't get out of bed, and today you can walk?" Chun Aihong was very happy and quickly said, "It's thanks to my wife," Zhou Changdong said. Chun Aihong and Zhou Changdong didn't ask more because their son being able to walk was a big happy event for them. At 4:30 p.m., Grandpa Qin arrived. Seeing that Zhou Changdong could get out of bed, he gave a detailed check and said repeatedly, "Good, good. You're recovering very well. Just take it easy and walk more. I won't need to come again. When you're fully recovered, come to my pharmacy for follow-up." "Thank you, Grandpa," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. "Your body is in good shape," Grandpa Qin replied with a smile. Chun Aihong asked, "Grandpa, do we need to give him a prescription for some medicine to help him recover?" "No need. His physical condition doesn't need more adjustment. Just finish the previous medicine." Grandpa Qin shook his head. He didn't stay long and left. Zhou Changdong and Chun Aihong were happy, and they stayed for dinner, eating chicken noodle soup before returning to the old house. Even now, they hadn't talked about their eldest son He Yuling and his wife He Yuling's younger son. If they cared, wouldn't they go see him themselves? Since they didn't care, there was no need to say much. Let their brothers live their own lives. But the old couple's good mood was still evident. He Yuling saw this and said, "Mom, did you eat at your brother's place?" "Yes," Chun Aihong replied with a nod. "The neighbors are talking again about some delicious food made at the younger sibling's place, and the wonderful aroma is drifting outside," said He Yuling with a smile. Chun Aihong didn't want to say much, but after hearing this, she looked at her and said, "Today, the second brother took a chicken to visit Changdong, and Junjun stayed with us to have chicken soup noodles. It's at her place that we get to enjoy some meat." They receive 25 yuan a month for living expenses, which is actually quite a lot. They can't afford big fish or meat, but every meal is usually vegetables like greens, beans, cabbage, radish, and tofu. Sometimes they have fish or eggs, but not often each month. They have all gone through hard times, even in the early years when there was barely enough to eat. She doesn't complain about such simple meals, but now, the third daughter-in-law is acting snobbish in front of her. He Yuling feels annoyed again. Just the other day, she cooked pig's trotters, and today she cooked chicken again. At night, she couldn't help but tell Zhou Changping about it. Zhou Changping whispered, "Didn't you notice that your mom is hinting at you? Every day it's just greens and tofu, and I haven't seen a single egg." He Yuling isn't stupid and said irritably, "Wasn't it always like this before? Now that they're over there eating more, they're complaining that my vegetables are not greasy enough." Zhou Changping said, "If you keep this up, I think our parents might start eating over there with them. When that happens, you'll regret it too late." He Yuling had already made contact and was confident. That's impossible. There's no way she would let Su Lüyun stay. Just thinking about it was enough to make her angry. If Su Lüyun leaves, not only is the chicken today hers, but her yard is hers, and the 3,000 yuan is hers too. Everything in the Zhou family will belong to her. So, Su Lüyun has no choice but to leave. Su Lüyun didn't know or care about He Yuling's dark thoughts because she was planning to sleep in a separate room with Zhou Changdong. If her parents-in-law hadn't come that afternoon, she really would have been overwhelmed by him, because his eyes were shining with green light. At that moment, Su Lüyun's resolve wavered. She had accepted him sincerely from the start. If he truly wanted to come, she would have been willing. Of course, that was before she was captivated by him. But now she's awake and can't let him do as he pleases. They haven't even gone through with anything yet, nor have they openly talked about it. What's the rush to move into a room? After 3 years, there's no need to hurry. So, Su Lüyun asked for a separate room, citing the need for him to rest peacefully. "Once you're fully recovered, I will do whatever you want, but now is not the time. To prevent you from making a mistake at the last moment, I will go sleep next door," Su Lüyun said. Zhou Changdong's world seemed to collapse. "Wife, what are you doing? I'm already fine. Only when you can run and jump again will you truly be okay. Right now, I'm worried that if you overexert yourself, you might feel unwell, and then you'll regret it," Su Lüyun said seriously. This is not the time to act spoiled. She had to be serious. Sending a wounded soldier into battle is such a reckless act. Their first night together must have perfect timing, location, and harmony. They can't just fool around casually. "You don't have to go next door. If I don't touch you, is that okay?" Zhou Changdong hurriedly said. "Where do young couples sleep separately? If our parents find out, they'll think something's wrong with us. If you don't tell them, can they find out?"
Su Lüyun snorted.
"Rest well." "No way." Zhou Changdong refused. "I want to listen to my wife and take good care of myself. Once I'm fully recovered, we'll talk. But if you leave, I'll come find you. There's no way to start sleeping separately now. That's not acceptable."
Su Lüyun frowned.
Zhou Changdong felt he might have gone too far today and scared his wife. He said seriously, "Wife, this was my fault. I shouldn't have been so impatient. I won't do it again. You can rest assured." Seeing that he truly understood his mistake, Su Lüyun hesitated but believed him. I trust you, but if you do something reckless again, I will really get angry. I won't do anything reckless. Hearing this, Su Lüyun decided not to sleep separately, but she would share the blanket. However, Zhou Changdong also didn't want to share the blanket.
Wife.
Before he finished, Su Lüyun shot him a sharp look. Are you sleeping or not? All right, Zhou Changdong could only agree for now. Su Lüyun finally lay down in her own bed. As she turned, she saw him looking at her eagerly, like a big dog waiting for its owner's affection. Su Lüyun felt a bit soft-hearted and leaned over to kiss him on the lips. Be good, listen to me, and we'll talk when you're better. Zhou Changdong's eyes lit up. Wife, kiss me a few more times. Go away. Su Lüyun ignored him. But when the mountain came to her, he leaned over to kiss her again, promising, just a kiss. I won't do anything else. Su Lüyun let him do as he wanted, but soon, his kisses became endless. Finally, Su Lüyun was really tired, but he still wanted to keep kissing her. She decided not to play along anymore. Go back to your bed. Zhou Changdong keeps pushing his limits and doesn't want to go back. He wants to hold his wife and sleep, promising, I won't disturb you, wife. Really, you won't make trouble? Su Lüyun looks at him. No trouble. Only then does Su Lüyun stop paying attention to him. After yawning, she falls asleep quickly. This is a skill she developed in her past life. Traveling for work was exhausting, so she always took every chance to rest and recharge. That's why she can fall asleep so fast. When she hears her husband's steady breathing, Zhou Changdong knows she is truly asleep. He also knows she's tired. She cares for him every day and is busy like a spinning top. So he needs to recover quickly and get better. Thinking this, he closes his eyes and sleeps with his wife. The next morning, it feels colder outside. Su Lüyun feels like staying in bed, especially since Zhou Changdong is holding her. It's so comfortable. Of course, it would be even better if his hands behaved. But he can't be completely honest. His patience is at its limit. Still, if he doesn't get to enjoy these small pleasures, it would be too cruel. He complains softly. Su Lüyun can't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She decides to ignore him and let him be. Because he's still he's very curious about her body and eager to explore. Finally, Su Lüyun can't take it anymore and quickly gets up to wash up. Seeing her get up, Zhou Changdong, though reluctant, stops wanting to sleep and gets up too. Today, Zhou Changdong has recovered much better than yesterday. He doesn't need her help anymore, and he's improved in many ways. Seeing that he can manage on his own, Su Lüyun doesn't interfere. After washing up, she says, stay at home and rest well. I'm going to buy groceries. Take your time, wife, Zhou Changdong replies. Su Lüyun carries a basket and goes shopping, meeting Aunt Qian along the way. They chat as they shop together. Today was supposed to be a normal day, but after buying groceries, Su Lüyun suddenly feels someone watching her. Why does she have this feeling? It's because, in her past life, she was secretly filmed by paparazzi, making her very sensitive to such things. She remains calm and looks around casually, noticing a stylish young man staring at her. But she's sure she doesn't know him. And in broad daylight, she can't be afraid of him, right? Even though the environment isn't very peaceful, it's not so chaotic that someone would dare to act openly in broad daylight.
Zhiru.
Do you know each other? But this stylish young man surprisingly came over to talk. Su Lüyun said calmly, sorry, I am married. The young man smiled. So, what if you're married? I haven't married yet. Next to her, Aunt Qian scolded. What are you saying, kid? She's married. Can't you understand? Su Lüyun shot him a glance and said coldly, Auntie, let's go. Since it was broad daylight, the young man didn't bother to stay, but his eyes looked at Su Lüyun with a fiery gaze. As soon as Su Lüyun got home, she told Zhou Changdong about it. His face darkened. She said sadly, when you're not here, those second-rate guys always try to bully me. This isn't the first time. Zhou Changdong felt ashamed and guilty, hugging his wife. It won't happen again. From now on, it won't. With me here, don't be afraid, wife. Even with you back, I feel at ease. Otherwise, I sleep with a kitchen knife under my pillow, Lüyun said, holding his strong waist and listening to his steady heartbeat. Honestly, this man truly makes me feel safe. Lüyun originally thought this matter would end here. After sharing her feelings with Zhou Changdong, she planned to do whatever she wanted and not worry about it. So she really didn't expect that the troublemaker would dare to come knocking on her door at night. After a day of rehabilitation exercises with Zhou Changdong, Lüyun, fresh from a bath and looking radiant, was about to play a little game of kissing with Zhou Changdong in bed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Although she didn't think much about the troublemaker from this morning, she knew that anyone coming to knock late at night should be alert. Who could be here at this time? She frowned, then thought of the troublemaker from earlier and said to Zhou Changdong, "Could it be him?" Zhou Changdong comforted her. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Because his hands and feet were still a bit unsteady, he grabbed a flat stick just in case. He only used this stick once a month when he carried grain home from the granary. Now it was useful again. Lüyun wasn't easily scared. Seeing this, she asked, "Can you use your strength?" "Back in my prime, one strike could make a wild boar fall. I can't hunt wild boars now, but dealing with people is no problem," Zhou Changdong said. Lüyun quickly said, "No, killing is a troublesome matter, and handling the body is difficult." Zhou Changdong. He was a bit amused and speechless. Sometimes his young wife was very timid, and other times she was fierce like a tiger. He had no intention of killing anyone. Lüyun then said if it really was that second-rate guy from this morning, just break his leg. "Okay." Zhou Changdong nodded. "Go behind the door, I'll check who it is first." "Don't hit the wrong person," Lüyun said. Zhou Changdong frowned when he heard this. It seemed unnecessary to make things complicated. Just hit him directly. Before you use force, you need to accuse him of a crime so we can justify it. Otherwise, it could cause trouble for us, Lüyun explained. Looking at his shy little wife, Zhou Changdong smiled. "All right." He moved behind the door, and Lüyun asked outside, "Who is it?" "It's me. We just saw each other this morning," the second-rate guy outside quickly said when he heard her voice. Lüyun's face immediately darkened, and she looked at Zhou Changdong with a look of grievance. Zhou Changdong signaled her not to be afraid. "Why are you here?"
I don't know you.
"Go back where you came from," Lüyun said to the person outside. The second-rate guy chuckled. "We don't know each other, but I like you as soon as I see you. I know your man is in the army and has become a vegetable, sent back home. You're alone and lonely. I came here to keep you company." Although she hadn't seen him, just hearing this made his lewd attitude obvious. Zhou Changdong's face darkened like ink. He couldn't imagine how his wife had been coping these past 3 years while he was away. Tonight, if he wasn't home, she would have to face everything alone, right? It wasn't surprising that she still hugged him when he was unconscious, and she felt safe when he was back. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife with both pain and guilt, and of course, anger at the second-rate guy outside. He silently told her to open the door. He thought they should open the door and give him a good beating. Lüyun also felt disgusted by this second-rate guy, but her anger wasn't enough yet. After nodding at Zhou Changdong, she angrily shouted outside, "Are you looking for a fight? Have you gone out to ask around? My husband is a soldier who contributes to the country. How dare you bully his family?" "Miss, I'm not bullying you. I just want to comfort you. I understand you. You're a beautiful young wife taking care of a vegetable. How can you go on like this? Don't be stubborn. Open the door, and I'll treat you well. Don't worry, I will definitely make you satisfied. All the women I've been with like me very much, hee," the second-rate man said in a way. This was really disgusting. So much, so that Lüyun didn't care whether her anger level was full or not. After he finished speaking, the door was opened, revealing her beautiful, bright face. Seeing her face, the second-rate man almost drooled. She was so pretty. "Still not coming in?" Lüyun said coldly, then moved behind the door to hide behind Zhou Changdong. This second-rate man was probably used to this. Seeing her agree, he looked around quickly and stepped inside briskly, even trying to close the door carefully. but a fist suddenly struck him right on the nose. In just a moment, the second-rate man let out a scream, blood pouring from his nose. But was that the end? Zhou Changdong swung a stick at him, and with a cracking sound, it broke a bone. The second-rate man collapsed to the ground, unable to fight, and screamed in pain. But Zhou Changdong didn't stop there. He went over and started beating the second-rate man again. The man kept crying out loudly. It was late at night, so the quiet surroundings meant the noise could easily be heard. Such screams naturally alarmed the neighbors. Lüyun and Zhou Changdong didn't try to hide what they were doing. Since Zhou Changdong was already in this state, he wasn't worried about being disturbed. When the neighbors came over after hearing the screams, they saw Zhou Changdong. Everyone was stunned. "Changdong, are you okay?" Zhou Changdong grinned with his big white teeth and nodded at the neighbors. "Yes, I'm fine." "Oh, what happened? Why didn't we hear anything earlier?" The neighbors found it hard to believe. The man was in a coma before, and now he was awake? "It happened recently, but I haven't fully recovered yet. I was resting at home. Tonight, a thief came, so I caught him." Zhou Changdong pointed at the lying man on the ground, looking like a dead dog. Everyone's eyes naturally turned to the man on the ground. Among the crowd was Sister Song, who had previously caused trouble for Xiao Yuzhu over a cheating incident. Lüyun had asked her and Sister Yen to find Sun Congxing and make him shift all the blame onto her. She actually knew this second-rate man. "Hey, isn't this the young guy from the Laoli family?" Zhou Changdong immediately looked at Sister Song. "Sister Song, do you know him?" "Yes, he's from my family's side." Sister Song stepped forward to look, and indeed, she saw clearly. She immediately nodded and frowned as she looked at the second-rate man. "Li Likai, when did you become a thief? Dare to come to Changdong's house and steal? Are you crazy?" The man named Li Likai, recognizing Sister Song, started crying loudly, tears and snot flowing. "I'm not a thief. I didn't steal anything. I came to bother her." He pointed at Lüyun. "That's even worse. Breaking into someone's house at midnight to bother them is almost like attempted."
Lüyun is needed.
"Let me tell you, my cousin is Deputy Director Zhang at the police station. You're doomed. Just wait to be caught. I know I was wrong. I know I made a mistake. But it's not my fault. It's all because of Hyusong. He told me to do this, to bother you." Even though his leg was broken and his face was bruised from Zhou Changdong hitting him, Li Likai didn't hold any hatred. He was so scared by Lüyun's words that his spirit almost left him. He also didn't hide who was behind this. He immediately sold out the person. Everyone looked confused. Who is Hyusong? Even Lüyun didn't know. But Zhou Changdong's face darkened instantly. Although he wasn't very close to Hyusong, this was his sister-in-law Hyuling's brother. How could he not know him? Sister Song also widened her eyes.
"What?
Did Hyusong tell you to bother Changdong's wife?" She was very familiar with Hyuling's family, so she knew right away that Hyusong was her younger brother. "Who is Hyusong?" Someone nearby quickly asked. "Yuling's younger brother. I remember, he just got married recently," Sister Song said without hesitation. She didn't care about her relationship with Hyuling and immediately spilled the beans. She was always curious about gossip, and now she sensed something big was happening. Not only her, but other neighbors also stared in shock.
What?
Hyuling's brother came to bother Lüyun, her sister-in-law? Lüyun naturally noticed everyone's expressions. When she heard Sister Song's words, she instantly understood what was going on. She originally thought it was just a second-rate man with bad intentions, but it turned out that Hyuling was behind it. She immediately looked at Zhou Changdong. Zhou Changdong was furious. He never expected that his sister-in-law Hyuling would use such mean tricks to force his wife to leave and try to ruin her. He softly said, "If anyone is free, could you please help me go to my old house and call my parents, my older brother, and my sister-in-law here? Let my family go. He runs fast." Sister-in-law Song immediately said, pushing her husband. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up." Her husband is Song Tao. Without hesitation, he ran to the old house. Over at the old house, Zhou Quanxing, Chen Aihong, and Zhou Changping were all awakened by the sudden knocking at the door in the middle of the night. Of course, He Yuling was the same. When she heard the noise outside, she was happy. Could it be that someone has already seen someone bothering Su Lüyun? And she was eager to come and report it? So she hurriedly told Zhou Changping to go out and see what was happening. Soon, Zhou Changping came back quickly, dressed in his clothes. He Yuling was excited. What's going on? Something happened over at Changdong's place. What kind of thing? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. I don't know. Song Tao didn't explain clearly. Hurry up and get dressed to go see. But He Yuling was very happy. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. However, she didn't feel guilty at all because she believed Su Lüyun had brought this on herself. She had kindly advised her to leave, but she didn't listen. She was just getting what she deserved. Without hesitation, she quickly put on her cotton coat and followed out. Zhou Quanxing and Chen Aihong also dressed quickly and left without saying a word. Zhou Changping and He Yuling followed closely behind. As for Zhou Yongshun, he was sleeping soundly in his room like a pig and didn't wake up. When they arrived, they saw neighbors crowded around, 3 layers deep. Seeing them, everyone quickly made way, and all their eyes focused on He Yuling's face. He Yuling noticed this and was a bit stunned. She didn't understand what was happening. When they entered and saw Zhou Changdong standing there alive, with Li Laikai kneeling on the ground, her mind suddenly went blank. Changdong, what's going on? Zhou Quanxing and Chen Aihong, panting, asked. They originally thought something had happened to their son, but it turned out to be the situation. First, let everyone go back and rest early. We'll handle this ourselves, Su Lüyun quietly told Zhou Changdong. Everyone present already knew what was happening. They didn't need to be witnesses anymore. Not seeing it firsthand made their imagination run wild, and the story grew even bigger. Su Lüyun was very willing to be this understanding and sensible person. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife with guilt in his eyes. His wife had suffered so much injustice, but still wanted to keep the family's problems private. He didn't want the neighbors to see their family drama, so he said, it's late now. Everyone, go home and rest. I'll invite you all over for tea tomorrow. The neighbors weren't very bold, and since he spoke first, they all agreed and left. Su Lüyun pulled Sister Song aside and whispered a few words. Sister Song nodded quickly, saying, I'll take care of this. After his wife finished speaking, Zhou Changdong closed the door without hesitation. As soon as the door was shut, Su Lüyun started her serious work. She stepped forward quickly and slapped He Yuling hard across the face with a loud slap. He Yuling, caught off guard, staggered from the slap. She covered her face in shock and stared at Su Lüyun, asking, How dare you hit me? Junior sister-in-law, you should speak nicely.
Why did you hit me?
Zhou Changping said sternly. Su Lüyun sneered, I was hitting this shameless, wicked woman. If you have any opinions, keep them to yourself. Family problems should stay private, but when it comes to justice, everything must be sorted out behind closed doors. Zhou Zhongping's face darkened. He looked at Zhou Changdong and asked, Third brother, when did you wake up? What's going on?
You don't need to ask me.
Sister-in-law knows better than anyone, Zhou Changdong replied coldly, ignoring the first question. Everyone looked at He Yuling. She felt stunned and trembling all over. She didn't expect Zhou Changdong to wake up, nor did she expect things to develop like this.
She stammered.
Su Lüyun looked at Li Laikai on the ground and asked, Say again what you just said. Who told you to harass me and try to ruin my reputation? It was He Yusong. He paid me 5 yuan and told me to bother you at the corner of the market this morning. He told me to do it, Li Laikai said, then looked at He Yuling. But I know He Yusong definitely listened to you, Yuling. Otherwise, why would he ask me to do such a thing when he has no grudge against the Zhou family? Zhou Quanxing and Chen Aihong understood what was happening. Their faces looked very grim. Zhou Zongping also looked at He Yuling in disbelief. He Yuling wanted to defend herself, saying, You're talking nonsense. Su Lujuan interrupted her weak excuse, with red eyes, and added, I know you, sister-in-law, Hope I leave quickly because once I go, this house will be yours. The 3,000 yuan Longdong brought back is yours, and the 30 yuan monthly subsidy from Longdong is also yours. That's why you came with your kindness several times to ask me to leave. You even came the day before yesterday. I didn't want to leave and told you clearly to forget it. But I never expected you to become so crazy, to ask your brother to find a second-rate person to try to ruin me, to force me to death. Are you still human?
Slap.
After hearing Su Lujun's words, Zhou Changdong turned around and slapped He Yuling hard, scolding, "Are you crazy? How could you do such a thing?" He Yuling was slapped to the ground because a man's strength is different from a woman's. Her head was buzzing, and after a while, she reacted and got up, saying, "No, I just asked my brother to find someone to patrol at the door. I didn't tell him to do such things." She knew she couldn't deny this anymore, but she couldn't bear the crime of trying to force someone to death. It was all false. After speaking, she immediately looked at Li Laikai and asked, "Tell the truth. What did your brother say to you? Dare you say he asked you to ruin my sister-in-law? He just asked you to patrol at the door." "He's the one who told me this, and I did as he said," Li Laikai said, recalling, and took out 5 yuan from his pocket. "This money was given to me by He Yusong. My family can also testify. He Yusong came to see me this morning, and he brought me here to watch for someone." Regarding these words, Zhou Changdong and Chen Aihong showed no doubt. Their eyes fixed coldly on He Yuling. Zhou Changdong stepped forward and punched Li Laikai twice. Li Laikai screamed, "Don't hit me. I've said everything I know. Do you have anything else to say?" Chen Aihong looked at He Yuling. He Yuling firmly denied, "I didn't do it. I admit I wanted my sister-in-law to go back to her parents' house, but I didn't tell Li Laikai to do this. Just report it to the police," Su Lujun said to Zhou Changdong. Zhou Changdong nodded, "Yes, report it." This statement caused Zhou Changdong to look at He Yuling with a shocked face, and Li Laikai on the ground was even paler, trembling like a dead dog. Zhou Changdong looked to his parents for help, but Zhou Changxing and Chen Aihong said nothing. He had to say, "Changdong's sister-in-law, let's talk this out nicely." He Yuling quickly replied, "If we report this to the police, our Zhou family's reputation will be ruined." Su Lüyun stared at her and said, "Before you did this wicked and stupid thing, why didn't you think about our family's face? Now I'm going to report it. Do you think our family cares about face? Everyone in the neighborhood already knows. Do you still think you have face?" He Yuling was speechless from her harsh words, but she knew she absolutely could not call the police. If she did, not only would she be finished, but her brother's side would be in trouble too. "I will compensate you, sister-in-law. I'm willing to pay," He Yuling said quickly and decisively. Su Lüyun had been waiting for this moment. Her plan was just to scare her, not to really call the police. Calling the police would seriously damage the Zhou family. How big of a problem would it take for the family to go to the police station? But don't forget, she was also a Zhou family daughter-in-law. Making a fuss would just make the neighbors watch and gossip. Would that make her look good? All she wanted was to vent her anger. It brought her no real benefit. What Su Lüyun really wanted was to get what she deserved, compensation. Compensation?
How do you want to pay?
Do you think I care about your measly $3? Su Lüyun thought this but said mockingly, 100 yuan, I'll take 100 yuan. Can we consider this matter settled? This was a big loss for her. Su Lüyun held the 5 yuan from Li Laikai and sneered, "I told you I'd call the police. The evidence is all here. Neither of you, brother or sister, will escape." He Yuling's face turned pale, and she was a little angry. "Sister-in-law, we're family. We see each other all the time. Why make things so extreme? If you dare to do something first, I dare to do it back. Does that mean the officials can set fires, but the people can't light lamps? You've gone so far that I shouldn't give you face? Do you think I owe you anything? What are you anyway?" Su Lüyun said coldly. She had never planned to have much contact with He Yuling, but maintaining some sister-in-law relationship was okay. But she never expected He Yuling to do such a thing. Since that was the case, she decided to cut ties with this relative. From now on, they would never speak again. She would not show any mercy. So, They decided to settle with a large sum of money. He Ling quickly looked at her parents-in-law.
Dad, Mom.
We won't get involved in this, Chen Ai Hong interrupted her. It's a family matter between siblings and in-laws. They should resolve it themselves. Zhou Changdong kept a stern face the whole time and didn't speak. Healing wanted to say more, but Zhou Changping cut her off and looked at Su Lüyun. 300 yuan and this matter is over. What do you think? When these words came out, Healing's face changed drastically.
No.
Shut up. Zhou Changping scolded. You have to give me those 300 yuan, whether you want to or not. He then looked at Su Lüyun. He wouldn't be stingy, right? He wasn't. That was 300 yuan. But he knew very well that this time, they had to make a big sacrifice. Although 300 yuan was a lot, Su Lüyun wasn't really happy with that amount. However, she understood that this was probably the limit He Ling could bear. If they asked for more, He Ling might refuse to go along at all. So, after struggling for a moment, Su Lüyun looked at Zhou Changdong. Changdong, what do you think? I'll listen to you. Zhou Changdong looked into his wife's eyes. According to his plan, he wanted to send He Song and Li Lai Kai together. But everyone knew that He Song had no grudge against his wife, and in the end, it would fall on He Ling. It would still cause trouble for the Zhou family. But since He Ling, the older sister-in-law, was bullying his wife, he didn't care about all that. He wanted to make He Ling remember this lesson once and for all. Su Lüyun understood his intention. He didn't want money. He wanted to make a big fuss. She quickly grabbed his hand and shook her head at him. Zhou Changdong understood his wife's meaning. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and looked at Zhou Changping. He said in a deep voice, "All right, since Big Brother wants compensation, we won't be polite. But I want to make this clear, just this once." Zhou Changping felt like his heart was being cut. He ignored the couple's double act and only looked at Zhou Changdong. When did you get better? And your parents, you actually kept the news from me that Changdong was okay? He looked very aggrieved. Before Zhou Changdong and the parents-in-law could speak, Su Lüyun said, "Big brother, you misunderstood. It was me who asked our parents not to tell anyone. Because Changdong needs rest after waking up, I didn't want him to be disturbed. That's why we didn't tell anyone outside. And your words are funny. What do you mean by hiding everything from you? What have our parents hidden from you?" The distance on both sides was only a few minutes' walk. If Big Brother had cared to come and see Changdong, he wouldn't have been unaware that Changdong was already awake. After all, second brother and second sister-in-law still live at school, so they should have known long ago that Changdong was awake. Even if he wanted to save face, he didn't even bother with that now. Why pretend to be pitiful? Zhou Changping's feelings of injustice were instantly crushed, and he became silent. He truly had no shame left and said, "Qian will bring the money tomorrow." After saying that, he turned and scolded He Ling. "Why are you just standing there? Let's go." He Ling looked like a defeated hen, following him as he opened the door and went out. Once outside, she saw that the neighbors hadn't left yet. Among them was sister-in-law Song, who looked at He Ling with mockery and said, "I already told my husband to ride his bike to old Li's house. Aren't you going to wait for the Li family to come?" Zhou Changping left without saying a word, and He Ling did the same. She didn't dare look at the gazes around her. It was Su Lüyun who asked sister-in-law Song to find her husband, Song Tao, to go to her mother's house to find the Li family. Because Li Light-Si's legs were broken, the Li family would definitely handle this. And the Li family probably already heard about what happened from Song Tao. So when they came, even seeing that his legs were broken and he was beaten badly, they could only apologize and offer their regrets. Su Lüyun said nothing unnecessary. Pay 100 yuan and take your son away, or let him drag that broken leg to jail. If they didn't report the case, everything would be cancelled. Otherwise, if they were taken for a trial, He Ling and her brother and sister would have to go in too. So they all paid money to settle it. 100 yuan was not a small amount, but even if the Li family was reluctant, they had to pay. They had planned this before coming and just happened to bring 100 yuan. Su Lüyun took the 100 yuan, then let the Li family take Li Lai Kai away. Once the person left, Lüyun took a 10 yuan note and handed it to sister-in-law Song, saying, "It's late, and brother Song Tao had to make a trip. Sister-in-law, please accept this." Sister-in-law Song was just watching for entertainment, and her husband, Song Tao, was the same. The couple was clearly used to this kind of thing, and was very willing to help. Late at night, Song Tao rode his bike back to his father-in-law's house. Led by his brother-in-law, he found old Li's house to discuss the matter. But they didn't expect any reward. Unexpectedly, Lüyun remembered and directly handed over this big note. This. Sister-in-law Song felt a bit shy, but also really wanted it. After all, her husband Song Tao only earns 35 yuan a month. "Take it, sister-in-law," Lüyun said. "It's late now, so I won't keep you. When I have free time, I'll invite you over for tea." "Thank you." Sister-in-law Song happily agreed, and also told the others to leave. The others were a bit jealous, and whispered privately that Lüyun's sewing skills were really impressive. They thought she was generous to give such a large amount of compensation. But this was just a small matter. Soon, everyone's focus shifted to how Yuling could have done such a thing. Although they didn't see it happen, they listened at the door. Even without listening, everyone knew why Yuling wanted her brother-in-law to find someone to ruin Lüyun's reputation. She wanted to chase her away so she could take everything for herself. Basically, she just wanted to get rid of her brother-in-law so she could have everything. But unfortunately, her brother-in-law had already woken up. However, neither of the couple had come to see him, so they didn't know about this matter yet. Among those gossiping, sister-in-law Song was the most excited. She also didn't mind giving Lüyun those 10 yuan and spoke well of her. She said Lüyun looked tough and intimidating usually, but actually, she was the easiest to bully. She said if Zhou Changdong hadn't already woken up, and if people saw a man knocking on the door several times late at night, Lüyun would be as helpless as a flower swaying in the wind, vulnerable and easily bullied. She believed Yuling's plan would succeed this time, just like last time with her cousin. According to sister-in-law Song, Lüyun was like a delicate white flower swaying in the wind, so helpless and easily bullied. Everyone was just watching the drama unfold with curiosity. The neighbors' thoughts were obvious on their faces. They knew tomorrow would be big news around here, but Lüyun didn't care at all. However, seeing her parents-in-law's expressions, she explained, "Dad, Mom, Zhou Changdong and I initially thought this was just a scheming second-rate guy. When we saw the commotion, we called the neighbors over. It just so happened that sister-in-law Song recognized Li like I. We didn't realize it would lead to so many problems." Zhou Changdong also looked at his parents, knowing that the Zhou family would soon become the talk of the town. Both Zhou Congxing and Chen Aihong shook their heads and said, "It's not your fault. The mistake isn't yours. We never expected our eldest son's wife to act so wildly and do such things." They had never given any hint that the assets or money of their third son would be left to them in the future. Especially after the last incident, Chen Aihong made it very clear that even if the third son never woke up, they were still alive. However, despite this, they couldn't stop themselves from thinking that everything belonging to the third son now belonged to them. Yes, although it was Yuling who started the matter tonight, Zhou Congxing and Chen Aihong both involved their son, Chongping, in it. They also secretly wished to take everything from the third son. There's no denying this, and they can't deny it. And if the third son doesn't recover soon, how will his wife face everything alone? In fact, she is the biggest victim here. But she didn't make a big fuss. She did it to save face for their parents. That's why they didn't blame her. Since it was late, the parents didn't stay long and left. But Zhou Congxing and Chen Aihong felt uneasy inside. Back at the old house, they went to bed, but kept turning over in their minds. "Don't think too much. Sleep early," Zhou Congxing said. "Yes, let's eat on our own from now on," Chen Aihong replied. She didn't want to share meals with the older family anymore. Okay. In the East Room, Yuling still didn't know that a huge sum of money was about to be lost. She clenched her teeth and said, "Are you crazy? Offering only 300. I think even 100 is too much. Do you think she's easy to deal with?" She won't look at anything below 300, Zhou Changdong said. Was he not feeling the pain? It was his money too, and he was sacrificing himself. But what could he do? The woman caused such a big problem and was caught red-handed. Of course, money had to be spent to fix it. Yulin was heartbroken. Their savings were originally 600, but because she saw the 3,000 yuan as her own money, she had given a lot more secretly when her younger brother got married, besides what was publicly given. But now, with Zhou Changdong waking up, the dream of that 3,000 yuan was shattered. Now they had to pay 300, and they barely had any money left. But they had no choice but to pay. If they didn't, the trouble would spread to her younger brother's side, and it might affect his work. Her younger sister-in-law's family is quite well off. She originally didn't agree to this marriage, but since her daughter liked him, she finally agreed. However, if her younger brother was caught by the police just after getting married, would that be good? Yulin was getting angrier the more she thought about it. She started blaming her in-laws, saying, "Are my parents intentionally doing this? The people are already awake, but they haven't said a word. How can they do this?" Lüyun was definitely hiding the truth on purpose. She was sure of it. Last time she visited, she even wanted to go inside to see. But Lüyun made up an excuse that Zhou Changdong was sleeping and wouldn't let her in. Since their relationship was bad, her deliberately hiding things wasn't surprising. But her in-laws also said nothing, which made her very angry. If she had known that her brother-in-law Zhou Changdong had already woken up, she wouldn't have wasted her effort. She wouldn't have lost so much just to get nothing in return, losing her husband's support and dignity. She couldn't even lift her head in front of the neighbors. She didn't even need to ask around. She knew tomorrow everyone would be talking about how she went to her family to hire people to ruin her sister-in-law's reputation, trying to force her to leave. Thinking of this, Yulin felt dizzy. After so many years of marriage, she finally built a good reputation, and now it was all ruined in an instant. Zhou Changdong was lying silently on the bed, feeling that his parents were deliberately hiding the truth. They didn't tell him that his third brother was awake, and they were playing tricks on him. He didn't reflect on himself at all. Even if he had gone with his parents to check, or not shown his true intentions to them, this wouldn't have happened today. But what he thought didn't matter anymore. No one cared. Zhou Changdong and Lüyun had already fallen asleep. Lüyun was lying in Zhou Changdong's arms, having just finished being fierce, now speaking softly. She sighed and said, "After today, I think we and our older brother and sister-in-law will probably have a gap between us for the rest of our lives." "It doesn't matter," Zhou Changdong replied. "They're not acting like the older brother and sister-in-law should." He didn't expect Zhou Changdong and Yulin to take care of him, but his wife and he were so worried about losing their only child that they even did such terrible things. Such an older brother and sister-in-law were worse than strangers. Wang Shi and Qin Dadawa were just as friends, but they both wanted to give him money and red envelopes, and they were filled with cash. Obvious they had given a lot. The contrast was clear. If brothers get along well, they visit each other often, like him and his second brother. But if they don't get along, it's fine to keep to themselves and not interfere. He wouldn't insist on brotherly harmony at all costs. Lüyun was very happy with his attitude. She disliked clingy men who couldn't tell right from wrong and always tried to smooth things over. He casually blamed himself, saying, "We weren't careful enough. If we had known it was Yulin, we should have closed the door and handled it privately. Now things have gotten a bit big, and even our parents are upset. They probably haven't faced such a big embarrassment in their lives. Darling, you don't need to blame yourself. It's not your fault." Zhou Changdong gently kissed her forehead to comfort her. Even though his wife had suffered so much unfairness, she didn't report it to the authorities out of respect for him. She shouldn't feel guilty. The real people to blame are the couple involved. But he guessed they wouldn't feel guilty either. They might even blame them for hiding the truth about waking up. Lüyun was very satisfied. This man was completely on her side. She kissed his chin and said, "It's so good to have your protection." Zhou Changdong held his wife close, feeling very worried, and said, "Don't be afraid. I am here for you." Lüyun was a bit confused. Why was he suddenly so emotional? She didn't know that Zhou Changdong, because of her words, "It's so good to have your protection," started thinking about many things. He wondered, if he hadn't woken up, how scared his wife would be tonight. If her older sister-in-law's scheme succeeded, his wife might be speechless and suffer a lot of unfairness. Thinking of this, Zhou Changdong couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Although Lüyun didn't know what he was thinking, since he was recovering well, she said, "Tomorrow, ask Mom to cook for you. I want to go back to my parents' house for a few days."
Huh?
Zhou Changdong was surprised. The topic changed quickly, but he quickly caught on and asked, "Why do you want to go back to your parents' house all of a sudden? I haven't been back for almost 2 months. Tonight's big incident means I should go and tell my mom and them in person, so they won't worry after hearing it from somewhere else," Lüyun explained with a ready excuse. But in fact, this had been planned for a while. Waiting until he was almost fully recovered, then going back to her parents' house, and when he came to pick her up, she wanted to have a serious talk with him. "But you don't need to stay for several days. Just a little while, and you'll come back." Zhou Changdong looked at his wife. "Lüyun, are you willing to leave me alone at home?" Zhou Changdong hugged her tightly. "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? You're grown up now, acting like you haven't been weaned." Lüyun rolled her eyes at him with a smile. Zhou Changdong looked at her with deep eyes and said, "You know I haven't been weaned." Lüyun thought of something and blushed. "Speak nicely. Stay one day, just one day, then I'll come back." The man in love couldn't bear to keep his eyes off his wife all day. Even a single day apart was hard enough, but if she wanted to visit her family, he couldn't stop her. However, one day was the limit. Several days would be too much for him. He couldn't handle it. Lüyun had seen men act cute in short videos, so sweet it made her smile like a caring aunt. Now, experiencing her own handsome man being sweet, she felt truly relaxed and happy. It's no wonder the foolish emperor couldn't resist a beautiful woman's charm. When he got carried away, he agreed to everything. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to resist either. So she said, "All right, I'll stay for one day." But right after, she regretted it. But Zhou Changdong was happy.
Deal.
Lüyun didn't want to ruin his mood, so she just thought to herself, "You enjoy this first. I might not keep my promise." Zhou Changdong didn't realize how unreliable his wife's promises could be. He hugged her and leaned in to kiss her. "Wife, go to sleep soon." Lüyun responded softly, "Hold me. I like it when you hold me to sleep." Hearing that, Zhou Changdong's heart softened completely. He held her close and kissed her again.
"Sleep now."
"Changdong," green tea softly called his name. Zhou Changdong answered quietly. "Am I really not dreaming? Are you really feeling better?" "I really am better, wife." Zhou Changdong kissed her several times, feeling heartbroken for her. "Will you be good to me forever?" Green tea softly asked. "Yes." Zhou Changdong kissed her again and again. "I'll be good to you forever." Green tea was satisfied with his answer. She hugged his strong waist, buried her face in his broad arms, and went to sleep. Zhou Changdong had never seen anything like this before. He was completely helpless, holding his little wife, as if he was holding the whole world. Although what happened last night was serious, the next day, the sun still rose on time, and the rumors outside, after a night of spreading, had become common knowledge. Zhao Yuzhu and Li Wenchuan were the first to come over. Li Wenchuan looked fine. There was no change on his face. But Zhao Yuzhu was almost unable to control her expression. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Zhou Changdong woke up? How was that possible? He has become a vegetable. How could he possibly wake up? But everyone says he has woken up and many people have seen it with their own eyes, so how could it be fake? Zhao Yuzhu can't accept this. If Zhou Changdong really woke up, with his appearance and personality, he would still be able to make money. Could Lüyun really choose to divorce Sun Congxing just for Sun? You should know that Lüyun now has some dislike for Sun Congxing. Her initial enthusiasm is gone. It must be a rumor, definitely a false report. Zhao Yuzhu kept thinking this way on her way there. But when she arrived, she was hit with a sudden surprise from Lüyun. Su Lüyun seemed to forget the previous unpleasantness and smiled warmly, saying, "Cousin, you're here? Did you hear that Changdong has woken up? That's why you brought Wen Chuan to see him?" This unexpected turn almost made Zhao Yuzhu lose her composure. She looked at Zhou Changdong standing in the yard and forced out a smile. "Yes, I heard my brother-in-law is better, so we came to see him." "Thanks for coming." Su Lüyun especially appreciated her patience and her ability to hold back her anger. Li Wenchuan didn't care about their conversation. He looked at Zhou Changdong and said with a smile, "Changdong, when did you wake up? Why didn't you tell anyone?" Zhou Changdong replied, "It was just in the last couple of days." Li Wenchuan didn't believe it was just a few days. How could he recover so suddenly? But he didn't mind and nodded with a smile. "That's good, as long as he's better now." Not only Li Wenchuan and Zhao Yuzhu came, but after hearing the news, others also came to see if he was really awake. Seeing Zhou Changdong alive and well, everyone was surprised, an actual recovery from being in a coma. Of course, they also congratulated him. An elderly woman, who had watched Zhou Changdong grow up, pulled him aside and said, "Changdong, now that you're better, you must treat your wife well. You don't know how good she's been to you. Even when you were like that, we thought it was the end, but she never left your side. Such a wife is hard to find, even with a lantern." Hearing this, Zhao Yuzhu almost couldn't hold back and wanted to expose everything. What does she mean, hard to find with a lantern? Someone like Su Lüyun? She's not worthy. Are they all blind? Su Lüyun simply got lucky. She stumbled upon a dead rat. Zhao Yuzhu had long known the real reason Su Lüyun decided to stay. It was clearly to maintain a good reputation and take care of Zhou Changdong for 3 months. But it's only been a month, and Zhou Changdong has already woken up. So, Su Lüyun has now become a good daughter-in-law who stays loyal to her husband even when he is in a coma. Although her sewing skills are poor and she doesn't manage household chores well, her good qualities outweigh her flaws. After all, no one is perfect, right? There's no such thing as someone being completely flawless. Her character earns her praise from neighbors and friends. Listening to everyone talk, some even quote sayings like "a loyal wife brings wealth" to warn Zhou Changdong. But Zhou Changdong accepts all this happily and agrees repeatedly. He feels lucky to have such a good wife and promises to treat her well and never let her suffer. Everyone is pleased with this. However, Zhao Yuzhu sneers inwardly, thinking he doesn't really know the truth. If he knew how Su Lüyun stayed behind to take care of him, he wouldn't say such things. Thinking this, she can't help but want to find a chance to tell Zhou Changdong the real story. "Cousin, what's wrong? Why do you look so upset, like you've eaten bitter herbs?" Su Lüyun smiles and looks at Zhao Yuzhu. Her simple-minded cousin's thoughts are obvious on her face, like she's about to burst. "No, nothing," Zhao Yuzhu denies, smiling. "Congratulations, sister. You've finally come out of your hardships."
What are you talking about?
"What do you mean by coming out of hardships? I haven't suffered much these past few years married to Changdong. Even this past month caring for him, I did it willingly, without feeling coup." Su Lüyun's gaze toward Zhou Changdong is soft and affectionate. Zhou Changdong looks at his wife's eyes, feeling like he could squeeze out some honey. Everyone else present sees this scene and can't help but smile. Some even tease that now that the person is awake, they should hurry up and have children, since they're not young anymore. This makes Su Lüyun act like a newly married young wife, making Zhou Changdong handle everyone while she shyly pulls Zhao Yuzhu into the house. Zhao Yuzhu. Heaven is truly unfair. This pretentious, fake act still looks so beautiful. But why pull her? She doesn't want to stay and keep being fed sweet words. She just wants to go back. "Cousin, don't rush to leave. I have something to tell you." Su Lüyun closes the door and whispers with a smile. Zhao Yuzhu frowns. "What is it? I only told you this before. If Changdong finds out, it must be because you told him." Su Lüyun blinks and whispers. Zhao Yuzhu's face stiffens. "Sister, what are you talking about? I don't know what you mean." "Yes, I don't know. It's best if nothing happened." Su Lüyun nodded with a smile. That's right. She did it on purpose to make Zhao Yuzhu so angry she couldn't hold back. Zhao Yuzhu was really furious, but couldn't help asking, what about Sun Congxing? That's obvious. Look at my brother Changdong, then look at that Sun guy. Can they be compared? I'm not blind, Lüyun said impatiently. Zhao Yuzhu felt cold inside because things were turning out exactly as she feared, worse than she expected. Lüyun was truly captivated by Zhou Changdong. But it made sense. Zhou Changdong's looks and figure were only slightly behind Wen Chuan's, but he was definitely on a different level from Sun Congxing. Thinking this, she continued, and you're dating him now, right? Just give him to you? You're talking nonsense. Zhao Yuzhu snapped angrily, but lowered her voice. I have nothing to do with him. Don't spread rumors. Fine, I'll just say, I was talking nonsense. Anyway, that's how it is now. I plan to live well with Changdong. He's really amazing, Lüyun said, winking at her. You know, in that way. Zhao Yuzhu. Someone get this troublemaker out of here. Is brother-in-law already awake? Last time, Annie and Andy came to see him, right? Zhao Yuzhu asked again. Yes, Lüyun replied with a gentle smile. He was awake then, but I didn't expect him to recover so quickly. It's only been a few days. I thought I'd have to take care of Changdong's needs for the rest of my life. She said this to prevent Zhao Yuzhu from overthinking because she wasn't done playing yet. Zhao Yuzhu didn't want to think too much, but she quickly remembered something else. Lüyun was now sleeping with Zhou Changdong and no longer interested in Sun Congxing. What about the money she lent to Sun Congxing? Zhao Yuzhu thought about how Sun Congxing had borrowed even a single yuan from her, and her heart immediately turned cold. No, she had to go find Sun Congxing and get that money back. Zhao Yuzhu worked very hard selling pastries, but how much did she really earn? She even had her children beaten by her mother-in-law just to make this little money. So, she wasn't going to let it go easily. Without hesitation, she went straight to Sun Congxing's factory to find him. When Sun Congxing saw her coming, his face changed, but he had been meaning to see her too. As soon as they reached the corner, Sun Congxing spoke directly. Stop trying to set me up with your cousin. Let's forget about it. Although Sun's family is a bit far away, Sun Congxing has a very talkative sister-in-law who loves to gossip. Sun's eldest sister-in-law is very close to sister-in-law Song and others. Last night, before going to bed, she got news from her good friend sister-in-law Song that Zhou Changdong had woken up, and she even caught a thief trying to bother his wife. She beat the thief almost to death, broke one leg, and it was a very tragic scene. Sun Congxing just overheard a bit and heard that Zhou Changdong is as ruthless as ever, which made him very scared. He knew Zhou Changdong not only harassed his wife, but almost tricked him into a betrayal. If Zhou Changdong found out, with his temper, he would definitely kill him. So last night, Sun Congxing hardly slept. He was so frightened. Even if Zhao Yuzhu didn't come to find him, he planned to find her himself to cut off that relationship. Although he was after Su Lujuan's money, he still wanted to have enough to spend. He didn't want to provoke Zhou Changdong, or he wouldn't know how he would die. Don't doubt it, Zhou Changdong is capable of anything. He knows this guy too well. Zhao Yuzhu still wasn't willing to give up and wanted to try again, to see Zhou Changdong's attitude and whether he would keep tempting Su Lujuan. But seeing Zhou Changdong's cowardly look, she decided not to waste her words. Since Su Lujuan no longer wanted to continue, and Sun Congxing was so timid with no manly spirit, there was no hope. So she didn't bother with words and directly asked for money. Return the 61 yuan you borrowed from me. I don't want the 5 yuan interest you promised, Zhao Yuzhu said. But where did Sun Congxing have money to give her? He was so poor he had to borrow even a yuan from her, and now he wanted him to pay over 60 yuan? That's impossible.
Don't try to extort me.
I only borrowed 1 yuan from you, Sun Congxing denied firmly. Zhao Yuzhu's eyes widened.
What are you talking about?
I took 60 yuan to pay back my cousin for you. Sun Congxing sneered. You say you took it? I didn't see it. And if you really took it, why hasn't your cousin responded to me? She's ignoring me because you're too useless. Zhao Yuzhu scolded directly. Sun Congxing's face darkened, and he turned to leave. You're not allowed to leave. Pay me back the 61 yuan you owe. Zhao Yuzhu stopped him and threatened, if you don't pay, I'll bring your IOU to your factory and cause trouble. Let's see if you can keep your temporary job. Alright, then come and cause trouble. If you dare to disturb my workplace and ruin my job, I will go to your building and cause trouble there. I will openly admit to everyone that what you did with me is true. Your cousin just took the blame for our matter. Sun Congxing couldn't be afraid of her. That was impossible. He immediately threatened back. You better think about how Li Wenchuan will feel about you then. Sun Congxing sneered. Zhao Yuzhu pointed at him. You dare threaten me? Do you think your threats work? If Wenchuan believed you, he wouldn't have ignored it last time. It doesn't matter if Li Wenchuan doesn't believe. As long as the neighbors believe, that's enough. And your mother-in-law, if I admit it to her directly, she will believe too. Then, do you still want to live a peaceful life? Sun Congxing knew exactly how to manipulate Zhao Yuzhu. Zhao Yuzhu really wanted to fight him. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back to work. Sun Congxing shot her a quick look, feeling smug inside. He thought, I'm not afraid of Zhou Changdong, but I'm not afraid of you either. What could Zhao Yuzhu do? The barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. Sun Congxing was a reckless man. He could go all out, but she couldn't. She could only glare fiercely at his back. Her heart was filled with anger and frustration. She thought for a moment and decided to go back and find Su Lüyun to get that 60 yuan back. But halfway there, she remembered how Su Lüyun had repeatedly confirmed whether the money was for her to help Sun Congxing repay. She had denied it was. If she went now to ask for it, Su Lüyun would definitely give her a hard time. Zhao Yuzhu was torn, should she go or not? It was a feeling of deep regret. After struggling for a while, she finally decided to go home and rest because her pain was too intense. She was not the only one feeling pain. Yuling was also hurting. Even though she didn't want to, she still went to get the 300 yuan. If she didn't, Zhou Changdong would go instead. He took the passbook to withdraw money and realized there wasn't much left at home. So Yuling had to grit her teeth and withdraw the 300 yuan, asking Chen Aihong to bring it to her. Chen Aihong handed the money to Su Lüyun, who accepted it politely. She also took 2 large packs of rice and explained she would stay at her parents' house for a few days. She had to be honest with her mother-in-law because she needed her to come and cook. Zhou Changdong was still unsteady and couldn't take care of himself. Chen Aihong didn't ask for her share and smiled. My husband and I won't eat with them anymore. We'll cook for ourselves. It's better this way. Su Lüyun immediately said, Mom and Dad, cooking separate meals is too troublesome. Why don't you come eat with us? Let's share the meal together. Let's talk about this later. Chen Aihong felt that her third daughter-in-law was sincere, but she still shook her head to refuse. Su Lüyun thought that if the elderly couple didn't eat with the eldest son but came to eat with the youngest son, it would be fine normally, but at this critical moment, it could cause trouble between Zhou Changdong and Yuling. Although the two are not very honest, they are still family. Anyway, I'll say this first. Mom, if you and Dad ever feel like cooking for yourselves, just come over anytime. I have no problem with that, Su Lüyun said openly without forcing. Chen Aihong naturally appreciated this. Who likes being disliked by the younger generation when they grow old? Being wanted by the younger ones is true happiness. Your kind words mean a lot, Mom. Stay a few more days when you go back. No need to rush home. Spend some quality time with your parents-in-law. You've been working hard these days, Chen Aihong said softly. All right, I'll go back now, Su Lüyun nodded with a smile. Zhou Changdong was very reluctant. He saw his wife off to the bus and kept reminding her, Honey, remember, we agreed. Stay over tonight, but you have to go home tomorrow. Su Lüyun carried her bag and said, I thought about it, and one day is too short. I've decided to stay a few more days. Zhou Changdong. This little fox really isn't honest. Be good at home, take good care of yourself. The money is in the cabinet, and I've given you the key. Use it whenever you need, Su Lüyun said with a smile as the bus arrived. She quickly got on. Zhou Changdong called out 3 days. If you don't come back in 3 days, I'll come to pick you up. Su Lüyun waved her hand to signal him to go back quickly. In Huaihua Lane, Wang Guifin was taking an order from a neighbor's sister-in-law. The sister-in-law brought new fabric to make a wedding dress for her soon-to-be bride sister-in-law, along with a pair of new shoes. The wedding dress was to be in the latest style this year. The shoes needed some decorative patterns to make them look pretty. For an experienced tailor like Wang Guifin, these requests were no problem. She agreed immediately. Okay, I'll remember. I can finish it by tomorrow afternoon. Have Daniel come over to see it. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I can make adjustments. The neighbor sister-in-law was very happy with her straightforward words and smiled. Can I really trust you, Auntie? The clothes you make never need reworking. Just do it as you say. Wang Guifin praised her, saying, You really are thoughtful as a sister-in-law. You found such a good marriage for the big girl, and now you're making new clothes and preparing dowry gifts too. Although it's now the 1980s, many girls still wear old clothes when they get married, and new clothes are hard to come by. Not to mention buying basins, hot water bottles, and quilts as dowry items. Only if the bride's family values her highly would they do such things. For example, sister-in-law Tang doesn't feel wronged by her younger sister-in-law. She bought all these dowry items and also introduced her to a really good match. The groom is the youngest son in his family, but he was born with a leg problem. It's not a big issue, just a slight limp. Last time, he came to visit with gifts and everyone saw him. Although he limps a little, he is handsome and comes from a good family. He runs a pig farm outside the city. Sister-in-law Tang helped arrange the match through her relatives. After the matchmaker visit, they liked each other, and it was settled. Many people nearby were envious. Sister-in-law Tang smiled and said, This is what I should do as a big sister-in-law. My little sister has raised all her nephews and nieces herself. Because of her, my husband and I can go to work peacefully. She's worked hard all these years. Now, she deserves this. Her parents-in-law passed away early, so her husband and younger sister-in-law rely on each other. Later, she had a child, and her younger sister-in-law was very sensible, helping with all kinds of chores. People help each other, and sister-in-law Tang is happy to treat her well. Now that she's older, she wants to find her a good marriage and prepare a generous dowry for her to get married. That's what a good sister-in-law does. Look at the girl from old Chen's family. She just works hard for her family. In the end, what does she get? Only a bride price that's gone. Big Tiger marrying you is a blessing for the old Tang family. Wang Guifin sincerely praised. Sister-in-law Tang smiled, feeling her sister-in-law was really nice. While they were talking, they saw Su Lüyun carrying a parcel back. Junjun, you're back? Sister-in-law Tang looked surprised and asked. Su Lüyun recognized her and smiled. Hello, sister-in-law Tang. Why are you back? Wang Guifin asked quickly. Seeing that you're worried, I couldn't help but come home to share good news, Su Lüyun said happily, setting down her parcel. Sharing good news?
Could it be?
Wang Guifin's eyes lit up as she listened. Su Lüyun beamed and said, Mom, Changdong is feeling better.
He can get out of bed now. Really?
When did this happen? Wang Guifin was very happy, as if she couldn't contain her joy. Just these past couple of days, I saw him recovering well, so I came back to share the good news. That's great. That's really wonderful. Wang Guifin was so happy she almost wanted to go see her son-in-law right away. Is Junjun's husband better now? When did this happen? Why didn't I hear any news? Sister-in-law Tang finally found a chance to speak. Wang Guifin happily explained, Changdong actually woke up a long time ago. A few days ago, old Su and I went to see him and had a meal together. He couldn't move at the time and needed to rest, so we didn't tell anyone. But I didn't expect him to recover so quickly and be able to get out of bed. Sister-in-law Tang smiled and said, This is such great news. She also told Su Lüyun, Junjun, your love and patience weren't wasted. Good days are coming. The news that Su's eldest son-in-law, who was turned into a vegetable and carried back home, had woken up was already known throughout the neighborhood. Junjun was determined to stay with him and refused to leave to remarry, and her unwavering love was also widely known. Now that he was awake, it was clearly a case of hardship turning into happiness. Junjun smiled and thanked her sister-in-law. Are you here to see my mom and get some clothes made? Yes, Dinyo is getting married. I want to make her a new dress and a pair of new shoes. Since all the girls in this area knew Junjun, she nodded. I'll go find Dinyo when I have time. Sister-in-law Tang smiled and agreed, then left without staying further. As soon as she left, Wang Guifan couldn't wait and said, Let's go, Mom, and see Changdong. Junjun laughed and said, Mom, look at the time. It's still early, it was only just past 3, almost 4. Junjun didn't want to run back and forth. Mom, don't worry. When he's ready, he'll come to pick me up. You're not going back. You still want Changdong to come pick you up? Wang Guifan was surprised. Yes, I plan to stay at my parents' house for a few days. Wang Guifan said, You don't need to go back to take care of Changdong or cook for him. I told my mother-in-law, and she will go over and cook. I won't let your son-in-law go hungry. I just want to stay and spend time with you and Dad. Wang Guifan gave up and looked at her with a smile. We're busy enough. Do we really need you to keep us company? Just you and Changdong living well is better than anything. Junjun smiled. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely live well with him. Really? Wang Guifan looked at her. Of course. After all, a woman like her, who knows how to plan, believes that as long as she wants, she can make everything good. For example, today, Zhou Changdong looked at her as she got into the car, showing how much he didn't want to part with her. It was a time full of love and affection, and a small separation like this felt even more intense than a wedding. She had already planned everything carefully, but she didn't need to tell her mother about these details. Instead, she asked, Where's my sister-in-law? She went outside to chat and gossip. Since she wasn't visiting her son-in-law, Wang Guifan, with nothing to do, took sister-in-law Tang's fabric and went into a small side room to cut it. It was a special little room set aside for sewing. Lüyun put her bag in her own room. Her maternal family still had a room for her, because she often came back to stay for a few days. She wouldn't allow anyone to touch her private space, even after marriage. This was her childhood home. Sister-in-law Ho Tsuetsue had strong opinions about this, but since Lüyun was not someone to be easily upset, she didn't argue. Of course, it was also because there were enough rooms in the house. Su Zhenghua and Wang Guifan shared one room. Su Lushan and Su Lulin, the brothers, each had their own room. There was also Su Zhengua's original study, which was now cleared out and turned into a room for the nieces, with a bunk bed. In the sewing room, there was also a bed for the eldest brother's son, Su Yang. As for the second brother's young son, Su Kan, he was still too little and slept with his parents. Under these conditions, Su Lüyun's room was definitely secure and undisturbed. After placing her bag down, Su Lüyun went to the small side room to chat with her mother. Wang Guifan, while cutting fabric, asked important questions. Is Changdong's health okay in all aspects? Very good. Old Dr. Qin said he's stronger than an ox. He wasn't fully recovered yet but wanted to return to duty, and every morning he would wake up and insist on talking to her. She didn't know how strong he really was. Hearing that her son-in-law's health was fine, Wang Guifan felt happy but also asked, when Changdong fully recovers, will he be returning to the army? Do you think he can bring you along this time? The young couple had been apart for 3 years, and they couldn't live apart forever. They needed to be together. Changdong doesn't plan to go back to the army, Su Lüyun said. Wang Guifan was surprised. Not going back? Do you have other plans? Su Lüyun nodded and told her about Qin Datua's idea of partnering with Zhou Changdong. Wang Guifan was very happy to hear this. That's great, she exclaimed. Are you worried that your son-in-law, who's no longer an officer, might feel disappointed for choosing business instead? Su Lüyun smiled. Wang Guifan immediately said, Why would I be disappointed? After dinner last time, I told your dad, should we advise Changdong to consider changing careers? Serving in the army is so dangerous, going out in wind and rain. I didn't say anything before, but look how risky it is now. If it happens again, who can guarantee we'll have such good luck? But your dad doesn't want me to interfere. Now that Changdong is willing to retire himself, I'm just happy. And doing the coal business is also very good. He can definitely make a lot of money. You should also have confidence in Changdong. With his ability, he will succeed in whatever he does. Wang Guifin was trying to subtly persuade her daughter. If she couldn't become a military officer's wife, she shouldn't be disappointed. With her son-in-law's skills and ability, she can still earn money and support herself.
Sulun smiled. I understand.
Wang Guifin saw that her daughter was listening seriously, not just forcing a smile, and felt relieved. But she still said, stay one night, then go back tomorrow. Changdong just recovered and needs you now. Take care of him and help build your relationship. Later, you can come together again. No, I'll wait for him to come pick me up. Did you argue with Changdong? Wang Guifin asked her.
No argument.
We're actually getting closer now. How could we argue? Lüyun gave her mother a playful look. But she understood her mother's instinctive reaction. The image of a fragile girl was so ingrained that any sign of trouble made her think she was acting out again. Wang Guifin looked at her daughter's happy face and guessed their relationship was good. She smiled. Since you're not arguing, why stay longer? Mom, are you really trying to rush me away? You never used to be like this. Changdong just came back, right? You haven't seen each other for 3 years. Shouldn't you spend more time together? Wang Guifin hoped her daughter and son-in-law would be happy. The time during her coma didn't count, but how long had her son-in-law been awake now? She could come home anytime, but the most important thing now was for the young couple to build their relationship. That's the top priority. Lüyun said, I didn't plan to stay long, but I was really upset. What kind of upset? Didn't you say you didn't argue? Wang Guifin looked at her. Lüyun started telling her about last night's events. Wang Guifin stopped her sewing machine, her chest heaving with anger. She said angrily, your sister-in-law actually used such despicable tricks to hurt you?
Yes.
Mom, you don't know how disgusting they are. They're practically trying to ruin Changdong's future.
Lüyun snorted coldly.
Wang Guifin's face darkened. She stood up immediately. Mom will call some people. We're going there right now. I want to take someone to teach Healing a lesson. Lüyun quickly stopped her. Mom, you don't need to go. The matter has already been handled. She also explained about the 300 yuan she had knocked from Healing. Wang Guifin poked her forehead. Are you so money-minded or what? How can you just settle such a big matter with a little money? This was caused by internal issues in the Zhou family. If it gets to the police, outsiders will just watch the fun. It's better to settle it with a small amount of money, so she feels the pain. Besides, my in-laws are quite kind to me. This is just a way to let this matter end peacefully, save face for everyone, and show some kindness. Lüyun shook her head. After hearing this, Wang Guifin couldn't help but look at her daughter a few more times. You've thought of so much? She considered everything carefully. Of course, Lüyun said with a smile. We've really improved a lot in just a few days. Wang Guifin asked again, what's Changdong's attitude? He's furious. Last night, he beat up that thief badly. If I hadn't been sensible and stopped him, I think he would have torn apart his brother and sister-in-law right there. Lüyun felt quite good about this. She could tell that last night, Zhou Changdong wanted to send someone to jail and didn't care about brotherly or sisterly feelings at all. But her sensible side held him back. Still, Zhou Changdong had completely blacklisted his brother and sister-in-law in his heart. Hearing her son-in-law's attitude, Wang Guifin was satisfied and nodded in approval. Yes, you handled this well. Brothers and sisters-in-law might not care, but parents-in-law still matter. You should give them some face and turn a big issue into a small one. Plus, they only lost a few hundred yuan, which is a way to make up for the damage. That's enough. Lüyun also felt proud of how she handled this matter. She gained benefits, a good reputation, and even improved her image in front of her in-laws and husband. Wang Guifin warned again, since your sister-in-law can do such things, you don't need to be polite anymore. Everyone should stick to their own paths. I understand. This time, she and Healing had truly broken apart, and there was nothing more to say. Wang Guifin saw that her daughter had become sensible and responsible, and she felt relieved. Now that she had moved out and was living her own small life with her husband, not under the same roof as her brothers and sisters-in-law, it was very peaceful. Thinking of this, Wang Guifan praised, "When I bought that house, I thought you were wasteful and spent money recklessly. But now, it turns out you made the right choice." Su Lüyun smiled and said, "That's right. It was 1,700 before, now it's 2,300. I might not even want to sell. 3 years of doing nothing, and I still made a profit of 600. Rising house prices are one thing, but mainly it's about peace and quiet." Wang Guifan, who had seen a lot, knew well how families squeezed under one roof often fought like enemies. Many brothers and sisters-in-law fought so badly they looked like enemies. If a young couple can move out and have their own place, even if it's small and crowded, it's fine because it's peaceful, no more petty quarrels.
Su Lüyun nodded. She's right about that.
Only she and Zhou Changdong live together. They can do whatever they want, shout as loud as they like. "Mom, has my younger sister come back?" Ho Tsuetsue hurried back from outside. Just as sister-in-law Tang left the house, she saw a group of women gathered. Without hesitation, sister-in-law Tang went over and told them what happened. When Ho Tsuetsue heard, she immediately rushed back. "Big sister-in-law, I'm back," Su Lüyun replied from inside the small house. "Little sister, sister-in-law Tang said you came back with good news, that Changdong is getting better? Is that true?" Ho Tsuetsue asked eagerly when she saw her sister-in-law. "Yes, Changdong can now get out of bed." Su Lüyun looked at her sister-in-law. "Really? When did this happen?" "Mom, did you know about it earlier?" Ho Tsuetsue quickly asked her mother-in-law. People can't just suddenly get better, right? She remembered the last time her parents-in-law went to visit their daughter. Maybe he woke up then? Wang Guifan didn't deny it. "We knew for a while, but Changdong needed rest, and Juju's in-laws didn't tell anyone. Of course, we couldn't say anything either." Ho Tsuetsue couldn't help but complain, "They didn't tell me, but they should have at least said something." She was upset because her family kept things from her. If she had known, she wouldn't have needed sister-in-law Tang to reveal this hot news today. "Knowing now doesn't change anything," Wang Guifan said, understanding her. If she knew, everyone outside would too. Her mouth was like a funnel. She couldn't hide anything. Ho Tsuetsue regretted missing the scoop, but quickly cheered up and said enthusiastically to Su Lüyun, "Little sister, why didn't Changdong come back with you? Last time, he was gone for 3 years and never visited. You should come over for a meal or something. This younger brother-in-law is quite young to be a company commander, and he has made a big contribution this time. When he goes back, he should get promoted, right? She has children and a caring brother-in-law like that. With someone like him looking after her, her future should be bright." Her feelings are very obvious, but Su Lüyun doesn't want to explain about her upcoming discharge. She smiles and says, "Changdong isn't fully recovered yet, so I came back first to share the good news and stay a few days. I wonder if my sister-in-law might find me annoying." "Little sister, why would I find you annoying? I'd be happy to have you stay with us." Ho Tsuetsue immediately denies feeling bothered by her, welcoming her with a smile. She comforts herself, thinking that once Changdong gets better, he will come to pick her up. When he's healthy, he'll probably go back to the army soon. She won't be able to stay long. In the future, she might follow the army, and she probably won't have much time to come back in a year. Why not leave a good impression now? There are many more places to rely on this brother-in-law in the future. Su Lüyun smiles and says, "I knew you, sister-in-law, care about me. I'll stay for now. When Changdong gets better, he'll come to pick me up. By the way, I want to eat the buns you make. Let's make buns together tomorrow morning." Her parents are eating with her older brother and sister-in-law, and she will do the same when she returns. Ho Tsuetsue's mouth twitches. "It's not a holiday. I have 2 meat coupons here. Tomorrow, I'll buy some pork to make buns." Wang Guifan pulls out 2 meat coupons. Ho Tsuetsue quickly takes them and says, "Little sister, you want to eat my buns? It's no big deal. Okay, I'll go buy pork tomorrow morning." "Big sister-in-law, you're so kind. If my brother can marry someone like you, I really think he's been lucky in his past life," Su Lüyun says sweetly. Ho Tsuetsue feels very comfortable because she agrees. She can't help but glance at her little sister-in-law, noticing she's changed a lot. Not only has her speech improved, but she also looks especially beautiful. Little sister, you look even prettier than before, Hotsuetsue says with some envy. This sister-in-law doesn't have many outstanding qualities, but her face is truly stunning. She hasn't been back for over 2 months, and she seems even more beautiful now, radiant and shining. Really? Maybe it's because Changdong woke up. I was happy, so my complexion improved, and I became prettier. Lüyun raises an eyebrow. Hotsuetsue chuckles. Little sister, you're so beautiful. When Changdong wakes up and sees you, he'll be very happy. Lüyun smiled and said, Mom, look at my sister-in-law. Why is she so sweet-talking today? It makes people feel so happy. Wang Guifan chuckled and said, This girl is so clever now. Hotsuetsue smiled and said, I'm telling the truth. I just hope that Yuan will grow up to be like you, little sister. It's okay if she doesn't look like her, but she can have her face. With such a pretty face, which man wouldn't be captivated? She also hopes her daughter will grow up to find a capable partner and make her proud. Lüyun said then, Sister-in-law, you must take good care of Mom. That's her achievement. When Mom was young, she was famous in our area. Yuan, and I both look like her. Wang Guifan laughed and scolded, Stop joking. Go cook with your sister-in-law. The kids are coming home from school. Hotsuetsue quickly said, I can do it myself. Little sister, you're rare to come back, so stay and chat with Mom. Mom, look at my sister-in-law. She's really good, kind, and thoughtful. My eldest brother doesn't have many good qualities, but he's lucky. Sister-in-law, you're that lucky charm. Hotsuetsue smiled happily. Mom, look at my little sister. After waking up, she's become lively and adorable. Ending her life of widowhood was definitely different. She used to be so unpleasant, acting like she owed everyone money, always with a sour face. Now, she's so good at talking. After exchanging a few greetings, Hotsuetsue felt very happy and went to prepare dinner. Wang Guifan looked at her daughter with a smile. She used to be naive, but now she's clever and more thoughtful than anyone. She's become the typical person who only talks but doesn't take action. Lüyun whispered with a smile, Mom, what are you looking at? My sister-in-law just wants to flatter me. Should I give her a chance? If she finds out that Changdong isn't returning to the army, do you think she'll treat you well? Wang Guifan clearly understood her eldest daughter-in-law's thoughts. She will still support me, Lüyun said confidently. Changdong is planning to buy a car and start a coal business. She'll still support me. Be careful. If someone asks you for help or to introduce someone, don't agree. Changdong is just starting out, Wang Guifan warned when she saw her confident look. I know, Mom. Don't worry. I'm not that naive. If they want my help, they should ask Changdong directly, Lüyun said, not interfering in these matters. She planned to wait until Zhou Changdong was settled, then go with her mother-in-law to try the theater. Wang Guifan didn't say anything more. Hotsuetsue called from the kitchen outside, Little sister, do you want some sour plums? If yes, I'll scoop a plate for you. Is it tasty? Yes, it's sour and crunchy. The preserved plums are really good. Then, sister-in-law, please scoop some for me. Hotsuetsue scooped a plate of sour plums and brought it over, eating some herself. She said, This was bought by Mom for your second sister-in-law, but I enjoy it too. I don't know if I'm pregnant or not. Wang Guifan replied, If you're craving it, just say so. I didn't tell you not to eat. Her period just ended 3 days ago, and now she's wondering if she's pregnant or not. Hotsuetsue, with a thick skin, said, I know Mom cares about me, but I also want to have more children for old Sue's family. Green Mountain and I are trying hard too. She was quite eager to have children because her mother-in-law would give her money for it. For each child, she received 50 yuan as pocket money, plus extra benefits during the postpartum period, including 5 jin of meat and 10 jin of eggs for her to eat while resting. She had a daughter and a son, and her mother-in-law, Wang Guifan, paid her a total of 100 yuan. The postpartum treatment was really good, so she was very enthusiastic about having children. However, after having a son, she couldn't get pregnant again. When Zhu Meishue became pregnant this time, she was very jealous. Recently, she stayed up late with Su Lucian, wanting to have another child. But this month, her period came again, which made her furious. Wang Guifan said, "Go cook quickly." She was outspoken, even discussing marital matters openly. Ho Tsuetsue went to cook. Wang Guifan then warned her daughter, "Your second sister-in-law is having a tough pregnancy. When you come back, don't cause trouble for her." Su Lujuan was eating the sour, crunchy plums and was thinking about all this. According to the original story, her second sister-in-law's child was indeed lost because of her wicked little sister-in-law just a few months later. By then, she had been tricked into a financial and emotional trap by Sun Congxing and returned home in a mess. Naturally, she was full of resentment and blame. Seeing Zhu Meishue, whom she had always looked down on, happily married with children and loved by her husband, how could a woman who remarried be so lucky and happy? This made her jealous. Then she caused her sister-in-law's pregnancy to go into early labor, and the baby was lost. The mother's health was also damaged. The early labor and the loss of the baby, combined with physical and mental trauma, made Zhu Meishue ill for a long time. But she thought that was the end? No. Later her daughter Su Man would be kidnapped. Because losing a child and the trauma of her daughter being kidnapped deeply affected Zhu Meishue, she couldn't hold on and passed away, leaving her son Su Can behind. Due to this incident, Su Man, who was later found, hated her intensely. Not only Su Man, but her nephew Su Can and her second brother Su Lulin also completely cut ties with her. Of course, these are from the original story. Now, Su Lüyun has arrived and she definitely wouldn't do such things. Hearing her mother's words, she quickly said, "Mom, don't worry. Second sister-in-law is part of our family now. I won't be unreasonable anymore." "That's good." Wang Guifan was pleased to see her more sensible now. She nodded and added, "Once Changdong recovers fully, you two should hurry up and have children." "Why so early?" "I'm still young." Su Lüyun still wanted to enjoy her life with her partner. "You're already 22, still young?" "Changdong is 27 this year too," Wang Guifan said. Su Lüyun replied, 27 isn't that old." 27 isn't old? Look at your older brother and second brother, and then look at Changdong. These are real examples. Su Lüyun felt a bit embarrassed. According to her beliefs, 27 is quite old, but in this era, 27 is definitely considered a late age for a young adult. Her older brother is just a year older than Zhou Changdong, but her niece Su Yuan and nephew Su Yang are already in elementary school because they married and had children early. Her second brother is 25 this year. He married a bit late, but her little nephew Su Can is already in kindergarten, and her second sister-in-law is pregnant again. Compared to that, Zhou Changdong, who is still is quite a bit behind. Wang Guifan whispered again, "We really need to hurry up with this, you know? I went to your cousin's house the other day, and she said children shouldn't be born too many." Su Lüyun wasn't surprised. Her cousin's husband is a deputy director at the bureau, and her cousin's wife also works in the same department, so they have more information than ordinary people. But Su Lüyun also knew that in the 1980s, they would try to control this, but she didn't care much because she didn't plan to have many children. One was enough. Children will be born eventually. The sooner, the better. They recover quickly when young, Wang Guifan said. Su Lüyun thought this made some sense and said, "Just go with the flow." Wang Guifan didn't say much more. Soon, her nephews and nieces came home from school. The first to enter was Su Man. When she saw her little aunt Su Lüyun, her face turned pale, like a mouse seeing a cat. "Little man is back." Su Lüyun naturally understood why she reacted this way. Su Menyuan's real name is Wang Zhaodi. She is not a true member of the Su family. She was born from Zhu Meishue and her ex-husband. After giving birth, she did not have another child for many years, and her husband's family thought she could no longer conceive. Without hesitation, they divorced and forced her and her daughter out. Later, Zhu Meishue met her second brother, Su Lulin. Su Lulin truly loved her because, before marriage, Zhu Meishue had told him she probably couldn't have children. Despite this, Su Lulin still wanted to marry her. He returned home and said so, but both Su Zhenghua and Wang Guifin disagreed. The woman was remarried, and they could overlook that, but not the fact she couldn't have children. Like most parents, they hoped their daughter-in-law could pass on the family line. Even in their generation, elders shared this idea. But Su Lulin wanted to try, so he took her to the hospital for a checkup. Even though her ex-husband's family said she couldn't have children, she had never been checked at the hospital. They didn't want to spend money unnecessarily. After being sent back to her parents' home, she didn't get checked either. Life there was hard, just having a roof over her head was enough. There was no money for medical visits. Only Su Lulin cared about her health. He took her to the hospital for a detailed exam. The results showed her body was very weak, which was why she couldn't conceive. As long as she improved her health, she could still get pregnant. Hearing this, Su Lulin disregarded his parents' hesitation and successfully married Zhu Meishua. After marriage, her life was quite good. Although Wang Guifin and Su Zhenghua initially disagreed, once she was married in, they didn't cause trouble for her. Her husband, Su Lulin, was very caring. He bought fish daily to stew and even insisted that Zhu Meishua eat 2 eggs every day. This was in an era when people weren't afraid of gaining weight from eating meat, nor did they worry about choking on eggs or avoiding the yolk. Being forced to eat 2 eggs daily made others envious, especially Ho Tsuetsue, her sister-in-law, who was very jealous. Neighbors heard about this from Ho Tsuetsue and all commented on Zhu Meishua's good luck. She married a man who was on his first marriage and brought a daughter from her previous marriage, yet she still married a man who treated her so well. Zhu Meishua was not selfish. She wanted children and to give Su Lulin a son and a daughter, so she endured it. Life became better, her health gradually improved. After being married for over half a year, Zhu Meishua actually became pregnant. During her 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth to a son, Su Can. Even if Zhu Meishua let go of the heavy burden in her heart, she still loved her son Su Can very much. She treated Su Man, her stepdaughter, equally, and there was nothing to complain about. However, Su Lujuan was different. Although Su Man changed her name after entering the family, she still saw her as an outsider, a burden brought in by Zhu Meishua. She never showed her kindness to Su Man, and if anything went wrong, she would scold her directly without mercy. In Su Man's eyes, this younger sister-in-law was the most frightening. Seeing her, she would instinctively tremble. Su Lujuan ignored her, knowing that a cold attitude doesn't change overnight. The shadow she cast over Su Man couldn't be erased with just a few kind words. Compared to Su Man, her biological niece was much simpler and more straightforward. "Little aunt, you're back from your divorce?" Su Yuan, who just finished school, was surprised and happy to see her. "Shuluhun." She was really her niece. Ho Tsuetsue peeked out from the kitchen and scolded, "What nonsense! How could your little aunt get divorced? Your uncle is fine now." Su Yuan was stunned. "Really? Uncle is okay now?"
Yes.
Su Lujuan looked at the girl with a smile. "Then, why didn't Uncle come back with you? Your uncle still needs more time to recover before he can leave home. But I know you're worried, so I came back first to share the good news and stay for a few days," Su Lujuan said with a smile. Su Yuan immediately said, "I want to sleep with my little aunt." She loved her little aunt the most. "No, you snore and in your sleep, and you're lazy, not clean, no brushing teeth or washing your bottom or feet," Su Lujuan refused, clearly showing her disgust. Su Yuan's face turned red. She quickly said, "That was in the past. I don't do that anymore. I wash every day now. My mom says I'm learning your spoiled habits." Su Lujuan immediately turned her anger toward Ho Tsuetsue in the kitchen. "Big sister-in-law, how can you say that behind my back? Isn't keeping clean something everyone should do? If Yuan is learning from me, that's good. At her age, she should take care of her appearance and manners. It's very important. Haven't you heard of respecting others before dressing up? Even if she just keeps herself tidy, people will respect her more. Who would respect someone who looks messy?" Ho Tsuetsue. She couldn't argue back. She couldn't help but say, I didn't say that's a bad thing, but you don't know how much water that girl wastes. How is wanting to be clean wasting water? Developing good habits like this cannot be bought with money. Sister-in-law, you should also improve yourself. Lüyun firmly establishes the image of her excellent young sister-in-law. Luckily, Yuan is smart. If she were messy and untidy, I wouldn't even dare to introduce her as my niece. Yuan proudly says, I am your niece, and I love cleanliness just like you. Lüyun is very pleased. All right, since you're now clean, come over tonight and sleep with your little sister-in-law. The young girl's personality is a bit twisted, influenced by a fragile character. She needs to be guided. Yuan is very happy. Yes, yes. Ho Tsue. This stubborn girl isn't even as close to her mother as she is to her little sister. Where's your brother? Why didn't he come back with you? Lüyun doesn't care about her sister-in-law's behind-the-scenes gossip and asks instead. He's outside playing with Ma and the others with glass marbles, Yuan replies, sounding a bit disdainful. It's so dirty. He's practically lying on the ground.
Lüyun laughs.
You shouldn't say that about your brother. He's a boy, and boys need to be rough to develop a strong character. Boys and girls are naturally different. They shouldn't be educated the same way, but should be taught according to their nature. Yuan ignores this. She can't stand that kind of thing. She prefers to look pretty and smell nice. It's getting late. Soon after, Su Zhenghua and Su Lushan also returned home. They were a bit surprised to see Lüyun, but when they heard the good news about her son-in-law Zhou Changdong, they were very happy. Su Lulin and Zhu Meishua's couple arrived a bit later, but soon reached home. Hearing that her brother-in-law had woken up, they were very pleased. However, Zhu Meishua looked a bit stiff when she saw Su Lüyun, the young sister-in-law. Su Lüyun didn't mind her and picked up her little nephew, Su Can. Can, do you remember your little sister-in-law? Little sister-in-law, little Su Can called out. Although the fragile character girl doesn't like Zhu Meishua and Su Man, she's kind to her own nephew because he resembles her a little. Anyone who looks like her will get her favoritism. Be good, Su Lüyun smiled and greeted Zhu Meishua. It's been a while. Your complexion isn't looking great. I heard you're pregnant? That's a big change. Su Lulin took over the conversation and smiled. Yes, your sister-in-law is pregnant again. She hasn't had much appetite lately. You can't bully her. Since I came back, my mother told me to tell you, and now you, second brother, need to tell me too. I really can't believe you all. Do you think I'm so unreasonable? Su Lüyun asked, clearly annoyed. I didn't understand things very well before, but now I see I have become more sensible, Su Lulin said with a smile. Knowing you're a wife-loving person, put your heart back in your stomach. Second sister-in-law is pregnant. She is the most important, Su Lujuan said impatiently. Zhu Meishua was afraid of causing trouble, so she quickly said, I'm fine, little sister. Don't listen to your second brother. When you're pregnant, my second brother should care more about second sister-in-law. What he's doing is right, Su Lujuan replied, showing a bit of impatience with him but smiling at her brother. Zhu Meishua was a little surprised. Could her little sister-in-law really say such things? No longer looking down on her or targeting her like before, her attitude was quite good now. Has she really woken up and become more sensible? Little sister is different now. When Changdong is awake, little sister will be happy, Ho Tsue said with a smile. Big sister-in-law, what are you talking about?
Lüyun looked shy.
This made everyone in the family smile. They attributed her change to her good mood because her son-in-law is a good person. Everyone was present, so the main household started eating first. Because Su Lujuan had returned, the dinner was very rich. There was stewed fish, cold dishes, stewed cabbage, and a tomato and egg flour soup, several dishes in total. Ho Tsue was also very skilled at cooking. Her culinary skills were excellent. As long as she used enough ingredients, her dishes turned out very tasty. I haven't tasted my sister-in-law's cooking in a long time. I really miss it, Su Lujuan said with a smile. Ho Tsue was very considerate. Little sister, you like it when your sister-in-law cooks for you every day. Every time the little sister-in-law went back to her parents' house, she didn't help with cooking. so she made sure to say it nicely. Big brother, how come your taste is so good? You managed to marry such a virtuous wife who cooks so well, Su Lushan said.
Su Lushan.
Ho Tsuetsue saw her husband's unhappy expression and said, "What kind of look is that? Don't you think little sister-in-law is right?" You're right, Su Lushan quickly agreed, urging everyone to eat. Eat more, talk less. He simply couldn't stand listening anymore. The food was delicious, so everyone ate happily. The eldest nephew, Su Yang, ate very quickly and wolfed down his food. Sitting next to him, Su Yuan ate more slowly, mimicking her little sister-in-law by chewing carefully and keeping her mouth closed without making a sound. Su Zhengua smiled and said, Yuan, you're becoming more and more like your little sister-in-law. Su Yuan proudly said, "Of course. I want to learn from my little sister-in-law." Cui said, "You're not eating actively. There's something wrong with your mind." Her awkward way of eating really annoyed her to watch. "Mom, don't worry about me," Su Yuan said impatiently. She didn't want to eat like a starving ghost. She wanted to learn from her sister-in-law how to eat properly. Her sister-in-law was not only beautiful, but also ate very gracefully. Cui looked at her sister-in-law, Su Lujuan. She didn't want to be the annoying little sister-in-law anymore, but seeing her big sister-in-law's proud expression, she couldn't help herself. "Big sister-in-law, I've told you many times, keep your mouth closed while eating and don't make so much noise. Chewing loudly like that is really annoying. You're the only one in the family who does that." Su Yuan used to do the same, but after being told, she changed. However, Cui and Su Yang, her older nephew, still couldn't help it. Their eating sounds were almost as loud as pigs in a pen.
Kui.
She didn't want to hear any more. She couldn't be bothered with these relatives. She just wanted to eat her own food happily. Although there was a small fuss at the dinner table, it didn't stop everyone from happily and peacefully finishing their meal. Su Lulin and Zhu Meishua's family were a bit slower, but they soon finished eating. Their dishes weren't as good as here, but there was fish and vegetables. After cleaning up, it was almost time. Cui couldn't sit still and quickly took her children, Su Man, Su Can, and their siblings to visit the neighbor's house to watch TV. Su Lujuan still didn't know the neighbor had bought a TV, and she was surprised. The TV must have cost hundreds of dollars, right? When did old Chen's family become so well off? It was bought by Chun Laosan, Su Lulin said. Chun Laosan ran a small business. These days, doing such a visible, showy job was considered very embarrassing. Not only embarrassing, but it also brought shame to the family. The children would be isolated by other kids. But not long after, Chun Laosan bought a TV. This caused quite a stir among the neighbors. Now everyone gathered every evening, packed in 3 layers outside the house. Old Chen's family was now proud and confident. The usual gossiping and whispering decreased because people didn't want to talk about others behind their backs when watching TV. The children also learned from Chin Laosan, if anyone bullied his kids or refused to play with them, they weren't welcome to watch TV at his house anymore. This made Chun Laosan's children very popular nearby. Other kids didn't openly praise them, but they also didn't want to offend them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to watch TV at his house. "Little sister, do you want to go and take a look?" Su Lushan asked. Su Lujuan shook her head. She was not interested in the black and white television of that era. Su Zhengua took out some tea leaves to brew tea, and all the siblings sat down. Wang Guifan, right in front of them, recounted what happened last night with her daughter and son-in-law. Su Zhengua was in a good mood initially, but when he heard this, his face darkened immediately. Su Lushan was the same. Anger suddenly rose up. She has such bold guts, daring to do such a thing. Does she think no one in our Su family can stop her? Su Lulin stood up directly. "We're going there now," he said. Su Lushan didn't hesitate either. Su Lujuan quickly said, "Big brother and second brother, this matter is almost settled." She explained the outcome of the situation. However, both Su Lushan and Su Lulin were not satisfied. "Little sister, you can stay at home. We need to go there ourselves," they said. But Su Zhengua spoke up. "Let your big brother and second brother go." Since her father had spoken, Su Lüyun watched her brothers push their bicycles out the door without hesitation, heading to old Zhou's place to settle accounts with He Yuling. Her heart felt warm and full of love. Since childhood, her two brothers had always protected her, never willing to let her suffer, even a little bit. But she had caused chaos at home, tearing the family apart, leading to tragedy. Her cousin truly had a wicked mind. But now that she was here herself, she definitely wouldn't let tragedy happen again. Su Zhanghua handed the matter over to his two sons, then brewed tea while asking, "When Changdong is ready, will you go back to the army with him?" Su Lüyun told her father that Changdong didn't plan to go back and wanted to do coal business with his friends. Hearing this, Su Zhanghua was quite happy. "Your mother wanted to persuade Changdong to retire during this opportunity. I didn't let her interfere, but I didn't expect Changdong to want to retire himself." Honestly, Su Zhanghua also hoped his son-in-law would retire and find a steady job to support the family, avoiding similar problems in the future. Next time, such good luck might not come again. But since it concerned her son-in-law's future as parents-in-law, they couldn't say much. Now that her son-in-law wanted to retire himself, they were naturally pleased. Su Zhanghua added, "Junjun, you can rest assured. With Changdong's ability, he can do anything well, and he'll definitely be able to support you in the coal business." Su Lüyun smiled. Her parents immediately comforted her when they heard her son-in-law wanted to retire. But she also sincerely said, "Of course, I trust Changdong's ability. He's a man who can support his family." Her tone was shy and satisfied. Su Zhanghua and Wang Guifan exchanged a look, both smiling slightly. They were experienced people and knew that their daughter truly liked her husband. That was good, so they weren't worried about her not living a good life. Su Lüyun then said, "Big brother and second brother went to old Zhou's house. I wonder if they will cause trouble." "Let them cause trouble if they want," Wang Guifan snorted. Su Zhanghua didn't mind. If they dared to make trouble, they could do so freely. Were they afraid? Su Lushan and Su Lulin, the two brothers, had already arrived at Zhou's old house. Zhou Changdong came out to greet them but was immediately hit by a big fist from Su Lushan, who knocked him into panda eyes. When Zhou Changdong heard from neighbor Song Tao, who had been paid 10 yuan for helping last time, that Su Lushan and Su Lulin had already beaten up Zhou Changdong, they had finished fighting. He Yuling had just been out and returned to see this scene. After helping Zhou Changdong up, she wanted to go and fight Su Lushan and Su Lulin too. But Zhou Changdong stopped her. Zhou Changdong, feeling angry and frustrated, saw Zhou Changdong coming and sighed in relief, then couldn't help but say, "Third brother, take your two uncles away." Zhou Changdong looked at him, but didn't reply. Seeing their brother-in-law's condition, Su Lushan and Su Lulin were naturally happy, but didn't show it. Su Lushan pointed at Zhou Changdong and He Ling. "I tell you, don't think my sister married into your family, and you can bully her. Our Su family isn't dead. If you dare to bully my sister, we won't let it go." Su Lulin looked at Zhou Quansheng and Chen Ai Hong. "Dear parents-in-law, today we, the two brothers, have offended you. But we must stand up for ourselves. If we don't, others will think we, the Su family, are easy to bully." He was clearly aiming at He Ling with these words. It's not good for two men to beat up a woman like He Ling, but Zhou Changdong was a man, so he had to take the beating. He Ling's face turned very grim. Zhou Changdong also saw his older brother's face swollen and black and blue. Seeing that the two brothers-in-law had almost finished their anger, he said, "Big brother, second brother, let's go. Let's go to my place first." Su Lushan and Su Lulin nodded and followed Zhou Changdong, their brother-in-law. The neighbors watching all this naturally enjoyed the show. Today I saw Changdong's wife pack her bags and go back to her parents' home. I knew this wasn't over. It's still the Su family who cares about their daughter. When their daughter was wronged, they came knocking at the door. Look at Zhao's side. Her daughter was beaten so badly, she had a miscarriage, but they didn't dare say a word. Exactly, it's like heaven and earth. Zhao Yuzhu originally wanted to come and watch the fun. to stop her cousins Su Lushan and Su Lulin in front of everyone, and also to let everyone see how unreasonable and fierce those two brothers are. They've been like this since they were young. Whenever Su Lüyun was wronged, they would go and teach the other side a lesson. It's like they are her protectors. But she heard that this time, Zhou Changdong and He Yuling were extorted by Su Lüyun for 300 yuan, and that reckless young man was also forced to give 100 yuan. 300 yuan, that's a lot of money. It should be enough to make up for everything, right? But they still dared to come knocking on the door. Isn't that too unreasonable? They arrived too late to see the good show, and only heard everyone talking about these things. In that moment, Zhao Yuzhu felt as if her heart was pierced by a sharp arrow. Although Su Lushan and Su Lulin are unreasonable, they are doing it for their sister Su Lüyun. Su Lüyun was wronged just a little, and they wouldn't stand for it. And what about her? She was forced to have a miscarriage by her cruel mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Her parents not only didn't come to seek justice, but also scolded her for being shameful. As for her brothers, they never even showed their faces. Without comparison, there's no pain. Compared to all this, Su Lüyun became a treasure. People wouldn't even want to touch the Su family. She was just a piece of trash trampled on by everyone, worth nothing. Because of this, Zhao Yuzhu didn't feel like staying and quietly left. No one paid much attention to her mood at this moment inside the Zhou family's old house. He Yuling couldn't hold back and started cursing loudly. Is the Su family a bunch of bandits? We've already paid 300 yuan, and they still dare to come knocking on our door. So, was our 300 yuan a waste? No, I have to go and get the money back. Her heart ached terribly over the 300 yuan extorted from Su Lüyun, and she even planned to use tonight's events to recover the money. Zhou Changdong was also angry, but honestly, they were in the wrong. And, to be fair, he was also taking the blame for this woman. Get the money back? Do you think the money in her pocket can be taken back? In the end, it's your fault for doing such a bad thing. He snapped. When they hit you just now, you didn't fight back or curse. But now, you're so capable with me. Why are you so aggressive at home? He Yuling was very angry. Zhou Changdong's face darkened with anger, and he ignored her, turning around to go back inside. He Yuling was also very upset. Seeing how the couple was acting, Zhou Congxing and Chen Aihong didn't say a word from beginning to end. It was expected that the Su family would come to demand an explanation. They knew how much the Su family loved their daughter. Since their daughter had suffered such unfair treatment for no reason, it was unlikely they would just pay some money and forgive the couple. Outraged, Su Lushan and Su Lulin were now at their brother-in-law's house. Changdong, this matter was done by your older sister-in-law, but we can't confront her directly, so we have to let your older brother take the blame, Su Lulin told her brother-in-law. Zhou Changdong smiled and poured each of the two uncles a cup of malted milk drink. A couple is one. If my sister-in-law did it, then my older brother did it too. There's no difference. They had already given the older brother and sister-in-law a lesson, but there was still He Yusong. But he didn't need to tell his uncles about that. He would handle it himself later. Seeing his attitude, Su Lulin was very pleased. He could tell that his brother-in-law was also dissatisfied with his older sister-in-law. Su Lushan also looked at Zhou Changdong and asked, "Are you fully recovered?" Almost, Zhou Changdong nodded. His body was still a bit stiff and not very flexible, but he believed he would recover completely in a few days. Su Lushan sipped his malted milk drink. "Once you're fully recovered, are you going back to the army? This time, you should bring Junjun with you. She's been waiting at home for 3 years." "I'm not planning to go back to the army," Zhou Changdong replied. Su Lushan and Su Lulin were both surprised. "Not going back?" "Yes, I plan to go into the coal business with my comrade." Zhou Changdong briefly explained his plan to cooperate with Qin Dadawa. Su Lushan, who was straightforward, didn't agree. Doing coal business is good, but it can't compare to the army. The army has a better future. But Su Lulin supported him. The army might have a better future, but it's also risking your life. If there's another opportunity, you don't have to work so hard. His younger sister loved her brother-in-law very much, and since her brother-in-law's military service was so dangerous, if something happened, she would be a widow for life. Instead of taking such risks, it was better to step back and do other work. Plus, coal trading is very profitable. It's hard to find out how much money you can make. If Changdong does this, he will definitely earn a lot, said Su Lulin. Su Lushan didn't say much, just felt a bit regretful. It was hard enough to climb up, and now he wanted to step down. The brothers didn't stay long, and planned to leave. Zhou Changdong wanted to go to his father-in-law's house with his two brothers-in-law, but since his wife had just returned home, he hesitated. He was worried she might be upset if he left now.
So, he decided not to go.
When Su Lushan and Su Lulin returned, Ho Tsuetsue had already finished watching TV with the children. Su Lujuan quickly asked, "Big brother, second brother, are you both okay? What could possibly be wrong? Our eldest uncle is guilty, and when we hit him, he didn't dare to fight back."
Su Lushan said loudly. Shuluhum finally relaxed.
Ho Tsuetsue asked, "What? You guys want to fight my eldest uncle? What happened?" Su Lushan explained briefly. "Such a big thing, just you two men going?"
You should have called me.
I could have slapped my sister-in-law's face until it swelled. They even dared to come here and bully our little sister. Do they think we're soft like old Zhao's family and can be bullied easily? Ho Tsuetsue said angrily. Wang Guifin was very pleased with this. Su Lujuan looked at her sister-in-law and smiled. "We originally wanted to ask you to come out, but isn't my sister-in-law already paying the money? So, we made the matter smaller." Paid the money?
Yes.
Su Lulin didn't care about this and said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, we saw Changdong. He's recovering very well." Su Jinghua and Wang Guifin were naturally very happy to hear this. "When we left, I saw Changdong, and he still wanted to come with us," Su Lulin said happily to his younger sister. Su Lujuan's face warmed slightly. "Second brother, what are you talking about?" But she didn't doubt her second brother's words. Changdong definitely meant it. Changdong must be reluctant to see his little sister leave. Ho Tsuetsue immediately smiled. "Big sister, if you tease me again, I might get angry." Su Lujuan pretended to be upset. Ignoring their teasing, Su Lushan asked, "Little sister, I heard Changdong say he's planning to retire. He won't stay in the army anymore. He wants to team up with his comrades to start a coal business?" "Yes," Su Lujuan nodded.
"What?"
Ho Tsuetsue immediately lost her mood and looked very surprised. She widened her eyes. "Changdong isn't going back to the army?" "Yes," Su Lujuan smiled. Ho Tsuetsue hurriedly said, "Little sister, shouldn't you persuade him? Changdong has achieved a lot now. Isn't it a pity to retire? What's there to pity?" Su Jinghua took over the conversation. "Exactly," Wang Guifin agreed. "The future in the army isn't that easy to earn. Most people rely on risking their lives to pursue a better future. It's better to step back and settle into a steady job. Besides, working in coal isn't easy either." Turning to his daughter, he said, "Just wait to enjoy life. No need to worry about anything else." Su Lüyun smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll listen to my mom and just wait to enjoy life." Since it was getting late, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Su Lushan and Ho Tsuetsue. Ho Tsuetsue, lying down, felt uncomfortable and didn't want to try to have children with Su Lushan tonight. Su Lushan also felt relieved. He wasn't like Zhou Changdong's young brother-in-law, who was still inexperienced and hadn't broken through yet, and was starving and desperate. He had been married for many years, and especially after turning 25, a man becomes quite cautious about his wife. Since Zhu Meishua got pregnant, Ho Tsuetsue also wanted to enjoy the benefits of being a mother-in-law, but she often pulled him to work hard. If he didn't want to work hard, she would do it herself. Su Lushan was honestly tired of her. Why do you think Changdong is so reckless? Such a good future, and he just throws it away? He's a good officer, and now he wants to quit and work in coal? Ho Tsuetsue said. Su Lushan honestly replied, "I think so too, but I can understand. Being in the army is really dangerous. Troublesome jobs are okay, but Zhou Changdong isn't the type to take risks in the army. That's quite dangerous. So, it's a pity, but if he wants to leave, he can. There's nothing more to say." Ho Tsuetsue said if he leaves, he can still join a unit. With Changdong's position, he wouldn't have a low rank after transferring. Why go into coal trading? Wouldn't that make him a small business owner? How much money can he really make? Her tone was dismissive. Su Lushan was surprised and asked, "You think he can't make much money from coal trading?" Changdong plans to buy a big truck to transport coal with his comrades, like those big Dongfeng trucks the unit owns.
What?
Buying a big truck? Ho Tsuetsue suddenly perked up. Of course. Do you think it's just small-scale work? Su Lushan said impatiently. Ho Tsuetsue quickly asked, how much can he earn in a month? I don't know exactly. But old Chen only buys some hair ties, rattles, insoles, socks, and other miscellaneous goods. They've already bought a TV not long ago. Changdong's line of work must be profitable. Ho Tsuetsue said, I also believe he's making good money. I can tell this son-in-law of ours is not an ordinary person. Su Lushan looked at her and thought, should I remind her what she just said? Cui was very happy. If she didn't join the army, so be it. Being able to drive a big truck and sell coal was also good. Even without power, she had money. There was always something she could enjoy. Thinking this way, she pushed Su Lushan and said, come on. Su Lushan didn't quite understand her meaning at first.
What?
Take off your pants. She wanted to try harder to see if she could enjoy the benefits of sitting for a month after childbirth again. Su Lushan, who thought he could rest tonight, was speechless. He didn't dare to open his eyes, hoping it was just his imagination. Compared to the couple, Su Lulin and Zhu Meishue didn't talk much about brother-in-law Changdong. They focused on their own matters. Zhu Meishue knew her husband's thoughts and asked, did you hear Changdong talk about quitting today?
Did it make you think?
Since the beginning of this year, Su Lulin had been planning to start his own barbershop. He hesitated for more than half a year. I am a bit tempted, Su Lulin admitted. He only earned 36 yuan a month now. Zhu Meishue, who is doing temporary work, earned 25 yuan a month, plus 10 yuan from her parents. Their total monthly income was 71 yuan, which was quite high. But Su Lulin still wanted to start his own business and open a barbershop as a self-employed person. However, taking that step required a lot of courage, because if he resigned, he would lose his current job. If the barbershop didn't succeed, the family's livelihood would be at risk. That was why he hesitated for more than half a year. Zhu Meishue said, if you want to do it, then go ahead. I support you. Su Lulin smiled and asked, what if it doesn't work out? Then we'll set up a stall selling clothes. I think selling clothes at a stall can be pretty good. Zhu Meishue also planned her backup. If it weren't for Su Lulin introducing her to work as a temporary worker at the barbershop these days, she also had the idea of setting up a stall to sell clothes. A wife's unconditional support for her husband can truly move him deeply. Su Lulin felt warm inside. He hugged her and said, no rush. I need to think about it carefully. This was a big decision for his whole life. He couldn't make a firm choice yet. The emotional ups and downs today were largely because his brother-in-law's decision to leave politics and go into business had a big impact on him. But he still needed to consider it further. Jume Shui didn't say much anyway. You decide for yourself. As long as you're sure about it, I will support you no matter what. In her life, meeting Su Lulin was when her once dark world started to shine with new hope and energy. From now on, no matter what decisions he made, she would support him wholeheartedly. Even if he failed in the end, she was willing to start over with him as a small business owner. Being so strongly supported by his wife made Su Lulin feel very happy, and he held her tightly without letting go. Meanwhile, next door, Su Lujuan didn't know any of this. She was currently listening to her niece's flattery. Little aunt, I really envy you. You don't have to do anything, just marry a good man, and you can wear jewelry, enjoy good food, and live comfortably. Su Lujuan asked, who told you that? My mom did. She said you're lucky to marry a capable man like my little uncle, so you won't have to worry for your whole life. She told me to learn from you and see clearly so I don't get tricked. Su Lujuan chuckled. Finding a good man who truly loves you and marrying him is what women should do. But if my mom says I don't have to do anything, she's very wrong. Su Yuan didn't understand, little aunt. You really haven't done anything, just waiting for the matchmaker to introduce someone. That's what she says, but after your little uncle was injured, wasn't my behavior worth mentioning? You can't just see what I gained. You should also see what I paid. Su Yuan asked, did you stay because you knew your little uncle would wake up? The girl was quite clever, but Su Lujuan didn't admit it. I'm not a fairy. I can't predict everything. I didn't know for sure. But I married him because I liked him and truly loved him. So when he was like that, I was willing to stay and take care of him. It was a lucky surprise that he got better. Su Yuan was confused. What do you mean? It means that as women, we need not only beauty, but also enough wisdom. This wisdom isn't about small tricks or schemes, but about having vision and a broad mind. For example, if I saw your little uncle in trouble and ran away, I wouldn't be able to be with him now. That's my perspective, understand? But you're still young, and even if I tell you this, you might not understand. Just focus on studying well. If you do, you'll gain wisdom. But your grades aren't good either, Su Yuan said, still not understanding this long talk, but blinking her eyes to focus on the main point. Nonsense. How could my grades be bad? My grades were among the best back then. It was just because of the special times that the school and teachers lost their motivation later, and we also stopped trying. Su Lüyun absolutely refuses to admit this. I plan to attend night school in the future. I am preparing to take college entrance exams to improve my education. Really? Su Yuan finally understood and was surprised. Of course, Su Lüyun indeed has this plan. Listen to what my little aunt says. She won't harm you. Women shouldn't just be beautiful. We also need to be educated and wise. But studying is so tiring, Su Yuan hesitated. She didn't want to suffer. Of course it's tiring. But because it's tiring, it trains you. If you can endure hardships others can't, and handle the exhaustion others can't, you will be like a cold plum blossom blooming in the winter wind.
Su Lüyun encouraged her.
But I don't want to be a cold plum blossom. I want to be a peach blossom or orchid in March, blooming when the time comes. I also don't want to suffer. But if you can endure hardships, there will always be more hardships to face similarly. If you can handle tiredness, there will always be more tiredness. These are things my little aunt told me before. Have you forgotten?
Su Lüyun.
Soup may be bitter, but it tastes pretty good. No wonder everyone likes to drink it. Little aunt, why aren't you saying anything? Little aunt, have nothing to say. Little aunt, I want to buy a dress. Can you buy me one? Su Yuan revealed her true intention for coming to stay with her aunt. Su Lüyun smiled. In the middle of winter, you want to buy a dress? Next spring, I can buy one for you. Su Yuan was happy to hear this. Really? Then I'll wait until next spring. But there's a condition. Su Yuan was confused. What condition? This time, if you can get into the top 10 in the class without cheating, based on your own ability, I will not only buy you a dress next year, but also prepare a big red envelope for you during the new year.
Su Lüyun smiled.
I'm only rank 45 in the class now. There are 55 students in their class. She performed well last time, so she's in 45. She was even third from the bottom once before. Okay, then I'll lower the requirement a bit. Top 20 in the class, Su Lüyun said. If you can rank in the top 20 in the final exam, I will give you a big red envelope and a dress next spring. You can choose the style yourself. Su Yuan was both excited and worried, thinking, what if I can't pass the exam? Then I will only get a regular red envelope, and I won't have a new dress. Little cousin, let's aim for 30th place. Don't bargain now, it's getting late. Go to sleep quickly. I'll try, Su Yuan immediately said. I'll ask Su Man to give me extra lessons. She should be called sister. She's older than you. Su Yuan was reluctant. Only a month older than me. Is her grades especially good? Since you're in the same class, what place does she usually get? Su Lujuan asked. Although Su Yuan didn't want to admit it, Su Man was indeed very strong. Probably in the top 10. Last time, Su Man ranked 8th in the class. Then, tomorrow I'll talk to Xiao Man. If she can get into the top 3, I'll buy her a dress. Su Lujuan said. Su Yuan's eyes widened. That's not fair. Why not? You're my little cousin, not hers. And she's not part of our family. Su Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. She couldn't lose her special favor. She has changed her surname now, and she's been with us for so many years. I accept her, so in my heart, she's also my niece.
Su Yuan.
But the one I love most is you. Su Lüyun smiled warmly. Su Yuan felt satisfied and said, "Little cousin, I will definitely get into the top 20. She wanted a big red envelope and a beautiful dress. Keep working hard. Although this approach isn't ideal, learning shouldn't rely on external help but should come from the child's own desire to learn. She needs to let her understand that it's her own matter. Studying isn't just for adults. But for now, she still needs to help her improve her grades first. Once her grades go up, her attitude will change naturally, and then they can try a different way of teaching." After staying at her parents' house for 3 days, Su Lüyun mostly stayed home, except for a brief chat with Tang Daniu, who's about to get married. She usually slept until late morning. "Are you leaving today?" Wang Guifin was sitting at her sewing machine. Her business was very busy, and she couldn't keep up with all the orders. "No, I'll wait for Changdong to come and pick me up," Su Lüyun said, eating sweet red dates and shaking her head. "Changdong's leg probably won't heal that fast. Once you're comfortable, you can go back. There's no need to wait specifically for him." Wang Guifin disagreed.
"Mom, you don't need to worry about me.
"I know what I'm doing. Don't cause trouble." Wang Guifin still couldn't help but say, "You need to live your life well. Don't keep causing trouble every day. Everyone will get annoyed." "I don't know why I would do that. I just plan to be honest with him and ask if he really wanted to be with me." "Mom, don't worry. Wang Guifin, he even handed you his bank book, and you're still asking if he wants to stay with you? Is that not enough? You're really acting crazy. I can't relax at all. The bank book is just a bank book, but he has been gone for 3 years. Not a single letter in all that time. We haven't even talked about this yet."
Su Lüyun hummed.
"If I drove him away, where would you cry? Run away? Where to? Even if he's like Sun Wukong, jumping 10,000 miles with a single leap, he can't escape from my 5-finger mountain." "You're so confident." Wang Guifin chuckled again when she heard this. She looked at her daughter, noticing how much she had changed after opening her mind. If she didn't know for sure that this was her daughter, she might think she was someone else. Before, she would cause trouble at home, making her 2 sisters-in-law complain. But this time, she was very calm when she came back. She got along well with her 2 sisters-in-law and didn't cause trouble for her niece Su-man. The red dates and apples she bought were shared equally among everyone. She even promised that if she ranked in the top 3 in her class this year, she would get a reward. Her change was really remarkable. Su Lüyun hummed. "Of course I am confident. Does she really think her charming tricks are just for fun? She spent so many days with him, acting sweet and charming. How strong is her presence?" Suddenly, she came back to her parents' home, leaving him alone at home. He was definitely unable to sleep at night.
And it was true.
Zhou Changdong couldn't stand it from the first night. When he was single, he didn't feel anything. He hadn't experienced being married, but now he was used to having a fragrant, soft wife in bed. Especially recently, their relationship had improved rapidly and even become intimate. Even if they didn't go all the way, just kissing was enough. Holding his lovely wife in his arms and kissing her, who could forget that feeling? The next day, he wanted to go pick her up and bring her home. But she had just returned, so he couldn't go so quickly. He was afraid she would be upset. So he could only stay at home to exercise and recover. His physical strength was really good. Every day, he felt stronger. In a short time, he was back to running and stretching. Everything was fine. Thinking that his wife had been there for 2 days, he decided it was time to go pick her up. Yesterday evening, he went to the black market to find young Tong, who was selling goods. I ordered a batch of supplies with him. There are milk candies, brown sugar and white sugar, as well as 2 bottles of good wine, Maotai. Besides these, I also bought 5 jin of pork belly. I divided everything into 2 baskets, one with sugar and wine, and the other with the pork belly. Today, I picked up the goods, and he came over to his father-in-law's house riding his dad's bicycle. When he reached Huaihua Alley, a neighbor aunt saw him. Recently, the neighbors have been talking about how the Su family's son-in-law is doing better. But since the last time they saw him was 3 years ago, the neighbor aunt was a bit unsure and asked cautiously, "Are you the man for Junjun?" Zhou Changdong stopped his bike and politely smiled. "Yes, I am Junjun's husband. My name is Zhou Changdong." "Hello, aunt." "Oh, is that really you? You've really gotten better?" the aunt exclaimed happily. Yes, Zhou Changdong nodded with a smile. The neighbor aunt immediately said, "Come on, I'll take you there. Your father-in-law's house is just over there." She warmly led Zhou Changdong to old Su's house, calling out as they went inside, "Guifan, come out quickly. Your son-in-law brought good wine and meat." Although it had been 3 years since he last visited, Zhou Changdong still remembered his father-in-law's house. But this aunt was very friendly, and he couldn't refuse, so he pushed his bike and went inside. However, the first person to come out wasn't Wang Guifan, but his sister-in-law Ho Tsuetsue, who was busy in the kitchen. Knowing Zhou Changdong was planning to buy a big truck to haul coal, especially after she inquired outside and learned he was destined for success, her enthusiasm for Su Lüyun, her little sister-in-law, had only grown in recent days. Since Su Lüyun returned, she had become a pampered lady who always asked for help with clothes and food. Although Ho Tsuetsue didn't say much openly, she was secretly eager to show her support. But this time, Ho Tsuetsue had no objections and even wanted to bring the food to Su Lüyun's bed. Of course, Su Lüyun refused. Today, when Ho Tsuetsue went shopping, she saw large, fresh grass carp that were cheap and tempting. She bought 2 more to satisfy her own cravings but cleverly said she was making fish meatballs for her little sister-in-law. Right now, she was chopping fish in the kitchen. Hearing the voice of Aunt Zheng next door, she peeked out from the kitchen and saw her talented brother-in-law, Zhou Changdong. "Oh, Changdong, you're here." He had met her before and smiled. "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello, hello." Ho Tsuetsue nodded happily and called out to the room, "Mom, Changdong is here." Wang Guifan also heard the sound and stopped sewing, coming out of the tailor's hut. "Mom," Zhou Changdong called out happily.
Hey.
Wang Guifan saw her tall, handsome, and brave son-in-law, smiling brightly. She looked him over from top to bottom, unable to hide her joy. "Why did you come riding your bike? Are your legs fully healed?" "All better now, Mom." "Don't worry," he replied. "That's good. Seeing how well Changdong is doing, I knew he was fine," Ho Tsuetsue said cheerfully. She looked at the 2 baskets and smiled even more, her eyes crinkling. "Changdong, you came just to visit, but why did you bring so many things?" Next to her, Aunt Zheng also said, "Look at this big piece of meat, probably 5 jin, right? And this wine, it's Mao Tai. There's also brown sugar, white sugar, and milk candies." Wow. The son-in-law from the old Su family really knows how to bring gifts to his father-in-law's house. Wang Guifan naturally saw her son-in-law's good intentions. She smiled and exchanged a few words with Aunt Zheng, who looked quite envious, then grabbed some milk candies to give to her little grandson. Aunt Zheng pushed her and said with a smile, "All right, I'll just take a few pieces of your wedding candies." After that, she happily left. Once outside the Su family's gate, she went to tell her father-in-law about her son-in-law's generosity, bringing good wine, sweets, and several jin of pork to his family. It was also a chance to show the gap between them and the unambitious Zhao family. Don't Zhao Daji and Wang Guisheng love to show off how outstanding and successful their son-in-law is? Even though the Su family's son-in-law hadn't been home for 3 years, the gifts he brought were more than what Zhao's stingy, talk-only son-in-law had brought in 3 years combined. As for what Aunt Zheng did after leaving, that's another story. As a mother-in-law, Wang Guifan was very happy. She invited Zhou Changdong to sit down and went to prepare some malted milk drink for him. "Mom, I'll just drink water, no need for this," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. "It's fine. Have some to nourish yourself," Wang Guifan said, pouring him a big cup. Meanwhile, Ho Tsuetsue called out from outside the room, "Little sister, Changdong is here, get up." Su Lüyun didn't get up, and even invited from outside, "Changdong, come in." Zhou Changdong looked at his mother-in-law and said, "Mom, I'll go in first." Wang Guifan handed him the malted milk and smiled. "Go ahead. She'll finish lunch and go back to nap soon. she's still lingering. Zhou Changdong smiled and carried the cup of malted milk to his wife's room. Because it's getting cold and there's nothing much to do at home, Lüyun wonders what else she can do besides sleep. She also has a feeling that Zhou Changdong will come to pick her up soon. Sure enough, today he came over, confirming her intuition. Seeing him push the door open, Lüyun realizes she has truly fallen in love. Just seeing his handsome face and tall, well-proportioned body makes her feel very happy. If this isn't love, then what is worth feeling sad about? Zhou Changdong sees his beloved wife, and his mood naturally lifts. He still acts serious, puts down his cup, sits by the bed, and touches her forehead. It's late. Why are you still sleeping? Are you feeling unwell? Yes, I feel uncomfortable here.
Please rub it for me.
Lüyun clings to him like she has no bones, nestling into his arms, and places his large hand on her chest. Zhou Changdong can't resist teasing her like this. If they were at home, he would definitely make her understand why the flowers are so red. But this isn't the right place, so he clears his throat. Stop messing around. Are you really feeling unwell? No, even if I were, just seeing you would make me feel better. Lüyun looks at him, with her charming eyes. Zhou Changdong is immediately drawn in by her gaze. Have you missed me these past few days? Lüyun presses her face to his chest and starts to act cute, hugging his waist. Yes, I have. Zhou Changdong embraces his wife simply and clearly. Of course, he misses her very much. His whole body feels empty, and holding his soft and delicate wife makes him very satisfied. I miss you too, Lüyun says, then lifts her face to look at him, pouting her lips for a kiss. Zhou Changdong glances at the door, hesitating a little. The door is shut. No one will come in, Lüyun teases. Hearing this, Zhou Changdong kisses her without hesitation. Lüyun wanted a quick, light kiss, but Zhou Changdong didn't want to stop once he started. He had been thinking about this for days. If he didn't kiss her now, he wouldn't want to stop. He forcefully opens her mouth and takes control. When the kiss ends, Lüyun is pressed onto the bed, her pretty face moist and her eyes dreamy, looking like she's completely at his mercy. Zhou Changdong leans over her, showing his deep affection, giving her several gentle kisses. Changdong, Lüyun, like a little fairy, cuddles into his neck and acts cute, giving an inviting look that says, "You can do whatever you want." However, Zhou Changdong didn't dare to continue. He gently kissed his wife to comfort her and said, "Dinner is over. Come back with me?" His voice was deep, smooth, and very tempting. Lüyun looked into his eyes. They seemed calm, but underneath, they were full of strong emotions. She knew that if she went back with him tonight, she would be completely swept away.
But Lüyun was not shy.
Why should she be? They were officially married, and they liked each other. She truly liked this man. With these two thoughts in mind, what was there to hesitate about? In her past life, she was indifferent. But now, she wanted to enjoy life fully, more excitement, more fun. So, Green Tea, a nickname for herself, looked at her hungry-looking husband with a green glow in her eyes, blushing slightly and softly nodded. But before Zhou Changdong could feel happy, she looked at him seriously and asked, "Changdong, are you really sure you want to spend your life with me?" Zhou Changdong was surprised. "Of course. Why do you ask, wife?" Lüyun hummed and said, "I need to be sure. You've been gone for 3 years, and during that time, you didn't send me any letters or contact me. It feels like you don't care about me at all. If you don't like me, let's be honest and clear now." Zhou Changdong quickly explained, "Wife, listen to me." He told her about his secret missions over the past 3 years. It wasn't that he didn't send letters, but he really couldn't contact anyone outside. Lüyun looked at him and asked, "Really? Not because you don't like me?" "Of course not. How could I not like you, wife? You are the only one I've chosen in this life. My life belongs to you," Zhou Changdong said, holding her close. Lüyun enjoyed his warmth for a moment before continuing, "I'm a person who doesn't tolerate nonsense. If you really want to be with me, you must behave properly and not do anything to hurt me. If you can fool me for a lifetime, I won't stop you. But if I find out, we'll part ways peacefully. Zhou Changdong solemnly promised, I swear in the name of the party, I will never do anything to hurt my wife. If I do, let me. Lüyun quickly covered his mouth, avoiding that topic.
There's no need to swear like that.
If you really do something to hurt me, it means you no longer like me.
Just tell me honestly.
I won't cling to you. I'll let you go, and give you your freedom. No, I won't. Zhou Changdong held her tightly and looked into her eyes. My wife. That day will never come. He couldn't control others, but he knew what kind of person he was. All he wanted was his wife, and he was sure about her. Su Lüyun saw the love in this man's eyes and felt deeply touched. She leaned in and kissed him. After the passionate kiss, they held each other and stayed quiet for a while. When their breathing steadied, Zhou Changdong gently said, It's time to get up. His mother-in-law and others were still outside, so they couldn't stay inside much longer. Su Lüyun nodded and leaned into his arms, feeling lazy to move, but she didn't stay long. After a while, she got up to get dressed. Once dressed, they came out of the room. Ho Tsuetsue smiled and said, Changdong, you came just in time. I made fish balls today and you can try my cooking. Big sister-in-law only makes fish balls during the New Year. You're lucky to catch her today, Su Lüyun said with a smile as she washed her face. Zhou Changdong smiled and said to Ho Tsuetsue, Thanks, sister-in-law. Do you need any help? I can lend a hand. Ho Tsuetsue quickly replied, No need, no need. I've finished everything. And there's nothing for you to do here. Since you came all this way, just enjoy the meal. This is a special guest, so they must treat him well. Su Lüyun washed her face again, then applied some lotion, and took Zhou Changdong to her mother's tailor shop to chat. Wang Guifan was in a very good mood. She had even brought 2 shirts, specially made for her son-in-law, Zhou Changdong. Su Lüyun smiled and said, Mom made these for you. I wanted to bring them to you when I go back. Since you're here, try them on and see if they fit. Zhou Changdong nodded happily, okay. They quickly checked the sizes, which were perfect. Wang Guifan had been a tailor for many years, and her eyes were her measuring tool. There was no mistake. Thanks, Mom, Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Wang Guifan replied, No need to thank me. As long as you and Junjun live happily, that's the most important.
Don't worry, Mom.
I and Junjun will be happy. Wang Guifan nodded with satisfaction and then asked about the coal business. I heard from your older brother that you plan to buy a truck with your comrades. I don't know the price, but it must be expensive. Do you have enough money? I received 3,000 yuan from my discharge pay. My second brother also gave me 2,000, and Dadawa probably has a few thousand too. As for the rest, we plan to get a loan, Zhou Changdong explained. Wang Guifan was not simply asking about it. She wanted to support her son-in-law's business venture. Mom told me earlier that she has 2,000 yuan that she doesn't need, and she wants me to bring it home to buy you a car, Su Lüyun explained. Her mother had mentioned 2 days ago that she wanted to lend her son-in-law 2,000 yuan to help him start a business. Zhou Changdong was straightforward and said, Thanks, Mom. I need money now, so I won't be polite with you. He and Qin Dadawa really do need money. Since his mother-in-law is willing to help, there's no reason to hold back. When they succeed in the future, they can show more respect. Wang Guifan smiled and said, No need to thank me. That money isn't even needed. Just take it and use it. Mom, go get the passbook now, and let's withdraw the money before the staff finish work, Su Lüyun suggested. When Dad and my brother come back for a meal, we'll head home. No rush, no hurry, Zhou Changdong said with a smile. There's no need to be polite about these things. Su Lüyun looked at him with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Guifan happily said, All right then. I'll go get it now. She stopped her sewing machine, went inside to get the passbook, and then took them out to withdraw the money. Neighbors nearby saw them and asked, Guifan, is this Zhang Yun's husband? Yes, Zhou Changdong. This is Aunt Li, Wang Guifan said with a smile. Zhou Changdong greeted her cheerfully, and she praised him. Good, good. Truly a talented young man. Standing with Zhang Yun, you look like a perfect match, like the handsome hero and beautiful maiden on stage. How come you two are so well suited? Wang Guifin exchanged a few friendly words with the neighbors before leading them to the bank, which was nearby. They withdrew exactly 2,000 yuan, which was carefully packed into a cloth bag and handed to her son-in-law. Mom, I will work hard. Don't worry. I will pay you back with interest when the time comes, Zhou Changdong said as he took the money. Wang Guifin didn't say much in front of her son-in-law, but privately, she whispered to her daughter Su Lüyun, "This money is from me, and you don't need to pay it back." Su Lüyun was naturally very touched. Her mother truly cared for her with all her heart. "That can't be," Su Lüyun said with a smile and a playful scold. "It's a loan." Zhou Changdong said he'll pay you back with interest later. "I've become more sensible now. If I want to spend money, I will earn it myself. Otherwise, Zhou Changdong earns for me, so I won't be a burden on you or the elders." Wang Guifin was deeply moved. In the past, her daughter was always worried about going back to her parents' house to take a little from them, even wanting to spend the 10 yuan monthly subsidy given to each of her two sons. Now, she wouldn't even take her money. Once she opened her eyes and grew up, she truly understood what it meant to be mature. Soon, the children finished school. Su Man, Su Yuan, and Su Yang all returned home, and they were very polite when they saw their uncle Zhou Changdong. They were even happier because Uncle Zhou gave them pocket money, and it was quite generous. 1 yuan each. Don't think 1 yuan is small. Today, a piece of fruit candy costs only 1 cent. For children, 1 yuan is a lot of money. Su Yuan and Su Yang were both very excited. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. You're so kind." Su Yuan's words sounded as sweet as honey. Su Yang was simpler. After thanking him, he couldn't wait to go out and spend the money. Compared to their siblings, Su Man hesitated to accept the 2 yuan pocket money from Uncle Zhou. Su Lujuan said, 1 yuan each. "When San comes back, you give her share." In recent days, Su Lujuan had started to be nicer to her, but Su Man was still afraid of her aunt. It was only after Grandma Wang Guifin told her to accept it that she finally took the money. Of course, she also thanked her aunt and uncle. Ho Tsuetsue was very pleased with her generous brother-in-law and smiled happily. "There's no need to be so extravagant, Changdong. You've already bought so many things. They won't need money. They'll just spend it recklessly." "It's okay, I just want to give it to them," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Soon after, Su Zhenghua and Su Lushan returned home. Su Lulin and Zhu Meishu arrived half an hour late, but they quickly brought back their youngest son, Su Tsan. Seeing Zhou Changdong, everyone was naturally happy. Because today, Zhou Changdong came with a lot of wine and meat, and Wang Guifin asked Ho Tsuetsue to cook all the vegetables bought that morning by Su Lulin, so the whole family could have a meal together. Ho Tsuetsue didn't mind cooking for 2 families today. Such occasions weren't frequent. Most importantly, she was happy about the generous gifts Zhou Changdong brought, so she didn't mind who contributed more. Her main goal was to host this guest well. Because of that, tonight's dinner was especially delicious. There were fish balls, braised pork belly, sliced meat stir-fried with chili, stewed fish, and several vegetarian dishes, all cooked to perfection in color, aroma, and taste. Zhou Changdong's health had improved, so tonight he stayed to have a little drink with his father-in-law and 2 brothers-in-law. After eating, drinking, and staying a while longer at his father-in-law's house, as it grew darker, Zhou Changdong bid farewell to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. He rode his bicycle home with his wife. Clothes and bags were hanging on the front of the bicycle, and Su Lüyun was sitting behind it. She initially wanted to act a bit shy and not hug his waist, but she wasn't sure if he was teasing her, so the bike jolted a lot. After a sigh of "oh," she hugged his waist. Zhou Changdong looked down at the hand holding his waist, with a smile in his eyes. "Honey, you need to hold on tight." Su Lüyun knew he was deliberately teasing her, so she gently pinched him in a playful way. The couple happily returned home, joking and laughing. "Sweetheart, you go inside and rest for a bit," Zhou Changdong said, as he returned the bicycle to his father. Su Lüyun went inside first. Yuanbao was very happy to see the lady of the house back and ran over to circle around her. Su Lüyun played with Yuanbao and looked around the house. It really proved the saying, nothing beats your own home, not even a fancy place. Although she had been staying at her parents' house these days and didn't have to do much, she didn't know why, but she just didn't feel relaxed or comfortable here. Soon, Zhou Changdong came back. Before she could say anything, he grabbed her and pressed her against the wall, giving her a series of deep kisses. Because he had drunk a little wine that evening, though not much, there was a faint smell of alcohol. But this smell didn't ruin the kiss. Instead, it made the kiss smell even more fragrant and intoxicating. After the kiss, Su Lüyun felt her whole body go soft. Zhou Changdong, on the other hand, was completely stiff and immediately picked her up, carrying her into the room. He couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to be with her. Looking into his glowing green eyes, Su Lüyun, though mentally prepared, still felt her heart race. When she was placed on the bed, she blushed and softly said, "Don't be in such a hurry. First, let's boil some water and take a bath." "Okay," Zhou Changdong replied, a bit surprised but nodded. After kissing her, he quickly went out to boil water. Boiling water took some time, so he came back and pressed her again, kissing her fiercely. Su Lüyun felt as if she had turned into a puddle of water, completely at his mercy. She only needed to enjoy this dreamy, wonderful feeling. After what felt like a long time, Su Lüyun finally regained a bit of her senses. "Changdong, is the water ready?" Her voice sounded sweet and a bit overly affectionate to herself. "I'll check." Zhou Changdong's voice was husky and full of longing. He lovingly kissed her before going out to sea. The water was ready, and he poured a big bucket of water for her. Today is very cold, probably around 10 degrees. Su Lüyun didn't dare to delay. She quickly got up, tied her hair that she washed yesterday, and brought her clean clothes to take a shower. "What are you doing?" Su Lüyun took her clothes into the bathroom for a shower, but Zhou Changdong also came in, making her pause. "Honey, I'm here to wash your back," Zhou Changdong said confidently. Su Lüyun's face turned red. Without saying a word, she pushed him out. "No need, you can go out now." "All right," Zhou Changdong sighed and left reluctantly. But he didn't waste time. He fetched water and took a cold shower outside in the yard. Hearing the noise, Su Lüyun asked, "Are you showering outside?" "You don't need to worry about me. I'm used to it," Zhou Changdong replied. He was washing with cold water, just like he did in the army, to strengthen his body. Su Lüyun wanted to say something, but hearing that he was used to it, she didn't say anything. She relaxed in the bathroom and took a nice, clean shower. After finishing, Zhou Changdong took her clothes to wash. Su Lüyun watched him do the laundry, smiling, but when she saw him rubbing her small underwear, her face warmed with embarrassment. "I can do it myself," she said shyly. In both her past lives, it was the first time a man washed her small underwear, so she felt a little shy. "No need. I'll do it," Zhou Changdong said casually, enjoying her shy look with a slight smile. "Finish washing and go back to your room," Su Lüyun said, feeling too embarrassed to stay. She turned and went back to her room. Zhou Changdong didn't want to keep her waiting. He quickly finished washing the clothes and hung them up. After that, he washed his hands carefully and couldn't wait to go back inside. The room was dark, with no lights on. "Honey, why don't you turn on the light?" Zhou Changdong asked with a smile. Su Lüyun, already in bed like a cat, softly replied, "No lights." "Let's turn it on," Zhou Changdong said, turning on the light. "Turn it off. Don't turn it on," Su Lüyun said, hiding under the blanket quietly. Zhou Changdong knew she was shy, but tonight was their wedding night. "Honey, I want to see you," he said. Then he also got into the bed. But Su Lüyun had prepared a big surprise for him. Inside the bed, she was completely covered, not showing a single bit. Su Lüyun was deliberately teasing him. Tonight was the night for fun, so she wanted to add some excitement. Seeing Zhou Changdong's reaction, she looked shy. Has the innocent Zhou Changdong ever seen such a scene before? If he could still hold back, he wouldn't be a real man. But clearly, Zhou Changdong is just an ordinary man. Without hesitation, he embraced his wife, gently lifted her shy face, and kissed her. Lüyun was not reserved inside, but her actions were shy. She didn't take the initiative. She let him do everything. She just needed to accept it. Zhou Changdong had no experience in this area, but he had seen enough to know what to do. Especially when he was in the military living in a shared dorm, his married comrades would talk about intimate topics. Although Zhou Changdong didn't join in, he listened carefully and learned a lot. He also knew his own worth. His comrades teased him, saying his wife would be very lucky, and even gave him a nickname, Big Cannon Zhou, which was a secret joke. From what he overheard, if he acted too suddenly, his bride, who was still would suffer a lot. But Zhou Changdong didn't want his wife to suffer, so he was very gentle with her, combining theory with reality. Lüyun also felt his thoughtfulness. He was never impulsive, very patient, and only started when she was fully ready. At this moment, Lüyun's mind was in chaos. In her confusion, she only heard his deep voice say, "Wife, I will take care of you for a lifetime." Changdong Lüyun called softly, "Wife, I'm coming." Then, Lüyun experienced her first intimate moment in 2 lifetimes. A big moment. When Lüyun woke up the next day, it was already noon. She felt a bit dazed after waking up, but soon she heard the sound of cooking from the kitchen outside. Still in a daze, she finally came back to her senses, and the memories of last night flooded her mind. She looked at the bed sheets and covers, which had been changed at least once. This made Lüyun, who was used to big scenes, blush slightly. Zhou Changdong brought in steaming lotus seed and pork rib porridge, along with 2 boiled eggs. Seeing that his wife was awake, he smiled and said, "Wife, are you hungry? I made lotus seed and pork rib porridge. Get up, brush your teeth, and eat." Lüyun looked into his gentle, sweet eyes but couldn't help but give him a glare. Last night, except for the first time when he was inexperienced, everything went very quickly. The following times were almost unbearable. Zhou Changdong cleared his throat. "Honey, dinner is ready." Because she was hungry too, Lüyun wanted to get up, wash up, and eat. But as soon as she stood, her legs went weak. After all, last night had been quite intense. "Honey, don't get up. I'll bring you a basin." Zhou Changdong quickly helped her, smiling gently. Without saying a word, he carried her back to bed. Blushing shyly, Lüyun said. Since she was feeling very lazy, she decided to let him take care of her. They washed up on the bed, then ate while lying down. She finished a big bowl of pork rib and lotus seed porridge, and also ate 2 boiled eggs. This shows how exhausted she was last night. Really, her strength was completely drained. "Honey, are you still hungry? Do you want some more?" Zhou Changdong asked, noticing her good appetite. "No, I'm full," Lüyun replied. After adjusting herself, she refused Zhou Changdong's help and went outside to use the bathroom. Although Zhou Changdong had tidied up for her, there were still some leftovers. Blushing again, Lüyun quickly cleaned up a bit. After taking care of her needs, she didn't want to do anything else. There was nothing urgent, so she decided to lie down again to rest and recover her strength. Zhou Changdong diligently tidied up the dishes in the kitchen, then came back to lie with his wife. But as soon as he got into bed, Lüyun had a startled reaction. She quickly said, "In the daytime, what are you trying to do?" Zhou Changdong looked innocent. "Honey, what are you thinking? I just want to hold you and sleep." Hearing this, Lüyun relaxed a little, but still warned, "Be honest." "I'm very honest, honey, you know that." Zhou Changdong smiled. Lüyun sighed internally. If he was so honest, would there be any trouble outside? "Honey, let me massage your waist," Zhou Changdong offered. Lüyun's waist was sore, and after a soft she let him do it. While massaging her waist, Zhou Changdong began to apologize. "Honey, it's my fault. I made you tired last night." Lüyun hummed softly, knowing he was about to apologize. "Honey, you are so beautiful," Zhou Changdong added. Smooth talker, Lüyun looked at him with her face lifted. After what had happened, Her already beautiful face looked even more radiant. Zhou Changdong looked at her with great affection and leaned in to kiss her, saying, "It's not flattery. I speak from my heart." Last night, his wife looked stunning, almost enough to take his life. Lüyun also enjoyed her husband's tenderness. Although her back was sore today, last night's experience was unforgettable. At first, it was uncomfortable, but because her husband was gentle and caring, everything else was perfect except for his size, which couldn't be changed. So, even though she complained about him, it was just words. Deep down, she knew their future intimacy would be good. Now, she wasn't shy about telling him what she wanted, lazily saying, "A little to the left." After a hearty meal last night, Zhou Changdong responsibly massaged his wife's back. At first, he was inexperienced and didn't know how much force to use, but soon, with his wife's guidance, he found just the right pressure. This made Lüyun close her eyes in comfort, looking very pleased, and she even made some soft sounds. While enjoying her husband's massage, Lüyun didn't notice that his gaze was growing deeper with each sound she made. No wonder Zhou Changdong couldn't resist her. His body, just beginning to indulge, was too tempted by his wife's allure. But he also knew that his wife was inexperienced and couldn't handle much more. When he was helping her last night, he saw that he might have been a bit rough. So, Zhou Changdong said, "Wife, don't tempt me anymore." Lüyun also felt his body and opened her eyes to look at him, noticing the sparkle in his eyes. "I need to rest for 2 days. You can't come again," she quickly said. Family members no one truly understands. They simply can't handle more, and she really couldn't take it anymore. Zhou Changdong kissed her and said, "I know. I won't bother you anymore. Rest now." Seeing this, Lüyun finally relaxed. After enjoying his massage for a while, she felt exhausted in body and mind, and sleep soon took her over. Zhou Changdong also felt satisfied and cuddled her to sleep. When Lüyun woke up again, it was already evening. She heard her mother-in-law talking to Zhou Changdong outside. She stayed in bed, resting and clearing her mind, feeling a bit dizzy from too much sleep. But after a while, she got up. If she stayed lying down any longer, her bones would feel soft. Chun Aihong saw her daughter-in-law come out, especially with her face looking bright and happy, and she also saw that same lively spirit in her son's expression. As someone experienced, she knew without asking that the couple had officially become husband and wife. She was naturally happy and smiled, saying, "Junjun, tonight we're having chicken noodle soup. I bought a chicken and Changdong has already cooked and stewed it." "Good," Lüyun nodded with a smile. She glanced at Zhou Changdong, who was cutting noodles, and also smiled at her. "Wife, I also boiled some water for you. Do you want to take another bath?" "Yes." Lüyun nodded without hesitation. Since it was his inside and out she had to wash. She must wash. Zhou Changdong smiled, washed his hands, then came over to prepare the hot bath water for his wife. He even put a kettle of hot water in the bathroom so she could add more when it cooled. Lüyun was very happy with this thoughtful man and comfortably soaked in the bath, relaxing after a busy day. "I heard your dad say last time that there might be some policies coming down later, and maybe we won't be able to have many children anymore," Chun Aihong mentioned her son. Not only was Wang Guifan well informed, but they also had good news on their side. Zhou Quanxing had heard about this not long ago and had discussed it with Chun Aihong at home. "Really? That's true?" Zhou Changdong was surprised. "Your dad heard it from the leaders. How could it be false?" "You're not young anymore, so you need to hurry," Chun Aihong said. She had high hopes for the third couple because the eldest daughter-in-law couldn't have children anymore, and the second was in a similar situation. Only the third couple remained. If possible, she truly hoped they could have more children because she was still young, and now with nothing to do, she could help take care of them. Zhou Changdong nodded, "I understand." Lüyun enjoyed her bath very much. When she finished, her father-in-law, Zhou Quanxing, also came home from work. The family of four sat together and enjoyed a delicious mushroom chicken noodle soup. Lüyun was very pleased with Zhou Changdong, This man was truly capable both in social settings and in the kitchen. The pork rib and lotus seed porridge she made at noon was very fragrant, and this mushroom chicken noodle soup was just as good. It was even better than what she made last time. While eating, Lüyun said to Zhou Changdong, "It's okay if it wasn't fully ready before, but now that you can go to the fields, we should bring a gift to visit Uncle and Auntie and the little uncle." The two cousins from Uncle's family, along with Aunt and little uncle, all came to visit Zhou Changdong before. Everyone wanted to give some money to show their kindness. Although she didn't accept their gifts in the end, their good intentions were clear. Now that things are better, it's proper to visit with gifts and sit together. Zhou Congxing and Chun Aihong both nodded when they heard this. The relatives planned to visit soon. Zhou Changdong also had this plan. "I've already bought the gifts and put them in the cabinet. Shall we go tomorrow?"
Ok, Su Lüyun agreed.
These formalities need to be done, so the sooner the better. After finishing the chicken soup noodles, Zhou Congxing and Chun Aihong didn't stay long and left, giving the young couple some space and time. Lüyun also took a back seat, lying down in her room. Zhou Changdong was responsible for tidying up. Once everything was cleaned up, he came back to his wife's room to keep her company. Lüyun was reading a book. She wasn't joking when she talked to her niece. She truly wanted to improve her education. "Changdong, I want to go to night school and take adult college exams," she told him. In this era, many people had gaps in their education, so night schools were very popular. They offered adults a chance to learn. Lüyun wanted to raise her educational level. Zhou Changdong definitely supported her. "Okay, I'll ask around. When the time comes, just go directly. I'll handle the transportation." Lüyun looked at him with a smile. "Don't you think I'm just thinking one thing and doing another?" She wanted to act in plays and also study for certifications. Zhou Changdong said, "No, whatever my wife wants to do, she can do." He was very caring. Lüyun playfully scolded him. "You just know how to make me happy." Zhou Changdong leaned over and kissed her. "You don't need to worry about anything else. Just do what you want." He used to be away from her, but now that he's back, he'll work hard to earn money. His wife can just do what she enjoys. Lüyun had heard sweet words before. In her past life, she had suitors, but they all spoke insincerely. She could tell what they were really thinking, and it was disgusting. But this man was different. His words came from his heart. That's just how he was. He would bear all the storms outside, and his wife only needed to live happily under his protection. So, women, when choosing a man, must open their eyes wide and look carefully. A woman's happiness in marriage mainly depends on finding the right partner from the start. With proper effort, she can enjoy a happy life. But if she chooses the wrong person, no matter how skilled or talented she is, her efforts will not lead to happiness and will only result in chaos. So, it is very important to find the right man before marriage. In a good mood, Lüyun leaned against his chest while reading a book. She looked at him as he watched her. When she turned a page, she looked up and saw him looking at her. She playfully asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "My wife is very beautiful," Zhou Changdong replied. His wife looked beautiful to him no matter what, and he could never get enough of looking at her. Lüyun smiled shyly at him, but didn't mind him continuing to look at her while she read. When enough time had passed, she washed up and got ready for bed. Zhou Changdong kept his promise and only kissed her before sleeping, without bothering her further. He cared about her, especially after what he had just been through, and last night he lost control. Now he wanted her to rest and recover. Once she was feeling better and her body had adjusted to him, he wouldn't hold back anymore. It was impossible to wait any longer now. Lüyun was happy with his caring attitude, so she decided to say something sweet to comfort him. She held him and gently said, "Changdong, let's have a few more children, okay?" Hearing this, Zhou Changdong's eyes softened as he leaned in to kiss her. "Sure, however many you want to have." He was happy to fulfill her wish. She wanted 2 sons and a daughter. She believed she would have children sooner or later, just like her mother said, so she didn't want to use contraception. If they had children, they would have them. But she didn't plan to have many, probably just one more. Soon, Family planning policies would be announced, and she could use that as an excuse. She thought to herself, "Oh, I want to have more children, but the policies won't allow it, so I have no choice." She was quite clever. Zhou Changdong didn't realize that his wife's words were a bit different inside, but he was very happy with her plan. 2 sons and a daughter. That was just right. "Sweetheart, I heard from my mom today that new policies might come out soon, limiting how many children we can have. If we want more, we should do it soon," Zhou Changdong said, holding her. "My wife loves children very much. Once she recovers, he will work hard to plant seeds so she can fulfill her wishes."
Lüyun. What?
Does he know there will be policies later? Is she being clever but ending up hurting herself? What's wrong? Zhou Changdong looks at her. Nothing. Lüyun isn't afraid at all. She leans in to kiss him and speaks sweet words as if they cost nothing. "Thinking about having our own child makes me so happy." The young couple is in a very loving stage now. Even if they do nothing else, just holding each other on the bed feels uniquely sweet. But Lüyun is still so lively. Her words are as sweet as honey. She can easily make Zhou Changdong's IQ drop to 0 with her charm. A good night's sleep. When Lüyun wakes up the next day, Zhou Changdong has already bought the groceries and cooked breakfast. They finish everything before he comes in to wake her up for washing and eating. Lazy and relaxed, Lüyun clings to him like she has no bones, but doesn't move. Zhou Changdong doesn't rush her. Instead, he puts his hand into the blanket to massage her. But the more he massages, the higher his hand goes. At first, Lüyun let him do it, but when she opened her eyes and saw his eyes filled with more green light, she dared not continue. She quickly got up to wash and eat breakfast. They're having rice porridge, fried eggs, a plate of salty pork belly, and a plate of greens. In today's era, such a breakfast is definitely considered quite rich. "Why is there pork again?" Lüyun asks while enjoying her delicious breakfast. "I bought a little more and cured it, kept it in the cabinet." Of course, it's not just the 5 gene of pork belly they took to her parents' house. They kept 2 gene for themselves. "Wife, eat more," Zhou Changdong says as he scoops meat onto her plate. Lüyun also scoops some for him and playfully says, "My old ox is tired too. Eat more meat to boost your energy." Zhou Changdong raises an eyebrow and looks at her, asking, "Wife, are you fully recovered?"
Lüyun blushes.
"Not yet. I need a few more days to rest." But honestly, she doesn't feel as unwell as yesterday today. Zhou Changdong doesn't say anything, but knows she will have meat again tonight. He smiles happily, eats breakfast with his wife, and feeds Yuan Bao until he's full. Then the couple leaves with gifts. Of course, they meet the neighbors along the way. Seeing the couple, the neighbors can't help but greet them. After they leave, the neighbors start talking about them. "You all really say Zhangdong and Junjun look very matching." Sister-in-law Song, who received the money, praised loudly. "Yes, truly unmatched, tall and brave man, beautiful and graceful woman." Another sister-in-law also complimented. "With such a man, it's a pity Zhao Yuzhu still wants to slander, saying Junjun and Sun Congxing are involved." Sister-in-law Song sneered.
"Don't talk about that."
In her eyes, all of us are bad daughters-in-law. Only she is the best and most virtuous. What's the best and most virtuous? I think she's the most flirtatious and wild. Exactly, so shameless. The neighbor's words more or less reached Zhao Yuzhu's ears. This made Zhao Yuzhu feel frustrated and stuck in the middle. She won't let this go easily. She will eventually reveal the true nature of Lüyun. Then everyone will see what kind of woman Lüyun really is, an unfaithful woman. But Lüyun doesn't care that her cousin is twisting things. She came with Zhou Changdong by bus to her relative's house. Zhou Changdong prepared 3 gifts, each with 2 gene of brown sugar, 2 gene of milk candies, a can of malted milk, and a bottle of good wine. The first gift was for his eldest uncle's family. When Zhou Changdong and Lüyun came, the 2 cousins, Zhou Changtai and Zhou Changshan, who visited last time, were at work and not home. Uncle Zhou was also working at the factory and hadn't retired yet. But Aunt Zhou and the cousin-in-law were at home. Seeing Zhou Changdong and Su Lüyun, they were very happy. Aunt Zhou carefully examined Zhou Changdong from head to toe, then happily said, "Good. Last time your mother came and mentioned it, but she said you needed rest, so we didn't visit. Now that you're better, that's great." Since the brothers and sisters-in-law had long been separated, they only gathered during festivals or New Year. So Zhou Congxing, his older brother, and Chen Aihong, along with Aunt Zhou, all had good relationships. When they heard Zhou Changdong was brought back in such a condition, they felt regret and pity. Now that he's better, they were naturally very happy. Zhou Changdong smiled and said, "It's because you care, Aunt." Aunt Zhou then talked to Su Lüyun, praising her. Last time, when the sons visited and returned, they all talked about how Su Lüyun, the cousin's wife, behaved. They had no impression of her before, but this time, in hardship, true friendship was shown. Even though the men were like that, she refused to leave and insisted on staying to take care of him. There's no need to say more. This kind of loyalty is worth a fortune. After praising Uncle Zhou, they started urging about having children. With a big smile, she said, "Now that Changdong is doing well, you should hurry to have a baby. His older cousin will be a grandfather next year, and Changdong still isn't a dad." "Yes, we will try our best," Zhou Changdong replied happily. Su Lüyun also smiled and chatted a bit with the two cousins-in-law. She also saw her nephew, Zhou Yongwen's new wife. Although Yongwen's wife is a year older than Yongwen, she looks very youthful and fresh, and she has a nice appearance. She's not the cunning type. They stayed at the eldest uncle's house for about an hour. Before leaving, they left a gift, but Uncle Zhou's mother was reluctant and wanted them to take it back. In the end, Zhou Changdong decided to keep it. After leaving Uncle Zhou's house, the couple went to Aunt Chen Aiying's home nearby. They live close by, just a 10-minute walk away. Aunt Chen Aiying was at home. Her family is quite well off. Her husband has his own job, and Aunt Chen Aiying makes tofu herself. Since the market opened up, she has been making a lot of tofu daily with her daughters-in-law. There was a strong smell of tofu in the yard, but it was clear she kept everything very clean and tidy. Seeing Zhou Changdong and Su Lüyun, she was very happy. She first carefully looked at her nephew Zhou Changdong from head to toe, then smiled and said, "You need to treat your wife well from now on, okay? If you dare to be unkind to her, I won't agree." "Aunt, don't worry. I love my wife so much I can't bear to hurt her. I would never be unkind," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Su Lüyun playfully glared at him. She knew that with her unwavering love story, even if they argued later, Zhou Changdong wouldn't dare raise his voice at her. But he wouldn't argue with his wife either. He always listens to her about everything. Well, except in bed. They sat at Aunt's house for nearly an hour. Since it was just the right time, they had lunch there. After lunch, they brought the last gift to her younger brother Chen Aiden's house. Chen Aiden wasn't home. He had to work and usually didn't come back for lunch, eating at the factory instead. But his wife was at home. Chen Aiden is very nice, but his wife is a bit more ordinary, so Zhou Changdong didn't stay long. After sitting for about half an hour, they left with his wife. Zhou Changdong also has an older brother-in-law and a second aunt, but their relationships are quite distant, and neither of them has come to visit him this time. Zhou Changdong is not at all unfilial. He remembers those who treat him well, but he doesn't chase after those who are indifferent. So, after leaving his brother-in-law's house, Zhou Changdong asked his wife, "Wife, shall we go see a movie?" Zhou Changdong hasn't forgotten what his wife said while he was unconscious. His wife was very jealous of other couples who could go to the movies together and secretly hold hands. He wants to do everything that other couples do at the movies, and even things that others haven't done he wants to try with his wife. He doesn't want her to envy others. Even after he wakes up and her mind-reading ability is taken away, seeing his actions, Su Lüyun clearly understands his intentions. She is not a shy person, so she nodded without hesitation. "Let's go." Seeing his wife so happy, Zhou Changdong knew he had made the right choice. The couple took a car to the cinema to watch a movie. Since it was a weekday, not a day off, there weren't many people in the theater. Luckily, when they arrived, a movie was just about to start. Zhou Changdong bought tickets, along with soda and popcorn for his wife. When the time came, they went in with a few other viewers to watch the film. Su Lüyun sipped her soda and ate popcorn, observing the movie and the actors' performances. After watching, she understood the movie better and started to flirt a little. Watching the movie was secondary. The main goal was to strengthen their relationship. During the movie, Su Lüyun looked around and saw only a few cats, so she didn't have to worry and secretly held Zhou Changdong's hand. She even used her little finger to gently touch his palm, which was eventually clasped in his rough thumb as he held her hand. Su Lüyun looked at the man beside her. Zhou Changdong was watching the movie seriously, completely unaware of what she was doing behind the scenes. This made Su Lüyun smile, slightly. Zhou Changdong was in an excellent mood, as expected. The movie was very good, and both of them felt happy afterward. However, due to current social norms, they could hold hands in the theater to avoid others, but once outside, they didn't continue. It doesn't interfere with their good mood. Su Lüyun feels she is very adaptable and truly innocent. Even though they are already very close, just holding hands secretly in the cinema makes her feel so happy. She smiled and said, "There's a lamb restaurant nearby that's really delicious. Want to try it?" Zhou Changdong hesitated a bit. No more meat tickets. Su Lüyun laughed. "This place doesn't need tickets. Just pay a little more." Of course, Zhou Changdong had no objection and accompanied his wife. It's a small shop in an alley, run by a family, mainly selling lamb soup noodles. Every time Su Lüyun comes to watch a movie, she stops by here because the food is so good. Rich lamb soup with tender, tasty lamb chops. Such a flavor is unbeatable. Thinking about it makes Su Lüyun crave it even more. As soon as they arrived, she ordered 3 bowls of lamb soup noodles. 1 bowl is enough for her to eat, and the other 2 are for Zhou Changdong. 1 bowl is enough, Zhou Changdong said. 1 bowl isn't enough for you. Eat an extra one. Su Lüyun knew his appetite well. 2 bowls of lamb soup noodles are about right. Zhou Changdong smiled, and he didn't refuse anymore. When his wife says the food is good, it must be true. When the noodles arrived, the taste was authentic, and the dipping sauce was so fragrant. While eating, Zhou Changdong said, "When we went on missions, we also stayed at herders' homes, and they made this kind of lamb soup noodles for us." Su Lüyun asked, "Was it really delicious?"
Yes.
Zhou Changdong nodded. Su Lüyun said, "If you like it, you can order from Xiao Tong next time. I can also make it for you. In winter, you should eat more lamb to stay healthy." Zhou Changdong looked at his wife with a smile. His little wife really knows how to take care of him. They enjoyed this meal of lamb soup noodles very much. After eating, the couple took the bus, but this time they didn't go straight home. They were a few stops away from their house, but that was okay. They could walk the rest of the way just to help digestion. Since it was evening and cold outside, there weren't many people around. Zhou Changdong held his wife's hand, and Su Lüyun looked at him with a slight smile. "It's a bit embarrassing if someone sees us." "It's okay. No one cares anymore, and we're married." "If they see, they see," Zhou Changdong said. Su Lüyun naturally let him. Being with someone you like, even just going out to enjoy the fresh air and walk around, always makes you feel very happy. At this moment, Li Wenchuan was riding his bike home. He saw Zhou Changdong holding hands with Su Lüyun, looking very much in love. Zhou Changdong, usually cold and stern, had a gentle face now. Su Lüyun, who Li Wenchuan once thought was quite bossy and rude, looked charming and delicate, like a little bird needing care. "Where are you guys going?" Li Wenchuan asked, hiding his strange feelings, stopping his bike and smiling to say hello. "We're going to see a movie." "You just got back from the construction site?" Zhou Changdong asked with a smile. "Yes," Li Wenchuan nodded. "I'm going home now. Talk to you later if I have time." "Okay." Li Wenchuan rode his bike back home. When he arrived, Zhao Yuzhu, wearing an apron, said, "You're back. Dinner will be ready soon." She now sells pastries every day, so dinner is often late. Seeing her like this, and thinking about Su Lüyun's charming and delicate look, Li Wenchuan felt unhappy. Since childhood, he liked to compete with Zhou Changdong. But nothing could beat Zhou Changdong. Even when they first liked the same girl, Li Wenchuan had his eyes on Su Lüyun, but the Su family preferred Zhou Changdong. Later, he married Zhao Yuzhu, who was kind and virtuous, while Su Lüyun was fiery and bossy. Comparing them gave him some comfort. But now, he never expected Su Lüyun to change so much. Not only was she no longer fiery, but she also looked more beautiful and refined, like a university student. This comparison made Zhao Yuzhu look especially out of place. Li Wenchuan didn't get angry, just looked unhappy. "What's wrong? Not feeling good?" Zhao Yuzhu asked when she saw his face.
No.
Li Wenchuan pouted, but couldn't help adding, "Can't you dress up a bit? Didn't I ask you to get some clothes made? Haven't you done it?" This time, he learned his lesson and didn't mention Su Lüyun again. Zhao Yuzhu thought he was worried about her and happily said, "I've already asked someone to make my clothes, but they're not finished yet." Li Wenchuan pointed out, "Can you stop that business? I'm not unable to support you. I give you 30 yuan every month now." Hearing this, Zhao Yuzhu felt guilty and nervous. "Wenchuan, don't care about what others think. I'm earning more now than before." Actually, she wasn't earning much, just pretending to be poor before. Now, she was revealing a little because she saw he wasn't supporting her. But Li Wenchuan didn't buy it at all. "Our family isn't so poor that we can't afford to eat. Why do you, a woman, need to go out and show your face? People might think I'm useless, and that's why I let you handle things. I know you have skills, but I earn my living with my own hands. Why should I care about others?" "I don't steal or rob," Zhao Yuzhu said, feeling wronged. At this moment, she realized that the person who understood her was actually her cousin Su Lüyun, whom she usually looked down on. Because Su Lüyun didn't think it was shameful to work as a small business owner. She said it was about earning a living with skills and working hard to get rich herself. Zhao Yuzhu also thought the same way. She only worked part-time, but her monthly earnings were not less than what others earned at their jobs. She didn't want to give up this income. Especially now, she was short of money, and all the savings she had made earlier had been taken by Su Lüyun and Sun Congxing. She was even less willing to let go of this. Otherwise, relying only on the 30 yuan Li Wenchuan gave her each month, although it was 5 yuan more than before after paying for food and daily expenses, how much was left? Li Wenchuan was impatient and blurted out, "Can't you learn from your cousin? Just dress yourself up nicely." Honestly, he was really irritated today because Zhou Changdong and Su Lüyun had pushed him to his limit. Because that kind of life was exactly what he had always wanted. A lovely wife and beautiful family, carefree and comfortable. Not like now, where he was busy all day like a spinning top, grimy from work at the construction site, and when he got home, he had to see his wife, who couldn't even tidy herself up, and a child next to her, also dirty and sniffling. That wasn't what he wanted to see. Zhao Yuzhu's eyes widened. She suddenly realized that his gloomy face today was because he thought she couldn't compare to Su Lüyun, and she couldn't hold back anymore. "You want me to learn from my cousin? I do want to learn. Not only that, but who in the neighborhood doesn't want to learn from my cousin? If I don't want to cook, I can eat out. If I find it boring, I can watch movies or plays. When I get tired of it, I can go shopping for new clothes and shoes. Do you think I don't want this kind of life? But you're not Zhou Changdong. Zhou Changdong's money is enough, and he has plenty of things to do. My cousin can sleep until noon, and in the morning, Zhou Changdong even goes to buy vegetables. Vegetables she likes. Look at him. Then look at you. Last time I had a miscarriage, it was just a few days ago, and you kept whining about it. You said that a real man shouldn't go grocery shopping, that only weak men do that. Look at my cousin's husband, and then look at my own hard life. Do I have the same luck as my cousin? Everyone in the neighborhood envies her, and we all want to be like her. But how many of us can have the good fortune my cousin has, marrying someone like Zhou Changdong?" Zhao Yuzhu couldn't hold back anymore and started criticizing Li Wenchuan harshly. She could say anything except touch her forbidden zone, Su Lüyun. If anyone dared to cross that line, she wouldn't tolerate it. Actually, Li Wenchuan regretted speaking so quickly. Sure enough, he saw her get furious and then faced her angry outburst. But she didn't just criticize him. She compared him unfavorably to Zhou Changdong, saying he was not as good as him. She belittled him, making him feel worthless, as if he wasn't even worthy of tying Zhou Changdong's shoelaces. Li Wenchuan couldn't accept that. He was a supervisor at a construction site, earning 60 yuan a month, twice what ordinary workers made, and was considered part of the higher salary class. How could he be worse than Zhou Changdong? This made Li Wenchuan very angry. So the two of them started arguing. Eventually, neighbors nearby came to intervene. When they saw the argument getting louder, both of them finally stopped. But their eyes and expressions still showed they weren't on the same page. Li Wenchuan decided not to eat at home anymore and went out to find friends to eat with. Xiao Yuzhu was even angrier. After calming down, she blamed everything on Su Lüyun. She thought it must be Su Lüyun's flirtatious behavior that caused her Wenchuan to dislike her so much. Otherwise, Wenchuan wouldn't treat her so coldly. Su Lüyun had no idea that their anger was directed at her. She was too busy to care about all this. She had been out all day, left in the morning, didn't rest at noon, and by evening she was tired. She wasn't made of iron, after all. When Zhou Changdong brought her some hot water, she washed up and was about to go to sleep. But how could she sleep peacefully? Just the night before, Zhou Changdong had just started to relax, and he couldn't sleep quietly. Last night, his wife wanted to rest, so he had to hold back even if he wanted to be with her. But now, almost everything was settled, and they could continue. He first massaged his wife, saying, "Wife, let's go see a play tomorrow?" Today, she was in a good mood because they want to see a movie, so he wanted to take her to see a play and make up for the times they missed before. Su Lüyun enjoyed his massage service. The drama only has shows on Sundays and Wednesdays. This is different from later times, when theater performances happen only on Sundays and Wednesdays, but today is Thursday. Then we'll wait until Sunday to go. Tomorrow, let's go shopping and buy some clothes. Su Lüyun was also happy to go shopping with him.
She said, "Sure."
By the way, did you call your old boss? Yes, I did. Zhou Changdong smiled. As soon as he was able to go out, he called his former mentor. He was very happy to hear that his mentor had woken up, but when he learned that he wanted to retire, his mentor felt a bit regretful, but still supported him. Old Master Qin's banner should be ready in a couple of days. We can take it to him together then, Su Lüyun added. She wanted her mother to make the banner for Old Master Qin, but her mother had a busy schedule these days, so it hadn't been done yet. Okay, Zhou Changdong agreed. He gently pressed his wife, causing her to make little sounds, then started helping her take off her clothes. After a day of shopping outside, Su Lüyun was a bit slow to react and only realized what was happening now. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. Doing it. Since his wife had already invited him, Zhou Changdong didn't hesitate. He turned over and kissed her.
"Lüyun."
At first, she protested, but don't forget, she had just started eating meat. Both of them were human, and he couldn't resist teasing her.
Could she?
Especially because this man was really irresistible. So, after a while, she held his waist and let him do whatever he wanted. In the following days, the relationship between Su Lüyun and Zhou Changdong grew very quickly. They went out shopping, ate at restaurants, watched movies, and saw plays, doing all the things couples do. At night, of course, they continued doing what lovers love to do, hugging, kissing, and whispering sweet nothings. If their feelings weren't good, what could make them better? After a night of gentle rain and wind, Su Lüyun woke up feeling very lazy. She felt her body was clean and refreshed because Zhou Changdong had taken care of her after their intimacy. That was very thoughtful of him. Hearing the sounds of him busy in the kitchen, Su Lüyun didn't rush to get up and stayed in bed. When Zhou Changdong brought in steaming dumplings and saw she was awake, he smiled and said, "Wife, get up and wash up. It's time to eat dumplings." Dumplings cool quickly, so Su Lüyun didn't delay. She went out to take care of her needs, brush her teeth, and wash her face. After washing, she applied snow cream and hand lotion before starting to eat the dumplings. This man's cooking skills are excellent. The egg and chive dumplings smell very delicious. Zhou Changdong had already eaten, and he watched his wife eat. Wife, today we're not going out. I talked to Dado yesterday, and he's coming over today. They had been on dates these days, which was enough for her. So, Lüyun didn't want to go out in the cold and preferred to stay at home and relax. After eating the dumplings, she quickly went back to bed to rest. Not only were her feet weak, but her back also ached. Zhou Changdong knew what he had done. After tidying up the dishes and kitchen, he came back to give his wife a massage. He also apologized, saying he was reckless last night. Lüyun shot him a look and said, "No need to apologize. Just follow the rhythm I tell you from now on. 3 times a day for basic care, 4 or 5 times if needed." She admitted that marrying him allowed her to experience a no cool-down feeling, but indulging once was fine. If it continued like this, she couldn't keep up. So last night, she suggested a break of 1 day off after 2 days. Zhou Changdong was willing to fulfill any other requests from his wife. Even if she asked for stars and the moon, he wanted to give her everything. But when she mentioned this, Zhou Changdong avoided the topic and changed the subject. Lüyun was silent. Just then, outside, they heard Wang Shi and Dado Qin. "She and Dado are here." Zhou Changdong coughed and smiled. Lüyun rolled her eyes at him and told him to go open the door. She quickly got ready herself and then went out to greet the guests. "Sister-in-law, this is Director Qin's red sugar. These apples are mine. They're crispy and sweet," Wang Shi said, smiling as he handed her a mesh bag. The bag contained about 3 or 4 gean of apples and 2 packs of red sugar. Lüyun smiled and said, "You came just to visit. No need to be so polite. I'll accept this time, but next time if you come and buy things again, I'll be upset." Her straightforward words made Qin Dado smile and say, "All right, next time I won't be so polite." Lüyun poured tea for both of them. "Thanks, sister-in-law," Wang Shi said gratefully. "Thanks for your trouble," Qin Dado nodded. She let them chat while she looked at the time, almost 11 o'clock, so she went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. After returning from her family home, she hasn't cooked at all. It has all been Zhou Changdong doing the cooking and cleaning. Today, when I looked into the kitchen, I saw that rice, flour, and eggs were all plentiful, clearly indicating that Zhou Changdong had stocked up on supplies. Yesterday, I also spoke with Qin Dado on the phone, and Zhou Changdong had prepared food as well. There were radishes and cabbages, and 2 big grass carp were kept in the water basin. There is also pickled vegetables at home, which is just perfect. Lüyun plans to cook a meal of pickled fish for Qin Dado and Wang Shi. While she was busy in the kitchen, Qin Dado, Wang Shi, and Zhou Changdong were talking in the second bedroom. A few days ago, both of them learned that Zhou Changdong was feeling better. The news came from Wang Mu, who called Wang Shi at the coal yard. However, Wang Shi was very busy because, in winter, the coal yard works overtime constantly and has no time to come back. Not only Wang Shi, but Qin Dado also hasn't been resting much lately. Besides work, he's been trying to gather money from different places just to buy a car. "How much did you gather?" "I have prepared 9,000. Zhou Changdong said. When Qin Dado heard he had gathered 9,000, he was clearly surprised. "How did you gather so much?" "I have 3,000 of my own, and the other 6,000 was borrowed from my mother-in-law, my second brother, and my mother," Zhou Changdong explained. "If you can gather a bit more on your side, we won't need to borrow too much. Their kind of business isn't covered by government support policies, so they can't get interest-free loans from the bank. Moreover, the loan interest rates are quite high." When the topic came up, Qin Dado was very angry. "I only managed to gather 3,000. I borrowed it from relatives and friends by writing IOUs. What's the matter?" Zhou Changdong was puzzled when he heard he only had 3,000. He knew Qin Dado well. He should have quite a bit of money, and with some help from friends, Zhou Changdong thought he could at least gather 5,000. Qin Dado cursed, "My wife spent all my money borrowing from her family to build a house." Over the years, Qin Dado's earnings all went to his wife's family. He kept only a little for his own expenses, and the rest was handed over to her. Now that he needs it, what does he get? Nothing. At first, Qin Dadawa thought she was only spending his money, so he patiently explained that it wasn't for frivolous things but for buying a car and doing serious business. But she still wouldn't give him any money. Seeing her act that way made him very angry. Under his threats and warnings, he finally confessed. It turns out that the over 3,000 yuan he saved was borrowed by her to buy a house for her family, and he also supported her two brothers in getting married, with a special celebration. Qin Dadawa spoke through gritted teeth. Over 3,000 yuan, all earned through my hard work over the years, and now it's all borrowed by her family. If I hadn't decided to ask her for the money this time, I wouldn't have known anything was wrong. He was surprised when he attended his two brothers-in-law's weddings. They had quite a grand scene, even managing to gather all the money needed for the celebration. It was a big show of wealth. But it turned out they used all his money. He was furious that his close partner betrayed him like this. Qin Dada was so angry, he almost exploded. Without hesitation, he rushed to his father-in-law's house to get the money back. But can money that's already spent really be recovered? His mother-in-law cried and begged, saying they were too poor to repay. But he didn't care about that. In the end, overwhelmed, he even considered taking his own life. His clear message was, if he couldn't get the money, he was willing to give his life instead. Because of this, Qin Datua sentenced his father-in-law's family to death. Not only his father-in-law's family, but also his wife was sentenced to death by him. What use is a partner who betrays you so badly? They had even planned to divorce. When he got home, he wanted to go get the divorce papers with her. But the divorce didn't happen. It wasn't because of lingering feelings, but because he thought of the children at the last moment. He didn't fully divorce her. He just wanted her to take care of the children. But from now on, she couldn't expect to receive any money from him besides living expenses. Even the money for daily needs, every penny spent, he wanted her to remember clearly. Otherwise, she could leave and go wherever she wanted, and she wouldn't even be allowed to take care of the children. Before all these worries, when he found out he had no money, Qin Dadawa had to borrow from relatives and friends, as much as he could. This shows how well-connected he was. He didn't have much money himself, but he managed to gather such a large sum of over 3,000 yuan. Zhou Changdong also didn't expect there would be so many problems. But he could only say it's okay. You have 3,000, I have 9,000. Together, that's 12,000. I'll take the house deed to mortgage and then we can go to the bank for a loan. Qin Dadawa didn't have a house to mortgage. He was renting. He felt embarrassed and said, "Can my wife agree to use the house as collateral?" He had already calculated how much money he could get from it, never expecting to be betrayed by his close partner at the last moment. Now, he might have to mortgage his brother's house too, which was the only option left. Zhou Changdong wasn't sure if his wife would agree. I'll ask her. For such a big matter as using property deeds as collateral, he always needed to ask his wife first. While Qin Datuo rested inside with Wang Shi, he went to the kitchen to help his wife and also explained Qin Datuo's situation.
Su Lüyun was used to this.
Although she only skimmed through the books, she got the main idea. In her cousin's stories, almost all women in the books were not good people, scheming, jealous, manipulative, and pretending to be innocent. Her cousin often complained that women shouldn't make things difficult for each other, but in fact, she was the most cunning of all. They were all bad women, selfish and annoying, except her cousin, who was the best, a virtuous and supportive wife. But since these were just stories, Su Lüyun didn't plan to interfere. It wasn't her place. Is it because we don't have enough money? Su Lüyun looked at Zhou Changdong. He nodded. Wife, I want to mortgage our house. Worried she might not like it, he quickly assured her, but don't worry, our business will definitely make money, and we won't lose out. The bank won't take the house away. Su Lüyun smiled and looked at him. Why tell me all this? If you need to, just go to the cabinet and get it. It's right under the notebook and you have the key. Zhou Changdong was surprised and happy. Wife, you agree? Yes, I do. I support whatever you need to do. Just go and get it. As soon as she finished speaking, the man hugged her, full of emotion. Wife, don't worry. I won't let you down. Su Lüyun was not happy. She was startled by his actions and quickly looked at the door. She whispered, "Let go. There are guests at home." Zhou Changdong leaned in to kiss her, and then smiled as he let go. It was such a small matter, but he made a big fuss. Su Lüyun scolded him lightly, "Go ask Lao Qin and Shizi if they can handle spicy food. If they can, I'll add more chili." "They can all eat spicy," Zhou Changdong said confidently. He knew his brother's tastes well. Su Lüyun responded with a sound and brought out a spicy, fragrant sour fish dish. Zhou Changdong saw that there was nothing more he could do to help, so he returned to give his brother some reassurance. Qin Datua happily asked, "Did your wife agree?" "I support whatever my wife wants," Zhou Changdong, usually a modest person, couldn't help but show off a little this time. Qin Datua nodded in admiration. "You really married the right wife." Zhou Changdong slightly smiled, knowing very well how great his wife was. "It's getting cold. We need to hurry." "Let's go to the bank this afternoon," Zhou Changdong said. Very straightforward. He didn't want to delay making money. He wanted to get the loan approved quickly and then buy a car to start working. The sooner they start, the sooner they can earn. Okay. Qin Datua shared the same idea, feeling very good. He was determined to build a successful business with his brothers and make sure that troublesome woman and her family could only watch but not enjoy any benefits. He wanted to make them jealous. In a good mood, Qin Datua reminded Wang Shizi, "When you get married, you better open your eyes wide. Never marry someone who causes trouble or is a bad influence, or your life will be over." He was thankful to have Zhou Changdong as a partner. Otherwise, his current deal might have been ruined by his reckless wife. Wang Shi nodded. "Director, don't worry. I'll have Brother Dong help me choose. If he agrees, then I'll marry her." Qin Datua agreed. "Exactly. Ask Changdong to help you. He has good judgment." Zhou Changdong accepted the compliment without hesitation and asked Wang Shi if he liked anyone right now. Wang Shi shook his head. "Not at the moment. I saw someone last time, but I was too busy, and she didn't seem interested in me, so it didn't work out." He also wanted to marry, and seeing Brother Dong's happy life made him envious. He longed for a wife too. But work at the coal yard was too busy, so he had no time to date. "You're still young, no rush," Qin Datua said. "Build your career first, then think about marriage. Work hard with us, and you won't have to worry about not finding a wife later." Wang Shi felt a bit embarrassed but agreed. At this moment, a strong, delicious aroma wafted out from the kitchen. "What is my sister-in-law cooking? It smells so good," Qin Datua couldn't help but say. Wang Shi sniffed and agreed. "It really smells great. That's sour fish, one of my wife's specialties. You all should try it later," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Even though he didn't say much, his face was full of pride that couldn't be hidden. Qin Datua could clearly see his brother's proud smile. But he couldn't really argue with him. His brother was now in a coma, and his wife didn't want to leave. When his brother said he wanted to use the house as collateral for a loan, his wife had no objections and fully supported him. "He looks like a flower, and he's a good cook. He is truly perfect in every way." Marrying such a wife, his brother has every reason to be proud. For lunch, the pickled fish with rice made Qin Datua and Wang Shi so full that their belts loosened 3 times. Finally, they were satisfied and put down their bowls and chopsticks. Qin Datua kept giving his brother a thumbs up. He can handle both the living room and the kitchen. His brother is really lucky. "Brother Dong, does your wife have a sister or anything?" Wang Shi, still single, asked eagerly. Zhou Changdong smiled. "No, your wife only has 2 older brothers, no sisters. Could she have cousins or something?" Wang Shi looked hopeful. Zhou Changdong chuckled. "I'll ask for you." Su Lüyun didn't eat with them because she had just finished a big bowl of dumplings Zhou Changdong made for her before Qin Datua and Wang Shi arrived, so she wasn't hungry. When she heard their laughter, she knew they had eaten well and came to clean up. When Zhou Changdong was at home with her, he would bring her food to the bed, but now that his brothers were here, Su Lüyun was willing to let him show off a bit. But Zhou Changdong didn't mind and pushed her back to rest, saying, "I'll handle these chores. You go rest, dear." Then he and Wang Shi cleaned all the dishes in the kitchen together. Qin Datua was busy entertaining Yuan Bao. After finishing, Zhou Changdong went back to the room to get the land deed, household registration book, marriage certificate, and other documents, saying, "Wife, wait for me at home." "Is it still early?" Su Lüyun checked her watch. It was only a little past noon. "We'll be there soon," Zhou Changdong replied. "All right, take your time." Zhou Changdong leaned in to kiss his wife before heading out to the bank with Qin Datua. Wang Shi didn't go with them. He went home to see his mother. Only Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua went to the bank. When they arrived, it was still early, but there were staff members available. They could ask questions about the loan in advance. However, Qin Datua had already inquired about the loan before. They have already saved up 12,000 yuan, and they also have the contract with the coal yard and a property deed used as collateral. With these, the bank is willing to approve the remaining money needed to buy the car. However, final approval from the senior leaders is still required, and these procedures must be completed, so the money won't be available immediately. Still, the bank leaders have reassured Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua, making them feel confident about the loan. The loan process is quite certain. Although their loan isn't supported by the new national policies, the government currently encourages entrepreneurship and borrowing to start businesses. If all conditions are met, this plan is almost certain to succeed. Both Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua are very happy. After signing the guarantee letter and loan agreement, they both feel very good. Once everything is done and they leave the bank, Qin Datua laughs and says, "When the bank calls my unit, I'll come to get you. We'll go buy the car together then." "Okay," Zhou Changdong nods. All the necessary procedures are smoothly completed. Qin Datua comes with him to call Wang Shi at the Wang family's place. They first go back to the coal yard, and Zhou Changdong goes home. Su Lüyun opens the door when he arrives. Seeing that he is alone, she asks, "Is everything finished?" "Yes, it's approved," Zhou Changdong says happily. He closes the door and immediately picks up his wife. Su Lüyun, being carried like a princess, gasps softly and playfully hits him, but she lets him carry her into the room. But it's not just about going into the room. Once he places her on the bed, he presses down on her. They look at each other, and Su Lüyun's face heats up. "It's broad daylight. Don't do anything crazy." "I'm not doing anything crazy. Just a kiss," Zhou Changdong says. Since she's not very experienced in this area, Su Lüyun lets him for now. After they finish, she finally learns her lesson. If you could trust men on the bed, it would be better to believe a pig can fly. Just rubbing against me but not going in is the same. Whoever believes that is foolish. Later, Su Lüyun falls asleep. So much so that she doesn't even notice when her mother-in-law, Chen Aihong, comes in the evening to bring lamb chops. In winter, Chen Aihong often buys lamb chops to stew because she and Zhou Quansheng enjoy eating lamb soup to boost their health during the cold season. Since the price isn't too high, she buys extra and brings some here. But she only sees her son and doesn't see her daughter-in-law. Learning that his daughter-in-law was still sleeping, Chen Aihong was surprised. "It's this late. Is Junjun still asleep?" Zhou Changdong cleared his throat. "Mom, don't ask so many questions." Chen Aihong immediately understood and smiled softly. "Lamb chop stew with radish is delicious. Can you cook it? If not, I can teach you. Then you can also cook it for Junjun later to help her get stronger." "No need, I can cook," Zhou Changdong said. "I can do any job." All right then, Chen Aihong felt very happy. She thought she might soon hold her grandchild. Without staying long, she went back to the old house to handle the remaining lamb and lamb chops. When Zhou Quansheng came home from work, he could feel his wife's good mood. Recently, Zhou Quansheng was also very happy because his youngest son had fully recovered. Isn't that the biggest happiness? But seeing his wife's joyful expression, he still smiled and asked, "What's so good about that?" Chen Aihong whispered with a smile, "Good news. I think the third child will become a dad very soon." She had seen the good relationship between the third son and his wife. Both were healthy, so she believed good news would come soon. The third son's wife is pregnant? Zhou Quansheng was surprised. Not only Chen Aihong, he was also looking forward to it. Their family was a bit small. They had 3 sons, but only one grandson so far. So, of course, they hoped their sons and daughters-in-law would have more children. They had already prepared red envelopes, waiting for good news. Chun I-hong smiled.
Not so soon.
The third son just got married. But I think their relationship is good, so good news should be coming soon. Zhou Changdong smiled and uncovered the pot. The lamb stew smells so good. At this moment, Zhou Yongshun came home from school. Grandpa, Grandma, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Zhou Yongshun's eyes lit up when he smelled the rich lamb aroma. Stewing lamb. Go get a bowl, and Grandma will serve you some, Chun I-hong said with a smile. Okay. The grandparents loved their grandson very much. They used a big sea bowl to serve him a large portion of lamb and lamb chops. Zhou Yongshun happily carried back a big bowl of lamb. Zhou Changdong and Healing didn't say much, but seeing such a big bowl of lamb, they felt satisfied inside. They ate some, but most of it was given to Zhou Yongshun. However, Healing looked at her in-law's room and didn't look very happy. They didn't say anything during dinner, but when night came and they went to bed, she couldn't hold back anymore. Would you like to tell Mom to ask Dad to eat with us? They are only 2 people, so there's no need to prepare a separate meal. It would waste coal, effort, and time. Zhou Changdong refused without thinking. You should tell him yourself. He didn't want to bow to his parents. They favored the third brother, and he felt upset about it. How could he go and say anything? Xiao Yu was a bit angry. You won't even say a small thing like that? I can't rely on you at all. Zhou Changdong also got angry. How can you say that? Who caused all this? It's not all your fault. Xiao Yu didn't think she was wrong. Who do you think I did this for?
For our family.
If our parents had told us earlier that Changdong was fine, would I have risked everything to push Lüyun away? The men blame her, and her younger brother also blames her for not understanding the situation. Now, she feels like she's caught in the middle. But she had no idea that Zhou Changdong was fine. If she knew, why would she rush into being tricked by Lüyun? Zhou Changdong didn't speak. This was a problem in his heart. He felt that his parents intentionally made him look bad. Since this happened, neighbors and friends looked at him strangely. They thought he wanted to ruin the third brother's future. But he didn't mean that at all. He was just worried that the third brother's inheritance would be taken by Sue's family, which is why he was so focused. He stayed silent, and Xiao Yu also stopped talking. But she couldn't help sighing. She just couldn't understand. How could he suddenly recover from being in a coma? If it wasn't good, the house was theirs, and the 3,000 yuan was theirs too. But now, they had nothing. They even lost the benefits from her in-laws. The family was relying on Zhou Changdong's salary. It was not low, but they had to live frugally and save money, continuing their old tight lifestyle. Xiao Yu felt very frustrated, but what was even worse was what came next. Her younger brother, Song, who married the daughter of a leader, was beaten up and robbed. He was punched until his face was swollen and kicked so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. If he weren't in good health, that kick could have killed him. When Xiao Yu found out, she was furious. She knew in her heart that Zhou Changdong was definitely responsible. She wanted to confront Zhou Changdong, but her younger brother, Song, stopped her. Regarding the matter of being beaten, Song dared not speak out. When his wife asked, he only said he was robbed by a troublemaker on the way. He didn't dare let her know he had gone to ruin Su Lüyun's reputation. To suppress this issue, he was also fined 200 yuan by the Li family. Li Likai, who had his leg broken, secretly asked him to come and pay compensation. Besides the 100 yuan he owed to the Li family for compensating Su Lüyun, he also had to pay another 100 yuan for his treatment and nutrition costs. Otherwise, his family would take him to the workplace to cause trouble. Although Song was unhappy, he could only accept it reluctantly. The news was actually false. He didn't know that Zhou Changdong, who was in a coma, had already recovered. It was a miscalculation. He didn't dare ask the Li family to cause trouble at his workplace. If his very proud father-in-law found out, he might not forgive him. So, he could only pay the money quietly. He couldn't speak about the compensation and today's beating. He Yusong also dared not mention. He also felt that Zhou Changdong wasn't afraid of him causing trouble because when they put a bag over his head and beat him, he didn't hide it at all. It was obvious they wanted him to know who was responsible for the beating. But the truth was, when you really looked into it, they were the ones at fault first, especially since they used such humiliating tactics. If things got serious, he would definitely suffer losses. So, He Yusong simply dared not make a fuss. No matter how resentful he felt, he could only accept it. He Helling also knew not to make a big deal out of it. Her brother's future was more important than anything. But she was still angry. She went back to talk to her mother-in-law, Chen Aihong. Everything has been paid, but Changdong still beat my brother so badly. That's just too much, He Helling said angrily. Chen Aihong secretly thought the beating was good. She looked at her calmly and said, "This is your family's matter. If you're unhappy, go settle it with Changdong. What's the point of telling me? I don't get involved in your affairs." He Helling. If she dared to go find Zhou Changdong, why would she need to tell her mother-in-law? In the past, Zhou Changdong, her younger brother-in-law, still respected her as the eldest sister-in-law. But after what happened last time, his eyes looked at her like he had a knife. Having seen blood in the army, his presence was intimidating. That night, if Su Lüyun hadn't been greedy for the 300 yuan compensation, her brother-in-law would have definitely wanted to send her away. But even after paying the money, she was still unhappy about the beating. She didn't dare to find Zhou Changdong, so she went to see Su Lüyun instead. Su Lingjun wants her half of the compensation money, but her brother shouldn't be beaten for nothing. But since the money went into Su Lingjun's pocket, how can she just give it away? Not only does Su Lingjun refuse to give the money back, but she also maintains her perfect image, mocking healing. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're happy that your brother got beaten, right? You're just trying to shift the blame onto my family. Honestly, you just want to get that 300 yuan back. I tell you, there's no way. That 300 yuan is the price for your bad deeds, and the compensation I deserve. You better give up on it. He Yuling is furious, but it's useless. Su Lingjun completely ignores her. If she's unhappy, she can just go report to the police. Let's see who's afraid. In the end, He Yuling can only swallow her anger and leave. Once she's gone, Su Lingjun can't hide her smile anymore. But before she can enjoy her happiness for long, Zhao Yuzhu arrives. Her situation is similar to He Yuling's, but her target is different. While He Yuling's brother was beaten up with a bag over his head, Zhao Yuzhu comes to tell her that Sun Congxing was also beaten up. Seeing Zhou Changdong's protective and possessive attitude makes Su Lingjun feel very happy. She smiles and says, "Sun Congxing was beaten up. You must be very upset about it, right? But caring about him is your business. No need to tell me." Zhao Yuzhu. She's just here to test Su Lingjun to see if she still has feelings for Sun Congxing. From her expression, it's obvious that Su Lingjun has moved on from Sun Congxing. She doesn't love Sun Congxing anymore. She loves Zhou Changdong. Sure enough, she's a flirt who changes her mind easily. She's been won over by Zhou Changdong. At this moment, Zhou Changdong returns. Seeing Zhao Yuzhu there, he frowns instinctively, looking very stern. Since Zhou Changdong is a veteran who has been to battle, he's truly experienced the blood of combat. When he releases a bit of his commanding aura, Zhao Yuzhu feels a shiver down her spine. She forces a smile and greets, "Brother-in-law, you're back." Zhou Changdong doesn't have a good impression of her and just responds coldly with a "hmm." Seeing this, Zhao Yuzhu doesn't dare stay any longer. She quickly tells Su Lingjun and leaves. Once she's gone, Zhou Changdong asks, "Wife, what did she come to tell you?" Su Lingjun was in a very good mood, but seeing how guarded he was around Zhao Yuzhu, she couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. She exaggerated and said, "My cousin told me that you hit Sun Congxing so hard he looks like a pig's head and warned me to be careful, saying you have a violent streak and might hit me someday too." "That's nonsense." Zhou Changdong scolded her with a dark face. Suddenly, Su Lingjun looked scared and worried, as if he might hit her next moment. Zhou Changdong quickly said, Honey, don't be afraid. But before he finished, Lüyun happily hugged his neck and gave him a sweet kiss, rewarding this lovable man. It's not just Sun Congxing. I heard that Hyusung was also beaten. Tell me the truth, did you do all this? Seeing the satisfaction in his wife's eyes, Zhou Changdong understood she wasn't really afraid anymore. He held her and admitted openly, yes, I did it. He couldn't let Hyusung get away easily. Even if he paid money, that only suppressed his wife's anger. His own anger hadn't cooled down yet. He hadn't settled the score yet, and he wouldn't just forget about it. And Sun Congxing too. He dared to bother his wife when he wasn't home. Zhou Changdong wouldn't let Sun Congxing off so easily. That was impossible. Since Sun Congxing lived nearby, it was easy to find him. Zhou Changdong crouched down and caught him quickly. But dealing with Hyusung was more complicated. Zhou Changdong had to sneak around several times before catching him. Of course, he didn't hold back. He used to sack and beat him thoroughly. Lüyun praised him generously. Well done. Zhou Changdong's eyes also lit up with a smile. Honey, are you angry? What's there to be angry about? If my husband was harassed and bullied, and I still tolerated it, I'd wonder if I married the wrong person. She looked at him happily and said, It proves I married a real man. Zhou Changdong leaned in and kissed her, then said, Honey, your cousin isn't good-hearted towards you. Usually, Zhou Changdong didn't like to speak badly about his wife's relatives, especially since her cousin was also married here. The two cousins married into this family together, supporting each other. But that was only true if the other person was good-hearted. My wife's cousin clearly harbors ill intentions toward her, so Zhou Changdong had to remind her about this. How did you figure that out? Lüyun blinked. Sun Congxing confided in me honestly. The reason he came to bother you was because she encouraged him to do so. When Zhou Changdong questioned Sun Congxing, he immediately blamed Xiao Yuzhu. He said Zhao Yuzhu urged him to her cousin, intending to ruin her marriage. To protect himself under this ruthless person, Sun Congxing even admitted he had an affair with Zhao Yuzhu, proving that Lüyun had never paid attention to him and that they were innocent. Because Lüyun was completely devoted to her husband, Zhou Changdong. She was loyal to her husband, but he already knew that when she was in a coma. Although Zhou Changdong didn't fully believe Sun Congxing's words, he also heard Zhao Yuzhu's actions while he was unconscious. If possible, Zhou Changdong wanted his wife to stay away from this cousin. Because she seemed innocent, lovely, kind, and straightforward, and could easily be tricked by this scheming cousin. Lüyun couldn't read minds now, or she would laugh at how thick his filter was. But that didn't affect her good mood. She wasn't afraid of Sun Congxing telling the truth, unless he was risking his life. He definitely wouldn't dare let Zhou Changdong find out that he had once held hands with the original owner. Of course, Lüyun wouldn't foolishly bring this up herself, since it wasn't her fault. And as the old saying goes, to get by in life, you sometimes have to wear a little green. Of course, that was just a joke. Now, focusing on Zhao Yuzhu, Lüyun sighed softly. I really don't know what I did to offend my cousin. She always seems jealous of me. I used to care for her a lot, especially when she was bullied by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Even when I was scared, I stood up for her. But she always turns around and plots against me. Last time I was caught cheating, she even blamed me. When you hit Sun Congxing, that scoundrel, I was so happy I didn't even have time to rejoice. That deserved it. But she, out of pity for Sun Congxing, came to me and said you had a violent streak. What is she trying to do? Does she only feel happy if I divorce you? Zhou Changdong said, From now on, let's stop dealing with her. Lüyun shook her head. We are cousins and grew up together. If we don't keep in touch, people will think something's wrong with us. That would just make others laugh. She also wanted to see Zhao Yuzhu cause trouble. Without her antics, life would be pretty dull. Zhou Changdong disagreed. For someone like her, it's better to stay away. Lüyun waved her hand. Enough, don't nag. I know what I'm doing. When she was around, playing with Zhao Yuzhu was like playing with a fool. She wanted to see what new chaos Zhao Yuzhu would stir up next. Zhou Changdong touched her pretty face. Be careful. Don't listen to her lies. Lüyun asked confused. Are you afraid she's talking badly about you? Zhou Changdong, who had fought on many battlefields, couldn't be afraid of a few rumors. He said, I'm worried you might believe her hurtful words. That was what he truly feared. Lüyun, the little mischief maker, held his neck and said, sometimes I listen, sometimes I don't. But if he didn't make so much noise at night, she might consider ignoring her. Zhou Changdong looked into his wife's bright eyes, full of teasing and smiles, which softened his heart. He said, my wife, you like this too. Her voice sounded especially sweet when she called him that, and she held him tightly. During the daytime, what are you saying? Lüyun blushed and lightly hit him. Go cook. Okay, I'll make something for you now.
Lüyun.
So bold. Calling Zhou Changdong bold isn't wrong. This man acts serious and stern outside, like a great general. But behind closed doors, he's really quite flirtatious. He wants to stay glued to her all day long. Because tomorrow he's leaving with Qin Datua. Their loan has been approved, and after Qin Datua arranges his work, they'll head south to buy a big truck without delay. So that night, Lüyun suffered. She couldn't sleep, only thinking about this one thing. She even wanted him to sleep next door. But Zhou Changdong said, wife, I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll be gone for several days. Don't you miss me? Lüyun was enchanted by his pitiful look and let him do as he pleased. And she ended up exhausted. The next morning, when she got up to see him off, her legs felt weak. Last night, the man ate and drank until he was full. Although he looked very satisfied, he still didn't want to let go of his wife. He held her tightly for a while before saying, honey, I've cooked some noodles and placed them by the bed. Finish eating and then go back to sleep. She didn't need him to tell her. When he left to catch the bus and meet Qin Datua, she closed the door, quickly brushed her teeth, and ate the eggs and noodles by the bed. Then she hurried back to bed to sleep some more. She slept until noon before waking up. When she woke, Lüyun was lying in bed and didn't want to get up. She looked around at the quiet, empty room and couldn't help but start thinking about Zhou Changdong. This man was so clingy when he was home that she sometimes felt annoyed with him. Every day, he wanted to cuddle, kiss, and do intimate things, almost like he wanted her to stay in bed all the time. Although she knew she might be a bit harsh, like a full person not understanding a hungry one, and maybe a little ungrateful, she still felt a bit annoyed. She didn't want to do anything else. She just wanted to stay at home with him. But even though she complained about him, as soon as he left, she started missing him again. His scent still lingered in the blanket, making Lüyun reluctant to get out of bed. But she was hungry. Although she had eaten her husband's homemade egg noodles in the morning, it was already noon now, so she needed to get up and eat something else. When she went to the kitchen, she saw the dumplings Zhou Changdong had wrapped for her before leaving. There was a whole plate of dumplings. Lüyun remembered that when Zhou Changdong came in that morning and woke her up, he told her he had made dumplings and that she could eat them when he wasn't home. Since the weather was cold, the dumplings wouldn't spoil easily. She was feeling dizzy at the time and just mumbled in response, not paying much attention. Now, seeing those dumplings, her heart softened completely. That old guy worked all night and probably didn't sleep much. He even made so many dumplings, Lüyun muttered to herself, but deep down, she missed her husband even more. After finishing the dumplings, she didn't want to clean up. She just lay back in bed. She wasn't normally a love-struck person, but now she was completely captivated. And honestly, she couldn't blame herself. Which girl could resist a man like that? He was truly charming. Whether in bed or outside, Zhou Changdong was one of those rare men that are hard to find, even with a lantern. Lüyun didn't think there was anything wrong with feeling enchanted by him. She was really enjoying her current state. She is also a person who is very willing to accept her emotions. Whether they are good or bad, she accepts them. For example, right now, she is giving herself a day to stay immersed in the feelings of separation and reluctance from Zhou Changdong. But after a good night's sleep, when she wakes up the next day, Lüyun feels completely refreshed. Today just happens to be Wednesday, So after breakfast, Lüyun comes to the old house to visit her mother-in-law, Mrs. Chun I-hong. When Chun I-hong sees her daughter-in-law coming, especially noticing her rosy cheeks and bright face, she is very pleased. Really, she is growing more fond of her daughter-in-law. Lüyun smiles and says, "Mom, Changdong and Dado went south to buy a car. I'm free at home with nothing to do. Since today is Wednesday, shall we go see a play?" Okay. Chun I-hong knows her daughter-in-law really wants to try going to the theater. Seeing how beautiful and elegant she has become, she is very satisfied. She has also trained her daughter-in-law in acting skills, which are very good, and her speech is flawless. Chun I-hong thinks her daughter-in-law was born to succeed in this career. So she is happy to be the matchmaker. They tidy up and leave together. Meanwhile, Yuling, who is at home, naturally observes all of this. Her neighbor, who is knitting with her, notices the daughter-in-law leaving and says, "Your sister-in-law has changed a lot. She used to have little contact with your mother-in-law, and now their relationship is as close as mother and daughter." Yuling responds, "Exactly, I even wonder if she's been possessed by some enchantress." Of course, this is her way of damaging Lüyun's reputation. Because Lüyun used to be disliked, but now she is even more disliked than before. The neighbor probably understands this and just smiles. The man has come back, huh? Having a man or not makes a big difference. He was gone for 3 years, and during that time, not a single letter was sent back. Which daughter-in-law would be happy about that? Honestly, the neighbor admires her a bit. If it were her, she thinks she would have packed her things and left the day Zhou Changdong was brought back. But Lüyun stayed so devoted. That kind of loyalty is something no one in the neighborhood can deny. Yuling scowls and turns away. The neighbor continues, "By the way, your little brother is doing well now, right? Why isn't he back in the army? Is he not going back, or what?" Yuling replies, "The army has such good benefits. Who would want to leave? Then why isn't he back? Is he having health issues? I don't know." Yuling secretly hoped she truly had some health issue. When she was shopping for groceries, she didn't miss seeing her younger brother-in-law, Zhou Changdong. He didn't look like he hadn't recovered. He seemed to be in good shape. Neighbor's wife said casually, "Honestly, it doesn't matter if he goes back or not. With his position, even if he switches careers, he'll be given a decent and easy job. His future is bright either way." Yuling didn't want to boost others' confidence at her expense, so she said, "If we're talking about the best future, it's still the second branch." Both of them are college graduates, and right after graduation, they were assigned to a government job. That's true. The most successful people around here are your second uncle and his wife. They're the only college graduates in our area. The neighbor's wife nodded in agreement. But do you think your second uncle and his wife have health issues? They've been married for many years and still don't have children. They used to work in the countryside, where it was hard to have babies. Now they're in college again and busy, so they'll probably have children after they graduate. Yuling privately doubted that her second uncle and his wife wouldn't have children, but she wouldn't mention it in front of others. Both of them are college graduates with promising futures, and she always tried to flatter them. In the future, her son would likely need help from second uncle Zhou Changdong as well. Let's set aside Yuling's flattery and belittling. Su Lujuan's luck had always been excellent. When she came with her mother-in-law, Chen Ai Hong, to the drama theater, she was taken backstage and introduced to the director. Coincidentally, the director was just overwhelmed with work. "What's going on? Why is someone yelling?" Chen Ai Hong asked when she saw the director scolding someone. Today, the second show is about to start. Zhao Mei, the important supporting actress, only just now told him she was pregnant and couldn't go on stage. "Isn't she trying to mess with me?" Director Wang said angrily. A young man nearby said softly, "It's not intentional. My wife wanted to go on stage, but she was so nauseous this morning she couldn't. That's why she couldn't. I've never been pregnant, but I've seen pregnant women before. Her pregnancy symptoms only appeared today. I told her a few days ago that if she wasn't sure, she shouldn't go on stage. Did I or did I not tell her that?" Director Wang snapped. He had been thinking of replacing her a few days ago, but Zhao Mei repeatedly assured him she wouldn't delay the performance, so he relaxed. Young people want to succeed, which is normal, and opportunities to perform are rare. He also didn't want to crush the opportunities for young people. So, at this critical moment, he was suddenly presented with this chance. Director Wang was about to explode with anger. Lüyun didn't expect to come over and immediately encounter such an opportunity. And she was especially good at seizing chances, so without hesitation, she volunteered, "Director, look at me. Do you think I can play this role?" Director Wang was momentarily stunned before looking at Lüyun and asking Chen Ihong, "Who is this?" Chen Ihong quickly replied, "This is my daughter-in-law." "Hello, Director. My name is Lüyun. I've been studying acting with my mother for 3 years, but I haven't had a chance to perform on stage. I kindly ask you to give me this opportunity to try." Chen Ihong was speechless. When did her daughter-in-law learn 3 years of acting?
She didn't know about it.
Lüyun quickly signaled to her mother-in-law with her eyes. She couldn't recover now. Chen Ihong hesitated but said nothing. Seeing her daughter-in-law like this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although she acknowledged her daughter-in-law's exceptional talent for acting, she had never rehearsed or performed on stage before.
"Can you really act?"
Director Wang asked Chen Ihong. In the hopeful gaze of her daughter-in-law, Chen Ihong could only nod, knowing how rare this opportunity was. But she still warned her daughter-in-law, "Junjun, you haven't performed on stage before. I'm worried you'll be nervous." Lüyun smiled confidently. "It's okay. I won't be nervous."
"Mom, don't worry."
Then she looked at Director Wang and said, "Director, please give me the script. The show starts in an hour. I'll memorize it now, and then perform it for you." Director Wang trusted Chen Ihong's character, and was somewhat tempted after 3 years of learning from her. He also carefully examined Lüyun's appearance, which was surprisingly good and very fitting for the role she was to play. So, he made a quick decision and handed her the script. "Since this is an important supporting role, the lines are a bit long. I don't know if you can memorize them all. Give me 20 minutes, Lüyun said confidently. Then she performed a scene that showcased her talent as a rising star in the entertainment industry, relying on her skills. In just 20 minutes, Lüyun memorized almost an entire page of lines clearly. After memorizing, she performed the scene live for Director Wang and Chen Ihong. Director Wang was pleasantly surprised and immediately approved. "All right, you're in. Go change your clothes and makeup." Chen Ihong was quite surprised. She didn't expect her third daughter-in-law to have such a good memory. However, compared to Director Wang, she was very happy but also a bit worried and anxious, afraid that her daughter-in-law might forget everything if she got nervous on stage. After all, they hadn't rehearsed before. "I can tell just by looking that your daughter-in-law is a very talented girl. Why didn't you bring her over earlier?" Director Wang said. He didn't need to ask. He already knew that Chen Ihong wanted to recommend her. Chen Ihong could only say, "My third son might come back at any time, and she might go with the army at any time, so I didn't think about this." Director Wang had met Zhou Changdong before. He had even brought him here when he was a child. He also knew about Zhou Changdong being brought back as a vegetable and that he had now recovered. He smiled and asked, "Is Changdong planning to step down?" Yes. Chen Ihong and Director Wang had been friends for over 10 years, and she didn't hide anything. He plans to go into the coal business with his comrades. He also took out a loan from the bank, and now they are buying a car. Director Wang praised, "That's great. I've seen Changdong grow up. He's bound to succeed in whatever he does." Then he mentioned Lüyun. "Since Zhao Mei is pregnant, let her go home to rest and prepare for the birth. Next, let your daughter-in-law take her place." Chen Ihong was a bit nervous. "Let's see her performance first." "What are you nervous about?" "I think your daughter-in-law is not bad," Director Wang said with a smile. "Mainly, she hasn't performed on stage before." Chen Ihong didn't doubt her daughter-in-law's talent, but today's performance was something she hadn't expected. Too rushed. "Don't you know my taste?" "Rest assured, I won't be wrong," Director Wang said confidently. Since Lüyun had learned acting from her mother-in-law for 3 years, he had no doubt. A true expert can tell just by watching. He knew right away that she had a solid foundation and good ability. Under the makeup artist's hands, Lüyun quickly finished her makeup. Actually, she didn't need much makeup because the makeup artist couldn't help but praise her. After putting on a cheongsam and styling her hair in a Republican-era style, Lüyun looked especially beautiful even with a bare face. "You're so beautiful," said a girl who was already dressed up nearby and had been watching Lüyun since she finished her makeup. "Thank you, you're very pretty too," Lüyun responded with a smile, feeling the kindness from the other girl. "Hello, I am the lead actress this time, Yi. My name is Bai Yanchuang," the girl said with a smile, extending her hand. "My name is Lüyun. I am here temporarily to replace Hu Yunyang. Nice to meet you." Lüyun also smiled and shook her hand. "I think you are more suitable for this role than Zhao Mei. You are very beautiful." Bai Yanchuang looked at her, wearing a well-fitting cheongsam. Although she had a mink jacket over it, her figure was still attractive. Her compliment was sincere and generous. Lüyun smiled and was about to say something, but someone outside called for them. It was time to go. "Let's talk after our performance,"
Lüyun said.
"Okay." Bai Yanchuang nodded happily. Before going on stage, Director Wang gave Lüyun some advice, like how to deliver her lines, express emotions, and when to leave the stage. Compared to Ms. Chen Aihong, who was nervous and worried nearby, Lüyun, who had caused some trouble, showed no negative feelings. She only had ambition. She wanted to seize this opportunity firmly. The story she was going to act out was about a love triangle. The heroine, Yi, was the original wife. Hu Yunyang was a newcomer, kind of a mistress. Of course, Hu Yunyang was also deceived because she didn't know her lover had already married in the countryside. Now, Yi was coming to confront her. That was how the story would start. Lüyun wanted to show the disbelief when Hu Yunyang was confronted, along with her anger during the confrontation and her decisiveness to cut ties and not continue entangling with the man. If she didn't perform this scene well, her role as the mistress might be criticized. Ms. Chen Aihong watched from below, worried from the beginning. She was not only concerned about whether Lüyun could handle the role, but also worried that she lacked stage experience. She might get nervous and ruin the performance. Ms. Chen had been through this herself. She started with small roles, gradually getting used to the stage. Lüyun, however, had no such experience. She went on stage immediately, which was very risky. But soon, a feeling of surprise appeared on Ms. Chen's face. Because Lüyun's performance was completely different from what she expected of a newcomer. Her stage presence was a little inexperienced, which was unavoidable since it was her first time, but apart from that, her performance was surprisingly good. She had a very strong sense of immersion. The way she portrayed the shock and surprise when the original wife confronted her with the truth was especially impressive. There are also the emotional expressions and reactions later on, which make people feel sorry for her. She is a poor woman who is deceived by an unfaithful man. She does not want to ruin someone else's family and is also an innocent victim. I could tell from her performance backstage that she is definitely capable. "You still lack confidence in your daughter-in-law? Look at me. I have good judgment," Director Wang said happily with a smile. Chen Aihong finally relaxed and said with a big smile, "Isn't that because you're rushing her into it?" The words her daughter-in-law said in front of Director Wang were all false. Wang might not know, but she was very clear about it. Could she not be nervous? But now she was completely at ease. Her daughter-in-law is naturally suited for this role. Yes, she was a bit hurried, but look at who taught her. "You were once a star at our drama theater. How could your students be bad?" "This is a true master guiding talented students," Wang said with a smile. Chen Aihong smiled too. Since the scenes belonging to Lüyun on stage were almost over, and after the character, Hu Yunyang exited sadly, leaving the remaining scenes for the main male and female leads, she took her daughter-in-law's coat and went backstage. "Mom, how did I do?" Lüyun asked happily when she saw her mother-in-law. Although she was a bit uncomfortable performing on such a simple stage for the first time, her strong ability made her feel proud of her performance today. Chen Aihong told her to quickly put on her coat and started praising her. "Mom was worried you might be nervous for your first time on stage, but you did so well. You're amazing." "Thanks, Mom." Hearing that makes me feel better. I think I did okay, Lüyun said with a smile as she hugged her mother-in-law after dressing up. Not bad, very good. Chun I-hong said, with a teasing tone. Chun I-hong used to be a stage actress herself and loved this profession very much. Later, because of social reasons, she had to give it up and return to her family, but over the years, she still often came back to the theater to teach actors. Now, her daughter-in-law was able to come and act in plays, and she was very talented. How could Chun I-hong not like her? Looking at her daughter-in-law, her eyes were almost like treasures. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sat together in the stands, watching the main actress, Su Yi, perform with the male lead. Su Yi's acting was also excellent, but the male lead was clearly a seasoned actor, performing very well. He was originally a bad guy, but he was portrayed as a charming, talented man. However, in the end, he apologized and admitted his mistake, showing a bit of a reformed character, which was quite touching. After the performance, Lüyun went up to thank Bai Yanxuang and the male lead, receiving enthusiastic applause from the audience. From their reactions, it was clear that the performance was very successful. After stepping down, Bai Yanxuang couldn't help but hug Lüyun. Thank you, Junjun. Why are you thanking me? Lüyun said with a mix of laughter and tears. Don't you know? Today was my first time playing the female lead. Bai Yanxuang said happily. I thought it would go badly, but thanks to you coming to save the day and acting so well. Should I thank you? She knew that Zhao Mei's little troublemaker of a girl had done it on purpose. She deliberately didn't come just before her stage time, hoping her first lead role would end in failure. Lüyun, who had experience in the entertainment industry, immediately sensed a hint of scheming in Bai Yanxuang's words. Where there are people, there are tricks. But since she had just met Bai Yanxuang, she didn't say much and smiled. I should thank you too. You performed very well. We've helped each other. Bai Yanxuang liked her even more when she said that. Are you going to take Zhao Mei's place now? Director Wang came over with a smile. Yes, Zhao Mei is pregnant now. Since Junjun is here, why don't you temporarily take Zhao Mei's spot? When she comes back after having her baby, we'll see then.
All right.
Thank you, Director.
Lüyun bowed politely.
Director Wang was pleased. Good. Let's go to the office and talk. Lüyun nodded to Bai Yanxuang with a smile, and then went with her mother-in-law to the office to chat with Director Wang. They mainly discussed the salary for acting in the theater. It was 40 yuan a month, with no meals provided. If she was busy and didn't go home for lunch, she had to bring her own food, but there was a 5 yuan meal subsidy each month, making it a total of 45 yuan per month. This was a very good salary. Lüyun had no objections. Director Wang also mentioned rehearsals. The current show was a perfect ending, but there was another performance on Sunday that required an early rehearsal. Things would get busier in the future, so Lüyun needed to be mentally prepared. Lüyun had no problem with that. My mother already told me about this. Don't worry, Director. I can handle it all. If I can't do it, I will explain the situation early so there won't be any problems like today making things difficult for you. Director Wang nodded and smiled. Good. Once her acting job was confirmed, Lüyun got her employment certificate and went with her mother-in-law to buy a monthly bus pass. Back then, monthly bus passes were available, and buying one saved a lot of money, about half the fare each month. Her monthly salary subsidy was 45 yuan, minus 6 yuan for the bus, leaving 39 yuan. 39 yuan isn't a lot, but the important thing is that from now on, Lüyun could support herself. She was used to being independent. Although Zhou Changdong clearly said he would support her for life and was happy to do so, giving her all his earnings and willingly handing them over, Zhou Changdong also did this, which made her feel very secure. But deep down, she still wanted to earn some money herself. It's not about the amount of money, but about not becoming completely dependent on Zhou Changdong, or losing touch with society. Going outside, she would have her own circle and social interactions, which are good for her mental and physical health. Lüyun felt very happy. When she got home, she told her mother-in-law not to cook and brought some dumplings to boil. Although it was cold now, it wasn't cold enough to stop her, and she couldn't finish all the dumplings alone. If she kept them until tomorrow, they might spoil. Chun I-hong was not picky and knew they were all made by her son before he left. She was quite pleased with her son's actions. Isn't it important to care more about the daughter-in-law? She waited at home for him for 3 years. After 3 years, he was brought back as a vegetable, and his wife still stayed loyal, taking care of him with all her heart.
Such a wife is hard to find.
Now that her son was better, he had to treat his wife well, or she wouldn't agree. When Chun I-hong heard the good news that Su Lüyun was selected by the drama theater, she told Zhou Changdong with a smile when he came home in the evening. Zhou Changdong smiled and said, "Director Wang is probably impressed by you." Chun I-hong didn't want to hear that. "What do you mean he's impressed with me?" "It's because Yun is capable." Today, she happened to encounter a supporting actress who deliberately caused trouble and refused to go on stage. Yun volunteered herself without hesitation. Director Wang only agreed because he was impressed with me, but it's really Yun's own good acting. Chun I-hong was an experienced actress. She knew all the backstage secrets of the drama theater. Director Wang also told her privately that everyone thought Zhao Mei was deliberately doing this. Because Chun I-hong used to be a stage actress, and Zhou Changdong had also seen plays, he was quite surprised when he told his wife, "Today is the first day, and the third sister-in-law already went on stage?" "Yes." Chun I-hong didn't say much more, smiling as she talked about how bold her third sister-in-law was. She was really nervous about it. "Zhou Changdong, you really dared to let her go up like that." The third sister-in-law was really coaxed and tricked into it. Chun I-hong smiled. "I just thought it was a rare opportunity." But mainly, she felt that now her daughter-in-law, Su Lüyun, seemed more sensible and reliable. If it had been before, she definitely wouldn't have risked her reputation and guaranteed her for this. Although Zhou Changdong thought it was risky, he didn't say anything because she had already successfully started the job. The news that Su Lüyun joined the theater quickly spread around. Because she had to go out to the theater every day, Chun I-hong also took her daughter-in-law there regularly. Mrs. Chun was very protective. Now that her daughter-in-law had just joined the theater, she wanted to take her along. Once she was more familiar with everything, she could confidently let her come alone. At first, the neighbors didn't say much when they saw this, but since the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law went out together every day, they naturally asked questions. Now that she was officially employed and had been adapting well these days, even her performance on Sunday was especially good. Chun I-hong was happy and didn't mind sharing this with everyone. When they learned that Su Lüyun had joined the theater, the neighbors were all stunned. Some quick-witted ones immediately asked, "How did she get into the theater? Is Changdong not returning to the army anymore? Does his wife not need to follow him?" "Yes." Chun I-hong didn't volunteer this information, but since the neighbors asked, she casually mentioned that her third son was planning to go into the coal business with his comrades. Naturally, this news spread. Because Zhou Changdong's decision to leave the army and go into coal business was known first, the excitement about Su Lüyun joining the theater was not as high. Everyone was more focused on Zhou Changdong's plan to leave the army and work in coal. When He Yuling heard this news, she was stunned. She had thought Zhou Changdong might change careers and leave the army, but she never expected her little brother-in-law to start a small business on his own. She even wanted to secretly mock Zhou Changping about Zhou Changdong. It's hard to understand why he wouldn't keep a stable job and instead wanted to become a small business owner. Is it really so easy to start a small business? In the end, Zhou Changping was told that he was co-contracting a coal yard with Qin Dadawa. They even went to the bank to get a loan and bought a big truck. When Zhou Changping heard this at home, he asked his father, who didn't hide anything, and told him all about it. Co-contracting the coal yard and taking out a loan to buy a big truck? He Huiling's eyes widened in shock, only hearing part of the story. She thought it was just small-scale trouble, but now the business was so big? Zhou Changping also felt uneasy. He knew Qin Dadawa. He was experienced in the coal business. The third brother had a close friendship with him. Both were capable and talented. Their partnership was likely to succeed. He Huiling also thought of this, but didn't want to admit it. Starting a business isn't that easy. They put everything in without experience, and even took a bank loan. If it fails, They can't afford to lose. Zhou Changdong said nothing. He Huiling continued, I think they will definitely fail and lose everything. Zhou Changdong was annoyed and turned to leave. Left alone in the house, He Huiling felt very upset. She hadn't felt this way before. She thought if she offended someone, so be it. She never wanted her only son to suffer in the army. But unexpectedly, her little brother-in-law immediately went to buy a big truck to start a coal business. This made her realize that her previous impulsive actions were a mistake. It was like trying to steal chickens but ending up losing the eggs. She lost her wife and her army. After all the effort, she gained nothing and even lost a few hundred yuan. Her brother also got a scolding. Most importantly, she had completely offended her little brother-in-law. Thinking about it, she felt so regretful. She couldn't help but start blaming Zhou Congxing and Chen Aihong, her in-laws. It could have all been avoided. If only the older couple had mentioned to them that the third brother was okay, and they could go check on him. Zhou Changdong and she wouldn't have been kept in the dark. She wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures, and their relationship wouldn't be so strained now. Coincidentally, not only He Huiling was feeling this way, but Zhao Yuzhu was also very affected. Zhao Yuzhu first heard that Su Lüyun had joined the drama theater and become an actress there. This news shocked her greatly. She wanted to say she knew how capable Su Lüyun was, but she couldn't hide her surprise. If someone as simple-minded as Su Lüyun had the ability to perform in high-class theater plays, she could have become the director of the theater. But before she could say anything, Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua, her comrades, took on the coal yard contract and even borrowed money from the bank. We also heard that they bought large trucks in the south. Zhao Yuzhu was stunned. After confirming the news with her neighbor, she immediately went to ask Su Lüyun for the truth without any hesitation. However, Su Lüyun was not at home. Today was her day off. Su Lüyun had been getting along well with Bai Yenshuang these days. Bai Yenshuang took her children out to watch movies and go shopping. It was until evening that Zhao Yuzhu saw her return home. She first asked if Su Lüyun had really joined the theater. While boiling noodles, Su Lüyun smiled and said, "Is that even a question? I've already performed in 2 plays, and they were quite successful." She knew Zhao Yuzhu very well and understood what words would hit her hardest. Sure enough, Zhao Yuzhu's face stiffened. "Cousin, when did you start acting in plays? I've never heard you mention it." "My mother-in-law is a theater actress. I learned from her. She even praised me for having talent. I didn't think much of it at first, but one day I happened to be there when they needed a supporting actress. My mother-in-law asked me to try out, and I unexpectedly caught the eye of Director Wang. Isn't it a coincidence?"
Su Lüyun explained casually.
Zhao Yuzhu was speechless. After confirming the truth of this matter, she didn't ask more, not wanting to give Su Lüyun a chance to show off. She then changed the subject to Zhou Changdong. "I also heard that my brother-in-law is planning to team up with his comrades to take on the coal yard business and even borrow money from the bank to buy trucks?" She looked hopeful, as if hoping it was just a false rumor. "Yeah," Su Lüyun nodded appreciatively at her expression. Zhao Yuzhu couldn't accept it. "Cousin, why don't you talk to your brother-in-law? This is too impulsive." "How is it impulsive?" Zhao Yuzhu said, "Your brother-in-law was doing well in the army. Why not go back to the military? It's a better future. Don't you want to be the wife of an officer?" Su Lüyun was aware of the suspicion behind these words. It was her cousin's way of leading the conversation, similar to He Huiling, very good at guiding and hinting. "I used to think so too, but after what happened, I've changed my mind. I just want Changdong to be safe and happy. The army is too dangerous. Even if he doesn't want to return to the army, transitioning to a civilian job after retirement can still provide a decent and stable career." Zhao Yuzhu said, "Now I'm going to take on the coal yard, get some coal, pay off the loan, and buy a car. My goodness, I can hardly imagine it. What if I don't succeed? What will I do then? Won't I end up in a huge debt?"
Su Lüyun nodded.
"You're right, but you're too late. They went south a few days ago, and I think they've already come back." Zhao Yuzhu asked, "I heard you need some kind of certificate to drive?" "Driving license," Su Lüyun explained with a smile. "But don't worry, your brother-in-law has one." During his time in the army, he was never idle. He learned to drive, got his license, and also learned how to repair cars. Lüyun was really surprised when she heard him talk about it. Zhou Changdong always said, having many skills doesn't hurt. You never know when you might need them. That's why he learned all that in the army. No wonder Zhou Changdong looks like a man destined to succeed. Look at him. He has everything except the final push. Not only him, Qin Datua also has a driver's license. Lüyun thought their teamwork was perfect. They have a deep friendship, and both are equally capable in handling things. They won't hold each other back. Zhao Yuzhu looked at her. It seems like you really support your sister.
Lüyun blushed.
I'd like to oppose, but Changdong is very tricky. He came to talk to me at night. If he brought this up then, could I just say no? I couldn't resist his persuasion. Zhao Yuzhu was speechless. He's really pushing the limits. What if it all goes wrong? She continued, taking out a bank loan to buy a car. Aren't you afraid of losing money? I think so too, Lüyun said with a dreamy look. But Changdong reassured me, saying don't worry, he won't lose money. If he does, he can work hard to support me. She looked shy and sweet. Zhao Yuzhu sighed. As long as I'm fed in bed, I'll listen to whatever the man says. It's really hard to watch. But you don't need to worry about me, sister, Lüyun said happily. Now I have a job. Even if Changdong's business fails, I earn 45 yuan a month. That's enough to support the family. When Wenchuan was earning only 30 yuan a month, he still managed to support you and the kids.
Zhao Yuzhu didn't care about that.
She only felt very upset inside. Because she believed Zhou Changdong's ability meant he would succeed once he started. No, she couldn't let Zhou Changdong do it. Otherwise, her sister would have a good life. Only she, as a small business owner, truly understands how profitable it can be. Zhou Changdong isn't just making small efforts, he's buying a big truck to start his business. He's really aiming to succeed. Cousin, you must stop brother-in-law. Even if he buys the truck, he can sell it later. Someone will want it. She continued tirelessly. The more anxious she was, the happier Lüyun felt. She waved her hand and said, forget it, let Changdong go ahead. He needs to try for himself. What if he succeeds in starting a business? Then I can enjoy a good life. That would really make Zhao Yuzhu jealous. But what if he fails? Then you'll have to support the family, Zhao Yuzhu said unhappily. Lüyun smiled sweetly, support the family if I have to. As long as Changdong can satisfy me at night, I'm willing to take care of him. Zhao Yuzhu was speechless. How could someone be so flirtatious? Even though she tried her best to persuade her, she couldn't change Lüyun's mind. Zhao Yuzhu left feeling very disappointed. When Li Wenchuan came home from work, she hurriedly prepared dinner. However, she added salt twice, making it extremely salty. Li Wenchuan was unhappy. What's wrong with you? Why did you put so much salt? How are we supposed to eat this? Zhao Yuzhu took a bite and realized she had added too much salt. She told him to bear with it and went to lie down. Seeing her like that, Li Wenchuan frowned and asked what was wrong. Then Zhao Yuzhu told him about Zhou Changdong's business venture. Li Wenchuan was stunned. Are you serious? Where's the fake? My cousin said it was a few days ago. The big truck probably already came back, Zhao Yuzhu said weakly. Li Wenchuan felt both envy and jealousy. That's too risky. Taking out a bank loan to buy a truck? How much money did that take? What if he fails? How will he pay it back? Zhao Yuzhu replied, that's what I told my cousin, but she's been fooled so badly, she won't stop him. Li Wenchuan didn't say anything. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Although she didn't see Zhao Yuzhu's exact state at home, Lüyun could guess. She was in a very good mood and had a simple dinner with Yuan Bao, then prepared to go to bed. Today, she went out with Bai Yenshuang to watch a movie and shop, spending most of the day outside, so she was tired. But before sleeping, she couldn't help but think of Zhou Changdong. It's been several days, and she didn't know if he had returned. Zhou Changdong had already started his journey back, traveling with Qin Datua halfway. The two brothers took turns driving and sleeping. Besides giving the car a rest, they spent most of the time on the road. They were definitely tired, but both Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua remained very excited. After rushing for a while, they finally arrived home on the evening of early November. Since it was only about 9 o'clock, Lüyun was still awake and reading inside. When she heard Zhou Changdong call out at the door, she quickly put on her cotton jacket and shoes to open it. Sure enough, she saw Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua standing there. "You're back?" Lüyun said happily. "Yes, we're back." Zhou Changdong looked at his wife with gentle eyes. "Sorry to bother you so late, sister-in-law," Qin Datua said with a smile. "It's still early. I haven't gone to bed yet," Lüyun replied with a smile. She looked at the large truck parked outside and said, "Come in first. I'll cook some noodles for you." "No need, wife. You go rest, I can handle it myself," Zhou Changdong said. But Lüyun wouldn't let him do it. She knew they must be tired, and the noise from the truck coming over was quite loud. Although it was late, it wasn't too late, and everyone was still awake enough to hear them. Soon, many neighbors gathered at the door. Lüyun smiled and told Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua to handle things, while she quickly boiled water, eggs, and noodles for them. While she was cooking, the neighbors definitely learned something new. They were all very curious about the big truck. In this era, such large trucks were rare, especially after Zhou Changdong mentioned the price. They were all amazed. However, some neighbors questioned Zhou Changdong's decision. "Changdong, aren't you being too impulsive and risky? Even if you don't want to stay in the army, you could find a stable job after transferring. Taking a loan from the bank to buy a truck seems unreliable." In response, Zhou Changdong just smiled. "It is a bit risky, but I want to try. Whether it works or not, I'll only know after Datua and I give it a shot." But others believed Zhou Changdong could definitely succeed. "Changdong, with your skills, there's no need to doubt. You and your comrade don't seem impulsive. Most likely, you'll make it happen." Many neighbors agreed with this. After all, buying such a big truck made everyone feel more secure and confident. Not only the neighbors but also Chun Aihong and Zhou Quanxing heard the news. Song Saozi's man, Song Tao, ran over to call them, saying that Changdong had returned with a big truck. So, Chun Aihong and Zhou Quanxing, who had just laid down, got up to get dressed. Behind them, Zhou Changping and Healing followed. Although a bit embarrassed, they still wanted to see the big truck. "Dad, Mom, it's so late. Why are you still here?" Zhou Changdong saw them and smiled. As for Zhou Changping and Healing, he ignored them. "Song Tao said you came back, so we came to see. This is the truck you bought from Datua, right?" "Yes, Dad. Take a look," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. "No need to look. This truck is perfect." Zhou Changping and Healing didn't say anything, but when they saw it, they felt so sour, like eating a lemon, so sour it hurt. But no matter what they thought, the truck was back. Everyone finished watching and left, while Zhou Quanxing suggested they all rest. He would sleep in the truck and watch over it. But Qin Datua refused. He finished the big bowl of egg noodles cooked by Lüyun and said happily, "Uncle, you can go back and rest. I'll sleep in the truck. I'm used to it." Zhou Quanxing said, "You all drove a long way. Go back to your room and sleep. Let me watch over it." After some back and forth, Qin Datua insisted on staying. He slept in the truck, and Zhou Changdong went to bed. Before sleeping, Lüyun told him to take a shower, so he soaked in a warm bath. She also came over to give him a back rub, feeling a bit shy and saying, "Is it okay to let Datua sleep alone in the truck?" "It's fine," Zhou Changdong smiled. "If he goes back inside, he might not sleep well." This truck was everything he and Qin Datua had, bought with all their savings, even borrowed a lot of money. He had to see it himself to feel at ease. Lüyun said, "I didn't think enough about it. If I had, I'd have leveled our yard before you all came back. Now we just have to make do." Zhou Changdong said, "No problem. Leave these things to me. You don't need to worry." He knew they had to level the yard and rebuild the gate, or else where would the truck park later? It was impossible for him to sleep in the truck. He wanted to hold his wife and sleep. Su Lüyun didn't care much and gave him a good back rub, urging him to rest quickly. During the bath, Zhou Changdong was very obedient, but after he finished and went back inside, he immediately picked up his wife. Su Lüyun looked into his eyes and clearly understood what he meant. He quickly said, "You've been busy these past few days and you're tired. Your shoulders are stiff. It's better to rest well." When taking a shower, she wanted to give him a massage but couldn't because he was too stiff. "It's just my shoulders are a bit stiff, so I should do some relaxing activities," Zhou Changdong said as he laid his wife on the bed and pressed down on her. For a moment, Su Lüyun's nose was filled with his scent. That familiar, pleasant hormonal smell made her cheeks flush, and her body softened a little.
Still. Rest.
Her words were cut off by Zhou Changdong. He was so eager for her. The young couple had just started being intimate, and although they had only been apart for a few days, only they truly understood the feeling. After all, the saying "a short separation makes the heart grow fonder" is true. After they finished kissing and parted, Zhou Changdong looked at his lovely wife with a husky voice. "Darling, do you miss me?" "I miss you so much I feel anxious," Su Lüyun replied sweetly, her face shy and her eyes full of charm. Seeing her like this, Zhou Changdong couldn't hold back anymore. He leaned down and kissed her again. She wanted him to turn on the light, but he preferred to keep it off and just come in with the lights on. He loved seeing her bloom beneath him. So beautiful, it made him wish he could give his life to make her happy. Although he had fed his wife plenty of meat last night, Zhou Changdong was naturally full of energy. Before dawn the next day, even though it was still gray outside, he got up on time. He was going to the coal yard with Qin Dadawa. Their business was starting today. He cooked 2 bowls of egg noodles, one for himself and one for Qin Dadawa, and finished eating just before leaving. Su Lüyun, though sleepy, reminded him, "Be careful, don't take too many risks. Take it slow."
Got it, wife.
"Lock the door and go back to sleep," Zhou Changdong replied. After seeing them off, Su Lüyun closed the door and went back to sleep. Last night, Zhou Changdong had disturbed her 3 times, so she had no trouble sleeping. She woke up again around 8 o'clock after Xiao Yuzhu called her. "Why are you here so early?" Su Lüyun opened the door and saw her, understanding her purpose. She smiled. Zhao Yuzhu saw that she was still in bed and hadn't gotten up and felt a bit sad. She had slept until she naturally woke up at her parents' house, and now she could sleep until late morning without anyone bothering her. Why was her life so good? "But right now, I don't want to think about these things." Zhao Yuzhu couldn't wait and said, "Cousin, I heard that brother-in-law bought a big truck?" "Yes, he brought it back last night," Su Lüyun said excitedly. "You haven't seen it?" "Oh, it was so impressive. I really love it. Please don't try to persuade me otherwise. I like that big truck so much. I don't want to return it." Zhao Yuzhu felt sourer than drinking old vinegar. "Cousin, you're just worried about showing off. Don't you think about the risks? Brother-in-law's doing this is too dangerous." Because Zhou Changdong had returned, Su Lüyun was in a good mood today. Seeing Xiao Yuzhu's frustrated look made her even happier. She smiled and said, "High risk means high reward. Life is about taking chances. Otherwise, you'll just stay poor and stable." Xiao Yuzhu was speechless. "Cousin, I know you're being kind, but don't worry. Changdong won't let me down," Su Lüyun said confidently. Xiao Yuzhu remained silent. Su Lüyun then said, "Today, you're here at a good time. I need to talk to you about something." Immediately, Zhao Yuzhu became alert. "What do you want to do? Why are you so cautious? What am I going to do to you?" Su Lüyun said with a look of helplessness. "Your brother-in-law said that the yard needs to be cleared out for parking, and the main gate needs to be repaired to make it wider for trucks to come in and out. Yesterday, Changdong came back late and didn't have time to tell Wenchuan. He needs Wenchuan to call 2 workers over for a few days." Zhao Yuzhu hesitated. "That's just a small matter. When brother-in-law comes back, he can ask Wenchuan to handle it." But inside, she felt a bit upset.
Su Lüyun smiled.
"All right, that's all. Nothing else. You can go back now." I have to rehearse at the drama theater later. Zhao Yuzhu really didn't want to see Su Lüyun's proud face, so she turned and left. She simply couldn't understand. Su Lüyun should have fallen into the mud by now. She thought she would run away with Sun Congxing after Zhou Changdong became a vegetable and took the compensation money. That was what she believed would happen. But the reality was very different. Now, seeing Su Lüyun getting better and her face glowing with health, Zhao Yuzhu felt anxious and distressed. Su Lüyun knew she was jealous, but she deliberately wanted Zhao Yuzhu to suffer every day. Feeling quite happy, she started cooking noodles to eat. Suddenly, someone came outside. Junjun, are you home? It was Wang Shima. Everyone called her Aunt Shi. Seeing her, Su Lüyun smiled and said, Aunt Shi, you're here? Have you eaten breakfast yet? Your attitude towards Auntie Shi is so kind, and it's not just because you think Wang Shi is good. You also have a very good impression of Auntie Shi herself. Because she is not someone who likes to gossip or criticize others. She is honest and kind. Auntie Shi smiled and said, I've already eaten. You just eat, no need to worry about me. Su Lüyun nodded and happily exchanged small talk with Auntie Shi. Auntie Shi isn't very good at chatting, so Su Lüyun had to keep the conversation going. But today, Auntie Shi came specifically to talk about something. Changdong bought a car now, but your yard isn't suitable for parking. Juju, tell Changdong to park his car at my place in the future. My yard is big enough, and I also have 2 big dogs to guard it. No one will dare to cause trouble, she said. In the morning, she heard from neighbors that Zhou Changdong's big truck was bought and brought home. Auntie Shi was happy for Zhou Changdong, but also thought about where to park the car. After feeding her 6 pigs, she came to talk to Su Lüyun about this.
Su Lüyun knows Wang Shi's family.
Their place is a bit farther, about a 10-minute walk away. The main point is, Wang Shi's yard is quite large, and because they raise 6 pigs, it's almost like a small pig farm. At the end of the year, they call a collection station to come with a tractor to take the pigs away. To make it easier for the tractor to come in and out, Wang Shi rebuilt the fence and left a wide enough gate for trucks to enter. Su Lüyun felt very interested and said, Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Auntie? Big trucks like that are not common in later times, so everyone finds them very interesting. Many neighbors are suspicious, worried you're poor or afraid you're rich, so some might have bad intentions. But they can't take the risk because Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua's entire savings are in that truck. They can't afford to lose it. Before Wang Shi's mom came, Su Lüyun planned to stay alone for a few days because she knew Zhou Changdong would sleep in the truck until the yard and gate were fixed. But when Auntie Shi came to talk about this, Su Lüyun was tempted. Why bother?
It's just a small thing.
Just agree on it. When Changdong comes back, tell him to park the car at my place. You two just relax and don't worry, Auntie Shi said happily. She was very willing to do something for Zhou Changdong. Su Lüyun smiled and said, Okay, I'll tell him when he returns. Auntie Shi nodded happily. After finishing this talk, she wasn't in a hurry to leave and started praising Su Lüyun. Juju, how are you so amazing? She also went to the theater to become an actress, just like your mother-in-law. Very impressive. Su Lüyun, eating noodles, modestly said, I was just lucky to get chosen. While chatting casually, Aunt Shi asked if she had any younger sisters. Last time, Shizi said it would be great if you, as the older sister-in-law, had a younger sister. He's definitely planning to come and propose marriage soon, she laughed. Su Lüyun also smiled. Changdong told me the same, but I don't have a younger sister. Don't worry, Aunt. Shizi's love will come in time. Aunt Shi smiled. I just hope he can get married soon. Su Lüyun smiled back. It's normal for her to want her son to marry, but she wouldn't marry anyone casually. In the original story, Aunt Shi, a hard-working and honest mother-in-law, was often teased by Zhao Yuzhu's cousin, even accused of stealing. They said all sorts of nasty things. But now, none of that will happen again. Aunt Shi didn't stay long, and went back after a while. Su Lüyun finished eating noodles with Yuanbao, then asked Yuanbao to watch the house, while she went to the market to buy some chives for making dumplings tonight. After that, she headed to the theater. The theater is closed on Mondays, but on other days, performances and rehearsals go on as scheduled. It's busy, but manageable for Su Lüyun. Compared to her busy schedule in her previous life, this is much easier. Back then, she only slept 2 or 3 hours a day, mostly on the way to work. She had no choice. She had to push through until she made it. Once she became popular, things got better, and she had some free time. When she first started working there, her mother-in-law, Chen, would accompany her to and from work every day. But now that she's fully adapted, her mother-in-law no longer comes along and encourages her to handle things on her own. Su Lüyun never let her down. She's thriving at the theater. But the person who gets along best is Bai Yanchuang. After arriving, they rehearsed a new play together. Both Su Lüyun and Bai Yanchuang are very talented and support each other well. Rehearsals went smoothly, and because of that, they always had time to sit and chat. Today, Bai Yanchuang talked about her marriage. She not only got married, but also had a child. Last time they went shopping, her child came along, a very adorable little girl. The children are all cared for by her own mother, and her mother-in-law doesn't interfere at all. Bai Yanchuang talked about this issue today because her mother-in-law has been sick these days. Her husband surprisingly still wants her to go to the hospital to take care of her. How dare he ask me to do that? I scolded him right away. He's shameless to even ask. I was pregnant and postpartum, and I didn't spend a penny, or even eat a grain of rice from her. My mother took care of me, and I helped take care of the children. She never helped me once. Now she's in the hospital sick, and he still dares to ask me to take care of her? Let her own daughter do it. Her daughter is the one taking care of the children and helping her mother during her confinement. Now that she's done her part, her daughter should come back and do it. I refuse to even visit. Bai Yanchuang snorted coldly. Su Lüyun agreed. You're doing the right thing. Whoever's mother it is, they should take care of her. You're just a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. She hasn't done anything special for you, so you don't need to bother with her. Bai Yanchuang said, I really can't stand my husband more and more. What do you think about me divorcing him? Su Lüyun was taken aback. They were talking about conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and suddenly the topic shifted to divorce. Divorce isn't a small matter. You can't just say it casually. You need to be sure in your heart that you don't want to stay with your brother-in-law anymore, Su Lüyun advised. Bai Yanchuang sighed. She was just telling Su Lüyun her thoughts. Sometimes she thought about divorce, but she couldn't bear to do it because her husband was actually quite good. He doesn't smoke or drink, has no bad habits, gives his salary to her, and shares housework and childcare after work. He's pretty good in many ways, except for his attitude towards filial piety, which annoys her. She didn't stop him from respecting his parents, and even every month, he gave them 10 yuan for living expenses. She didn't interfere. But he always felt she should also show filial respect to his mother.
Why?
His mother isn't her mother. She hasn't helped her at all from the beginning to the end. Why should she show filial piety or serve her? Su Lüyun didn't need to speak. She just listened quietly. Because this is a common issue many couples face outside. But if it were her, and she felt oppressed in her marriage, she would never let herself suffer. It's easy to develop problems if you hold it in, and the loss outweighs the gain. So, if they can't reach an agreement, it's better to part ways early. That's why divorce among celebrities has become so common nowadays. They don't have to rely on men to live. Who wants to suffer and live such a frustrating life? The only principle is, can I live happily? If you can get through it, then do so. If not, then leave. It's that simple. Su Lüyun is also part of the industry, so she is naturally influenced by it. In fact, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. If things go well, stay, if not, part ways. That's fine. But this advice is only for her. She can't suggest it to others. Because times are different, personal beliefs vary, and this is a matter that concerns a lifetime. Also, her husband hasn't done anything truly wrong. The key point is, from Bai Yanchuang's words, Su Lüyun can tell she is satisfied with her husband and has feelings for him. So, she can't advise her to leave. If she truly wants to, it must be Bai Yanchuang's own decision. But if it really comes to that, Bai Yanchuang will probably feel very sad. I'm sorry for bothering you and for all my complaints, Bai Yanshuang said shyly. Su Lüyun smiled. It's nothing. Recently, I don't know what's wrong, but I get very irritable, Bai Yanshuang sighed. Is your period about to start?
Su Lüyun asked.
Bai Yanshuang paused and frowned. You didn't say, but I just realized I haven't had my period this month. It's been delayed for several days. Could you be pregnant? Su Lüyun asked in surprise. Bai Yanshuang hesitated. I don't know. It could also be hormonal imbalance. I often have irregular periods. Su Lüyun suggested, go get checked, just in case you're pregnant and don't realize it. Bai Yanshuang nodded, unable to hide her concern. I just became the lead actress this year. I really hope I'm not pregnant already. Su Lüyun smiled. Why worry about that? If it happens, just have the baby. Bai Yanshuang looked at her and asked, what about you? When do you plan to have children? Same. If it happens, I'll have them, Su Lüyun said calmly. We've delayed for 3 years, and Changdong isn't young anymore. It's better to let him become a dad sooner. She could tell that Zhou Changdong really liked children. Bai Yanshuang had already heard Su Lüyun talk about her situation. She smiled, feeling a bit envious. Teacher Chen is very kind, and her relationship with your mother-in-law is good. When you have the baby, she'll definitely help take care of it. Su Lüyun smiled. My mother-in-law has indeed told me to relax and have the baby. She'll help us take care of it. Other mothers-in-law might say nice things, but Mrs. Chen Aihong definitely wouldn't, because she has taken care of children in her own family. Her eldest grandson, Zhou Yongshun, was raised by her. She treats everyone equally. And even if Mrs. Chen Aihong can't help, Su Lüyun can find someone to assist. In this era, hiring a live-in nanny doesn't cost much. Anyway, she wouldn't want to exhaust herself or cause family conflicts just to take care of a child. That wouldn't be worth it. Her confidence comes from the fact that she can earn money herself and knows that Zhou Changdong will fully support her opinions. So, sisters, if you're already married, forget it. But if you're not yet married, make sure to check everything carefully before marriage. Getting married is like a second chance at life. This is not a joke. Before 4 p.m., Su Lüyun and her friends finished work. After saying goodbye to Bai Yanshuang, she took a taxi home. When she arrived home, she didn't see Zhou Changdong, so since she had nothing to do, Su Lüyun decided to visit the black market first. She went to the shop to reserve lamb and lamb chops with little Tong. Last time, her mother-in-law brought over lamb chops, which she cooked into a stew. Zhou Changdong's cooking skills are excellent, and the lamb chop radish soup was very delicious. As for the lamb, she planned to make lamb dumplings. Not only does Su Lüyun like lamb dumplings, but Zhou Changdong also enjoys them. Especially in this cold weather. Eating them is very nourishing. She needs to give her old cow some good food. Little Tong took a deposit, gave her a receipt, and told her to pick it up tomorrow. Since Su Lüyun was already there, she bought some eggs and, seeing some good apples, also bought a net bag. There wasn't much else to buy, so she headed home. It was getting late when she arrived, but Zhou Changdong hadn't come back yet. Su Lüyun guessed he should be close, so she quickly started frying eggs, chopping chives, and preparing the filling for the dumplings. She also began to knead the dough and roll out the wrappers. However, Zhou Changdong was really busy. By the time she finished wrapping the dumplings, it was almost 7 p.m., and he still hadn't returned. She didn't know what time he would come back, and since she was hungry, she ate a bowl of dumplings herself. Just after she finished, she heard the engine of Zhou Changdong's truck approaching. She went out to open the door and saw him coming down with Wang Shi from the truck. Sister-in-law, Wang Shi called out with a smile. Su Lüyun smiled and asked, "She you're back too?" "Yes, I resigned from the coal yard. From now on, I'll work with Brother Dong and the others." Su Lüyun nodded with a smile and looked at Zhou Changdong. "Why did you come back so late?" "I was busy today," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Although he looked a bit tired and dusty from the day, his eyes sparkled brightly. It was because he realized clearly today that buying that car with Qin Dada was the right choice. Meanwhile, neighbors heard the noise and came out to see what was happening. They asked Zhou Changdong how his day went. He answered cautiously, "Not bad, there's still work outside." Hearing this, Lüyun just smiled because she understood him. Although this man looked tired and a bit pale, he was excited and lively. She knew everything was fine just by looking at him. She let him chat with the neighbors for a while, then she went back to make dumplings with Wang Shi. She had made quite a few. After the dumplings were ready and everyone had talked enough, Lüyun called them to eat. Big sister-in-law, you don't need to, I'll go home to eat. Wang Shi remembered it was late and quickly said, No, you can't go. I've already cooked. Eat first, then go back with Changdong. Today, Auntie Shi also said to park the car at your place because the gate there is big. Lüyun smiled. Wang Shi smiled back. That's exactly what I told Brother Dong. Zhou Changdong also smiled. Wife, you eat too. You too, just eat. I've already eaten. Lüyun served each of them a dish of vinegar. Zhou Changdong and Wang Shi were really hungry and sat down to start eating. They were eating egg and chive dumplings, which smelled good and tasted delicious, almost one bite each. Eat slowly, don't rush. It's still hot, Lüyun said. It's cold today, so I won't burn my mouth. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife with a smile. While they were eating, they heard their friends say that his little uncle, Zhou Yongshun, had returned with a big truck. At that moment, Zhou Yongshun ran over excitedly and asked, Little uncle, is that your big truck at the door? Yes, Zhou Changdong, although not fond of the older couple, didn't blame his nephew. His attitude wasn't very warm because during his coma, his nephew only came to see him once with his grandparents. After that, he never came again. Zhou Changdong used to be nice to this nephew, generous and kind. When he was on leave, he would take him out for meals, and he was not stingy with pocket money. But after he became a vegetable, his grandparents and the nephew only came to see him once. Even though Zhou Changdong didn't blame him, he couldn't completely let go of the feelings. Little uncle, I want to ride in the car.
Can I sit in it?
Zhou Yongshun's eyes lit up. Sure, I'll let you sit after I finish eating. It was just sitting in the car, not a big deal, and Zhou Changdong wasn't petty enough to refuse. The dumplings were quickly finished. Lüyun wanted them to rest a bit, but they had other things to do. Zhou Changdong needed to teach Wang Shi how to drive because Wang Shi didn't know how yet, so he had to learn. Before taking Wang Shi to learn driving, Zhou Yongshun, the nephew, also sat in the car for a bit. Zhou Yongshun, surrounded by envious friends, sat confidently in the front passenger seat, feeling very excited. But after just 2 minutes, he was asked to get out. Zhou Changdong then drove Wang Shi to a remote open space to practice driving. Wang Shi felt a bit ashamed because he thought he was clumsy, but Zhou Changdong was a good teacher. Unlike some coaches in later years, he was very patient. They practiced for about an hour. As it was getting late, Zhou Changdong took Wang Shi to his home. Wang Shi's wife heard the noise and came out. Seeing her son Wang Shi returning with Zhou Changdong, she was very happy. She opened the door and said busily, You guys are so late. Have you eaten? We came back an hour ago. Sister-in-law cooked dumplings for us. Brother Dong took me to learn driving, Wang Shi said with a smile. Sister-in-law, the car will stay here for now. Once my yard is leveled, we won't need to park it here, Zhou Changdong said while parking the car and turning the steering wheel. No problem, no problem. It's fine to park here all the time, she replied. After parking the car, Zhou Changdong and Wang Shi got out. At this time, many neighbors came over to watch. Zhou Changdong and Wang Shi chatted with these childhood friends and neighbors. The neighbors knew Wang Shi had recently quit his job to work with Zhou Changdong again, and they sighed about it. But since Wang Shi had liked following Zhou Changdong since he was young, they didn't say much. Seeing that it was about time, Zhou Changdong told everyone to go back. Leaving the car here was safe because the neighbors all lived nearby, and Wang Shi's family also kept 2 dogs. With Wang Shi around, there was little risk of any trouble. After leaving Wang Shi's house, Zhou Changdong went to find Lüyun Chuan. Before Zhou Changdong mentioned this, Lüyun Chuan had already heard from Xiao Yuzhu. Although he was a bit jealous when he learned Zhou Changdong was expanding his business so much, he was very generous when Zhou Changdong came to ask for help finding construction workers. Sister-in-law already told Yuzhu about this. I'll find some workers tomorrow. How about those 2? who fix the bathroom. They work very carefully, Li Wenchuan said with a smile. Okay, Zhou Changdong replied. Li Wenchuan then asked, but you're so bold. Aren't you afraid of failing? Zhou Changdong smiled and said, you won't know until you try. How can you be sure you'll fail if you don't try? And how about today?
Li Wenchuan asked.
Today was okay, Zhou Changdong said. Today, he and Qin Datua transported 2 loads of coal to a factory, and they had calculated everything carefully. Because today's trip was nearby within the province, after deducting all costs, each load of coal earned about 250 yuan profit. That means, together, he and Qin Datua made 500 yuan profit from the 2 loads today. With the average daily wage being around 30 to 40 yuan, their one-day work is equivalent to a whole year's salary for others. No wonder people in later generations call coal bosses wealthy newcomers. The profit here is beyond what outsiders can imagine. It's even higher than the profit Qin Datua told him before. Since Qin Datua has never managed a coal mine himself, he was overjoyed when he calculated this profit. Zhou Changdong's mood was more restrained, but his happiness was obvious. However, Zhou Changdong wouldn't share this profit news with outsiders. After others left, Xiao Yuzhu finally spoke. You probably did pretty well. Although Zhou Changdong didn't say much, it was clear he was satisfied. Li Wenchuan also thought they did very well. Feeling envious, he couldn't help but say, I've already made good connections. Next year, I might be able to take on my own projects. When that happens, I won't be worse than them. Zhao Yuzhu was happy to hear this. Really? Next year, you can manage your own projects? Of course. Otherwise, do you think I've been spending all these days inviting people out for meals and drinks just for fun?
Li Wenchuan replica.
Zhao Yuzhu immediately looked very happy. Let's put that aside for now. After leaving Li Wenchuan's house, Zhou Changdong went to Qian Shuzhu's house to discuss making a new door for her son, Qian Kaishan. After finishing the door project, he went home. Zhou Changdong said, I asked Wenchuan for 2 workers. They'll come tomorrow to start working. Wife, keep an eye on them.
I'm busy, Sulun replied, surprised.
I've already started working at the drama theater. Except for Mondays, I have to go there every other day. Zhou Changdong didn't know this yet.
What?
Wife, you've started working at the drama theater? Yes, I started last week. I've already performed in 2 plays, Lüyun said proudly. Zhou Changdong, who understood theater, was a bit surprised. You've already gone on stage? Lüyun explained how she had convinced others that day. Zhou Changdong was speechless. He guessed his mother was probably nervous in the audience. But he also found it funny. His young wife was really brave. Wife, don't work too hard. If you're tired or don't want to do it anymore, you can stop anytime. Zhou Changdong didn't say much, only this. Lüyun smiled. I'm not tired at all. It's good to have something to do. Don't worry, I have everything in mind.
I won't get exhausted.
Zhou Changdong nodded and went back to the old house to get the key for his mother. All right, I'll handle this. Don't worry, Chen Aihong agreed directly. But should we wait until the renovation is finished before measuring the door? Yes, I just need to go call Shan to prepare the wood, Zhou Changdong replied. Okay. After saying that, he didn't stay long and left again. Lüyun watched him, feeling tired for him. She urged him to change clothes, wash up, and go to sleep. It's getting cold now, so no need to wash every day. But Zhou Changdong had sweated a lot today, so he thought he should wash himself. Honey, come in and wash with me, Zhou Changdong said playfully after preparing the bathwater. Lüyun gave him a teasing look, not proper. Zhou Changdong happily took the clothes she prepared. Really, not together? Lüyun ignored him on the outside, but inside, she felt a little flutter. But even if she felt excited, she wouldn't act on it. The weather was probably only 5 or 6 degrees very cold. She didn't want to go for a bath together unless she was feeling brave. If it were summer, it would be different. Zhou Changdong smiled and went to take a shower. Having a wife meant a better life. Before, he only took cold showers, but now he started taking hot baths. He knew his wife liked to be clean, so he washed himself thoroughly. After washing, he also washed the clothes. Su Lüyun said, "Leave it, I'll wash them tomorrow." If he was free at home, she had no problem letting him do the laundry. But after a busy day outside, it was a bit much to ask him to do the laundry too. Compared to his early mornings and late nights, she was definitely much easier. It was fine for her to take on a bit more. "Now that it's cold, I'll do the laundry." "You don't need to do anything, honey," Zhou Changdong said. Su Lüyun replied, "When you're more settled, let's buy a washing machine." Other appliances could be postponed, but a washing machine was really essential. Zhou Changdong agreed, "Okay, once things settle down, we'll buy one." Su Lüyun went back to her room first. When he finished washing the clothes, she told him to lie down. "Come, I'll give you a massage." Zhou Changdong smiled. "Honey, how should I lie?" "Take off your coat and lie face down. I'll handle the rest," Su Lüyun said with a nod. Zhou Changdong obediently took off his coat, leaving only his undershirt, and then lay down. Su Lüyun sat on his back in a riding posture and massaged his shoulders and neck. Although she was not a professional in this area, she had some skill, and Zhou Changdong's shoulders were really stiff. She couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have any time to rest?" "Yes, I do rest," Zhou Changdong replied. "It's just that now only Detua and I are here, so it's inevitable to feel a bit tired. But don't worry, I've started teaching Shizi to drive. He's learning quickly, and soon he'll be able to take the test and help out." "What about meals? Have you been eating on time outside?" "Yes," Zhou Changdong nodded. "Before we left today, we bought buns at a state-run restaurant. We ate the buns on the way home." Su Lüyun said, "I don't care about how much money we have. I can enjoy good days, and I can also live simply. Don't overwork yourself just to earn a little money. That's not worth it." In the original story, his health was not very good. She guessed he was probably worn out during the startup phase. But now that she was here, she definitely wouldn't let him get that exhausted. Zhou Changdong's whole demeanor softened. "Wife, don't worry, I won't overwork myself. Right now, I just want to understand everything inside, get a clear plan. Once I have a proper system, I won't just rely on Shizi. I'll find others to help too." Hearing this, Su Lüyun felt satisfied and focused on massaging him. Zhou Changdong relaxed completely under her massage. Soon after, Su Lüyun heard the steady breathing of the man sleeping peacefully. She felt very distressed. He was truly exhausted. But she also understood. He had left before dawn and only returned at night. His body, so strong, couldn't handle that kind of fatigue. Because they didn't stay up late last night, they slept early. So, early in the morning, Su Lüyun was able to get up. When she woke, Zhou Changdong felt her move and opened his eyes. He thought he had just blinked for a moment. "Wife, am I asleep?" Su Lüyun looked at his sleepy face and found it adorable. She leaned over and kissed him. "It's almost dawn. I'll go make breakfast for you." Zhou Changdong was surprised. "I'll do it myself." But Su Lüyun pushed him back. "Sleep a little more. When the dumplings are ready, you can get up." This man loved her so much he didn't even want her to wash his clothes, but she never took his kindness for granted. Thinking from his perspective, anyone would be tired, and everyone needs care. In relationships, one-sided effort cannot last long. Some things must be done. Don't act like he's a man who should always stand tall and do everything for her. Women with that mindset are doomed to be unhappy. Unless they find a partner who won't resist, but anyone with a bit of self-awareness will leave. By then, if she regrets, it will be too late to turn back. So, don't think that Su Lüyun is often difficult, but when it comes to love, she's never stingy. Zhou Changdong's mind was still a bit foggy, but he quickly regained clarity. Seeing his wife dressed and ready to go cook dumplings for him, he couldn't help but smile. The dumplings were made last night. They wouldn't spoil overnight in the cold. Once the water boiled, she put them in. When the dumplings were ready, Su Lüyun brought them to Zhou Changdong. She wanted to wake him up, but he was already dressed. "Sweetheart, I can do it myself." "You don't need to get up," Zhou Changdong said, holding his wife. "As long as you don't disturb me at night, I can get up. If you do, I won't bother. You can cook yourself," Su Lüyun teased him with a playful look. Zhou Changdong held her tightly, more interested in showing her love than making her get up for breakfast. but he was really tired from yesterday and fell asleep unknowingly. It's getting late. Time to brush your teeth, wash your face, and eat, Lüyun said. Okay, Zhou Changdong smiled. While he was brushing his teeth and washing his face, Lüyun went to the kitchen and boiled a few eggs. When Zhou Changdong finished eating the dumplings, the eggs were ready. Because it was cold outside, she took the eggs out and let them warm up a bit, keeping them in a small cloth bag with some apples inside. Eat if you're tired. Don't go hungry while working, she said. Zhou Changdong felt very warm inside. Sweetheart, I miss you, he said, holding her. When Lüyun heard this, she knew what he meant. He wanted to be intimate before leaving. She quickly said, It's not that early. We'll talk about it tonight when I come back. Zhou Changdong looked at his watch. It was indeed time. Give me a kiss, he said. Lüyun refused. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. He didn't wait for her to agree and kissed her several times, then said, When I come back tonight, I want 3 times. Lüyun. She barely had the energy to respond. Just look at how exhausted she was. After instructing his wife to rest a bit longer, Zhou Changdong grabbed the bag she prepared and headed out. He was going to visit Lao Wang's house. Wang Shi is already helping his mother cook pig feed. And she gets up very early every day to prepare the feed. There are many pigs at home, and they will be sold at the end of the year. This is also the time when they are gaining weight. Every day, she gets up before dawn to work hard. But today, she not only cooked pig feed but also made steamed buns. When she saw Zhou Changdong coming over in his car, she invited him to eat some buns before leaving. Auntie, my wife cooked me dumplings. I've finished them all. Look, she also cooked eggs and brought apples for me to eat when I'm hungry, Zhou Changdong said happily, holding a cloth bag. Junjun is a caring girl. Aunt she praised, then took some oil paper and wrapped 5 or 6 large buns. You've had breakfast, so I won't ask you to eat more. Take these buns with you. If you're hungry on the road, just eat them. It's okay if they're cold. Zhou Changdong nodded with a smile.
All right.
He called Wang Shi to get in the car, and they set off together. After driving for over an hour, they arrived at the coal yard. Qin Dadawa was already there, waiting for them. Have you eaten? There are still buns and eggs in the car, Zhou Changdong asked as he approached. I've eaten, Qin Dadawa said energetically. Good. Let's get started. After a night of rest, Zhou Changdong was full of energy again and spoke up. They began shoveling coal. Today was busy because they had already received the orders yesterday, and there were orders for the next week as well. All of these were arranged by Qin Dadawa, who used to manage the coal yard and had good connections. They only scheduled orders for the next week because they just started and didn't want to take on too much at once. Once they get more experienced and familiar with the work, they can expand and take on more orders further in advance. Right now, there are very few large trucks available, and demand is high. The 3 of them worked quickly, without delay. After finishing, Zhou Changdong took Qin Dadawa and went to deliver the goods because Wang Shi still couldn't drive, so they couldn't take turns. But Wang Shi wasn't just idling at the coal yard, he was helping the construction workers repair their office. They still used the old company's phone to contact manufacturers. Although Qin Dadawa had some connections, now that he was starting his own business, he couldn't keep relying on that. They needed their own office and phone number in the future. Since Qin Dadawa was going out with Zhou Changdong, he left Wang Shi in charge of these matters. Meanwhile, at the coal yard, the renovation work was also busy. At Zhou Changdong's home, today was a busy day as well. Regarding the matter Zhou Changdong mentioned, Lüyun didn't delay. The next day, he called over the 2 workers who had come previously to fix the toilet. Lüyun, because she had to go to the drama theater for work, only bought vegetables in the morning and prepared meals for the workers. Her mother-in-law, Chun I-hong, watched over these tasks. Chun I-hong didn't hesitate and told her to focus on her work. She took care of everything at home. The construction workers worked quickly because there wasn't much to clean in the yard, except for some rose and jasmine branches that Lüyun had recently planted. Nothing else needed much attention. The real effort was needed to break down the wall and expand the gates so large trucks could pass through easily. But these were familiar tasks for them. Since both workers did their jobs well, Chen Aihong was happy to provide good food. Besides enough rice and noodles, she also bought vegetables, tofu, fish, and eggs for them to eat. Around 4 o'clock, when Lüyun finished work, the two workers had not left yet. But the yard had already changed a lot. They finished work at 5 o'clock. After they packed up and left, Lüyun said, "Mom, Dad is almost done too. Go call Dad over for lamb chops and dumplings." "No need. He'll come over to eat later. I already told him in the morning." Chen Aihong smiled. She asked, "How's it going at the drama theater?" "It's pretty good there. Some people are not so nice, but I can handle it," Lüyun said with a smile. Chen Aihong nodded. Different people have different ways, which is normal. It's not a bad thing. It can be good practice. They were still talking when Zhou Changdong came home from work. He looked at the messy yard and said, "I have a day off tomorrow. I'll come help them. Dad, you can just watch. No need to do anything." "You're not in this line of work," Lüyun said with a smile. "Exactly. Don't overexert yourself. You're not young anymore. If you hurt your back, you'll need me to take care of you," Chen Aihong said with a bit of annoyance. Zhou Changdong. He was still young, only 55. It wasn't that serious. They didn't know when Zhou Changdong would return, so they ate first. After finishing the lamb dumplings and the lamb chop with radish soup, they kept Zhou Changdong's portion for him. After dinner, Zhou Changdong left first. Chen Aihong wasn't in a hurry to go back and stayed to keep her daughter-in-law company. Now the yard gate had been taken down, so she would go back only when her son returned. Today, Zhou Changdong returned home later than yesterday, arriving around 9 o'clock. Seeing her son come back so late, Chen Aihong asked, "Why are you so late? Were you busy?" "We left around 7. We first took Shizi back, but Andy specially cooked a chicken for us today and insisted I stay. I sat with Shizi and had chicken soup noodles, then took Shizi to practice driving," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Chen Aihong smiled and said, "Your Annie is like that." She didn't say much more. Since her son was home, she left the space for the two of them. After his mother left, Zhou Changdong went over and kissed his wife. "Honey, sorry to make you wait." Lüyun gave him a playful look, annoyed that he kept kissing her. But she still liked it. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat more?" Lüyun asked. "No, I'm full." "You know Auntie Xia's personality," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Lüyun smiled and said, "Then rest a bit before washing your hair. It's getting cold, so it's okay if he's a little dirty, but his hair is full of dust. How can he not wash it?" Tonight, Zhou Changdong still wanted to cuddle with his wife. After 10 minutes of rest, he went to wash his face and hair with hot water. Although he didn't take a shower, he changed his clothes and underwear, washing the ones he took off. Only then did he come back to stay with his wife. Lüyun was reading a book. When she saw him return, she told him to rest first. She didn't want him to work so hard. He looked exhausted enough. But Zhou Changdong had other ideas. He leaned over and said, "Honey, are you done reading?" Lüyun looked at him and knew what he was thinking. "You're so tired. Maybe just forget it?" "I want to." Zhou Changdong looked at his wife. "We didn't do it yesterday." Seeing this, Lüyun said, "Our yard gate is open. Having the yard gate open is really inconvenient. If someone comes, we wouldn't know, and Yuan Bao is still small and can't guard the house." Zhou Changdong just smiled and said, "That's easy." He went outside and placed 2 old door panels across the gate. Lüyun saw his work and, although simple, she knew that if someone tried to come in, they would have to talk to the owner first. Feeling shy, she looked at him and said, "Go wash your hands." Zhou Changdong quickly used soap to wash his hands and then returned to his room to be with his wife. "Honey, why did you turn off the light?" Zhou Changdong liked to keep the light on. "Turn off the light," Lüyun said playfully. Zhou Changdong smiled and let her be, then came up and held his lovely wife in his arms. "Wife, you smell so nice." Lüyun's body relaxed halfway, and she hugged his strong waist, calling out, "Brother." This brother sounded so soft and charming. Zhou Changdong couldn't hold back anymore and turned over to kiss his wife. That night, Zhou Changdong kept his promise and made love to her 3 times. He didn't know if he was tired, but Lüyun couldn't get up to cook dumplings the next day, so Zhou Changdong got up himself to cook. He was quite self-sufficient, boiling a few eggs and taking 2 apples since there were still some left. Sometimes, when he was hungry on the way, he could eat a little to satisfy his hunger. Now that he had a wife, he couldn't neglect his health. Compared to him, who felt energetic after a good sleep, Lüyun barely managed to get up, see him off, lock the door, and then fell back asleep until her mother-in-law came to wake her. Chun I-hong was very happy to see her daughter-in-law's glowing face and rosy cheeks, because that meant the little grandson was coming soon. She cared if you feel unwell, like poor appetite, dizziness, chest tightness, or anything, you should pay attention. She was mainly worried because her daughter-in-law lacked experience and might not know these things. Lüyun understood what her mother-in-law was saying and smiled. "Mom, don't worry, I am paying attention." She touched her belly and said, "I'm also looking forward to having a child with Changdong soon." She was a bit shy with Zhou Changdong but acted like a little lady in front of her mother-in-law, being confident and natural. She knew her parents-in-law were eager for grandchildren too. Chun I-hong was very happy. Lüyun then brought up by Shuang, who was quite worried because she was really pregnant with her second child. But her first daughter was being taken care of by her mother, and her mother not only had to take care of her, but also her grandson. If she had another baby later, how could she manage? Bai Shuang even started thinking about quitting her job to stay home with the children. Chun I-hong quickly said, "Don't worry, having a baby won't stop you from working at the theater. When the baby is born, I will take care of them. I have experience with children. You and Changdong can each do your own thing, just leave the baby to me." "Thank you, Mom." Lüyun nodded happily. Thinking about Bai Shuang's mother-in-law and comparing her own, she couldn't help but feel grateful for her cousin's gift. She had arranged for her a top-notch man and a wonderful mother-in-law, showing how ungrateful her reckless older sister was. Now that her true self has come to inherit everything, isn't she just supposed to thank her cousin? After all, her cousin arranged a mother-in-law for her, and she was truly an excellent choice. What a selfless spirit. In the following days, Zhou Changdong's daily routine was pretty much the same. He left home before dawn and only returned when it was completely dark. Over these days, the yard was also relayed. Although only 2 workers were involved, they worked very efficiently, taking only 5 days to make everything perfect inside and out. Now, only the gate needed to be finished and installed by Qian Kaishan's team. Qian Kaishan was working overtime every night until after 10 p.m., so it wouldn't be long before the 2 gates were completed. Zhou Changdong also visited and was very satisfied with Qian Kaishan's craftsmanship. It was done very well. "Let's use a wooden door for now. When our conditions improve later, we'll get someone to make an iron door," Zhou Changdong told his wife at night. Lüyun didn't have many demands and, while reading a book, she replied casually, "Okay, just do what you think is best." Zhou Changdong leaned over and kissed her pretty face. "Honey, why don't you ask me anything?" Lüyun didn't understand and looked at him. "Ask you what?" "Ask how I'm doing, how much I earn in a day." Zhou Changdong hadn't thought much about this before. It was only today, when he was returning from the coal yard, that Sun Xiaoyan, Qin Dadua's wife, stopped him and asked about these things. She came to ask because she had asked Qin Dadua, but he completely ignored her. Zhou Changdong wouldn't be foolish enough to tell her these details, so he only vaguely said he was doing fine and told her to go ask Qin Dadua herself. Because of this, Zhou Changdong suddenly realized that his wife had never asked him how much money he made. Lüyun didn't want him to think she was indifferent or uninterested in money. She wasn't that high and mighty. She was good at saying sweet words. "I see you come home so late every day, so I know you're doing well. But how much you earn, that's your business. Whether it's a lot or a little, I don't want to pressure you." She then looked at him with concern. "You leave before dawn and come back when it's dark. You must be exhausted, right? Are you eating properly? What kind of woman is most deadly to a man?" This is not about pointing at a man and calling him a loser, nor about constantly mocking him to compare with others. Women like Lüyun are charming, gentle, and elegant. Hardly any man can resist her. Not just Zhou Changdong. Any powerful man she desires, she could have, but she chooses not to. Because not every man is Zhou Changdong. Only Zhou Changdong is worth her effort and attention.
For example, right now.
Zhou Changdong confidently pulls his wife into a hug. Darling. When Lüyun feels the hug is too warm and she almost can't breathe, his lips suddenly press against hers again. After making a few soft sounds, she lets him kiss her. Darling, I missed you, Zhou Changdong says after the kiss. You're not coming tonight, right? Lüyun, although her body softens, doesn't really want him to stay. Since the first night she returned and he was so tired he fell asleep after a massage, no other night has been peaceful. She admits she enjoys his care, but with him working long hours and busy late into the night, she worries his health might be suffering. Just once, darling. Not too much. We need to work harder to have a baby, Zhou Changdong says softly. He isn't disciplined because he doesn't know how to be. His wife is so charming that anyone who marries her would understand. Just being near her makes him feel restless and want more. Having served in the army for many years, his pride and self-control has all but vanished when he's with his wife. Lüyun wants to say more, but Zhou Changdong knows how to tease her, and he leans in to kiss her lips. Her mind becomes hazy. When she finally regains some clarity, he's already inside her, and she can only go with the flow. It proves once again that men's words in bed can't be trusted. He might say one thing, but the time he spends is much longer than before. After everything is over, Lüyun can't help but pinch him a couple of times. After they eat and drink, Zhou Changdong, unable to fight back or argue, holds his wife happily. Originally, Lüyun wanted to talk to him about driving practice and ask how Wang she was doing. She also wanted to practice herself. But after finishing this, she couldn't bring herself to say anything else. Honestly, harmony in this matter is really good for a woman's health. The next morning, when Lüyun looks in the mirror, she notices her complexion is unusually good. Her skin was bright and moist, more vibrant than even makeup could make it. Not only was her complexion good, but Lüyun herself was in a very good mood, probably because her health was very good. She left her home in the care of her mother-in-law, Hong, and came to work at the theater. As soon as she arrived, she saw Bai Yanxuang, who was also there for work. Bai Yanxuang smiled and said, "You're here." Yes, Lüyun nodded with a smile. The two of them were now very familiar with each other, so they walked in arm. After finishing today's rehearsal, it was already noon. Both of them had brought lunch, so they took it to the cafeteria to heat up and eat. Bai Yanxuang mentioned quitting her job. Lüyun disagreed, saying, "Don't resign like Xiao Mei did. Just take a long leave instead. Quitting is easy, but it's hard to get back in. Think carefully about this." Bai Yanxuang hesitated, saying, "But if I don't stay home with the kids, my mom can't take care of them. See if you have reliable relatives who can come help as nannies. You go out to work and pay them a salary from your earnings," Lüyun suggested. This approach is common among young people in later generations. Many prefer working outside rather than staying home to care for children. Hearing this for the first time, Bai Yanxuang was stunned. Once the kids are a bit older and can go to elementary school or kindergarten, you can decide whether to let the nanny go. But if you wait until after your maternity leave, your job can still be there. You've worked hard to become the lead actress, and your experience has grown. It would be a shame to give it up, Lüyun explained. It's a pity. How could it be? Bai Yanxuang had been thinking about this nonstop these days, feeling torn. Now, hearing Lüyun's idea, her eyes lit up. Junjun, you're so clever. Lüyun smiled, but you need to find someone reliable, someone who loves children and can take care of them. There are many dishonest people outside now. You can't leave your kids with someone untrustworthy. Bai Yanxuang nodded. I know. My mom even suggested I call my aunt to help. I thought it might be too troublesome, so I hesitated. But now, hearing you, I realize I was being silly. I can ask my aunt to come and help, paying her monthly. She's very kind. With her help, I can keep my job, and I won't be so conflicted. Having resolved her biggest worry, Bai Yanchuang felt much more energetic in the afternoon. Su Lüyun looked at her as if she wasn't pregnant at all and smiled, saying, "Last time I visited my mother's house, I saw my second sister-in-law was pregnant." She looked very pale and kept vomiting. "Why don't you have any reaction?" "That depends on each person's body. When I was pregnant with my first child, I was the same, even more energetic than before," Bai Yanchuang replied with a smile, then softly added, "and the demands in that area have increased quite a bit." Su Lüyun was surprised. "Even when pregnant, you still have those needs?" "Of course." Bai Yanchuang knew she probably didn't understand, so she explained, "I usually don't have such strong needs, but when I'm pregnant, I become quite restless. During my first pregnancy checkup, I asked the doctor privately, and he said it's normal. It's because of the high hormone levels in the body after pregnancy. As long as it's not excessive, it can be managed if needed." She felt a little shy to admit that on the night before giving birth to her daughter, she even asked her husband for intimacy. Her husband was quite nervous and very careful. The next night, during labor, he kept saying she shouldn't think so much about it. The doctor said it was normal labor, not premature labor or anything that could harm the baby, so she didn't say much. In her previous life, although Su Lüyun was living during the era of information explosion, she really didn't know much about these things. It was only in this life, after marrying Zhou Changdong, that she started to understand. She even thought that after pregnancy, one had to avoid meat, because she had acted in an ancient drama where, after pregnancy, the couple no longer shared a bed, claiming it could cause miscarriage or harm the baby. She didn't expect that the drama's portrayal was different from reality. "Looking at your complexion, everything seems harmonious." Bai Yanchuang nudged her with her elbow and smiled. Su Lüyun scolded playfully, "Go away. You used to be so serious, and now you're pregnant, talking nonsense all the time." Bai Yanchuang kept smiling and reminded her, "When was your last period? You should be careful. Newlyweds often have irregular periods." Although they had been married for 3 years, due to special circumstances, Su Lüyun and Zhou Changdong still felt like newlyweds. Zhou Changdong was a typical newlywed husband, always eager to be in bed with his wife, no matter how tired he was. Su Lüyun also paid attention to this. When she heard her period was delayed last time, she suspected she might be pregnant and checked herself. Her last period was at the beginning of the month, with about half a month to go. But she probably wouldn't be pregnant that quickly. How long had it been since she and Zhou Changdong became intimate? Even if she got pregnant on the first day, it's only been 10 days, and the embryo might have just implanted. She currently shows no reaction at all. She is neither sleepy nor bothered by spicy or heavy food. She eats happily. These are the words exchanged between the two married women. Don't doubt what women talk about. Almost nothing is off limits. At 4 p.m., she finished work early. After saying goodbye to Bai Yanchuang, Su Lüyun took a taxi home. On the way, she met Xiao Yuzhu, who had just finished her errands and was picking up her child. Su Lüyun smiled and said, "Cousin, you just finished work and picked up Xiao Xian?" Seeing her bright and beautiful appearance, Zhao Yuzhu couldn't help but sarcastically say, "Yes, I can't compare to you." "Cousin, why do you say that? I didn't ask you to compete with me. And it seems like Wen Chuan can't support you. Next time I see him, I'll ask if he's been treating my cousin well," Su Lüyun said with a smile. Zhao Yuzhu hurriedly replied, "Don't talk nonsense. Wen Chuan treats me very well. But you act like a jealous wife." Su Lüyun chuckled. "All right, take the kids home. It's very cold outside." After speaking, she turned her waist and left. Zhao Yuzhu couldn't help but scoff softly. Since Zhou Changdong pampered her, she carried a flirtatious vibe everywhere she went, so bold and provocative. She's a decent person and can't imitate that kind of flirtatious charm. Su Lüyun knew she probably annoyed Zhao Yuzhu, but she felt quite happy. She thought that once her house was ready, she should visit her mother. She wanted to tell her mother that Zhou Changdong was a good son-in-law. Zhou Changdong was indeed doing well. Although he used to work in the military, he adapted quickly. After these busy days, he understood most of the ins and outs of the coal industry. But doing business isn't that simple. It requires connections and social skills. Otherwise, how could one run a business smoothly? For example, Zhou Changdong returned home late that day. He went out with Qin Dadawa for socializing. They are friends in the same circle, and everyone needs to get to know each other. After the social event, Zhou Changdong took Qin Dadawa home before bringing Wang Shi back. In the past few days, Wang Shi had learned to walk, so Zhou Changdong let him drive. Wang Shi really can drive now, though a bit slow, but he's doing well and drove all the way back. Aunt, she opened the door for them. Sorry for making you wait, Auntie. Today, Shizi went out with friends, so we got back a bit late, Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Auntie understands you're busy, Aunt Shi replied with a smile. The door opened, and Zhou Changdong pointed out to Wang Shi how to reverse and park the car. Auntie Shi looked at her son, who could now drive a big truck, with a big smile on her face. When they got out of the car, she planned to go prepare some food. Don't bother, Auntie. We've already eaten and just got back, Zhou Changdong called to her. Want to eat a bit more? Auntie, she asked. No, it's fine. Auntie, you all should rest early. I'm going home now. Wang Shi still needed to see him off, but Zhou Changdong hadn't drunk much, so he didn't need to be driven. He would go back by himself. Chen Aihong hadn't returned to the old house yet. Seeing her son come back only around 9 o'clock, still smelling of alcohol, her brow furrowed immediately. What have you been doing? Chen Aihong asked sharply. I went out with Detua for some socializing, had a few drinks, but I didn't drive. Shizi was driving, Zhou Changdong explained. Hearing this, Chen Aihong said it's getting late. Wash up and rest early. After her mother-in-law left, Su Lüyun examined Zhou Changdong from head to toe. Son-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Changdong asked, puzzled. It's nothing, Su Lüyun said, but when they lay down at night, she came over to hold him tightly. I've heard some things about your work. I don't care about other things. I won't interfere if you're just playing around. But if you're really doing something outside that hurts me, you have to hide it from me your whole life. If I find out, I will castrate you, then divorce you. Zhou Changdong was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he started to laugh. After laughing, he rolled over and kissed his soft, fragrant wife until they became one. Then, in a husky voice, he said, Good sister, only you can use this place. Su Lüyun lightly hit him, saying, Bad boy, then she couldn't say anything more. Of course, Su Lüyun was just warning Zhou Changdong. She trusted him completely. He was a man who preferred to wait for the right thing rather than settle for less. He wasn't the kind of man who, upon seeing a woman, would lose control and only think with his lower body. Some women complain that there are no good men in the world, but that is a bit too absolute. Not all men are unfaithful, just like not all women are good women. Some men only treat their wives well. When they see flirtatious women throwing glances at them, they think the women are just joking. Only when they are with their wives do they truly understand. Knowing that my wife is just teasing herself, she responds very warmly. Zhou Changdong is a typical man of this kind. Su Lüyun doesn't even try to much. He is quite persistent. And now, he uses more flirtatious words, especially when he's excited, calling her big brother, good brother, romantic brother, and similar terms. He also calls her little sister, good little sister, sweet little sister, and romantic little sister. He asks, Little sister, do you like it when I call you that? Do you prefer me to call you that, or like this? It's clear that Su Lüyun is growing to love him more and more. Yes, it's also true that Bai Yanshuang was right. In this matter, everything is very harmonious. Days pass by day after day, and the weather gets colder. In mid-November, Chiang Kai-shan finally finished making the wooden door that Zhou Changdong ordered. Before delivering it, Zhou Changdong went to see it, but Su Lüyun hadn't seen it yet. When it was delivered and installed, Su Lüyun saw the mortise and tenon structure of the wooden door, which was carved with some patterns, making the door look more exquisite and upscale. Su Lüyun couldn't help but praise Brother Kai-shan. Your craftsmanship is getting better and better. This is top-level carpentry. Chiang Kai-shan chuckled. Since it's a door made for Changdong, I had to put my best effort into it. He always works meticulously, and never does things half-heartedly. Because of this, many neighbors and relatives heard about it and came to him to order furniture and cabinets. This door was made by him and his apprentice together, taking about half a month, considered a rush job for them. Lüyun liked it more and more, and asked them to install it. The door wasn't cheap, but it was truly worth the price. After installing it, it felt very good. Neighbors came to see it, and all said the door was really well made. They also agreed on the price, saying it was reasonable. When Zhou Changdong came back in the evening and saw it, he was very satisfied too. Lüyun smiled and said, "I've already paid for it. From now on, just drive your car back home." "Okay," Zhou Changdong replied. Now that their yard was repaired, his car would naturally be parked at home. Lüyun went to prepare noodles for him. She served a big bowl of noodles topped with a spoonful of lamb rib soup and another bowl of lamb rib and radish soup. The radish was delicious, and the lamb ribs were tender and tasty. Zhou Changdong ate happily, feeling very satisfied. His wife never shortchanged him when it came to food. "Is it tasty?" Lüyun sat opposite him and asked with a smile. "Yes, very tasty." Zhou Changdong looked at his wife happily. "Are you tired today?" "No, not tired." Zhou Changdong looked at his wife. "Sweetheart, I can still work hard tonight." Lüyun gave him a playful glare.
Who told you that?
Honestly, he kept thinking about doing that kind of thing with her every day. Zhou Changdong smiled. His young wife was so charming. The more he looked, the more he liked her. Lüyun had something serious to say. "Shizi can now drive. Changdong, can you teach me too? I want to learn." Let Wangxi learn first because he needed to help out. But now Wangxi was taking exams, so it was her turn. After all, she had free time. "Do you want to learn to drive, wife?" Zhou Changdong was surprised. "Yes, I do." Lüyun nodded and came over to pat his shoulder. "Please teach me," she asked sweetly. Zhou Changdong couldn't resist her charm. He smiled. "Okay, after dinner, I'll teach you. But, sweetheart, how will you thank me? You're teaching me to drive and I need to thank you?" Lüyun asked in surprise. Zhou Changdong nodded seriously. "Yes, you should thank me properly." Lüyun's eyes sparkled. "All right, after I learn to drive, I'll thank you very well." Zhou Changdong quickly finished his noodles and lamb, then took his wife to Wang Laosher's house. Today, he parked the car there. When he arrived, he told Aunt Shi that the courtyard gate was fixed and they could park at home now. After that, he took his wife to an open space outside to practice driving. Lüyun had some basic skills. Even though trucks now were different from high-end cars in later years, she had learned before. So she picked up driving very quickly. Zhou Changdong was amazed. "Sweetheart, you're so smart." He was surprised that she learned so fast. "Of course. Just look at who I am's wife," Lüyun teased him. But she still tried to hide her confidence and let Zhou Changdong, her instructor, show off. It was important for him to teach, but her basic skills made a difference. Although she wasn't very steady at first, it hadn't been long, and now she could drive confidently. Zhou Changdong stared in shock. "She was already on the road? Did you learn to drive before, wife?" he asked. Lüyun thought for a moment. "How could I? Where would I have learned? Today is my first time touching the steering wheel." "Wow, you're so clever." Zhou Changdong believed her completely, attributing her quick learning to her intelligence. Lüyun was proud. Of course. But she quickly realized she was not good at driving straight and was completely unfamiliar with reversing and turning. Zhou Changdong just laughed and started coaching his wife. Lüyun learned from him for over half an hour and then handed the car over to him, letting him take her home. Once home, Zhou Changdong went to wash his hair, face, and soak his feet. He paid close attention to personal hygiene because his wife had told him that neglecting it could easily cause her to get a gynecological infection. He didn't want his wife to get sick. If it weren't cold outside, he would want to take a bath every day. After washing his hair and face and soaking his feet, Zhou Changdong looked at his wife with anticipation. But Lüyun's reward was just telling him to lie down and giving him a massage. Zhou Changdong, "But honey, I want a different reward. Lie down." Lüyun playfully patted his back.
Your shoulders are so stiff.
I'll loosen them up for you. Zhou Changdong sighed sadly, but he felt quite comfortable. Although he wasn't put to sleep this time, he was still massaged by his wife until he yawned non-stop. Finally, he cuddled with his wife and fell asleep peacefully.